Congratulations to the host for coming across this video. Detected that the host is worried about money. The limited time flash sale system is seeking to bind. The system is starting. System is starting. 20%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Ding. The system has started successfully. Today's items have been refreshed, and the host can choose any one of the following items. A set of large flat in Guanlan International, Dongqing District, valued at 74 million renminbi. Lamborghini Poison Car, 45 million renminbi, 1% of Ferrari's original stock, valued at $300 million. Today's refresh has ended. Please make your selection as soon as possible. I just casually sent 3 dog emojis in the video comment section, and unexpectedly it actually bound to the system. I looked at the things the system refreshed, and for a moment, I was stunned. It took a long time before I reacted. I choose 3. Definitely choose 3. $300 million. Converted into RMB is almost 2 billion. Isn't this just suddenly turning from a poor boy into a billionaire? After hesitating, I immediately made a choice. The next second, the system's voice sounded again. The host has made a choice. The Ferrari equity transfer document will be delivered to the host's residence within an hour. Upon hearing the system's words, I quickly grabbed a shared bike on the roadside, and my legs started pedaling like a whirlwind. In no time, with a screeching sound of brakes, I arrived back at the rental apartment building that was less than 10 square meters. I kicked open the door because I was so excited. 3 billion. I could never spend it all in my lifetime. However, the moment I entered, I started feeling emo, because in front of me were the flowers I gave to my ex-girlfriend. Why are they here? Because she didn't accept them. I graduated from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, and I am also the school grass of the university. Even so, I was dumped by my girlfriend the day before graduation. She left with the words, "Can good looks feed you? Without money, you are nothing," and then got into the BMW 5 Series of a bald, greasy middle-aged man. Thinking of these heartless words, I suddenly sighed. Nowadays, in this world, you can't be without money, and even more so when it comes to love. Just as I was lost in thought, I was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, I felt happy and quickly got up to open the door. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? Your express delivery. Please sign for it." A courier holding a document bag stood at the door and said, "Please sign here." The courier held out a pen. Okay, I suppressed my excitement, tremblingly picked up the pen and signed. Before the courier had even walked away, I couldn't wait to open the envelope, take out the document, and saw the words Ferrari Equity Transfer Agreement on the document. I quickly flipped through the document and started reading it carefully. 2.5 minutes later, I finished reading the contract, and then signed my full name directly on it. So, does this mean I am now a shareholder of Ferrari, and I have become a billionaire? I asked the system incredulously. Yes, host, the system's voice rang in my mind again. Will the system's items really be available every day? I asked again. Yes. Currently the system level is at level 1. Please work hard to increase the level. As the level increases, better items can be unlocked. The current system level is at the initial level. How can I improve the level? I was very puzzled when I heard this. To be honest, I still don't know how the system works, and why it suddenly appeared on me. The sum of your net worth exceeds 100 billion. The system automatically upgrades to level 2, and opens the mall mode at the same time. Inside the mall, you can exchange for many unexpected items. Similarly, when your total net worth reaches 1,000 billion or 10,000 billion, it can also trigger a system upgrade. I didn't expect that I just casually sent 3 dog emojis, and unexpectedly achieved financial freedom in life. It's really a life of cheating. But what I didn't know at this time was that because I relied on the system to obtain shares of Ferrari, I had unknowingly offended a powerful force, as this force had been planning for a long time to obtain the shares of Ferrari. Just as I was immersed in joy, suddenly the phone rang. I picked up the phone and answered. "Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng?" A soft voice came through the phone. "Yes, it's me. Who is this?" "I am the assistant to the Ferrari Asia Pacific president. My name is Chen Qian." The soft voice continued. "So, have you received the contract?" "Yes, I have received it," I replied lightly. "Can you come to the company this afternoon to take a look? Or should I come pick you up?" Chen Qian said again. "Go ahead, add me on WeChat. I'll send you the location. Come pick me up." After saying that, I tidied up a bit and prepared to go downstairs to have some ice cream to celebrate. Chen Qian hung up the phone on her end, also quickly driving towards the location I gave. As she drove, she thought about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. Not long after, Chen Qian arrived near the location I gave her. She parked her car, and walking towards her was a man wearing a white tank top and shorts, happily eating an ice cream. She was a bit suspicious. Shouldn't the person who bought the Ferrari be a middle-aged, Wealthy man with a big belly and greasy appearance? Why was it such a young handsome guy? She picked up her phone, hesitantly dialed the number. The phone rang and someone answered it. Chen Xian looked out the window at the person holding an ice cream in one hand and answering the phone in the other hand, constantly saying hello hello. Finally coming back to his senses, quickly got off the car and walked over. Mr. Liu. Hello? Chen Xian ran up to me and said respectfully. I was also taken aback, and when I looked up, I saw Chen Xian, who was wearing a black Chanel-style suit, a tight skirt, and black stockings, standing at about 1.70 meters. After a moment of confusion, I said, hello, you are the assistant to the CEO of Ferrari, right? Yes, Mr. Liu, she replied respectfully, afraid of leaving a bad impression on me. Nice to meet you. Is there something you need? I asked curiously. Well, you are now a director of Ferrari, and Mr. Enzo, the CEO and director of Ferrari globally, would like to meet you? Chen Xian continued to reply. Do I still have to go to Italy to meet him? No, it's not. Chen Xian hurriedly explained. Yes, you just video call him. Mr. Enzo would love to get to know you a little and has a gift for you. All you need to do is come with me to the office. Oh, that's fine. Let's go. Lu Feng agreed. Chen Xian hurriedly took Lu Feng to her small BMW. Chen Xian has been watching Lu Feng on the road. This is the same person who is too young to be a college student, or even a college student, who has put a stake in Ferrari in his pocket with so many capital giants surrounding him. What is he? A successor secretly groomed by domestic capitalist bigwigs? Or is he the young master of one of those mysterious ancient families? It can't be by his handsome face. Chen Xian, who had guessed all the way, did not guess the result. After parking the car, Chen Xian brought Lu Feng to the temporary rented branch of Ferrari, saying that it was the branch company of Ferrari. In fact, there were not many people. The main reason was that Ferrari hadn't really set up a branch in China, so the so-called branch only had Chen Xian, the assistant to the president, and a dozen or so employees. Lu Feng was led to the office by Chen Xian. Watching Chen Xian use her computer to launch a video request to the global president across the ocean, Lu Feng is still a little excited in his heart. After all, this is a legend, but in the car circle has a significant position. Drop. When Lu Feng was thinking about being mesmerized, a beep sound pulled Lu Feng to reality. At this time the computer screen appeared in the old man who was over the age of old age. He had a kind face and a great essence, especially a pair of eyes that seemed to be as sharp as eagles, and as soon as the enemy leaked a little break, he would seize it and attack. This was an old man with tough tactics and a shrewd mind, and that was Lu Feng's first impression of Enzo. Hello, Mr. Liu. Enzo spoke fluent Chinese and said to Lu Feng, hello, Mr. Enzo. I didn't expect your Chinese to be so good. Lu Feng on the other hand was a bit surprised. Ha 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 ha, you're too kind. China is an ancient civilization with thousands of years of history. I've always been interested in China. Enzo smiled. Ha ha ha, is that so? Lu Feng said with a laugh. Then you should come to China to take a good look. The beauty, food, and history and culture here. I believe it won't let you down. Good. Then I'll be sure to check it out when I get a chance. Very much looking forward to your arrival. I will personally accompany you around Magic City then. By the way, is there something you are looking for me this time? Lu Feng asked. Well, this time it's mainly to welcome you to the Ferrari family. And by the way, I, the host, will give you another small gift? Enzo said with a smile. I'm really sorry for your trouble, and I'm glad to know a senior like you. Ha ha ha, there's no need for such politeness between us. Originally, I was wondering where would be a good place to build Ferrari's branch in Asia, but since you're in Mordor, we'll just build the branch in Mordor. It's just as well that you're here to be the president of the Asian division. The appointment letter will be sent directly to you then, so don't refuse it. Enzo made his decision without being able to refuse. Since you said so, then I'll respectfully follow your order. Lu Feng directly agreed when he saw this. Chapter 3, The Second Kill. The two talked for a while longer before hanging up. After coming out of Chen Xian's place, Lu Feng refused Chen Xian's request to send him home, because he needed a moment of silence. What had happened today was too unbelievable. Just this morning he was a girlfriend dumped beggar college students. In addition to handsome, he is nothing. To what nothing, really narcissistic. You again handsome can have readers greatly handsome, but because of the accidental binding of the system, life has directly changed radically. From the worthless beggar to the person who can talk to the Ferrari big brother as an equal. The life ups and downs are too fast, he really needs to calm down. With that he walked all the way back to his rental house, and when he got back he lay on his bed and tossed and turned. No, go back into the system and see if it's true. After saying that, Lu Feng directly sat up and focused his mind into the brain interface. Welcome back, host. The system responded normally. System, when will the spike interface be refreshed? Lu Feng asked. Refresh daily at dawn. The system said back. This is too slow. Days are like years. At this time, Lu Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness, did not want to wait a moment. This is how the system is set up. It cannot be changed. The system said coldly. Forget it, I'll get some sleep. I'm in a hurry. Besides, didn't Enzo say that an appointment letter will be sent to me tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll be the president. The domineering president Lu Feng is officially online. Lu Feng thought about it as he retreated from the system, preparing to sleep until the items were refreshed. Then he set an alarm for himself and waited for the refresh. The alarm went off at exactly 12 a.m. Ding, 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 accompanied by an alarm clock sound. Lu Feng quickly sat up and then entered the system interface at the speed of light. He had just entered when the system prompted for a refresh. Stick to a point. This day's spike item has been refreshed. Please make a choice for the host. Lu Feng sniffed and immediately looked over. This refresh item is Supercar Koenigsegg Agera, worth 27 million renminbi, a large flat in Mission Hills International, Dongcheng District, valued at 74 million renminbi. Rolex Green Ghost Limited Edition, worth $12 million. I really love you so much. System, to know that these things, which I normally don't even see, can actually be here now for me to pick over. You're really too good. I'm not going to be some kind of destined son, Lu Feng said in a stinky voice. Stick to a point. System prompt, please don't daydream. Host, please make your choice immediately. So indifferent. Then I choose the large flat. These three options, it is the most expensive. I always choose the expensive, not to choose the right. This is also conducive to the system you upgrade. Besides, I don't have a place to live yet. As the future president of Ferrari, how can I not have a good place to live? Lu Feng said. Stick to a point. The host has made his choice. One set of large flat in Mission Hills International in the Eastern District. The relevant documents will appear on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks, Lu Feng said as he exited the system, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. The early morning sunlight through the leaves of the trees turned into light spots dripping down on Lu Feng's face, only to see him rubbing his drowsy eyes, yawning, then quickly swooping down to the table. He saw the red book he had been longing for. Ness. Lu Feng called out and quickly opened the real estate license. In the eyes of the eye is Mission Hills International, Dongcheng District, Building 7, 6th floor. The following stamped steel seal and the owner of the name written in the field. None of them told Lu Feng that the house worth 74 million renminbi was his. Excited hearts, trembling hands, get dressed and let's go. Lu Feng hummed as he opened the door to his room and walked out. Early summer mornings are still cool. There is no midday heat. There is just a gentle breeze across the face, like a gentle mother caressing her children. Lu Feng, who had parked his car on the side of the road and bought 2 buns, ate the buns and rode to his big mansion. Shared bikes are not allowed in the neighborhood. At the sound of a cold shout from the security guard, our large homeowner grayed out and parked his car where the shared bikes were set up. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the safety of the owners, no one is allowed in without an appointment. Please notify the owners so we can release them. Is there a possibility that I am the owner? Lu Feng said breathlessly. Excuse me, esteemed owner. 9527 at your service. The security guard said with a quick salute. Do we still need to register? No need. Please show me your evidence and I will arrange for a car to take you in. Hearing this, Lu Feng pulled out the key in his pocket, because the keys were customized, so the security guard only needed a glance to know if it was real or fake. Welcome homeowners. 9527 reporting for duty, the security guard said loudly. Okay, very spirited. Take me to building 7-inch. Lu Feng laughed. He found this security guard very interesting. Led by the security guard, he got into the security car and came to the house he had been longing for. And with excitement, Lu Feng walked into the elevator. After exiting the elevator and looking at the armored entry door in front of him, which was made of alloy armor, Lu Feng's heart had already flown out, and he hurriedly opened the door with the key, not forgetting to record his fingerprints on the door lock. After opening the door, at first glance Lu Feng saw a large dining guest horizontal hall. The decoration that is called a luxury, that is called a pretty. The standard 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom with den and 2 nanny suites total 343 square feet. This will be my house from now on. The first house in Magic City, but definitely not the last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life. Lu Feng, who was standing on the balcony and looking at the distant scenery of the Magic City, thought, the whole city will prostrate itself at my feet. The pale end of the sky is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the sheer green mountains. Just when Lu Feng was thinking about good things, a phone rang again. Hello, I'm the Mission Hills International personal butler. You can call me Xiao Wang. Is the call bothering you? It's to ask if you need to prepare lunch. You still have this service, charge money? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course you don't need to. The property fee you pay includes a subscription fee, the butler said slowly. Then help me get ready. Okay. Lu Feng hung up the phone after saying that, lying on the sofa, just wanting to study the TV. The phone rang again. A look at the note is actually Ferrari's Chun Qian. She called to do what? With doubt, Lu Feng answered the phone. What is it? Ms. Chan, Mr. Lu, your appointment letter came down. I'll send it over to you, but I don't know your location, so I'm calling to ask about it. Chen Qian said gently. Oh, then you send it over to me. I'm on the 6th floor of the 7th building of Mission Hills International. Be safe on the road. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone. But at this time, Chen Qian's side cannot be calm, because as a Magic City local she knows, Mission Hills International, that is Mission Hills International, the average selling price are approaching $100 million of luxury housing. This young man, who had just been appointed president of Ferrari, actually still lived in Mission Hills International. With a messy mood, Chen Qian drove to Mission Hills International, because Lu Feng had notified in advance. Chen Qian also arrived inside the neighborhood without any problems. While walking, Chen Qian visited the neighborhood's luxurious, wannabe rich people. I really have to fight with you guys. This I have to work part-time until when can I afford it? Chen Qian thought in her heart. Clanking sound. With the ringing of the doorbell, Chen Qian arrived at the door of Lu Feng's house, and Lu Feng, who heard the doorbell, walked over and opened the door of the room. Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter from President Enzo. Please sign it. After signing you will be the president of the Asian Regional Division. In the Asian Division you will have the absolute right to speak. Even the president of Enzo need to respect your opinion. Chen Qian handed over the documents as soon as they met. Although the heart of their own poor is very difficult, but the work must continue otherwise the top boss was fired. How to do? Playing workers difficult Okay, Lu Feng took the appointment letter and signed it. So now you, the president's secretary, are the real president's secretary? Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, from now on I will be your soldier. Wherever you point me I will fight. Chen Qian also said with a smile. Chapter 4 President. Please don't do this. Ha ha ha. Very good. My secretary lady. Let's eat here at noon. I just ordered a meal. Lu Feng said with a smile. Then I'm welcome. Chen Qian also returned nonchalantly. After all, she was very interested in this mysterious president. Young and handsome, but also many gold. This is how many girls dream lover. May I have a tour of your house? Chen Qian twisted her head and asked. Sure, let me show you around. Lu Feng agreed quickly. After all, he was also interested in this house. And before he could visit it, Chen Qian came. When Lu Feng brought Chen Qian to the master bedroom, Chen Qian's eyes were immediately attracted, because what appeared in front of her was a super large round bed. Chen Qian estimated that sleeping 4 or 5 people would not be crowded. The capitalists, are they trying to make more people exercise? Chen Qian's mind immediately sprang up. In fact, she really misunderstood Lu Feng, because Lu Feng didn't even know what his master bedroom looked like. I can't believe the master bedroom has a check room inside. So envious and jealous. This was Chen Qian's second thought, because she was now inside the check room of the master bedroom. Looking at the rows and rows of closets made of precious fragrant wood, Chen Qian was completely sour. You have to know that this is Mordor, the international first-class big city. This place she is standing now is inside the top mansion of Mordor, the real inch of land. Chen Qian thought while accidentally pushing open the bathroom door again. Heaven and earth conscience. She really did not mean to push open the bathroom door. Mostly because the door to the master bathroom is just so pretty she doesn't know it's a bathroom. Upon seeing the bathroom, Chen Qian was struck again because this bathroom was bigger than her bedroom. Bathroom inside an oversized double bathtub ruthlessly impacted her mind and soul. Not only a bathtub, the shower also did wet and dry separation. The most excessive is, there is actually a sauna room. Chen Qian curiously touched this and that inside the bathroom. Lu Feng just watched behind him and didn't squeak, mainly because he hadn't seen it himself, so he just let Chen Qian open the way in front of him. Suddenly, Chen Qian did not know what to press. The shower on her head began to spray water. Chen Qian dodged, slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch! Chen Emotion let out a cry of pain. The coveralls also got wet under the spray of the shower, and Lu Feng only reacted when Chen Qian slipped and fell to the ground, spraining her ankle. Are you okay? Lu Feng hurriedly went over to help her up, and then he himself was covered in water by the shower that was spraying water. Don't ask Lu Feng why he didn't turn off the shower first, mainly because he wouldn't either. Hiss. It hurts. I sprained my foot, Chen Xian said with a frown. Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. This look does not matter, because Chen Xian is wearing a short skirt today. A pair of snow-white long legs immediately attracted Lu Feng's eyes, coupled with the fact that at this time, Chen Xian's body was already wet. The white shirt became hidden, and you could already see the black inner lining inside. Lu Feng was instantly mesmerized by what he saw. Hiss. How much longer do you want to see this? Chen Xian's gentle voice with a hint of pain came out, waking up Lu Feng, who was watching mesmerized. Excuse me. Lu Feng hurriedly apologized, then carried Chen Xian to the bedroom. I'll go find you some clothes. You blow dry your hair first. Lu Feng handed the hairdryer to Chen Xian and then escaped out of the room as if he was running away. Put. Chen Xian covered her mouth and laughed as she looked at the escaping Lu Feng. That's pretty cute. You're not still a chick, are you? Chen Xian smiled while looking at her proud figure. Because the blouse was wet, the proudly erect 36 was already clearly visible, coupled with the fact that she wasn't wearing stockings today. Her long, slender legs were covered with water droplets. No wonder it can't be topped, Chen Xian thought to herself. After Lu Feng ran out of the room on this side, his heart was thumping fast. Where had he experienced such a thing? He had been in love, but they had only held hands because of his girlfriend's refusal. Today, suddenly seeing such a tantalizing scene, Lu Feng said that taking this to test the cadres can really not stand it. Lu Feng thought as he went to find clothes for Chen Xian, for the reason that it was unoccupied. The only thing inside the set were the bathrobes in the bathroom cabinets. Lu Feng took a set of pink bathrobe and hurriedly sent it to Chen Xian. Why don't you wear this for now? Give me the clothes and I'll go put them in the dryer for you, Lu Feng said as he handed Chen Xian the bathrobe. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said as she took the bathrobe handed over by Lu Feng. I'll find you some more medicine to revitalize blood circulation and remove blood stasis to apply it to you, Lu Feng said and went out again. Hello, please send over a medicine for me to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, Lu Feng said as he walked out of his room and made a call. The neighborhood housekeeper over here got the call and hoofed it over with a serving of safflower oil. Mr. Lu, this is the safflower oil you asked for. Are you injured? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The butler asked with concern. No thanks, it's just a minor sprain, Lu Feng politely said back. Okay, then I won't bother you. Your lunch will be ready soon. I'll bring it to you later, the butler said and retreated. Lu Feng took the safflower oil to the bedroom. Here's the medicine. Put it on yourself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian who was sitting on the bed wearing a bathrobe. From his angle he could just see that touch of snow white. He forced himself to hold back his reluctance, averted his gaze and handed Chen Xian the medicine. Mr. Lu, I can't bend over right now. Can I trouble you to apply it for me? Chen Xian's soft voice came out as if it still carried a hint of seduction. Alright, Lu Feng could only agree stiffly when he saw this. Gently putting Chen Xian's feet to the right place, Lu Feng opened the safflower oil and poured it on his hand. Then put it on Chen Xian's ankle and slowly rubbed it. The snow-white delicate ankles. In the moment of contact madly teased Lu Feng's little heart. The warm and comfortable touch, so that Lu Feng could not wait to be transformed into a werewolf. Hiss. Mr. Lu, gently, slow down. It hurts a little. Okay, I'll be gentle then. Lu Feng gently cupped Chen Xian's ankle and massaged it, and Chen Xian went from being in pain at the beginning to being comfortable. Those warm big hands gently massaged her ankles. Each pressure was so comfortable that Chen Xian wanted to scream out. The way Mr. Lu is serious is really handsome, Chen Xian thought while enjoying Lu Feng's massage. Well, it's almost ready. After about 5 minutes had passed, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Xian's feet down. Lunch will be here soon. Let me help you over to eat, Lu Feng added. Aha, okay, thank you Mr. Lu, you're so considerate, Chen Xian whispered back. Lu Feng helped Chen Xian slowly walk to the living room and had just sat down when the doorbell rang. Ding dong, here it comes, said Lu Feng, opening the door to his room. He saw the butler from earlier waiting outside the door with a slightly chubby chef pushing a food cart. The moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the cook said in unison, Mr. Lu, have a nice meal. And then he helped Lu Feng carry the sumptuous meal from the food truck to the dining room. Please, it is an honor to serve you, the butler and chef said as they retreated. Cut it out. With the sound of the entry door closing, Lu Feng brought Chen Xian to sit at the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous feast on the table, with abalone and pouring sauce, Australian lobster, and crabs bigger than their faces, Lu Feng and Chen Xian both fell silent, and then said together in their hearts, it's good to be rich. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian turned their ears away from things outside the window and focused on being dry cooks. wiping out all 6 dishes in one soup in a whirlwind. Hiccup, so full propped up. Chen Xian, who had finished her meal, did not care about her image, also lying on the sofa with a big grin like Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, burp, thank you for your hospitality. This is the best meal I've ever had. Chen Xian burped and thanked Lu Feng. You're welcome. Hiccup, who made you my soldier? Hiccup, Lu Feng was also bracing himself until he didn't want to talk. Then the two of them lounged unimaginatively on the couch. By the way, Mr. Lu forgot to tell you something. Chen Xian sat up as if she suddenly thought of something prickly. Chapter 5 Location of the Ferrari Division. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he handed the branch over to you, he would let you be in charge of the entirety of the branch. And he asked you to take a look at which location in Magic City would be good for the branch to be situated in. Chen Xian replied. What? Do you still want me to be responsible for site selection? Aren't they responsible for site selection on their side? Questioned Lu Feng. Yes, Chen Xian said with a smile. So are they ready with the funds and stuff on their side? They're not going to ask me to pay for it, are they? Mr. Enzo has already allocated the startup capital, a total of 500 million renminbi for the initial period, and additional funds will continue to be allocated. Chen Xian returned. Involving this kind of serious matter, she still quickly entered the state. After all, she was a professional. Oh, that's good. Then let me prepare for it and see where it would be more appropriate to choose. Lu Feng said calmly. Okay, then just let me know directly when you've made your selection. Chen Xian looked at Lu Feng, who agreed with a calm face, and thought, it looks like there is really a big brother behind the existence of otherwise the site selection of such a big thing. Lu looks like the president is not on the mind. It must be a good idea. You know, it's not that easy to set up a branch in Mordor. Not even if you're a Ferrari. There are too many people and too many things involved. And you even need permission from the government. Chen Xian's side is thinking nonsense. Lu Feng's side is actually panicking in his heart. He was just a fresh graduate. What did he know about site selection, and what experience did he have? There were no contacts either, but he could only pretend to be calm in front of his employees. Then Mr. Lu, I'll go back first. It's very embarrassing to disturb you for such a long time and let you treat me to dinner. Next time I'll treat you, Chen Xian said while standing up. Okay, can you drive with your feet now? Or else I'll send you back. Lu Feng also stood up. No, thank you, Mr. Lu, I'm already much better. I'm really troubling you, Chen Xian said. Then you can take this bottle of safflower oil back and apply it a couple more times. Thank you then, I'll leave first. You don't have to see me off. With the clicking sound of the door closing, Chen Xian left. And at this time, Lu Feng was also returning to his bedroom to prepare for another nap. After all, he didn't sleep well last night. Just lying on the bed he smelled a good smell. It turned out to be the smell of Chen Xian's body. So Lu Feng smelled Chen Xian's body fragrance and fell asleep. June evening, the evening sun in the sky red reflection. Although not as hot as at noon, but after a day of exposure to the sun, the air still has the smell of heat. The leaves are also rolled up. With the sound of stretching, Lu Feng also woke up from his sleep. Hey, this branch site were good. The Golden Triangle region has long been no empty position. Other places are not good to find. Cannot be selected in the suburbs. Lu Feng agonized. Forget it, let's go eat first. Don't want to. Can't go look for it tomorrow. Still need to buy a car. Otherwise my hallowed Ferrari president can't keep pedaling a shared bicycle. Right. Thinking about Lu Feng and agonized. Although he is now the president of Ferrari, but also live in a large mansion, but he has no money. He is now less than $2,000 in the bank card. After leaving the door, Lu Feng also has been thinking about these things. Unknowingly walked to a barbecue restaurant, and then walked in ready to eat something first. Boss, grill 5 skewers of cashews, 10 skewers of mutton kebabs, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng shouted. Okay, take a seat. It will be ready in a minute, the owner promised. After about 10 minutes, the steaming barbecue was brought up with a yell from the owner. Lu Feng was drinking beer and jerking off while he was having a good time when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Landwind. 2 young guys walked side by side. Turned out to be his college roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li. The two are hometown. So after graduation also lived together. It's you guys, come and have a drink. Lu Feng greeted. They were still on good terms. After all, they slept in the same dormitory. You kid is hiding here alone to eat well. Do not call us, Zhang Kai said smilingly, then sat next to Lu Feng with Lu Li. I'm out here to take a break and have a drink. Lu Feng smiled back. You can't still have not come out. If I say Su Lily is not worthy of you at all, that's the scum girl, Zhang Kai, who was on the side, said again. No, it's not because of this matter. I just simply want to have a drink. Lu Feng helplessly returned. Che, see if I believe it, Lu Li chimed in. Really? I just thought I'd come out for a drink. I'm really long over the breakup. Looking at Lu Feng's serious look, Lu Li and Zhang Kai also put their hearts down. Then we brothers will have a good drink today, Zhang Kai said as he opened a bottle of beer, and Lu Li on the other side opened a bottle as well. Okay. The three then clinked glasses. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked with a mumble in his mouth as he munched on a kebab. Found it right away. Lu Feng returned. He could not say I am now the president and will take off soon. People will treat him as a cutie. Aha, get a job and do it first. Then find a good job while you're at it. If you really can't come to our company, intern 4,500. 5 insurance and gold and everything. 8 days off per month. Zhang Kai also said. No need. My side will soon be admitted as well. So in case I really can't mix it up one day, I will definitely go to join you guys. Lu Feng said with a smile. Okay, then, without further ado, you kid is so handsome and capable. You can definitely succeed. Magic City so many rich women. In case one day you kid was on the lookout. Soaring, our brother and sister still have to let you mention it. Lu Li also joked. By the way, old Lu, in the next couple of days for the class reunion, you kid can't be late. Zhang Kai suddenly said. Class reunion? Alright, I know. Let me know the location when the time comes and I'll be there. Lu Feng replied. But I'm telling you in advance, Lily Sue will be there too. And she might even bring that boyfriend who's more than 20 years older than her. You cannot be impulsive. I heard that this old boyfriend of his is a supplier of a certain real estate company. It is also considered to be black and white. Lu Li also interjected. Don't worry, it won't happen. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Besides, she's really not worth it. Lu Feng gave them a reassuring look and said. Alright, drink, Lu Feng said as he picked up his wine glass. It was late into the night before a few people dispersed. Gone. Take it easy on the road. Got it. Don't forget the reunion. Lu. Got it. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Lu Feng could only promise once again. It was a drink they had for 4 or 5 hours and didn't break up until almost midnight. Then Lu Feng waddled alone to the neighborhood and returned home with the assistance of the neighborhood housekeeper. A full 3 years of affection. How could it be put down so easily? Thinking that his girlfriend gave up on him because he had no money and turned into someone else's arms, Lu Feng felt that he was blind and didn't see through his ex-girlfriend's disguise earlier. Stick to a point. The daily spike items of the limited time spike system have been refreshed. The items in this refresh are as follows. Chapter 6 Tianyu Group. Jingle bells ling ling. Early in the morning Lu Feng was called up by the alarm clock. Stretched, turned off the alarm clock ready to turn over and continue to sleep. He dreamed last night, dreaming that he and Chen Shen ate together, shopped together, and finally returned home in bed. So he was tired and sore and just about ready to go back to sleep. But then he sat up violently. It seems like I forgot something very important, Lu Feng said to himself alone. I'll go. It's time for the spike system to be refreshed. Thinking of this, he hurriedly focused his mind into the brain world. And then he saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. $30 million in cash, legally and legally credited to the host's bank card. 6 stores on Shifeng Avenue, worth 52 million renminbi. 10% stake in Tianyu Group, worth 2 billion renminbi. System, please accept my knees. You're my god. Lu Feng exaggerated. Ignoring Lu Feng's weirdness, the system indifferently prompted. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host, I choose 3. Must choose 3. 2 billion. This time I shall not be worth more than 4 billion. Lu Feng thought prettily. Stick to a point. The host has made his choice. 10% shares of the Tianyu Group. The share transfer book. Please go to the Tianyu Group of companies to pick it up. Why isn't it delivered directly to me and you still have to pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his incomprehension. Stick to a point. Each time an item is delivered it is randomized, the system replied. Alright, I know. Just in time to go out for breakfast. Lu Feng then prepared to get dressed and get up. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast. On the other hand, Tianyu Group has become a mess. The company's executive president suddenly received a call from the chairman of the board, who has retired to the second line for a long time. The content of the phone call is that he failed to invest. The capital chain is broken. Have no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to tide over the difficulties. When the executive president knows this thing directly froze. A drop. It was only when the cell phone hung up with a beeping busy sound that Wang Yu reacted. This is going to be a change for the company. Wang Yu muttered. It is important to realize that Tianyu has always been a one-trick pony for the old directors, holding 100% of the shares in their hands and saying nothing. Now that there is an additional major shareholder with 10% of the shares, I wonder what changes will be made to the company's situation. Perhaps he, the president, will be affected. Ding! Wang Yu, who was thinking nonsense, was startled by the computer's beep, and looked down to see the documents sent by the old director. Written on it are the names and photos of the new shareholders. And looking at the photo of Lu Feng, who is too young to be young again, Wang Yu's heart is also in a state of confusion. Xiao Lu, come here for a second. With the sound of the secretary pushing the door in, Wang Yu said without lifting his head, the company has a new shareholder. This is his name and photo. Take it and go downstairs to the front desk to make arrangements. The new shareholder will come over to sign the contract today. Yes, President. Then the secretary took the information and went downstairs to the front desk to make arrangements. Over here, our protagonist is leisurely riding his bike with a donut in his hand, eating it as he rushes in the direction of Tianyu Mansion. Squeal! The brakes squeal. Lu Feng parked the shared bicycle and looked up at the building in front of him. The 4 words Tianyu Group flashed in gold above the building, almost blinding Lu Feng's eyes. There was no old face-punching routine, and the security guard just did a check-in and let them right in when they knew they had an appointment. Lu Feng then found the front desk. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I think you should have been notified. Please take me over to your president. Lu Feng said as he looked at the 3 ladies at the reception desk. Yes, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Led by the front desk lady, Lu Feng followed. As soon as they left on the front foot, the 2 remaining front desk ladies started talking on the back foot. Wow, is this our new director? So young and handsome, receptionist B says. Yes, he's really handsome. Not only handsome, he smiles so softly and nicely, front desk C said. Such a perfect man would be great if he were my date. Don't you think so much? A man so handsome and so rich is not something a little person like us can climb up to. How do you know until you try? Just in case the director likes me just the way I am. Just as the 2 receptionist ladies were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Hello, I'm the CEO of the Tianyu Group. My name is Wang Yu. With the 2 men shaking hands and then exchanging names, the 2 men sat down. Lu Dong, hello, I have been notified. This is the share transfer agreement. After saying that, Wang Yu took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group would be transferred to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at how great the system was. It was so well done. And then Lu Feng signed his name at the signature. Trouble you, Lu Feng said politely. This is my part. Do you need me to show you around the group? Wang Yu said. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office. And along the way Wang Yu was introducing Lu Feng to the company. Lu Dong, our company started out as a real estate company, and after the original capital accumulation, we have now ventured into other industries as well. Today the market capitalization has reached $20 billion. Of course you must already know all this, but I still feel the need to tell you about it. Well, I already know all that you said. Let's talk about the rest. Lu Feng said seemingly flatly. In fact, he knows a hammer. He does not know anything. He only knows that 10% of the shares are worth $2 billion, but he is a director. He cannot panic. To be stable. Wang Yu was also secretly surprised when he saw the calm face of Lu Feng. It's worthy of being a big shot who threw away thousands of dollars to take 10% of the group's shares, having such a good mindset at such a young age. Lu Dong, you see, this site is the property of our group's new development district. Unconsciously Wang Yu leads Lu Feng to the company's sand simulation room. Looking at a high building on the sandboard, Lu Feng is also very excited. After all, when these houses are sold, his wallet will also bulge. Very good, very good, Lu Feng exclaimed. So we're pretty much done shopping on our side. I'm calling a meeting on my side to welcome you today. After all, many of the executives and staff don't know you now, don't you think? Lu Feng looked around. Indeed, just now when the 2 of them were strolling around the company, the employees of the company were curious about him. All along the way, there were people muttering about him, curious about his identity and who exactly he was, that he could get the executive president to accompany him to introduce the company. Aha, okay, go ahead and make the arrangements, Lu Feng said after thinking about it. Okay, please wait in my office. Wang Yu returned. Just as Lu Feng returned to drink tea inside his office, Wang Yu urgently gathered the company's executives and managers of various departments and told them to notify down for an emergency meeting. Then before Lu Feng's mind could turn around, he was already pushed onto the conference podium by Wang Yu. Lu Feng has experienced such a big battle. He also used to go to school when the New Year's Day party sang a few songs. But what about either said protagonist? Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state and tactically cleared his throat. Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng. I'm the new director of our Tianyu Group. Many of you, probably, haven't heard of me or seen me. It's okay, you'll all know me after today. And I'm having this meeting today so that you can get to know me, and because I have something to say to you as well. Everyone, No more watery numbers. After Lu Feng stood at the podium and spoke for almost an hour, the meeting was considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Mr. Lu, do you need me to send a car to take you? No thanks. I'll just get back on my own. After refusing Wang Yu's arrangement for a car to take him home, Lu Feng walked out of the Tianyu mansion and then headed straight for his shared bicycle. Chapter 7, Cousin Lu Yanran. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bicycle, headed to the sofa and lay down. Salted. Batting inning glory. Lu Feng said as he took out his cell phone and opened the game and began to operate it. Mage don't take my blue. Asterisk asterisk can a shooter play? CNMLB. With a burst of nationalist output, Lu Feng angrily exited the game. What the hell are all these things? One is more of a pit than the other. Just as Lu Feng was chanting, the phone rang. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Hello. Who? It's me. Brother. Who are you? Lu Feng wondered. It's me. Your eldest uncle's daughter. Lu Yanyan. Came a nice but indignant voice from the other end of the phone. Lu Feng froze before remembering that his eldest uncle's only daughter, Lu Yanyan. It was also his playmate from childhood, 2 years younger than him, and had just gotten into college this year, so he wondered what she was calling about. Yanyan why are you calling all of a sudden? Is there something wrong? Lu Feng asked. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Lu Yanyan's nice voice came out from the phone. No, I'm just curious. You're usually a busy man. You usually don't call me. Lu Feng laughed. Hey, this is not admitted to the university. And then asked Dad to apply for a travel fund. Ready to go to your side of the travel well. Lu Yanyan also said with a smile. Can. Very welcome. So when are you coming over so I can prepare a room for you? Lu Feng asked. It'll probably take a few more days. I'll let you know in advance when I do. And hey, Dad's given me a good amount of money for the campaign this time. So I'll transfer some to you later. That's it. I've got things to do. Wait for my big ride. Bye. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to the busy tone coming from inside the phone. This cousin of his was such a quirky one, but very close to himself. Since he had lost his parents at a very young age, it was his eldest uncle who had brought him up. So naturally he had a good relationship with his eldest uncle, his daughter. As children they climbed trees together in the countryside, caught fish, made traps to catch birds, and went to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied inside the school, she would come crying to him, her older brother, to go and avenge her. Lu Feng would then beat up the one who bullied her severely, and then the result would be that both of them were called to their parents. And the eldest uncle was all worried because of all this. Yes, the little girl has gone to college in the blink of an eye, and he himself hasn't seen him for 3 years. Lu Feng thought with emotion. Lu Feng hasn't been back home since he went to college because he didn't want to keep relying on his uncle, so he chose to work during the holidays to subsidize his studies. Even if his eldest uncle often sends him money over or calls him to come home, he refuses. After all, he wants to support himself on his own. Pay pass to $3,000. Lu Feng's memories were interrupted by the sudden voice prompts, and he looked at his cell phone before realizing that it was Lu Yanran who had transferred the money. My brother was afraid you wouldn't take it, so he transferred it directly. Take it, and when I go over to play with you in the next 2 days, you come and spend the money. Looking at the note left by his sister, Lu Feng's heart was warmed. After all, this was his sister's concern for him. Lu Feng gave his sister a sentence back telling her to be safe on her way here, and was ready to go out for lunch. He was inside the Tianyu Group all morning. Now it's noon. Just go out for lunch, and buy some clothes to wear. After all, he is also a billionaire. Can't always be shorts and undershirts. Cheetah Shopping Plaza. Lu Feng was browsing through the clothing store to see if he could find the clothes of his choice. Just as he was looking at a set of clothes and was about to try them on, a voice suddenly came and interrupted him. Wrap this suit up for me. I'll take it. Lu Feng twisted his head in wonder and looked over, only to realize that it turned out to be the class president of his university. But it's really bad luck, came Lu Feng's mocking comment. It's not that he's deliberately picking a fight. It's just that when he was in school, the so-called class president was jealous of him because of the love letters and confessions that some of the girls wrote to him. So the two of them had been on bad terms since they were in school, and the other party was definitely up to no good when they met today. So there was no need for him to be polite. What do you mean? You poor man, can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan also unceremoniously disliked Lu Feng back. I said it's bad luck to see you. The good mood of the day is gone. Lu Feng also did not show any weakness. It's my bad luck to see you. But how did you get the nerve to go into a luxury store like this? Can you afford this suit you're looking at? How long do you have to work for $28,000? Chu Fan mocked. I'm sorry, since I've got my eye on this suit, I'm going to buy it. Hello, come over here and help me wrap this suit up. Lu Feng said to the guide who was watching from the side. Oh, yes sir. I'll wrap it up for you. The shopper responded in a panic. No, this set of clothes. I'll take it. Chu Fan on the other side also called out. Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan who was arguing with him, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. The next plot won't be that he raises the price to buy it, and then I play the pig to eat the tiger and madly punch him in the face. No. How does such a cheesy trope feel like it's in the world of novels? Lu Feng spat madly in his mind. Sir, we still have several sets of these clothes in the store. Let me wrap up a set for each of you. As the guide's words fell, Chu Fan, who was staggering on the side, froze for a moment, and Lu Feng's side also felt embarrassed. Who let him think so much? Then as the two shoppers wrapped up the two pieces of clothing, Chu Fan also walked away with a constipated expression on his face, and didn't forget to put in a harsh word before leaving. Wait for me at the reunion. Dumped big schoolboy. Lu Feng's side is also paid to take the clothes ready to go back. Don't ask where the money came from. He asked Wan Yu to borrow before he came. Thinking of the embarrassment when he borrowed money, Lu Feng also has a headache. Who would have thought that the rich man who sits on a $4 billion fortune does not have a few $1,000s on him? At that time, people Wang Yu thought they received a fraudulent phone call. Lu Feng, who was out of Cheetah Plaza, was ready to eat something and then go back. Who knew that he had met a familiar face again? Landwind. Lu Feng heard someone calling him and quickly turned his head to look over. Without looking, he was shocked. It turned out to be his ex-girlfriend calling him. Seeing that it was Su Lily, Lu Feng asked indifferently, "Did you call me for something?" "Oh, it's fine. I just saw it was you and then wanted to talk to you." Su Lily smiled back. "If there's nothing else for you to do, I'll be on my way." Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, thinking of the happy times in the past, and then associating it with the scene of a man in his 40s pressing down on her. Lu Feng only felt a wave of nausea. "Don't go yet. Have you found a job yet? Or come work at my boyfriend's company. I'll ask him to arrange an easy position for you. It's also worthy of our previous relationship," Su Lily said arrogantly. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng was really speechless. How in the world did she call someone older than her dad her boyfriend? How did she call out ah? Lu Feng was now just wanting to leave quickly because he suddenly realized that he didn't recognize his ex-girlfriend in front of him. "No need. I've already found a job on my own, so I don't need you to worry about it. You have the time to chat with me or spend more time with your boyfriend." Lu Feng directly refused. "Baby, what are you doing here?" Just as Lu Feng had finished his words, an obese and bald man ran over, and with his footsteps, his immense beer belly swayed. Lu Feng was also speechless when he saw this scene. Just Su Lily, the small body, shall not be crushed to death by this so-called boyfriend of his. "Oh, just chatting with my ex-boyfriend." Su Lily smoothly fell into the arms of the fat man. "Ex-boyfriend? It's the ex-boyfriend that you dumped." The fat man heard and couldn't help but look at Lu Feng and sized him up. "Che, nothing but handsome," the fat man said disdainfully. "Yeah, I was in school and didn't know any better, and he was chasing after me, so I reluctantly agreed. But he and I are innocent. You know this husband." Su Lily hurriedly defended herself to the fat man. "Ha ha 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 ha, of course you're innocent. I knew it the first night we met." When the fat man heard Su Lily say that, he laughed on the spot. "Nasty. You're so bad." Su Lily pretended to be shy and whacked the fat man. "Ha ha 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 ha, men aren't bad. Women aren't good." "Baby, what did you tell him?" the fat man asked with a bad smile. "Did not say anything. Is to see him poor. Want you to help him. Let him go to your company to work. After all, he is also people's first love." Well, Su Lily pampered. "Ha ha ha, well, since baby asked, you're coming to my company. I see you have a good image. Come over and work for me as a security guard. I'll give you $5,000 a month. How about it?" The fat man sniffed disdainfully. Lu Feng, who had already endured for a long time at this time, directly disliked him back. "Just you? You have a tank thick, no tank high. In addition to the ass is the waist of the contestant. Hair thin mosquito stand up to break the foot. You are also worthy of. You two are stinky fish with rotten shrimp. Perfect match." At those words, both the fat man and Su Lily were stunned and stood there for a moment both confused. Lu Feng, on the other hand, turned his head and ran away. "You ask me why I ran? Do you think that the several big men standing behind the fat man are just for show?" Just when Lu Feng had already run out of sight, the fat man and Su Lily reacted. "Give me chase. Find him and break his legs for me," the fat man said furiously. A few brawny men heard the boss's order and hurriedly chased after him. "Husband, don't be angry." Su Lily hurriedly comforted the fat man. "Pop." The fat man directly slapped Su Lily's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I'll clean you up properly at night. Don't you have a class reunion? I'll go too. I'm going to make him eat his words. Chapter 8, Collecting Rent in Times Square. Over here, Lu Feng flew all the way to the place where he parked his bike, then rode it and ran away. What a bad day. Running into 2 in a row. He spat as he rode. In a short while to the home. Back home Lu Feng walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Lying on the bed. The result is just lying on the bed. Sat up. I'm going to go. I'm just running away. I didn't eat. Order a takeout. Then Lu Feng opened his cell phone and clicked on the My Demo takeaway. Skillfully ordered takeout. Saved the address of Mission Hills International. And then opened the short Shake Shack video and swiped it. Clanking sound. Just as Lu Feng was getting a kick out of watching the long-legged beauty, the doorbell rang. Hello owner, 9527 at your service. Here's your takeout. With a burst of familiar introductory words, Lu Feng froze, because standing in front of him was none other than the neighborhood property security guard. Number 9527. Why you? Where's my delivery man? Lu Feng questioned. In order to ensure the safety of the owner's lives and properties, all takeouts are delivered by our property staff. 9527 exclaimed. Well, hard work guys. It's our honor to serve you. And with that, 9527 handed the takeout to Lu Feng and left. It's worthy of being a mansion. Unlike some neighborhoods that don't let takeout workers in and don't even deliver themselves, letting the owners come and get it. Lu Feng spat. Back to the room Lu Feng opened the takeaway and ate. After all, it was almost evening now. He hadn't eaten after a busy day. I wanted to have a good meal at Chanda Plaza, but I slipped out of the meal because I was angry at the fat man. Lu Feng, who had finished eating, also simply washed up, and then lay down on the bed again, ready to sleep. After all, at 12 a.m., he still had to see if the system could refresh him with any good things. Ding ding ding. With the alarm clock ringing, Lu Feng also quickly sat up from the bed, not caring about the sleepiness, and immediately focused on entering the system. Let me see if the system can refresh anything good today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Stick to a point. Time-limited items have been refreshed. A system beep came to his ears, and hearing the system beep, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The items in this refresh are as follows. 1 Times Square, worth 1.5 billion renminbi. 1 Audi R8, worth 2.4 million renminbi. Armani clothing combo set, worth 12 million renminbi. Lu Feng looked at the 3 options in front of him and fell into a deep thought. Although he is very short of cars, but the value of the car refreshed this time is not high. If the expensive sports car is chosen, but this time forget it. A full set of Armani clothing, and I had just bought a suit myself, so I didn't need it, so that left me with the first option. I thought the first option would bring out Times Square worth $1.5 billion, and the second and third options would be better, but it turned out to be better than a dish. Lu Feng muttered. System, I choose the first one. Stick to a point. The host has made his choice. Choice 1. Times Square is worth 1 renminbi. 5 billion and the documents will be delivered by courier at 8 in the morning. As the system's words fell, Lu Feng's value increased by another $1.5 billion. Okay, this time it's still good. It's delivered directly to the doorstep, Lu Feng said and exited the system. After all, it's early morning and he still has to sleep. Early the next morning there was a knock at the door. Thud. Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up again by the knocking on the door, but he wasn't the least bit upset. Instead he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. Hello, your delivery, please sign for it, said the helmeted courier boy. Aha, okay, hard work. Lu Feng took the pen and signed. With a click, along with the sound of the door closing, Lu Feng also opened the file bag and took out the contents. Without the slightest hesitation he signed the document. After all, he still trusted the system. The night has given me eyes with which I seek the light. Accompanied by a ringing phone, Lu Feng also picked up the phone full of questions. Don't ask why the cell phone ringtone isn't Pale End of Days Is My Love's anymore. He wants a change of pace. Just as I picked up the phone, I heard a nice voice coming from the phone. Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Lu Feng? I'm the manager of the Times Square property. My name is Wang Shui. The voice on the phone introduced herself. I'm Luck Feng. What can I do for you? It's like this. The rent for Times Square in your name is going to be collected this month as well. So we'd like to ask you to come over for a moment to see if the rent needs to go up for the next quarter. Then you will give us your account again, and we will collect the rent uniformly and pay it to your account, said Wang Shui. Okay, then I'll be there later. As soon as he heard that there was money to be taken, Lu Feng was overjoyed. Not to mention that he was now worth billions of dollars, but he didn't have much money on him. The 500 million that Ferrari had called in was on the company's account and didn't have much to do with him personally, and it wasn't time for Tianyu Group to pay dividends, so he himself was still a pauper. Master, Just pull over, Lu Feng said to the driver driving in front of him. That's right, he took a taxi today and didn't ride a shared bike. In his words, are you kidding me? I'm going to be rich soon. What kind of shared bike do I ride? Take a taxi. I must take a taxi. Lu Feng just got off the car and saw several people in suits standing at the entrance of the square. Both men and women. No surprise it should be the square property people waiting for him. On the other side of the Wang Shui after hanging up the phone is also mobilized without stopping. First of all, arrange the staff underneath to go one by one to notify the plaza inside the merchants, so that they pay attention to the image, pay attention to health. Then she arranged for the cleaning staff to clean the public hygiene inside the plaza, while she herself waited for Lu Feng's arrival at the entrance with the property staff. You ask her why she's so grand. It can't be helped if it's not grand. Now that the plaza has changed owners, people can replace the entire property company if they're not happy. At that time dozens of people have to roll away. Wang Shui fought for so many years to climb to the position of general manager. In case something upset Lu Feng and then replaced the entire property company, Wang Shui would have no place to cry. Holding an apprehensive mood, Wang Shui led the property staff to finally wait for Lu Feng after waiting for half an hour. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Ah, you're Mr. Lu, so young and talented. You're much more handsome in person than in the photo. Wang Shui in the first moment of seeing Lu Feng is a meal of praise, and then make every effort to curry favor with Lu Feng. Can't wait to go to accompany Lu Feng at night. Anyway, it's not like she's losing out. Lu Feng is so handsome and rich, so maybe she can rely on Lu Feng to climb up the ladder again. Just like that, Lu Feng finished strolling through the square amidst Wang Shui's incessant compliments. Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied with our management? Wang Shui asked carefully from the side. And at this moment, Lu Feng was sitting in Wang Shui's general manager position reading the report. Well, it's managed okay, Lu Feng replied without lifting his head, continuing to flip through the report in his hands. When Wang Shui heard such a cold answer from Lu Feng, she thought that she had done something wrong and made this new boss unhappy, and her heart was instantly cooled down. In fact, how could Lu Feng think so much? He was now shocked by the rent collection report in his hand. Quarterly rent for store 07 is $120. 000. Quarterly rent for store 08 is $10. 800. Quarterly rent for store 15 is $140. 000. There's about 100 stores like this in Times Square. Note, a quarter is 3 months, and stores vary in size, so rents also vary. After reading it, he said that in the future, this is still what to create a business directly collect rent. Finally, in Wang Shui's uneasy mood, Lu Feng finished reading the report. Alright, I've finished reading the report. Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui hurriedly responded. Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied? Well, this rent is fine. Don't raise the rent next quarter. We also have to consider the situation of the commercial tenants. As for when the rent will rise, I will inform you, Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu is wise, Wang Shui said with another ass-kiss. Alright, you shouldn't keep kissing my ass. I know what you think. Afraid that I'll replace your property, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm being honest. Seeing that Lu Feng had uncovered her trick, Wang Shui instantly panicked. You don't have to be afraid. Your company is managed pretty well. Before I came here I was also thinking that I will replace you if you are not managed well. So fortunately you are managed well. So, General Manager Wang, keep up the good work, Lu Feng said slowly. After listening to Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui's hanging heart was finally put down. Although she was more utilitarian, but she still had professional means. Otherwise she couldn't sit in the position of general manager. Thank you Mr. Lu for your compliments. These are what we should do. We will continue to try to manage it well, Wang Shui said happily. Alright, I'll give you the account number. When you collect all the rent then, just call me directly. Lu Feng got up and said. Okay, I will definitely transfer it to you on time, Wang Shui said hurriedly. Aha, then I'll go first, Lu Feng said. I'll see you off. Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. No need. By the way, go back and notify. Double the salary of all your property staff this month, and after that the salary goes up by 30%. As for the money needed, just take it from my rent, Lu Feng said while waving his hand. In order for a horse to run, you have to let the horse be full. This is a truth that he still understands. After Lu Feng exited the square, the property staff clattered and all gathered around Wang Shui. Chapter 9, Shin Chanu. Sister Wang, what did that Mr. Lu say? He's not going to replace our company, is he? Yes. Why don't you say something, Sister Wang? It's over. I'm going to lose my job. This Mr. Lu looks so handsome. People are still thinking about whether to give him a chance to chase me. but the result is that he turns around and fires us. Just as the employees were chattering away, Wang Shui finally spoke. Quiet, Wang Shui said. Don't make any wild guesses. Mr. Lu is still satisfied with our work, and he said he'd let us continue to manage for him, so you're not out of a job. Just as Wang Shui had finished speaking, the crowd next to her exploded. Yay carrot oh carrot, I knew Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us for managing so hard. Hey, finally I don't have to be unemployed. It's not easy to find such a good job and such a good leader like Sister Wang. Then since Mr. Lu hasn't fired us, I've decided to give him a chance to chase me when the time comes. Che, don't be so self-absorbed. What kind of person is Mr. Lu? It's your good fortune to be able to look at you one more time. Just as the crowd was in chaos again, Wang Shui was again in time to call them off. Ahem. Hearing Wang Shui tactically clear her throat, the employees all looked over. Next, tell everyone a good news. Mr. Lu said that this month's salary doubled. Everyone happy or not? Wang Shui also said with a smile. The crowd, after a brief silence, instantly boiled over like boiling water. Carrot oh carrot. Happy, smiley face. Long live Mr. Lu, long live Sister Wang. The employees celebrated happily. Stop, there's more good news to tell, added Wang Shui. As soon as the employees heard that there was good news, they immediately stopped clamoring and looked at Wang Shui. Mr. Lu said that after that, the salary will go up by 30%. Wang Shui's words just fell, and the crowd clamored again. Alright, let's all go to work in peace. Mr. Lu has given us such great benefits, we have to repay him as well. Seeing the employees clamoring again, Wang Shui hurriedly called a halt. After the employees had all gone out, Wang Shui also sat down. Phew, this day by day is really tiring, said Wang Shui, but she did smile at the thought of the rising wages. On the other hand, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square and also walked aimlessly on the street. Although he had numerous industries under his name, he was actually a big idler. Ferrari branch is not well established. His president is not much use. Tianyu Group has Wang Yu at the helm. It is not his turn to worry about. Times Square is the full let the property company agent. Just when Lu Feng was ready to take a car back to play the game, he saw an old man fell not far away. He rushed over to help up the old man. Granny, are you alright? Lu Feng asked. The old lady immediately ouched when she saw that it was a young man who helped her. Egu, it hurts me. You young scion hit my wife. You can't run. The old lady cried out in pain as she tugged on Lu Feng with a deadly grip. What's wrong with you? I was kind enough to help you up. Why are you still relying on me? Lu Feng questioned angrily. I don't care. It's you who knocked me down. Otherwise, why did you help me? You compensate me for the money. I'm an old man, I'm easy, the old lady said unreasonably. Hearing the words of the old lady, Lu Feng understood. He has encountered bumper porcelain. This kind of bad luck can also let him encounter really unlucky to home. Old lady, I can warn you, here can be all the surveillance. Is your own fall. I kindly help you up. You do not hear blood, or I will call the police. Lu Feng saw that the pedestrians were all casting their gazes on them and hurriedly said, You call the police, you bully an old lady. No justice, Everyone come over to see, In broad daylight, young lad bullied the old lady. He also want to call the police to arrest me. The old lady became even more reckless once she heard Lu Feng say this. Lu Feng looked at the crowds of eaters that surrounded him and also decisively took out his cell phone to call the police. And as soon as the old lady saw Lu Feng calling the police, she also called her son to come over in a hurry. Not 2 minutes later, a bald man with tattoos on his arms walked over, and as he did, he said, Who's bullying my mom? Looking for death. Lu Feng looked at the bald man who came to him and also did not wimp out in the slightest. I saw your mother fall and kindly helped your mother up, and your mother bit me back, saying I knocked her down. My mom how not blackmail other people, not you hit you why come to help her. The man did not reasoning said, Ouch, I'll be damned. Not bad for a mother and son. Lu Feng spat in his heart, and just as he wanted to dislike him back he heard a cool yet gentle voice coming from him. According to this gentleman, does it mean that your mother is not allowed to be helped even if she falls on the ground? And if someone is helped is he knocked down? The bald man heard the voices also clamored, which is nosy. Believe it or not, I get you dead. Lu Feng also looked to the side, only to see a girl standing there in a long white dress with daisy decorations on her wrists and hair. She was slender, a goose egg-shaped face like jade, skin racing snow, beautiful eyes like autumn water like clear. The whole person looks fresh, under the reflection of the hot summer sun, like a jasper lotus leaves on a dewdrop, crystal clear, bright and dazzling. The girl continued to speak. I'm the one who said it, and you're not allowed to say anything when you're slandering good people? The man was also dumbfounded. He had never seen such a good-looking girl, as if she had walked out of a painting. For a moment he forgot to retort. Shen Chuankue, how come it's you? Come to me quickly, Lu Feng hurriedly said. He was afraid that the man would strike again in case he got annoyed. Shin Chanu walked over when she heard Lu Feng's words. Lu, long time no see. Shin Chanu greeted softly. Long time no see, long time no see. Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and also greeted her shyly. No way. Who could top such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and greeting herself? Just as Lu Feng was about to say a couple more words to Shin Chanu, the man's rude voice came again. Who told you guys to flirt here? The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw that the pretty girl had been gently looking at Lu Feng. He couldn't stand it anymore. Raising his hands to fight, Lu Feng saw that the other party was ready to make a move and hurriedly pulled Shin Chang Kite behind him, while he himself stood in front ready to make a move with the man. And as Shin Changkue looked at Lu Feng's back and watched him trying to protect himself, the corner of her mouth gently curled up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to do it? Just when Lu Feng was about to make a move with the bald man, the police rushed over, and as soon as the old lady saw that the police were coming, she was ready to be wicked. Comrade policeman, it's them, these two youngsters, who knocked me, an old man of several dozen years, to the ground and beat my son. The old man's words had just been said. Lu Feng was happy. Really, people don't have a face. The world is invincible. Ah. Hearing the old man say that, the police looked at Lu Feng. Do you have anything to say? Said the slightly older policeman. Uncle Police, you can ask the surrounding people, or you can also call up the nearby surveillance. Lu Feng had the courage to say. The two policemen then questioned the people who were eating around them, and then called up the CCTV and saw that it was the old man who had fallen down by himself. Then Lu Feng kindly went to help her, and she bit back. Not only that her son was actually ready to hit someone. After understanding what happened, the old lady and his son were also taken away by the police, and when they were leaving the old lady was still screaming that Lu Feng had touched her. As the police took the mother and son away, the surrounding crowd of eaters slowly dispersed, leaving Shin Changkue and Lu Feng on the field. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, the two people said in unison, and then closed their mouths at the same time. Looking closely, Lu Feng's ears were already red, while Shin Changkue also lowered her head shyly. Chapter 10, Dining with the Schoolgirl. Why is student Shin here? Or Lu Feng broke the awkwardness and asked. I just happened to be passing by and then saw the scene and came over to check it out, Shin Changkue said as he lowered his head and fiddled back and forth with a few slender fingers. Thank you for speaking up for me today, Lu Feng said in thanks. You're welcome, carrot, hashtag. Mr. Lu, Shin Changkue smiled gently. Have you eaten yet? Let me treat you to dinner, Lu Feng asked. As soon as she heard that Lu Feng was going to take her to dinner, Shin Changkue's eyes narrowed in happiness. Afraid of being discovered by Lu Feng hastily lowered his head again, and then softly said to the road, Can it, will not disturb you? Lu Feng, who heard the words, said, How come? It's my honor to dine with big schoolgirl Shin. That's right, Shin Changkue is the school flower of Magic City University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng also knows little about this mysterious school flower, because Shin Changkue is a senior year transferred over. I heard that it is the imperial capital side over. Just transferred to the University of Finance and Economics on the basis of the heavenly beauty directly by the whole school, men rated as the new school flower. Even girls can't afford a little bit of jealousy when facing Shin Changkue. There is only endless envy. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shin Changkue took out her cell phone and sent a message before putting it back inside her small bag. Just as Shin Changkue had just put her cell phone into her bag, a black commercial car that had been parked on the side of the road from the beginning drove away. Then Mr. Lu, where do you want to take me to eat? Shin Changkue said as she tilted her head and looked at Lu Feng with a smile. I'll take you to a particularly delicious noodle shop. The owner's crab meat noodles are a masterpiece. Lu Feng immediately said back. Nah, then I'll listen to Mr. Lu's arrangement. Lu Feng sniffed and called a cab on his cell phone, and the two of them got in and set off for the noodle shop. This is the place, Lu Feng introduced to Shin Changkue. Shin Changkue, who just got off the bus, looked at the small store of less than 20 square meters in front of him and was also curious about how delicious it could be. That's right, Lu Feng brought Shin Changkue to the noodle restaurant that he often ate at, and just as soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of crab meat noodles with a double portion of crab meat and a chilled spicy crayfish. Yes, right away, the owner agreed. Yo, is this Xiao Lu's girlfriend? She's really good looking. The boss flirted when he saw Shin Changkue behind Lu Feng. No, it's not. We are classmates. We just happened to meet today, so we'll have a meal together, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. You see, I believe it or not, just classmates happen to meet. You kid will bring people over for dinner, the boss said with a smile. It's really not true, Uncle Chen. You hurry up and go cook. Fearing that Shin Chanu would misunderstand, Lu Feng hurriedly told his boss to go cook. Seeing that the boss went to the back kitchen to cook, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and brought Shin Chanu to find a seat. Student Shin, don't be angry. Boss, he's just joking. Lu Feng, who sat down, explained to Shin Chanu. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Chanu smiled and said, "It's okay, Lu, I won't be angry. The boss is also concerned about you before asking. I understand." Lu Feng also took a long breath of relief when he saw that Shin Chanu was not angry. Only he didn't know that when the boss misunderstood that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Shin Chanu didn't explain, but instead laughed happily. Here's the noodle. As the owner's words fell, 2 bowls of appetizing crab meat noodles were brought up, covered with a thick layer of crab meat and garnished with some chopped scallions. Lu Feng and Shin Chanu drooled as they watched. "Thank you, uncle." Shin Chanu tenderly thanked the owner of the pavilion. "Ha ha 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 ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Hurry up and try it." The boss was also very happy to hear Shin Chanu thanking him. Lu Feng, who was on the side, also said, "Student Shin, hurry up and mix the noodles, or else they should be lumped off." "But, Lu, I'm from the north. This is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodle today. I'm not very good at mixing it. Can you help me?" Shin Chanu said as she looked at Lu Feng with a gentle gaze. "Sure, I'll mix it for you first." Lu Feng sniffed and agreed directly without much thought. Shin Chanu, who looked at Lu Feng mixing the noodles for herself, also smiled wryly, then held her chin and looked at Lu Feng with a happy face. Just as Lu Feng was mixing the noodles for Shin Chanu, the boss came over again, holding 2 plates, one with crayfish and the other with hand-beaten shrimp balls. "Your crawfish is also ready," the owner said while putting the lobster on the table. "Uncle Chen, we didn't order shrimp balls." Lu Feng saw the boss put another handmade shrimp ball on the table and said suspiciously, "I know you guys didn't order any. This is what I sent you. Your kid brought his girlfriend over for the first time today. This is for you," Uncle Chen said with a smile. Uncle Chen, we're really just ordinary friends. Don't make any blind guesses." Lu Feng immediately became anxious when he heard this. "Thank you, uncle." Just when Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shin Chanu said softly. The boss was also happy to see Shin Chanu thanking him and walked away. Lu Feng was a bit confused as he looked at Shin Chanu. "Uncle has served it up, so of course I'm sorry not to take it." Seeing that Lu Feng kept looking at himself, Shin Chanu hurriedly explained. Lu Feng didn't think much when he heard it, and picked up the noodles and ate them. Shin Chanu saw Lu Feng start to eat, and he himself ate them in a civilized manner. The meal lasted almost half an hour before it was over. "Have you eaten yet, Shin?" Lu Feng asked as he took a sip of water. "Aha, eat well, it's too delicious. Today's meal is so happy," Shin Chanu seemed to say with a sense of humor. "I guess it's too delicious." Lu Feng thought so. After all, he also ate it once and fell in love with this noodle. "Bye boss." After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shin Chanu walked out of the noodle shop. The trees along the roadside were arranged in an orderly fashion, their canopies shading the sky. There was not a hint of breeze in the air. Cicadas chirped from between the dense branches and leaves. The fine green leaves were turned over by the sun, and a few birdsongs came from afar, melodious and melodious. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, I'm very happy today," Shin Chanu, who was getting into the car, said with a smile. Looking at the smiling pretty girl in front of him, Lu Feng felt as if a breeze was coming, cool and comfortable. "You're welcome, slow down on the way back. Pay attention to safety," said Lu Feng, who also smiled and closed the door for Shin Chanu. Looking at the cab that was moving away, Lu Feng felt as if he was suddenly missing something. His heart was empty. "Forget it, don't want to think so much. Go home and play the game." Lu Feng also took a cab and went home. This side of Shin Chanu just got on the car and walked not long after letting the driver pull over. The driver was also puzzled and couldn't figure out what this pretty little girl was going to do, but did as he was told. After all, the customer is God. Just as the driver had stopped the car, a stretch Maybach pulled up next to the cab, and then a woman dressed as a secretary came down and opened the cab's door. "Miss, I've come to take you back." Hearing this, the driver was dumbfounded. Who was he talking about? It couldn't have been that pretty little girl in the back row. Hadn't she just gotten on? Just as the driver was messing around with his thoughts, Shin Chanu got out of the car, and then the secretary-like female opened the back door of the Maybach for Shin Chanu to sit on. Shin Chanu, who sat up, seemed to be a different person in an instant. If the Shin Chanu just now gave people the feeling of being gentle, cute, and making people want to protect at the first sight, then the current Shin Chanu gave people the feeling of being cold and haughty. "Don't forget to pay the fare," Shin Chanu said and closed his eyes. The secretary sniffed and pulled $500 out of her bag and handed it to the cab driver, while she herself returned to the Maybach. Looking at the limousine that had already gone away, The cab driver hadn't reacted yet. Looking down at the $500 in his hand, the driver fell into deep thought. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Am I in a movie? The driver muttered. Chapter 11, Class Reunion. Maybach. Miss, the master just called. The secretary in the car said to Shin Chanu in the back row. What's the matter? Shin Chanu returned with a clear and cold voice. Master asked when you will return to the imperial capital. He and madam miss you. You give them a call back. Just tell them that I'll go back after a while, Shin Chanu said when he heard the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want this matter to be spread out today. If you let my parents know, you should be clear about my character, Shin Chanu said faintly again. Yes, ma'am, the secretary responded hastily. After saying the word, Shin Chanu closed her eyes again to fake sleep, but in her heart she was thinking about the time she spent with Lu Feng today, and suddenly, as if she suddenly thought of something happy, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Feng, there's no escaping me, Shin Chanu murmured. Lu Feng, who had returned home, had just laid down on his bed when his cell phone call rang again. Old Lu, class reunion tonight. Don't be late, came Zhang Kai's voice on the phone. Tonight? Okay, I got it. Lu Feng returned. The address is the Tinglong Hotel. Zhang Kai on the phone added. Such a luxurious place, student's wallet can hold up. Lu Feng heard it was Tinglong Hotel questioned. To know the Tinglong Hotel in the Magic City is also very famous. Casually a table of food have to be 2 or 3 million. This is still ordinary rooms. If the high-grade rooms, that casually a table of food have to have 200,000 to the top. Not to mention the top of the senior rooms above the top of the room. That is even more sky-high prices. It's fine. We don't need to pay for it. The class president will pay for it all, Zhang Kai said happily upon hearing Lu Feng's question. All right, then. After listening to Zhang Kai said it was the class president to spend money, Lu Feng's doubts have been solved, but he knows. The class president Chu Fan's family is very rich. Chu Fan's father's family is in the billions of dollars up it. Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng also opened the game as expected, ready to go in for the big kill. Until it gets darker. As the game crystal was broken, Lu Feng also ended his 7-game kneeling streak. Asterisk. What a bunch of teammates. Garbage. Lu Feng kept complaining. Then got dressed and prepared to go out for the class reunion. Summer dusk. Sunset. The sky array of sunshine is no longer so harsh. Soft they match the evening sun, beautiful and touching. Lu Feng's side also arrived at the hotel entrance on time. Old Lu, over here, Zhang Kai shouted to Lu Feng, who was not far away. Seeing that Zhang Kai was calling out to him, Lu Feng also immediately walked over. You kid, you're so late. Everyone is almost here, Zhang Kai said as he put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, while next to him stood Zhang Li. Playing the game is too obsessed. Accidentally overplayed, Lu Feng explained. Well, let's talk later. Let's go in first, said Zhang Li on the side. With a click of the door opening, Lu Feng and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, his classmates greeted him with enthusiasm. If it isn't the Lu de schoolmaster, he has become handsome again after a period of time. A girl wearing sexy black stockings teased. Yeah, with the talent and looks of a big schoolgirl, she should have found a good job. A boy with black glasses also picked up. Ha ha, long time no see everyone, Lu Feng said with a greeting. Alright, all sit down and chat. Zhang Kai pulled Lu Feng to find a seat. How come I haven't seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The squad leader went to look for the hotel manager. Zhang Kai said as he unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng. Because only just graduated not long ago, students are not strangers, so the scene soon came to life. Are in a group of 3 or 5 chatting. Most of the content are some gossip, feelings, and work things. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Chu Fan opened the door and walked in. And as soon as he came in, he saw Lu Feng. Yo, this is not the dumped big school grass. How only just arrived? I thought you dare not come it. Later remember to punish yourself 3 cups. Chu Fan immediately mocked. Hearing Chu Fan mocking himself, Lu Feng was also not willing to show weakness and replied back, just by virtue of you deserve to make me punish myself with 3 cups? What are you? The students next to him saw the 2 people who were in a tit-for-tat situation. They instantly quieted down. After all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan could be the popular figures in their school days. One had money, one had a face, and the 2 of them had not dealt with each other since their school days. Che, just a dumped waste. Letting you drink is giving you face. Chu Fan couldn't get away from the topic of being dumped in 3 sentences. Chu Fan, you can't be too bullying. This matter, Lu Feng is also a victim. At this time the black silk girl on the side couldn't stand to look at it, so she opened her mouth and said. The students next to him were not surprised to see someone speaking for Lu Feng. After all, whenever Lu Feng was targeted by Chu Fan before, The girls in the class would stand out and help Lu Feng dislike him. There's no way. Who let Lu Feng be handsome? No matter how handsome you are, you're not 1/10 as handsome as your readers. What can you say other than taking this matter? How can a punk who can only rely on his own father have the nerve to talk about me? Lu Feng opened his mouth to retaliate. Seeing that the fireworks between the two were getting stronger, the other students hurriedly pulled them apart. As Chu Fan took his seat, the crowd was also instantly split into two groups. One wave surrounding Chu Fan and one wave surrounding Lu Feng. It was just that the people on Lu Feng's side were far from being as many as Chu Fan's. After all, everyone had graduated for a period of time, and had sort of experienced the poisonous beatings of society. And they all understood the truth that mixing in society was about who had money, not about being handsome. It just so happens that Chu Fan's family is rich, so everyone is willing to surround Chu Fan. As for Lu Feng's side, there is only Zhang Kai Luli and 2 or 3 girls, one of which has that girl in black silk. Whispering, "Our schoolmaster Lu is single now. Don't you hurry up and grab the chance to try it out." The other girl said to the black silk girl, "I would like to try it. I just don't know if Mr. Lu Feng is willing to do it." Su Qingyue smiled and said. Hearing the two girls' conversation, Zhang Kai and Luli also coaxed from the sidelines. "Then let's try it, old Lu. How long are you going to be a widow?" When Lu Feng heard what they said, he hurriedly waved his hand and refused, saying, "I've only just graduated now and haven't stabilized yet, so I'm not thinking about a relationship for now." At those words, a hint of disappointment also flashed in the eyes of the girl called Whispering on the opposite side of the room. Right after Lu Feng finished speaking, the shadow of Shin Chanu would somehow suddenly flash in his mind. Lu Feng shook his head and hastily shook the image away. "Just kidding. What is she? Shin Chanu? That is a famous iceberg beauty, and her origin is very mysterious. You have to know that none of those usually unscrupulous gentlemen inside the school dared to go to Shin Chanu, and you can tell from this that Shin Chanu must have a big head." Just as Lu Feng was thinking about Shin Chanu, the door opened again with a click. "I'm sorry everyone. I'm late." A pleasant voice came out. It was none other than our school flower Shin Chanu. "Wow, the big schoolgirl is finally here." A male student cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female students happy, then Shin Chanu's arrival undoubtedly made the male compatriots excited. After all, which toad doesn't want to eat swan meat? How do you know if you don't try it? In case Shin Chanu likes me like this, the male compatriots present secretly thought. "Come over here, Mr. Shin. Big schoolgirl Shin, sit here." One by one, the men in the room hastened to extend the invitation. Even Chu Fan also revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, "Student Shin, there just happens to be an empty seat on my side. Come to my side." Who knew that Shin Chanu didn't even look at him and directly walked towards Lu Feng? Men's hearts are breaking as they watch this scene. Could it be that coldness like Shin Chanu also fell under Lu Feng's pomegranate skirt? That was the only thought that went through the minds of all the male students in the room. "Mr. Lu, can I sit here?" Shin Chanu revealed a smile that was enough to kill all males and said gently. Watching Shin Chanu take the initiative to speak to Lu Feng, the male compatriots had the heart to kill Lu Feng. Sure. Lu Feng looked at Shin Chanu and agreed readily. So Shin Chanu sat next to Lu Feng. And at this time, Chu Fan, who was sitting on the other side, saw Shin Chanu sitting beside Lu Feng. He also revealed eyes that wanted to kill. After all, the whole school knew that Chu Fan was fond of Shin Chanu. When he saw Lu Feng and Shin Chanu chatting happily, Chu Fan was also puzzled. After all, the two of them weren't that familiar when they were in school. It can't be, Chu Fan thought in his heart. Others didn't know Shin Chanu, but he did. On the first day that Shin Chanu just transferred to the University of Finance, the school administration held a special meeting, and then all of them, the male children, were picked up by their own parents. Especially when he thought about what his father had said to him while sitting in the car. Chu Fan was even more confused. "I don't care how you are normally, but this Shin Chanu you must not mess with, otherwise I will personally sink you inside the Huangpu River." These were the original words of Chu Fan's father, but his father had also said that if he could pursue Shin Chanu head-on, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked about Shin Chanu's origin, his father only said one sentence, which shocked Chu Fan into a cold sweat. Her arrival at the University of Finance was the result of a personal call from the Hand of Mordor, and a personal order from the Hand not to allow anyone to disturb her. Otherwise, why do you think we, the people, are suddenly trying to pick you up and take you home? Not because we're afraid that you'll mess with someone you shouldn't and thus break our family? Every time I think of my father's words, Chu Fan is a burst of fear. That is a hand in the magic city. Half a step up can be into that place. Such a character actually call for Shin Chanu kite escort. You can imagine how big Shin Chanu's head is. If he could really obtain Shin Chanu's favor, he would really take off. Chu Fan thought secretly in his heart. However, as soon as he turned his head and saw Shin Chanu chatting with Lu Feng, Chu Fan had a hard time dying. Just as Chu Fan was thinking about how to make a fool out of Lu Feng, the door was pushed open again. Hello everyone. Sorry about the traffic. I'm late. A voice came through the door. And Lu Feng, who was chatting with Shin Chanu, also jerked his head up when he heard this voice. Chapter 12. As soon as the words left his mouth, a girl in a purple dress walked in on the arm of a balding man. That's right, this woman is Lu Feng's first love ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. Only Su Lily just walked into the private room and looked around as if he was searching for something until he saw Lu Feng, who was sitting with Shin Chanu. You did come, Su Lily said with a resentful face. She was furious at the sight of Lu Feng. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been beaten by her boyfriend and ridiculed. The bald man at this moment had also spotted Lu Feng, but his eyes were dead set on Shin Chanu next to him. What a superb product. If this can sleep with me, I would be willing to live 10 years less, the bald man thought in his heart, even forgetting to look for Lu Feng's trouble. What? You can come and I can't. Is this place run by your family? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean? The tube is so wide. Hearing Su Lily's questioning, Lu Feng immediately disliked back. Su Lily was dumbfounded by Lu Feng's dislike, so she could only tug on the bald man's arm. Hubby, look at him. He's the one who scolded you last time. It was only when he felt someone tugging at him that the bald man reacted and then looked at Lu Feng. Good boy, but let me catch you. If I don't break your legs today, I'll write my last name backwards. The man immediately shouted. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the man talking like that. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, you give me face. Today is a class reunion. What's going on will be said later. Don't spoil everyone's fun. Hearing Chu Fan's words, considering Chu Fan's father, Su Lily also pulled the man to sit down, preparing to settle the score with Lu Feng after eating. The fire of war stopped with great difficulty, and the meal was served. Chu Fan saw that the time was ripe, stood up and raised his glass and said, Classmates, today is our first gathering after graduation. I also take this opportunity to wish you all a good job and all getting better and better. Come on, let's all have a toast. The others stood up at the sight and raised the glasses in their own hands. The scene was lively for a while, and it was as if everyone had forgotten the previous unpleasantness. But in this happy atmosphere there were always people who liked to find things to make everyone unhappy. Only to see Su Lily picking up another glass of wine and looking wistfully toward Lu Feng. I'm going to toast Lu Feng alone with this drink. Hearing Su Lily say this, everyone quieted down. After all, they did know that Su Lily wouldn't settle for anything good. As expected, Su Lily stood up and raised the wine glass in her hand towards Lu Feng. I want to thank him for sparing me. Otherwise I wouldn't have met my current boyfriend. And if I had continued with him, I think my life would have been over. Hearing such insulting words, a trace of anger flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. And just as he wanted to get up and dislike him back, he didn't expect Chu Fan, who was on the side, to also stand up. Ha ha ha, yes. Fortunately Lu Feng is a bit self-aware. Otherwise Lily, you'd have to work hard for the rest of your life following him, Chu Fan said as he looked at Lu Feng with a mocking face. Su Lily saw Chu Fan helping herself and became even more bold. Yes, class president. I heard that certain people still haven't found a job until now. All day long they have high eyes and are of no use whatsoever. Su Lily continued to sneer. Hey, who says it is not? Originally for Lily's face, but also want to help him a little. Let him come to my company to work. Who knows that people not only do not appreciate, but insult me. The bald man who had been silent also suddenly joined the fray. Hearing these words Lu Feng was about to stand up, but was held down by Lu Li and Zhang Kai. Old Lu, calm down. Don't be impulsive, Zhang Kai whispered. Just as Lu Feng was being held down by the two men, Shin Chanu next to him couldn't sit still and directly slapped Su Lily's face. You also deserve to talk about others. A hypocritical gold-digging woman, for the sake of money, actually found a man older than their father. I really do not know how you call this boyfriend out. Shin Chanu returned the favor with the same mocking gesture. Su Lily was directly confused by this sudden scene, and the man on the side who saw his woman being beaten just wanted to come up and say a few words before being scolded back by Shin Chanu. You still dare to stand out, find a lover younger than your own daughter, and shyly come to her class reunion. Does your wife know that you are keeping a mistress outside? The bald man was also disliked by Shin Chanu's 3 words and did not dare to speak. Just as both of them were stunned by Shin Chanu's dislike, Chu Fan once again stepped forward. Chang Kite, what are you doing? This is none of your business, Chu Fan said as he looked at Shin Chang Kite. As a result, he didn't expect Shin Chanu to directly launch an indiscriminate attack on him as well. You still have the face to talk, call you a class president? You really take yourself as an onion, help outsiders bully their own people. How do you have the good sense? And don't call me Chuang Kite, I don't know you well. Don't think that I don't know your mind. Be careful, I'll make you suffer. Chu Fan's face was said to be green and white, But he just didn't dare to say anything because he was aware of Shin Chan's horrible identity. However, he didn't dare. It didn't mean that others didn't dare. Just as Shin Chanu had just finished disliking Chu Fan, the bald man on the other side finally reacted and raised his arm to hit Shin Chanu. Just in the nick of time, Lu Feng finally got rid of Zhang Kai and Lu Li and pulled over Shin Changkai to protect her behind him, and then stuck the man's smacking palm dead center. Hitting a woman with your hands, isn't that out of character? Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at the man. The man directly laughed out loud when he heard Lu Feng's words. Ha 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 ha, what are you pretending, kid? Just get out of the hotel door today and see if I can break your legs. And Lu Feng just smiled calmly after hearing the bald man's words. I hope you'll be able to talk like that later. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and found the number and dialed it. Ha 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 boy, are you trying to laugh me to death? Who can you call? Don't think I don't know your bottom line. Lily told me everything. You're just a fatherless poor bastard. The man immediately mocked when he saw Lu Feng on the phone. Ha! Lu Feng simply sneered and didn't say anything. And the dialed phone rang twice before someone picked up. Hey, Lu Dong, is there something wrong with calling so late? Is there a supplier surnamed Xiao under the group? Stop his goods, and then send someone to me to scrutinize the quality of his past supplies, as well as the payment for the goods, Lu Feng said to the phone blandly. Okay, Lu Dong, I'll do it. The voice on the phone agreed directly. Lu Feng didn't say anything more when he saw this and directly hung up the phone. And when the man on the side heard Lu Feng's words, he laughed even harder. Ha ha ha, kid, stop pretending. You're about to kill me with laughter. Su Lily on the side also spoke up when she saw this. Lu Feng, you won't be struck out of your mind, or else you apologize to me and I'll give you some money for you to go to the hospital to look at the brain? How can apologizing be enough? I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me before I break his legs, the man said viciously. But within a few minutes, the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man pulled out his cell phone and saw the note on it, and his heart stuttered. And Lu Feng just stood there looking at him with a smirk. The bald man's heart fluttered at Lu Feng's look, but he still pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Don't you know I'm busy? The man said, pretending to be calm. Mr. Xiao, Tianyu Group suddenly cut off the cooperation between us, and also sent people to check up on all the previous supply bills and quality overnight. Madam has already called and asked the manager of the Tianyu Group, but the manager only said that we have messed with the wrong people and hung up the phone. What should we do now? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, the man panicked, and when he saw Lu Feng, who was looking at him with a teasing face across the room, his brain instantly broke out in sweat. How's that for getting notified? Scared? Don't be afraid. If the materials and bills you supplied before are fine, then you're fine, but if the previous goods and bills are problematic, then you're also problematic. Looking at the man with a panicked face, Lu Feng said indifferently. At this moment, the man was completely flustered, and combined with the phone call from his men just now, he understood that he had kicked an iron plate, or a titanium alloy steel plate. A single phone call could make Tianyu Group terminate their cooperation, and even send someone to check their accounts overnight. Pressing him to death was as simple as pressing an ant to death. When he thought that he had just mouthed off to such a big shot, even clamoring to break both of his legs, the bald man couldn't control the trembling of his legs. Put. The man directly softened his legs and knelt in front of Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I'm wrong, please spare me, please spare me. I have an old man and a young man. They're all counting on me, the bald man said with a sniffle. Lu Feng didn't have the slightest pity when he saw the man like this. If he was just an ordinary college student today, then he would be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Didn't you just say that you were going to break my legs and make me suffer? Why do you know that you're wrong now? Lu Feng asked back coldly. And on the side, Su Lily and her classmates were directly stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lu Feng to make a 360-degree change in the attitude of the arrogant and domineering bald man just by making a phone call. The bald man directly kowtowed to Lu Feng when he heard his words. I'm sorry, it's because I have eyes and I don't know what's going on. So please forgive me, the man said as he kowtowed. And Lu Feng just indifferently watched him perform, without a hint of wanting to forgive him. Suddenly, the man seemed to think of something and yanked over Su Lily, who was still in a daze. Lily, help me plead with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu will definitely let me go for your sake. At this time, Su Lily, who was dragged over, also reacted. How can that be? You asked me to apologize to him. You didn't take the wrong medicine. Where are your bodyguards? Call them out to beat him up. Su Lily hadn't seen the situation yet and continued to clamor. Perhaps she saw it but was still trying to hang on. Pop. The man slapped Su Lily's face and then roared. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu or I'll beat you to death. Slap. Su Lily saw a side of the students are looking at their own. Instantly feel the face cannot hang directly to the man's face to grab over. while grabbing also hissed, "How dare you hit me? See if I don't scratch you to death." The man at this time is also emotionally on the head. His company that depends on the survival of the company was beaten by a sentence to nearly bankruptcy, and the cause of the matter is because of the in front of the eyes. So the man was directly furious and grabbed Sue Lily's head to slam it on the table. Just as Sue Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male students who were watching finally reacted and hurriedly pressed down on the man. Instead, the man who was being held down knelt down again to Lu Feng. "Lu Xiao, this has made you unhappy. I'll tie her to your bed later. You can do whatever you want. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, you can do whatever you want me to do." Hearing what the bald man said, Lu Feng was directly stunned. Not only Lu Feng, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect the bald man to be so shameless. And when Su Lily heard the man say that, she wanted to rush up and grab the man again. "Good you Chao Bo, you actually did this to me. You know that in the beginning it was you who said that you liked me and wanted to marry me. Otherwise how could I break up with Feng?" The man laughed outright at Su Lily's words. "Oh, all this time you are still pretending to be pure. When it was my Land Rover parked on the side of the road, it is you who saw me leave a car phone, take the initiative to contact the seduced me, and now actually also backward a rake." Everyone present who heard the conversation between the two also felt their three senses shatter. The man didn't care what others thought of him at this time, and said to Lu Feng again, "Lu Xiao, don't listen to her. She seduced me. I'll give her to you today. At your disposal." The man said that he was going to call and inform the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest Su Lily. Enough. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue to make a scene, Lu Feng said impatiently. Chapter 13 Midsummer Night. Hearing Lu Feng snapping, the bald man hurriedly shut his mouth. "If I were on my knees begging you for mercy today, would you agree to let me go? If I didn't have a bit of strength I'm afraid my legs would have been broken by your bodyguards just before I left the house." Lu Feng looked at the bald man kneeling on the ground and said coldly. When the bald man heard Lu Feng's words, he immediately didn't say anything because he knew that if it was Lu Feng kneeling here today he would definitely not let Lu Feng go. "Why don't you say anything? You won't let me go. So put your heart in the right place. I won't spare you either." Seeing that the man didn't speak, Lu Feng continued. Just as Lu Feng had finished speaking, Chu Fan jumped out again. "Almost okay, we are all classmates. There is no need to make it so stiff. Lu Feng, you give me face." Seeing Chu Fan jumping out to make a demon again, Lu Feng disliked him nonchalantly. "There's no need for you to come out and act like a wolf at this time. My good class president. You just dropped the ball on me and now you're coming over here to be the good guy. Are you filled with? You forget things so fast." Chu Fan was dumbfounded by the dislike and could only silently retreat again. After disliking Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned his head to the bald man and said, "You can't live with your own sins. You'll wait for the next sanction." After saying this, Lu Feng pulled Shin Chanu and was about to leave. "Feng, wait a minute." Seeing that Lu Feng was about to leave, Su Lily hurriedly called out, "Do you have anything else?" Lu Feng said impatiently. "Feng, can we go back to the old days?" Su Lily begged bitterly. She wasn't stupid. Instead she was very smart. From the fact that Lu Feng could make the bald man soften immediately with a single phone call, she understood that Lu Feng must be very powerful now, so she wanted to return to Lu Feng's side. He, do you think it's possible? Su Lily, or do you think I, Lu Feng, would want a broken shoe worn by someone else? Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily also froze on the spot. Lu Feng stopped talking nonsense with her and left the private room with Shin Changkite, because he felt that there was no need to stay at this class reunion at all. Zhang Kai and Luli watched Lu Feng walk away, looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back. She could no longer hold back her grief and anger, and directly went up to fight with the bald man again. This time, none of the students pulled a fight, because everyone knew that the current Lu Feng was not what it used to be, so they were afraid of offending Lu Feng. But how could a girl like Su Lily beat a strong adult man? And she was soon knocked around. And the bald man while beating also said, "Stinking asterisk son. If it is not because of you, can I offend Lu Xiao? You, I will sell you to Africa." Hearing that the bald man wanted to sell himself to Africa, Su Lily panicked because she realized that men could really do such things. At the thought of being sold to Africa to live that kind of miserable life, Su Lily hurriedly hugged the bald man's thighs and begged bitterly, "Honey, don't do this to me. Don't you love me the most? Don't you want to marry me?" Looking at Su Lily, who was hugging her thighs and begging bitterly, the bald man mocked, "You are also worthy of me to marry you. I just see that you are not bad looking and live well. Just play with you." After saying that, the man kicked away Su Lily, ready to notify the bodyguard to come over and take Su Lily away. And Lu Feng didn't know about these things because he had already led Shin Chanu out of the hotel. "Thank you, Mr. Shin. It's you who helped me again today." Lu Feng thanked Shin Chanu. You're welcome. I'm also not used to seeing a few of them, Shin Chanu said with a guffaw. Then let me treat you to dinner. As compensation for your class reunion today, Lu Feng said. Good, because of you. I'm not even full, Shin Chanu teased. Just as Lu Feng took Shin Chanu and prepared to go to dinner, Zhang Kai and Lu Li also chased after him. What do you two want to go running so fast for? And not wait for us? Zhang Kai said panting. I was about to take Shin to dinner. Do you two want to join me? Lu Feng said as he looked at Zhang Kai. We'll pass. You two go. Seeing Shin Chanu behind Lu Feng looking at the two of them with murderous eyes, Zhang Kai and Lu Li immediately wimped out. Alright then the two of us will go first. Hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng directly said. For some reason, Lu Feng was instead happy in his heart after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, as if he subconsciously didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go to dinner together. Aha! You two have fun We both will go back first, Zhang Kai said pulling Lu Li and left. Seeing Zhang Kai and Lu Li walking away, Lu Feng and Shin Chanu both hailed a cab and also left the Grand Hotel. Old Lu, do you see it yet? Zhang Kai, who had already walked away, suddenly said to Lu Li, who was beside him. Look out! A pair of dog man and woman. I do not know when they are together. No wonder Lu Feng walked out so quickly. The original is a beauty in the arms. Lu Li sniffing is also a face of indignation said. Yes, Shin Chanu what kind of person The old iceberg? Old Lu how he managed Zhang Kai face puzzled. Who knows Although the school flower matches the school grass, but Shin Chanu obviously comes from a big head When the time comes, Lao Lu will not be chased by Shin Chanu her old man, right? Lu Li said worriedly. I don't know. What the heck? Peonies die under flowers. Ghosts are also flowing. Maybe old Lu likes excitement. Let's go. We won't worry so much. Have a snack to go. But I didn't have enough to eat too, Zhang Kai said. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lu Li nodded approvingly and hitching his shoulders. He went to have a late-night snack with Zhang Kai. On this side, Lu Feng and Shin Chanu also took a car to a big stall. The dishes fried in this house are delicious, especially the flower armor. You must try it, Lu Feng said to Shin Chanu. Okay, I realized that Lu seems to have a special opinion about eating, Shin Chanu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, usually do not go to class in addition to part-time work is not much to do, so wandering in these roadside fly restaurant, time is long. Where to eat and where not to eat is also all clear. Lu Feng said and helped Shin Chang Kite open a bottle of drink and handed it over. Ha ha, I haven't seen that you're still a gourmet. Shin Changkui took the drink and covered her mouth and laughed. The two then chatted for quite a while and didn't stop until the meal was served. After the stir-fried dishes were served, Shin Changkui couldn't wait to taste them. Well, this is really delicious, Shin Changkui said as she picked up a piece of garlic pork ribs. Ha ha, eat more if you like. Take your time. There's no rush. Looking at Shin Chang Kite who kept eating in front of him, Lu Feng was also dumbfounded for a while because the current Shin Chang Kite was completely different from the usual iceberg beauty. Lovely, beautiful and gentle. This is the evaluation Lu Feng gave to Shin Changkui now. At this moment, looking at Shin Chang Kite who was eating, his heart suddenly had a little change. Maybe he himself didn't realize. As if as long as he saw Shin Chang Kite he would become happy. The two of them ate until almost 11 o'clock before ending the fight. Then Lu Feng was ready to call a car for Shin Chang Kite ready to send her back. But it was rejected by Shin Chang Kite. Let's take a walk together, Shin Changkui said suddenly as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and moving Shin Changkui and nodded furtively. Summer night stars hanging high in the sky. The air has long since lost the heat of the day. There is just a cool breeze. Lu Feng and Shin Chang Kite walked together by the river. The two of them had been speechless but happy. Lu Feng didn't know why. As long as he was with Shin Chang Kite, even if he didn't do anything, his heart would be happy. It so happened that a breeze blew on his face, blowing Shin Changkui's hair and messing up the teenager's heart. Midsummer's night. The teenage girls by the river form a moving picture. Chapter 14, Luxury Motorcade. After separating from Shin Chang Kite, the thoughtful Lu Feng returned home. But his mind kept thinking about what Shin Chang Kite had just said. Feng, I'm really super happy today. Thank you for accompanying me. Shen Chuankue, who was wearing a long dress, said tenderly to Lu Feng. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Feng's heart was in turmoil, and after thinking about it, he decided to call and ask Shin Chuankue what he meant, only to realize that he didn't have the person's phone number. Maybe I'm just being self-absorbed. How can people look at me? Lu Feng laughed to himself. With that, he went into the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, Lu Feng who was sleeping soundly was disturbed by a sound of cicadas, and got up wobbly and ready to wash up to meet a beautiful day. In the bathroom, Lu Feng brushed his teeth while thinking about the beautiful dream he had last night. In the dream he knew Shin Chanu when he was very young, and the two of them played house together. And Shin Chanu clamored to be Lu Feng's wife every time and wanted to give Lu Feng children. How could I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng thought in his heart. After washing up, Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. This was the happiest time of the day for Lu Feng now. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, the most expected sound was also heard. This day's spike items have been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. A set of Patek Philippe's complete range of wristwatches, valued at 470 million renminbi. Ocean Conqueror yacht, worth 230 million renminbi. Top luxury fleet containing 6 Mercedes-Benz G63s, 1 Audi A8 special bulletproof command car, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth 1 billion yuan. Note, the fleet cars are special customized versions, modified so that normal bullets won't even penetrate them. Inside the car are installed with automatic fire extinguishing, automatic air purification equipment. The center of the Rolls-Royce is a set of emergency treatment equipment, which is included and the owner of the matching blood. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Looking at the 3 choices on the panel, Lu Feng was also in deep thought. In the end, how to choose it. They say that every successful man must have a wristwatch, but the old saying is that poor play car, rich play watch. Huge rich play yacht. I also want a yacht. Ah, Lu Feng tangled said. System ah, can I have all of them? Lu Feng said cheekily. No, oh, you can only choose 1 inch. The system ruthlessly rejected Lu Feng's request. Alright then, it's the same old rule. Pick the expensive one. I'll pick 3 inch. Lu Feng said helplessly. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 3. The reward has been issued. The convoy will arrive at the cell basement within 2 hours. As the system's voice came, Lu Feng also exited from the system space. As for why he chose the fleet, Lu Feng actually gave it a lot of thought. First of all, he doesn't even have a car when he goes out now. It's either a taxi or a shared bike. It's really not worthy of his current status. Secondly, this fleet is not an ordinary fleet. After special modification, the safety is greatly increased, and the future travel is also assured. After all, how to say that he is now also considered a rich man, in case someone wants to rob him, and besides, it is not guaranteed that there will be an enemy to backstab him in the future. So for the sake of his life, Lu Feng chose the convoy. Just as Lu Feng was waiting at home for his fleet of cars to come to his door, the appearance of a luxury fleet of cars on the esplanade in Mordor attracted people's attention, only to see in the road speeding fleet, a total of 8 cars composed of, in front of 3 Mercedes-Benz Big G, and then followed by an Audi A8. In the center is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, behind the same 3 Big G pressure. Which big man is this traveling? People speculated as they looked at the fleet of cars made up of all luxury cars. Other vehicles on the road stayed away from the convoy when they saw it for fear of scratching these luxury cars. And even better, some good people took pictures of the convoy online, which then caused an uproar. After another moment, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Mission Hills International's neighborhood, and the security guards were too scared to come forward when they saw the scene. The night gave me eyes and I used them. As his cell phone rang, Lu Feng picked up the call. Hello, which one? Said Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered has arrived at the entrance of your district. Please come over for inspection. A man's voice came from the phone. As soon as Lu Feng heard that it was the convoy that had arrived, he hurriedly packed up and went out. At this point, with the arrival of the motorcade, the neighborhood was abuzz. Because although the people who live in Mission Hills International are all non-rich or noble, the vast majority of them can't get out of such a luxury fleet. So many people were wandering around to see what kind of people in the neighborhood had so much power. And community property at this time is also in a hurry to come. But looking at the roadside luxury caravan, and caravan beside the black-clothed men standing neatly, the property security guards for a time do not dare to go forward. After all, it's not worth it for a month's salary. Lu Feng at this time also rushed to the scene, see surrounded by so many people, a little puzzled, and then see their own fleet of cars is also understood. The original are to see the car. With Lu Feng's arrival, the leader of the pugnacious man directly led the other black-clothed men to bow to Lu Feng and said, Mr. Lu, your car is ready. Please get in and experience it. As soon as the pugilist's words fell, people were shocked and unable to speak. They all looked at the young man in front of them and speculated. What was the origin of such a great energy to create such a luxurious fleet of cars? And at this moment, Lu Feng said, it's so damn cool. What's the difference between this and the return of the god of war to hit other people in the face? It's cool, Lu Feng thought as he forced himself to get into the car. And with a roar, the convoy slowly left the neighborhood. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the car, looked at the driver who was driving in front of him and was curious in his heart, because the system just rewarded the fleet of cars, So what's the deal with these drivers and bodyguards? Are they also rewarded? And can the system still make a big difference? Thinking of this, Lu Feng asked the system. System, what's with these bodyguards? Hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. Host, these bodyguards will be leaving at 10 o'clock this evening. With the system's current level, it is unable to create living people for a long period of time. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was dumbfounded, which meant that these bodyguards were really created by the system. It could really create living people. Thinking of this, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. System, so when can you create living people for an extended period of time? Lu Feng couldn't wait to ask. Ding! The system upgraded to the second level will be able to refresh the characters and the daily spike items and open the system mall at the same time. The system replied. Nyo I didn't realize that you can still make a big change. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It looks like we have to work hard to get the system upgraded to level 2 soon. Lu Feng thought in his heart. Just when Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Qian suddenly called. Lu Feng had to stop rambling when he saw this. Hey, what's up, Secretary Chan? Hello, Mr. Lu, how are you? Do you have time on your side? I have something to find you, said Chen Qian gently on the phone. Something's wrong? Alright, I'll be right there, Lu Feng said after some thought. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng had the driver of the car turn around and head to Ferrari's temporary office. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qian brought a few employees to the bottom of the office building to wait for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Qian saw a team of luxury caravans coming towards them from a long distance. But Chen Qian didn't think much about it because the location of their temporary branch was in the Golden Triangle area of Magic City. There are numerous listed companies and large groups here, and in such a place where bigwigs gather, it's normal for a luxury fleet to drive in. But as the car's brakes sounded, the convoy stopped in front of Chen Qian and the girls. A group of black-clothed bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood in accordance with the position. Then the leader of the pugilistic man opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, and Lu Feng, who was dressed in a suit and had gold glasses, slowly came down from the car. Chen Qian was stunned to see the scene, guessing that the big brother turned out to be one of his own. Looking at Lu Feng, who was surrounded by a group of black-clothed men, Chen Qian hurriedly walked over. Hello, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian said respectfully. The employees behind him, although surprised to see Lu Feng, said in unison, Hello, Mr. Lu. Chapter 15, A Coincidence Not Seen in 1,000 Years. Lu Feng saw the Ferrari employee who greeted him and responded with a smile. Hello, everyone. After saying hello, Chen Qian led Lu Feng towards the company. Because this was a rented temporary venue, it hadn't recruited many employees, and Chen Qian's reason for looking for Lu Feng today was the same problem. Mr. Lu, it's been several days, the European headquarters side asked when the branch over here can be established. Chen Qian said as she poured a cup of tea for Lu Feng. Hearing the question asked by Chen Qian, Lu Feng also has a headache. He has no goal until now, but people have asked. Always have to give an answer. Just as Lu Feng was about to delay for a few more days to see if the system could brush out anything by then, he suddenly thought of something, then said to Chen Qian, I came over today as also want to talk to you about this problem. I've already let people in the site before, just I now give him a call to ask how it is. Lu Feng said and picked up his cell phone and called out. With 2 beeps the call was answered. Hey, Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Wang Yu's voice came from the phone, and at this moment, Wang Yu was fretting over the group's affairs. Things are like this. Tianyu Group constructed a factory covering an area of 80 acres, as well as office buildings supporting the factory. But this is built, but the other side because of the broken capital chain no money, cannot afford to buy, and now cannot afford to pay the liquidated damages. Wang Yu has been worrying about this matter for the past few days, because most of the Tianyu Group's money has been smashed into developing this factory. As a result, there's not much active money at all in the account right now. And what's worse is that there's a neighborhood behind the group that needs to be developed. And while this factory and office building is in a great location, that makes it expensive and not available for sale in a short period of time. Can't make a bid means no money. No money behind to develop the neighborhood will have to stop. Stopping the work will be a blow to the Tianyu Group's stock and reputation. All Wang Yu is dying of worry these days. It's like this. Lao Wang, can our group help me find a piece of land in a good location and then help me build a factory and office building? Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian and asked in a calm manner. Wang Yu over here froze directly when he heard what Lu Feng said, and he didn't even know that he dropped his cell phone. Hey, old Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, the money will be every penny. Lu Feng thought that Wang Yu was afraid that he, the new director, was going to pull the wool over the company's eyes and hurriedly explained. Yes, Mr. Lu, Wang Yu only slowed down when Lu Feng opened his mouth once again, and hurriedly agreed. When he heard Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu said that he had never heard such a nice voice in his life. Even his wife's I do when they got married didn't sound as nice as Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng was relieved to hear that Wang Yu had agreed. Aha, then I'll trouble you. Just let me know directly how much you need when the time comes. Lu Feng said that he was about to hang up the phone, but Wang Yu's excited voice came out of the phone again. Mr. Lu, don't hang up the phone first. I happen to have a well-built factory on my side with a matching office building. The location is absolutely good. Wang Yu said hurriedly for fear of Lu Feng hanging up the phone. Nanny Sigma? Is Wang Yu doing things so fast? This is how he found it. Hearing what Wang Yu said, Lu Feng expressed his shock. Really, old Wang? Don't lie to me. Lu Feng asked a bit skeptically. Really, Mr. Lu, it's true. Why don't I send someone to pick you up so we can go and take a look now? Wang Yu saw that Lu Feng didn't believe him and hurriedly said, there's no need for you to pick me up. Send me the location. I'll go over and take a look now. Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu hurriedly sent the location of the factory. Mr. Lu, then I will wait for you at the factory. Wang Yu said as he forced down the excitement in his heart. Okay, I'll be there later. Lu Feng said blandly and hung up the phone. Wang Yu on this side hung up the phone and hurriedly told his secretary to call the company's executives to gather in the lobby and prepare to leave for the factory. Come on. Tell them to assemble quickly. If they're late, get the hell out of here. Wang Yu said as he hurriedly rushed towards the hall. Within 2 minutes, the company lobby was directly filled with most of the company's executives, and all of them were in charge of the factory project. The lady at the front desk was dumbfounded, wondering why these leaders were standing neatly in the hall, not even sitting down. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Wang Yu directly rushed out and said to the standing executives while walking, Come on, follow me, get in the car, and then took the lead in the convoy that was waiting at the gate. Hearing Wang Yu's words, those executives also hurriedly followed, looking at the receptionist lady in a daze. With the sound of the engine roaring, the convoy drove off like it was flying close to the ground. What's the situation? What is the president doing with the leaders? So anxious, said Employee A curiously. I don't know. Is it going to grab the project? Employee B also said curiously. Don't guess. Seeing that the president is in such a hurry, it must be something big concerning the group. Maybe something big is going to happen to the group. Employee C said with a mysterious face. While the employees are talking, Wang Yu sits in the car and keeps urging the driver to drive faster. Faster. 10 minutes for me to arrive. I'll give you a promotion and a raise, Wang Yu said excitedly. Seeing that his own president was in such a hurry, the driver also exerted 12% of his spirit and drove the car speeding down the road. On Lu Feng's side, he took Chen Qian and rushed towards his destination as well. Chen Qian, who was sitting in a Rolls-Royce for the first time, looked left and right, touched this and that, looking very curious. On Wang Yu's side, he soon arrived at the factory site with the efforts of his driver. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu stood under the hot sun with his executives waiting for Lu Feng. But the executives on the sidelines didn't understand anymore why the president had to gather them and then bring them all to the entrance of this factory, as if they were waiting for some big shot. President, are there any leaders coming down to inspect today? An executive asked. Wang Yu sniffing then answered back, you know what? These days the company has reached a moment of life and death. The executives on the sidelines burst out laughing when they heard this. President, you don't joke. Our company is now flourishing. How could it get to the point of life and death? Another executive chimed in with, yes, President, I'm in charge of the factory we're in right now, and it's already been successfully completed. So as long as we wait until the money arrives, our company's next project will have enough money to be successfully completed. And we can also take that piece of land in Xiqing district by the way. I know all of what you guys are saying, so what if we can't get the money for this factory? Wang Yu asked rhetorically. That's right, only Wang Yu and the old director know about this project's failure to get payment for the project, because the impact of this matter is too great, and the company might go bankrupt if they don't pay attention. So Wang Yu didn't tell the other top management of the company. How is it possible? Now that the project has been successfully completed, could it be that the Red Maple Group wants to renege on its debt? One of the executives asked incredulously. Then if I tell you that Red Maple Group has gone bankrupt, what should you guys do? Wang Yu said as he looked at the executives. Hearing Wang Yu say this, the executives instantly panicked, because they understand that if they can't get the payment for the project on time, then Tianyu Group's next project will have to be stopped. Not to mention going to grab that piece of land on the west side of the city with other groups. Or maybe Tianyu itself will have to go bankrupt. Does the old board member know about this? One of the executives asked suddenly. This matter is what the old director told me. And the reason why I didn't tell you guys is also because I was afraid of messing up. Wang Yu said indifferently. So what now? The executives said in an instant mess. Quiet. Wang Yu said coldly. The executives slowly quieted down when they heard Wang Yu's words. You are all old people. You should know that the old director of the Red Maple Group and our chairman are old friends for many years. Or else you wouldn't have dared to finish the project directly after receiving only 30% of the project payment in the first place. The executives nodded at the words. It was because they knew the relationship between the Red Maple Group and their own chairman that they looked so surprised when they heard that they couldn't get the money for the project. It is because of this relationship that we ourselves have advanced too much money for this project, thus leading to the fact that there is not much active money above the company right now, and the chairman doesn't have much active capital in his hands. Even he sold 10% of the company's shares before. Wang Yu said slowly. The company executives also nodded when they heard this. They were aware of these things, but now that they were about to go bankrupt, what was the use of talking about this? Wang Yu didn't say much when he saw them all hanging their heads one by one, as he was even less confident than these executives before. But now it's good that this factory will soon be taken over by someone else, or their new director Lu Feng. So he decided that he would help Lu Feng improve his voice within the group. Although the group is now facing the crisis of bankruptcy, haven't you forgotten that we still have a new director? The executives instantly became excited when they heard Wang Yu's words. Mr. Wang, is it true that Lu Dong is willing to help out? An executive asked hurriedly. The others also looked at Wang Yu with an expectant face. Wang Yu didn't sell himself short when he saw this. That's right, before there is really no way. I contacted Lu Dong, told Lu Dong the company's current situation. I wanted to ask Lu Dong to help me contact to see if there is anyone who is willing to buy this factory. But Lu Dong gave me a huge surprise directly after he realized the current situation of the company. Lu Dong said that he could buy this factory, so that the company to ease the urgent need. So I hurriedly pulled you guys over to accompany Lu Dong to look at the project. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives directly chanted Long live Lu Dong. Seeing this, Wang Yu began his plan. I know, a large part of you at first for Lu Dong all hold prejudice. Think a young man, relying on the family money to buy shares of the group. But in fact it is a brat, cannot do anything. Hearing Wang Yu's reprimand, the executives all lowered their heads in shame. But today, it's this young man, who you thought could do nothing, who saved the group, who saved us, who saved our jobs. So from now on, I won't allow anyone in the company to talk about Lu Dong behind his back. But if anyone belittles Lu Dong again, don't blame me for being unforgiving, Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will never do this again. The executives immediately assured that they would actually do so even if Wang Yu didn't say so, because just like Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had saved all of their jobs. Right after Wang Yu finished his lecture, a fleet of luxury cars drove up from the distance. The land breeze has finally arrived. Chapter 16 Factory Visits. Looking at the fleet of vehicles coming towards them, Wang Yu was actually a bit confused and didn't quite dare to confirm if it was Lu Feng's arrival because the fleet of vehicles was too big. As the convoy came to a stop, a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car. The beautiful woman got off the car and hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and then stood aside and bowed and waited. At the same time, the bodyguards who came down together also quickly opened two black parasols and held them above the rear door. Under the black-clad bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng stepped down from the top of the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Lu Feng was as dazzling as a heavenly god descending from the heavens in the eyes of the Tianyu Group's senior management. Good day, Mr. Lu. A group of executives forced down the shock in their hearts and said to Lu Feng, hello, you guys, hard work, come over to watch the project with me on such a hot day. Lu Feng said with a greeting. No hard work, no hard work, the executives said hastily. Just kidding, this is the ancestor who saved their rice bowls. Not to mention accompanying him to watch the project, or even sleep with him is not impossible. Ah, Lu Dong, then let's watch and talk. Wang Yu came to Lu Feng and made an invitation gesture. Well, let's take a look then. Then Lu Feng toured together under Wang Yu's leadership. Lu Dong, you see, this is an area of 70 acres of plant area. We built with the best materials. Designers draw no less than hundreds of drawings. In order to design a good plant area, Wang Yu introduced as he walked. Well, it looks good. Lu Feng nodded his head as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction. In fact, he had finally put down a big stone in his heart. Once the Ferrari branch is taken care of, you won't have to worry about sleeping every day. Not long after the factory was introduced, Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the office building, only to see an office building occupying a land area of 15 acres towering in front of Lu Feng's eyes. 8-story building height, half-curved body design, snow-white facade all tell the building's spectacular. Looking at the office building in front of him, Lu Feng turned his head to look at Chen Qian. How is Secretary Chen feeling? When Wang Yu, who was on the side, heard Lu Feng ask a small secretary, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart whether the secretary in front of him was a honey that Lu Feng had raised. While Wang Yu was guessing wildly, Chen Qian spoke up. President, this place you chose is impeccable, both in terms of location and the office building and supporting factory in front of you. It's perfect. President, is that a call for me? Wang Yu looked at Chen Qian blankly, a little confused in his mind. Looking at Wang Yu, who was puzzled because Chen Qian called him president, Lu Feng was also happy. Don't guess. It's called me. I forgot to tell you that I'm actually still the president of Ferrari's Asian division, and this factory and office building is the division I chose for Ferrari. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were directly confused. What the hell? The young man in front of me is not only their director, but also the president of Ferrari? Has this world gone overboard to this point now? Wang Yu sniffed and asked cautiously, Lu Dong, is it the Ferrari that builds sports cars? Are you really their president? Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng directly laughed out loud. Ha ha, of course, otherwise which Ferrari could it be? I am now the president of Ferrari's Asian division, and the one next to me is the assistant that Ferrari has assigned to me. Upon hearing Lu Feng's exact answer, Wang Yu stated that he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Lu Dong, you really impress me. So young to sit as the president of Ferrari Asia, really young and promising. I actually questioned you before. I am really sorry, Wang Yu said sincerely. Ha ha ha, I'm the president because I hold shares in Ferrari and am their director. That's why I'm the president, Lu Feng said in a self-effacing manner. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. So you still hold shares in Ferrari? Wang Yu spoke in a slightly shaky tone. Yeah, what's the problem? Lu Feng asked rhetorically. No problem, Wang Yu said as he hurriedly waved his hands. Poor CEO Wang. He was directly struck to the point where he didn't want to talk today. Thinking that he had become the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, he already felt that he was very powerful, but as a result, now that he was directly killed by Lu Feng, Wang Yu had the heart to die just thinking about it. Seeing that Wang Yu had no more problems, Lu Feng was ready to talk about the price of this factory and buy it, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice coming from his ear. Mr. Lu, please wait. Lu Feng sniffed and twisted his head to look over, only to see an old man around 60 years old walking over with the support of his nanny. And Wang Yu and the executives of the Tianyu Group directly hooted and ran over when they saw the old man. Old director, what brings you here? Asked Wang Yu, who led the way. I've come to help our company through the life and death difficulties of the rising star, said the old director smilingly. With that, he bowed deeply to Lu Feng, and after Lu Feng saw that, he hurriedly ran to the old man and pulled him up. You are Li Yunfeng, Elder Li, aren't you? Lu Feng said while pulling the old man's hand. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's my old man. The old man laughed back. Thank you so much for the snow. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid my life's work would have collapsed straight away this time. Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Speaking of which, you've done me a great favor. Otherwise where would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I'm also a director of the company. Helping the company to solve the difficulties is also my duty. You say that is to be out of line with me. Ha ha ha. Hearing what Lu Feng said, the old man smiled happily, then took Lu Feng's hand and said with a solemn face, I'm really relieved that the company has a director like you. No, you're too kind. The two then talked for quite a while just holding hands, until the old man's nanny reminded him that it was time for a drink of water, and only then did they stop. The old man took a sip from the glass of water handed to him by the nanny, then spoke up and said, Get Windy a bottle too. The nanny heard the old man's words and hurriedly ran to the car and took another bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng. Only after watching Lu Feng finish the water in his hand did the old man open his mouth. Little Wind, this factory you really intend to buy it? Well, not because of this factory short of funds, or we can just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, the big deal is that my old man will give up his old face to borrow money from his old friends to turn around. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng spoke up and said, Don't worry, old man. I really need this factory and have enough money to buy it, so just put your mind at ease. I'm not trying to be brave. Hearing Lu Feng say this, but the old man's side was still uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Feng would break his financial chain because of helping him, and then he would be the sinner. Just as the old man was about to say something, Wang Yu, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. Old director, you still don't know, right? This new director of ours is also the president of Ferrari Asia, and he is the president who holds the shares of Ferrari in his hands. The old man also directly froze when he heard this. He never thought that Lu Feng actually had such a layer of identity. And Lu Dong bought this factory is also for Ferrari as a branch, so it should not need Lu Dong to contribute too much. Ferrari side should account for the big head. Wang Yu opened his mouth to explain again. When the old man heard Wang Yu's words, he was still a bit unconvinced and turned his head to look at Lu Feng. Old master, Wang Yu is right. This factory really doesn't require me to spend much money. Lu Feng saw old master looking at himself with inquiring eyes and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. When elderly heard Lu Feng's explanation, he didn't say anything more, but just pulled Lu Feng's hand one by one and kept saying that the later generation is fearful. The later generation is fearful. In fact, Lu Feng in front of the old man is also a lot of admiration. From scratch to the company's market value of 20 billion. The old man is relying on their own unusual vision and the means of the thunder and lightning. Moreover, the old man's heart was particularly kind, and at first he was afraid that Lu Feng would get into difficulties because of helping himself, and then refused Lu Feng's help. Since all of you have no more objections, let's talk about this factory. How much does it roughly cost? Lu Feng saw that all of them were silent and spoke again. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Yu didn't dare to talk, but instead looked at the old man. Let the person in charge of this project come out and calculate how much money. Never count blindly, only count the cost price. Even the labor don't count for me. The old man slapped his thigh and said domineeringly. Hearing the old man's overbearing speech, Wang Yu and a group of executives were also in tears and could only do what the old man said. Lu Feng, who was standing on the side, was in a hurry because he didn't want to take advantage of the old man. Master, you can't be like this. One size does not fit all. I haven't thanked the group for helping me solve such a big problem. How can I let the group suffer? Let's count how we should count. No, Xiao Feng, you have helped the group so much. Today it must be counted like this. The old man said very stiffly. Seeing that an old man and a young man were about to argue over this matter, Wang Yu also immediately rounded up the scene. How about this? Let's figure out what the market value is and then you two can talk in detail. Well then, you do the math. The old man said, agreeing at the sound of his voice. Seeing that the old man agreed, Wang Yu led a group of executives in charge of this project to calculate it on the spot. After not more than 5 minutes, Wang Yu walked over with a draft paper. It works out. Mr. Lu, master, please take a look. Wang Yu said and handed the results of the check in his hand to the two of them. After calculating, this project we Tianyu invested a total of 1.4 billion. The Red Maple Group invested the first batch of funds 600 million, and the completed market value is 2.8 billion inch. Wang Yu introduced on the side. Then, I will collect 1.4 billion from Xiao Feng, and then I will take out 2 billion from this 1.4 billion to Red Maple Group, so that my old friend can use it for his old age. The old man said after taking a look at it. Hearing the old man's tone that did not allow for refusal, Wang Yu could only do as he was told. And at this point Lu Feng was not happy with the price. Elder, you can't do this. This is directly less than half. You've suffered too much loss. Lu Feng hastily refused. No harm done. If it wasn't for you, little wind, most of my life's work would have been lost straight away. The old man said forcefully. Master, no, I really can't accept this price. Lu Feng still shook his head, looking at the two people who were arguing over the fact that one wanted to charge less and the other wanted to give more. Everyone present was also silent. Chapter 17, Seeing Enzo again. Finally, after numerous negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Landwind for $1.9 billion. Wang Yu and his executives, who witnessed the whole deal, said they had never seen such a miraculous deal in their lives. Secretary Chen, call the deposit first later. Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Okay, Mr. Lu. Chen Xian nodded back. Since both of us have solved a big problem today, I propose that we all have a meal together at noon. What do you say? Wang Yu said from the side. Well, this is good. I have to thank Little Wind today. Elderly immediately agreed as soon as he heard this. Good. Then let's have a meal together to celebrate. Seeing that everyone was proposing to eat, Lu Feng agreed. Several people then got into separate cars to get ready to go to dinner. After about half an hour, the caravan stopped by an ancient farmhouse-style building. The old master looked at the curious Lu Feng and then explained the building to him. This is listen to the Tao Xiaozhu, real private food. Come here, no matter what your identity, dinner must be booked. It so happens that I just happened to book a game here 2 days ago, so you kid have a mouthful today. Lu Feng was also interested in the place in front of him when he heard the old man's words. Really? Then I've taken advantage of you today, Lu Feng said smilingly. The old master then led Lu Feng inside. This time the meal was just Lu Feng and the old master and Chen Xian and Wang Yu. As for those executives, they had already gone back. Lu Feng, who had just entered the Hearing Waves little building, was shocked by the scene in front of him. because what was presented in front of him was certainly a lush green bamboo forest, covering an area as large as 24 acres of land, and nestled in the bamboo forest was a small ancient attic. To know that they are in the magic city, inch of land. The owner of this hotel actually got such a large piece of bamboo forest used for decoration, enough to see its wealth and energy. Under the guidance of a wonderful young girl wearing a cheongsam, Lu Feng came to a small building at the bamboo forest. The cheongsam girl opened the door of the room and lit a good incense before letting Lu Feng them go in. Once inside, the crowd took their seats. What you can see and touch now is all made of fine incense wood and rosewood, and the cost of such a small attic is not less than 200 million yuan. The old man introduced himself with a smile. The crowd was surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect the decoration of the place to be so luxurious, and the ingredients are flown in from all over the world. So any meal costs $3 million. I was going to invite someone to dinner here to see if there was anyone who could help the company through the difficult times, but I didn't expect to get it right, and ended up inviting you, the one who was instrumental in solving the company's big problems. Ha ha ha, isn't this quite good? You didn't waste the meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's this reasoning, little wind. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I am. It's just a pity that I only have one incompetent grandson and no granddaughter, or else I would really have to make you my granddaughter-in-law, the old master said smilingly. Hearing Lu Feng was also shocked by the words of the old man, hastily waved his hand and refused. Old man, now cannot be arranged marriages. We now advocate free love. The old man also laughed when he heard Lu Feng's words and then changed the topic. But at this moment, Lu Feng's mind somehow surfaced Shin Chan's figure again. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. And then he saw a team of beautiful women dressed in green-colored cheongsams with plates in their hands walking over. The young girls gently placed the dishes on the table, slowly bowed to the crowd, and then retreated. Since the dishes have all been served, let's move the chopsticks, the old man greeted. After hearing this, several people were not polite and picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted about an hour or so, and that was the end of it. When he was leaving, the old man kept pulling Lu Feng's hand and asked him to make sure to go to his house to get together with him when he had time. Lu Feng agreed with a smile. Several people then parted ways. The old man was old, so he went straight back. Yu had to go back to his company to work, while Lu Feng and Chen Chen both returned to Ferrari's temporary branch. Secretary Chen, the location of the branch is done. Next we can recruit employees. First build out the general framework of the company, so that when the time comes, we can also be accountable to the headquarters side. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng said to Chen Chen, who was sitting beside him. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll do it when I get back. Hearing Lu Feng's plan, Chen Chen hurriedly nodded her head to indicate that she knew. The car quickly arrived at Ferrari's temporary branch, and the two got out and headed straight for the office. The two of them next had to give the $500 million that Ferrari HQ had called over earlier to the Tianyu Group first, and then by the way, they would ask Ferrari HQ for the rest of the money to buy the factory. Inside the office, Chen Xian was transferring money to the Tianyu Group while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Lu. With the video connected, Lu Feng met Enzo once again. Hey Lu, what did you want to see me about? Greeted Enzo in the video with a smile. Mr. Enzo, it's been a long time, and there's something I really want to see you about this time. The company's branch has already been selected and built. I've already sent the deposit over, and now I'm waiting for you to make the final payment, Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing that Lu Feng had taken care of the branch so quickly, Enzo on the opposite side of the computer looked very surprised. After all, there was a reason why he had tested Lu Feng when he had given him full authority over the establishment of the branch. As a result, he didn't expect Lu Feng to solve the matter so quickly, sparing Enzo, the big man in charge of Ferrari, a bit of surprise in his heart. Ha ha ha, Lu, you really surprised me, Enzo said as he adjusted his emotions. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled flatly. Chen Qian, who was on the side, had already transmitted the data of the branch factory and office building to Enzo while the two were chatting. While Enzo was looking at the data, Chen Chen began to take credit for Lu Feng. President Enzo, you don't know, but Mr. Lu saved us a lot of money on this branch. I believe you can also see by looking at the data. This time the factory is not to be faulted either in terms of layout or location. And most importantly, the factory has a market value of $3 billion, while Mr. Lu took it for $1.9 billion. Enzo's first reaction upon hearing Chen Qian's words was disbelief. Lu, you two can't be teaming up to tease me. That's almost impossible, Enzo said with a surprised look on his face. After all, this is not in the food market to buy food directly cut in half. Like this involves billions of single can cut down 10% or good. When Lu Feng saw that Enzo didn't believe him, he explained to him what had happened. It's like this, Mr. Enzo. This factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in, and for some special reason I took it at cost. Hearing Lu Feng say such a big thing with very calm words, Enzo was also nonplussed. Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold shares in the group, I can't let you suffer. I'll have someone call 1.5 billion directly to you later. So with the previous 500 million, it's a total of 2 billion. As for the extra 100 million, it'll be your thanks, Enzo said with a bold face. The side of Chen Shen heard this directly stayed. Is it possible that all of you rich people are directly according to the billion to give thanks to the fee? Lu Feng was thrilled inwardly after hearing Enzo's words. After all, he was only in a superficial splendor right now, but he was actually very, very poor on the inside. Then thank you, Mr. Enzo. Lu Feng forced down the excitement in his heart and thanked Enzo with a calm face. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Besides the extra 100 million, I'm going to give you another gift, but it's going to be a secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives, Enzo said with a mysterious face. At those words, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. Well, Lu, I'll leave you to it for now. I have a meeting on my side. It's about new energy sources. I've been busy with my head over these things for a while now, Enzo said while rubbing his head. Okay, see you then. Be sure to visit China when you have time, Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up. Secretary Chen, is Ferrari going into new energy as well? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his cognition Ferrari has always built fuel cars. Suddenly from the mouth of Enzo, the boss of Ferrari also want to enter the new energy. Lu Feng is still very curious. Yes, Mr. Lu, Ferrari set up a new energy department a long time ago to research new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake, and Ferrari also wants to get a piece of this feast, Chen Xian explained after thinking about it. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng nodded approvingly. Yes, look at Tesla to understand. Directly relying on new energy to leap into the world's richest man. Not only Tesla, even these domestic automobile manufacturers are also entering the field of new energy, in an attempt to realize the curved road to overtake. And it makes sense for Ferrari, as an established automaker, to lay out new energy sources early. Lu Feng analyzed as he sat on top of his boss chair. By the way, thank you for the words you just said for me. Just because of the words you said, Mr. Enzo has transferred a full 100 million more to me, Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Xian. Mr. Lu is too kind. I'm just being honest, Chen Xian responded modestly. That's not the way to put it. When the time comes for the 1.5 billion to be transferred, you transfer 1.4 billion to the Tianyu Group. Then you yourself take 1 million from this remaining 100 million, as my reward for you. Lu Feng looked at the modest Chen Xian. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was, and directly rewarded her 1 million yuan with a wave of his hand. Rumble. Chen Xian was directly shocked by Lu Feng's generosity and almost sat on her butt on the ground. What? Dislike giving less? Ah. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian's surprised look and teased. No. I'm just too excited, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian quickly explained. Ha ha ha, don't get excited. Follow me well. You won't be short of benefits in the future. Lu Feng directly drew a big cake. Yes, Mr. Lu, just rest assured, Chen Xian hurriedly assured. Ha ha ha, well, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go. Don't forget to hit the rest of the money right inside my account, Lu Feng said as he stood up and was about to leave. Mr. Lu, please wait, let me treat you to a meal. Last time I said I wanted to treat you to a meal, but I never had the chance. This time you rewarded me with so much money. I must treat you to a meal. Chen Xian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng and said. Faced with Chen Xian's request, Lu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, let's have dinner together then. But don't go to some fancy place. Just find a random food restaurant and eat something. Chapter 18, Strolling in the Old Street. Hearing Lu Feng promise himself, Chen Xian jumped up happily. Lu Feng, on the other hand, told the bodyguards to go back first, and he could just take Chen Xian's car. In fact, the main thing is that Lu Feng is afraid that these people will directly disappear in place once the time is up, and then they must not scare others to death. The bodyguard heard Lu Feng's arrangement and drove away. Over here, Lu Feng took Chen Xian's minivan and set off for dinner, but since it wasn't time for the evening meal yet, Lu Feng and Chen Xian went to the old streets of Magic City together. The old street of Magic City has a very long history. From the Republican period, the old street has existed. After the precipitation of history, the old street is now more lively and grand. Park the car. Chen Xian led Lu Feng into the old street, looking at a lot of vendors dressed in Republican-era clothes hawking, looking at the typical Republican-era buildings on both sides of the road. Lu Feng thought he had traveled back to the Republic of China. Mr. Lu, when you come to this side of the old street, you must try Yuan Fuji's pastries, especially the osmanthus cake, Chen Chen introduced to Lu Feng. Really? Then I'll listen to you tonight. You make the arrangements, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Chen Xian also directly led Lu Feng towards Yuan Fuji. Boss, have an osmanthus cake and then a box of pastries to mess around with, Chen Xian said to the boss, because it's only 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The old street is not particularly crowded. In the evening the old street is crowded, so now buy things basically do not have to queue. Mr. Lu, try it, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng as she held up a piece of osmanthus cake. Looking at Chen Xian's hands of osmanthus cake, Lu Feng took over, and then put into his mouth. Worthy of Chen Xian's affectionate recommendation. Really very tasty. A stream of osmanthus and the entrance of the fragrance of the heart. Soft and delicate taste is also very good. Eat a piece of as if you can clear a day of fatigue. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lu Feng eating so flavorfully, Chen Xian also hugged the box and ate it. Mr. Lu, you eat slowly. I still have a box of pastries here. Messy spell it. You all taste. Chen Xian, mouth stuffed with pastries slurred, said. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng took the pastry mess in Chen Xian's hand and took out a piece of horseshoe cake and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, it's also very good, Lu Feng sighed in his heart. The two of them then ate the pastries in their hands while walking until Chen Xian saw another stall selling stinky tofu and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng to walk over quickly again. Boss, give me 2 portions of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, do you eat spicy food? Chen Xian twisted her head and asked. You can have some, Lu Feng returned. 1 extra spicy and 1 mildly spicy then, Chen Xian said to the owner. Okay, the boss promised, and then began to fry up the stinky tofu. In no time at all 2 servings of steaming stinky tofu came out of the pot. Receiving the 2 portions of stinky tofu handed over by the boss, Chen Xian handed the mildly spicy one to Lu Feng, and then couldn't wait to eat it herself. Lu Feng watched Chen Xian eat so flavorfully, and also started to eat it. The two then wandered and ate until it was already evening and the two walked out of the old street with a yellow wine milk tea each. Mr. Lu, let's take the yellow bus to dinner. You must take a ride on the yellow bus in the old street and experience the way of traveling in the Republic of China, Chen Xian suggested as she sipped her milk tea. Good, then take a ride. Looking at the yellow bus in front of him, Lu Feng was also very curious. After all, it used to be that you could only see yellow buses in movies and TV dramas, so it's not bad to experience it. Hearing Lu Feng agree, Chen Xian went up and went to talk about the price with the puller. Uncle, you cheaper. Too expensive. We are too so light. You pull very save energy, Chen Xian said to the boss. Little girl, this is already the best deal I have, the boss said helplessly. A little cheaper. Uncle, please, Chen Xian continued. Okay, 80 minimum, the owner agreed. Thank you boss. Chen Xian hurriedly thanked him and ran over to Lu Feng again after paying the money. Okay, it's done. Mr. Lu, let's go, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng got on the yellow bus with Chen Xian, enjoying the breeze blowing in his face. Sitting on the yellow bus, Lu Feng squinted his eyes comfortably, as if all his unhappiness could be dispersed with the wind. In no time at all, the yellow bus driver took them to their destination. Here we are, you can get off now, said the rickshaw puller. Hearing the boss's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and walked down with Chen Xian. Thanks, boss. Lu Feng and Chen Xian thanked together. You're welcome, you guys have fun, the owner said, and pulled away. How is it, Mr. Lu? It feels good, doesn't it? Chen Xian asked. It feels very good. The experience is great. Lu Feng very much agreed. But are you sure you can still eat it? Lu Feng expressed his doubt. Of course you can, Mr. Lu, don't underestimate me, Chen Xian responded. Then Chen Xian led Lu Feng into a very dated bistro. Looking at Chen Xian, who was familiar with ordering food, Lu Feng felt that she should come often. You should come here to eat often, right? Lu Feng asked. Yes, usually some small sister party or something. We are preferred here. The boss is a local Magic City people. A hand of local dishes burn is that called a delicious, Chen Xian explained. Then after sitting there for about 10 minutes, the food that the two had ordered began to be served. Stir-fried shredded eel, Magic City braised pork, fragrant dew onion oil chicken, are all famous local dishes in Magic City. Mr. Lu, hurry up and try it. The flavor is really superb, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Looking at the food in front of him that made his taste buds move, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and eat. Is it delicious, Mr. Lu? Chen Xian asked with an expectant face. Yummy, The flavor is really good. Lu Feng nodded his head and praised. After about half an hour or so, the two also winded up eating all the food on the table. Drink water, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said and got up to help Lu Feng pour a cup of water. The two of them sat on top of their chairs and rested for a while longer before walking out of the restaurant. After refusing Chen Xian's request to send him home, Lu Feng took a taxi back home alone. After arriving home, Lu Feng directly took the elevator to the bottom parking lot without saying a word because he wanted to see if the bodyguards and drivers were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked fleet of cars inside the underground garage, but there wasn't a single person in sight, that Lu Feng believed that they had really left after their time. After simply washing up, Lu Feng, who was lying on the bed, slowly fell into deep thought. From nothing a few days ago, when his girlfriend ran off with someone else because he had no money, to now sitting on billions of family property. Bank card is lying inside the full 9-figure deposit president. This just a few days actually changed drastically. Every time I think of it, Lu Feng feel unreal. Not to mention that he also hit his gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend and his nemesis ruthlessly in the face as told inside the novel. Really cool But unconsciously Lu Feng's mind surfaced Shin Changkite's figure again, although he is now also considered to be a bull. But it seems that compared to Shin Changkite's background, it is nothing. That's right. Lu Feng also from the last reunion knows some of the background of Shin Changkue. Can let the magic city that big man personally call Shin Changkue? Absolutely big head. Anyway, now worth billions of Lu Feng is not please. Even to put it bluntly, not to mention please, it is difficult to see one side. After all, that is the real top of the big man. The existence of the day-to-day management of the existence of the ordinary people to see aside are counted as high incense. It's so stressful, Lu Feng thought as he slowly entered dreamland. Shucks, how narcissistic. Don't even know if Shin Changkue likes him. How dare you think so much? How shameless. Chapter 19, Cousins Coming. Lu Feng got up early the next morning, because Wang Shui from Times Square called him to say that the rent had been collected and had been paid to Lu Feng's bank card. Lu Feng hung up the phone and saw the text message sent by the bank, and saw the long string of numbers, and his heart was smiling. Sure enough, it's still cool to collect rent, Lu Feng said to himself. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast, the phone rang again, and it turned out to be his sister, Lu Yanyan, calling. Brother, hurry up and come to the airport to pick me up. I've already arrived in Magic City, Lu Yanyan said briskly on the phone. Hearing what Lu Yanyan said, Lu Feng hurriedly asked back, isn't it still 2 days away? Why did you come over today? Brother, are you remember wrong? I told you the day is today. You this can forget. Really men are unreliable, Lu Yanyan said indignantly. Alright, you wait at the airport for a while. I'll come over to pick you up right away, Lu Feng hurriedly promised. Lu Feng, who hung up the phone, took the car keys and went out, not even coming to eat breakfast. Driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G traveling on the road, Lu Feng is also experiencing the feeling of a rich second generation. This one-handed steering wheel feeling is really good. Because of the morning rush hour traffic jam, Lu Feng drove for more than an hour before arriving at the airport, and then just after arriving at the parking lot, he called Lu Yanyan, who had been waiting at the airport for quite some time over here, also complained that Lu Feng had come too late after receiving his call, making her wait here for such a long time. Hearing her sister's complaint, Lu Feng hurriedly said that he would treat her to a big meal later to compensate her, and only then did Lu Yanyan give up. Brother, I'm here. Lu Feng, who was looking around for someone, heard someone calling himself, turned around and looked over, saw that it was his cousin Lu Yanyan who was calling herself, and hurriedly walked over. I've been looking for you, little sister, Lu Feng said as he took the suitcase in Lu Yanyan's hand, and then looked at the girl standing next to Lu Yanyan who was standing in a pavilion. And this is? Oh, right brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my classmate and good girlfriend. This time the airfare money is this little rich woman out of it. How is it? Introduced to you as an object, Lu Yanyan teased. Seeing that Lu Yanyan wanted to introduce herself to someone, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. What are you talking about? You're making a mess, he said and gave an apologetic smile to the girl next to him. Sorry, beautiful, my little sister likes to joke around. The girl on the side guffawed when she heard Lu Feng apologizing to herself. It's okay, brother, I know. After saying that, the girl introduced herself again. My name is Lin Wan. I'm Yanyan's good friend, and I came here traveling with her this time as well. Hello student Lin, welcome to Magic City to play. You guys just got off the plane. Let me take you to dinner, said Lu Feng directly picked up the girl's suitcases ready to take them to dinner. Thank you then, brother, the girl thanked gently. He, I knew that you are the best old brother. It's not in vain that I brought over a beautiful and rich little rich woman for you. Lu Yanyan said with a bad smile. Lu Feng acted as if he didn't hear what Lu Yanyan said, pulling the two suitcases in front of him, waiting for the car next to the car. Lu Yanyan asked Lu Feng where the cab was. Lu Feng told him that the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him was his car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanyan was directly stunned, and even Lin Wan, who was beside him, flashed a trace of surprise in her eyes. What? This car is yours. You can't have rented it. Brother, we don't have any outsiders, you don't need to be so wasteful, Lu Yanyan said in surprise. This is really my car. It's not rented or borrowed. It's truly my own car, Lu Feng explained helplessly. Lu Yanyan's eyes directly widened when she heard Lu Feng's words. I'll go. Brother, you won't go rob a bank. We can't do things that break the law, Lu Yanyan said worriedly. Seeing that Lu Yanyan just didn't believe it, Lu Feng directly opened the trunk and put the luggage in, and then opened the backseat door to stuff the chattering Lu Yanyan in. After doing all this, Lu Feng also thoughtfully opened the door on the other side of the car, then invited Lin Wan to get into the car. Walking on the road, Lu Yanyan is also constantly accusing Lu Feng's evil behavior. Said Lu Feng treats her not gently. How can you put a wonderful girl directly into the car, which is the difference between human traffickers, and then treats Lin Wan as so gentlemanly? The typical see the color forget the sister. Lu Feng, who was driving in front, directly ignored Lu Yanyan's playfulness behind him and concentrated on driving. Looking at Lu Feng ignoring herself, Lu Yanyan patted Lu Feng's shoulder again. Brother, this car is really bought by you, ah? Where did you get so much money? It will not be a rich woman to be adopted, right? Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lu Feng resisted the urge to beat her up and said, it's really my car. Your brother, I'm a bit of a success now, so I bought a car to act as a front. It's really not being adopted by a rich woman? Lu Yanyan still didn't believe it. It really isn't, Lu Feng said through gritted teeth. Hearing Lu Feng's exact answer, Lu Yanyan believed it. So brother, what are you doing now that you can afford this multi-million-dollar car? Lu Yanyan asked again. After all, she was very shocked right now. How could someone just graduate and start a successful business? It's just a partnership with someone else to start a company. Lu Feng returned. Then where did you get the money? You know that you haven't touched a single penny of the money that my father has given you in these 3 years. Lu Yanyan was even more puzzled to hear that Lu Feng was opening a company. I didn't put up the money. I'm a technology shareholder. Hearing Lu Yanran's question, Lu Feng casually found an excuse and said, after all, if he told the truth he was afraid that Lu Yanran would go crazy. So he planned to tell Lu Yanran slowly. Finally, after Lu Yanyan asked an unknown number of questions, Lu Feng and the others arrived at the place to eat. Looking at the luxuriously decorated restaurant in front of her, Lu Yanyan hurriedly pulled Lu Feng's hand and said, brother, just eat casually in the morning. Hearing Lu Yanyan, who wanted to save money for herself, Lu Feng smiled. It's fine. Just eat here. The breakfast here is famous in the entire Magic City. It's similar to the breakfast over in Guangshan, Lu Feng explained. Lu Yanyan was anxious when she heard Lu Feng's words. She was afraid that Lu Feng was swollen and trying to get Lin Wan's attention because she was joking when she said that she introduced Lin Wan to Lu Feng. She is aware of her sister's vision and family background. That is, if Lin Wan agrees, her family cannot agree. Even if Lu Feng is now a small success and still driving a few $1 million of cars. Silly girl, not told you. Brother now has money. Money does not take you to eat good. That want money for what? Hearing Lu Feng say this, Lu Yanyan's eyes instantly reddened. Yes, her brother had loved her since she was a child, and when she was small, her brother would save up her allowance to buy her good food, and would secretly prepare a birthday present for her when she had a birthday. After she was wronged at school, her brother would stand up for her, and even though her eldest uncle would talk about him after every time he helped her, every time her brother still had no choice but to stand up for her. Thinking of this, Lu Yanyan suddenly hugged Lu Feng. Lu Feng was shocked by this sudden scene. After busy patting Lu Yanran's back to comfort him. What's the matter? What's the matter? How suddenly also cried it. Is not who let you aggrieved or the eldest uncle again noisy you. All right, brother has always been, to the time I go back to the eldest uncle theory. At those words Lu Yanyan cried even harder. Seeing his good girlfriend suddenly cried, Lin Wan also went forward to hastily comfort. Lu Feng looked at the passers-by at this time all cast their eyes over, as if looking at the scum. Hastily pulling Lu Yanyan ran into the hotel. What's wrong, girl? Why are you suddenly crying? Sitting on the dining table, Lu Feng looked at Lu Yanran, who was still wiping her tears, and asked. Hearing what Lu Yanran said, she wiped her tears and said, it's nothing, brother, it just feels like you're too good to me. I'm so touched. Lu Feng laughed out loud when he heard his sister's words. Ha ha ha, silly girl, brother is good to you should be do not hurt their own sister pain who Lu Feng sniffing is also crying and laughing. Looking at the side of the Lin Wan laugher almost straight up waist, Lu Yanyan just remembered that there is another person around, hastily organized themselves, and then said to Lin Wan viciously, "This matter is not allowed to say outside, or I will bite you to death." When Lin Wan heard the threat, she laughed even louder, and after seeing that Lu Yanyan was about to pounce, she hurriedly begged for forgiveness to ensure that she would definitely not say anything outside. Chapter 20 Lu Yanran's shock. "Alright, stop fooling around. Order your food," Lu Feng said and handed the two menus to Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan respectively. The two little girls took the menu and ordered, while ordering food and also discussing which one would be more delicious, ordering for a long time before counting. Barbecued pork buns, glutinous rice chicken, intestinal noodles, steamed spare ribs, phoenix claws. As a portion of breakfast was served, Lu Feng directly greeted the two of them to eat, only to see Lu Yanyan take the lead in picking up a phoenix claw and put it on Lu Feng's lower plate and said, "Brother, try the chicken claw first." Watching his sister give herself food, Lu Feng was very pleased that the former little kid had finally grown up and grown into a big girl. Lin Wan, who was on the side, looked at Lu Yanyan giving food to Lu Feng, and shrank away. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Yanyan directly made a red face, and disliked without any politeness, "Eat your bar. So much still eat, still can't plug your mouth." It took about half an hour before the three of them finished eating, and Lu Feng paid the money and took the two of them away. "Girl, are you guys going to go and play now or take a break and play tomorrow?" Lu Feng asked while driving the car. Hearing Lu Feng ask himself, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan exchanged opinions, so they planned not to go today, and would go again tomorrow when they were well rested. Originally, Lu Yanyan had booked a hotel because she knew that Lu Feng had only rented a very small house in Mordor, which could not accommodate so many people, but Lu Feng did not let her rent a house, only said that when she came to nature can arrange them. So Lu Yanyan had to agree to Lu Feng's arrangements, did not live in the hotel but went back with Lu Feng. Have nothing to say. The car quickly drove into the neighborhood of Mission Hills International. Looking at the neat layout of the garden in front of the eyes, fake mountains and fake water, Lu Yanyan was once again shocked by Lu Feng. "Brother, don't tell me you live here now?" Lu Yanyan asked with a disbelieving face. "Yeah, I live here. How's this for a scare?" Lu Feng said with a smile and drove the car directly to the underground garage. "This is too luxurious. You must be very expensive to rent a house here. How much is the rent a year?" Lu Yanyan asked curiously. "What rented house? This is the house I bought." "What? You bought it yourself? How much money does it cost?" "You can even buy a house in Magic City." Lu Yanyan seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Not much, just almost 100 million, Lu Feng said lightly. 100 million, Lu Yanyan directly called out. Next to Lin Wan heard also very surprised, curious about their good girlfriend's brother in the end is doing what? Kenan just graduated to buy a luxury car and mansion. Just as Lu Yanyan was still in shock, Lu Feng parked the car in the parking space and then got out of the car and pulled open the door and patted Lu Yanyan's head before the little girl reacted. "Brother, I'll mix with you. You can just give me $2 or $3 million a month," said Lu Yanyan, who got off the bus and hugged Lu Feng's arm in a petulant manner. When Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan's words, he refused without even thinking about it. "What are you thinking about? The most important thing for you now is to finish your studies before you can think about anything else," Lu Feng said seriously. "Alright. Lu Yanyan instantly pulled a small face when she heard Lu Feng's words. "Come on, I'll take you back to get some rest. You should be exhausted," Lu Feng said and took Lu Yanran and Lin Wan on the elevator, ready for the two of them to go home and have a good rest. The three of them stepped out of the elevator and made their way to the entry door. As soon as she saw the entry door, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but let out a gasp. "Wow, old man, your gate is too luxurious," Lu Yanyan said in shock as she looked at the armored door in front of her that was worth several $1 million. Lu Feng smiled gently at his words and didn't say anything. As Lu Feng used his pupil to unlock and open the door of the purple copper armor worth several $1 million, Lu Yanyan was even more surprised. "Wow, this is where you live? Ah, this is too luxurious, too extravagant, right?" Lu Yanyan said and directly walked in quickly. "This hall is estimated to be as big as our house. And this balcony, it's longer than my life," Lu Yanyan said to Lu Feng. If you like it, I'll reserve a room for you. You can come over whenever you want to." Lu Feng greeted Lin Wan while sitting down and spoiled her. "Really?" Lu Yanyan said hurriedly. "Of course, I'll take you for a fingerprinting later. You pick a room, and here you can come over whenever you want," Lu Feng said as he poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Wan and said, "Thank you, brother," Lin Wan said as she took the cup of water. "Thank you, brother, you're too good to me," Lu Yanyan also said excitedly. After a few people sat in the living room for a while, Lu Feng let Lu Yanyan go to see the room prepared for her. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were coming over, so I prepared a room. So today you two can only sleep in one room, Lu Feng said to Lin Wan. It's fine, brother, the two of us also used to sleep in the same bed at school, Lin Wan said gently. Yes, brother, don't worry about it, Lu Yanyan also said. That's fine, then you guys have a good rest. You must not have slept well last night. I won't bother you, said Lu Feng and exited the room. Looking at the room that Lu Feng had prepared for herself, at the bed with her favorite color sheets and the large dolls lying on the bed, Lu Yanyan's eyes reddened again. Brother is really too good to me, Lu Yanyan murmured. Lin Wan on the side looked at Lu Yanran who had reddened her eyes again and also directly pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed. Can you tell me about your brother, Yanyan? Lin Wan said as she helped Lu Yanyan wipe her tears. Hearing that her good girlfriend wanted to listen to her brother's story, Lu Yanyan also secretly smiled in her heart. How does that saying go? A woman who is curious about a man. That is the beginning of her fall. Thinking of this, Lu Yanyan took Lin Wan's hand and talked about the two of them when they were young. Lu Feng's side also hurriedly returned to his bedroom, because today he was afraid that his sister would wait too long at the airport. Lu Feng didn't even know what the system had refreshed today, so after settling down his sister, Lu Feng hurriedly ran into his room. Sitting on his bed, Lu Feng hurriedly focused his mind to enter the system, and as he did so the system's beep sounded on time. Stick to a point. The limited time kill system has been refreshed and the following items have been refreshed for this day. 1 Augusta Westland AW109, civilian helicopter valued at 62 million renminbi. 1 Idle Cloud Manor, worth 1.8 billion renminbi. Pulley Hotel in Magic City, worth 740 million renminbi. Such good luck this time. The things refreshed are all good, Lu Feng said to himself. Let me see what's good to choose. Lu Feng looked up at the window in front of him and also thought about it. The first helicopter. Although Lu Feng would like to experience what it's like to fly an airplane, but he can't fly it. And helicopters don't mean that you can fly it once you buy it. It involves airways, and a lot of things, so it can't be chosen for the time being. The second Idle Cloud Mountain Village. Lu Feng do not know where, but should be a manor. Otherwise it cannot be so expensive. But Lu Feng now has a place to live. Not to need this. He preferred to refresh out of the industry, because the industry can help him to earn money well. And the third one is the industry that Lu Feng likes. A hotel. And it is not an ordinary hotel. The Pori Hotel can be ranked in the top 10 in the whole Magic City. So Lu Feng is very moved. Just as Lu Feng was about to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much is left to upgrade? Lu Feng asked. Ding. Querying and calculating. The result of the host's worth is as follows. 1% of Ferrari Group shares worth 2.1 billion yuan. 10% of Tianyu Group is worth 2 billion renminbi. 1 in Times Square is worth 1.5 billion yuan. The top tuner fleet is worth 1 billion renminbi. A large flat in Mission Hills International is worth 74 million renminbi. Looking at the value that was already approaching $7 billion, Lu Feng was happy. But to think that the system needs 10 billion body value to be upgraded and the upgraded system can refresh out characters and open them all. After thinking for a long time, Lu Feng still decided to choose 2, because together with the 1.8 billion from the manor it was almost 9 billion. And tomorrow he might be able to get the system upgraded. System, I choose 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding, the host has made a choice. Choice 2, 1 Idle Cloud Manor. Please sign in at Idle Cloud Manor. The system's mechanical voice came out. Ah, you still have to go to the place to sign for it. Okay, then I'll go over there now, Lu Feng said helplessly. Then he exited the system. Lu Feng opened the door to his room and greeted Lu Yanran who was in the second bedroom, telling the two of them that if they wanted to have lunch, they could just make a call to the housekeeper to have him send it over. And then he went out. Follow the navigation Lu Feng. All the way out of Mordor before stopping. Looking at the tarmac road leading to the mountains in front of him, Lu Feng kicked the gas and drove up. It wasn't until they were almost at the top of the hill that they saw the manor. At this time there were several figures in suits standing at the entrance of the manor. Seeing a big G coming, they hurriedly prepared to greet them. Z, with a kick of the brakes, the car stopped beside a few men in suits, and Lu Feng opened the door and walked down. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello, I am the person in charge of this transfer of the manor. Just call me Xiao Xiao, the one in the lead said hurriedly. Well, hello there, it's hard for you guys to make a trip, Lu Feng said blandly. No hard work, it's an honor to serve you, the man responded. Let's look at the house then, Lu Feng said. Yes, you please come with me. Chapter 21, The Awesome Manor. Hearing Lu Feng propose to take a look at the house, Xiao Xiao hurriedly led Lu Feng into the manor and toured it. Look Mr. Lu, this is a gate made of a special alloy that is bulletproof. and the gate is equipped with the most advanced self-recognition system that can easily identify if it's a person or a car inside the manor. If an outsider is detected intruding, the gate will instantly close and a second gate will be drilled out from underneath for defense. Xiao Zhao introduced the manor's gate to Lu Feng. After introducing the gate, Xiao Zhao introduced the fence to Lu Feng. The entire manor covers an area of nearly 70 acres of land, all surrounded by a fence. And the surface of the fence is also covered with a layer of alloy steel plates that are 2 centimeters thick. And even the top of the fence is equipped with a high-voltage power grid and monitors. And as long as the monitor monitors that someone is attempting to climb over the fence, the high-voltage power grid will be activated instantly. Hearing Xiao Zhao's introduction, Lu Feng couldn't be more satisfied. This is simply a fortress, not afraid of the biochemical crisis coming. Xiao Zhao then took Lu Feng on a tour of the manor's garden scenery arrangement. Mr. Lu, the arrangement you see now was personally laid out by a Suzhou city garden master with his men. From the rockery to every tree and flower here, including the creek, it was all constructed in strict accordance with the methods of Suzhou-style gardens. After the introduction of the scenic layout, they finally arrived at the area of the villa. Afterwards, Xiao Zhao led Lu Feng to finally walk into the location where the villa was located, only to see that the 3 secondary villas formed a triangular formation, tightly enclosing the main villa in the middle, and then a small river that was about 2 meters wide slowly flowed around the several villas. Opening the gate of the villa, Xiao Zhao began to introduce the main villa to Lu Feng. The entire main villa ground floor height of 4. The height of the subterranean floor is 3. A total of 7 floors. The ground floor of 4 external walls are divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is the antique design decoration, and then is the thickness of the alloy steel plate of 5 centimeters. And the last layer is the thickness of up to 40 centimeters of the mixed mud wall. Holy, this is too good. Although Lu Feng was surprised in his heart, his surface was steady as a mountain. Seeing that Lu Feng was still so calm after hearing so much, Xiao Zhao secretly guessed in his heart about Lu Feng's origin. What kind of big shot was actually so calm? You know that after he first learned the information about these houses, he was shocked and reacted directly half a day. Next, Xiao Zhao took Lu Feng to visit the entire villa. What with the introduction of the hall, parlor, rest area, entertainment area, fitness area, and study room, finally several people went to the basement by elevator again. The most shocking thing for Lu Feng was that the 3rd underground level was actually a shelter, which could store a dozen people's food for a year, with its own air purification equipment and equipment for purifying drinking water. And the whole manor is also spending a lot of money to create an intelligent system, which means that in the future, Lu Feng can control everything in the manor from the main villa including the monitoring system, defense system. Lu Feng sighed in his heart after reading it that he is still far from being a real tycoon, and his vision is still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao briefly introduced the other 3 villas. Of course, there is certainly no way to compare with the main villa. The other 3 villas have only 3 floors on the ground and only 2 floors under the ground, and the strength of the protection is not as strong as the main villa. After listening to the introduction, Lu Feng also directly asked Xiao Zhao to take out the transfer certificate and signed on it without hesitation. Mission accomplished. Xiao Zhao didn't stay too long and left with his staff. Looking at Xiao Zhao and his group who had already walked away, Lu Feng couldn't wait to start manipulating the manor's system. After tapping into the defense interface and seeing Xiao Zhao and the others driving away from the surveillance, Lu Feng immediately turned on the defense system, only to see the manor gate quickly close. Then the ground rose up another fully enclosed gate made of alloy, and the high-voltage power grid on the wall was instantly on fire. Asterisk asterisk. Living here is directly invincible, Lu Feng said happily. He then entered the surveillance system and watched as the entire manor was under the shroud of surveillance. Lu Feng retreated with satisfaction. Just find some more bodyguards and patrol the area and it'll be okay, Lu Feng muttered as he looked at the empty manor. And if it wasn't for the total ban on guns in China, Lu Feng would have wanted to get a few guns for defense. Just as Lu Feng was still wandering around inside the manor, everyone inside the other manors on this mountain knew that the one at the top of the hill had welcomed a new owner. What kind of person is it that can actually take the manor at the top of the mountain, knowing that when I first spent $2 billion to buy it, they wouldn't even sell it to me? Murmured an old man in a tang suit. One should know that there were only 18 manors on this mountain, and the owner of each one of them was a big shot that resounded in Magic City and even the entire country of China. The idle Cloud Manor at the top of the mountain has been bought by someone. Ha, interesting, murmured an old man with a majestic face and an endless aura emanating from his body. You now immediately head to the Peak Manor and go deliver an invitation to the owner there, saying that my old man will celebrate his birthday in a few days and invite him over for a gathering. The servant sniffed and immediately went out to deliver the invitation. At this time, Lu Feng also finished strolling through the entire manor, satisfied, and was about to leave. But the result was that he had not yet gotten on the car when he was called to stop. Sir, Sir, please wait. A young man darted over. Can I help you? Lu Feng said as he surveyed the person in front of him. It's like this. Our family's old man asked me to come over to deliver an invitation to you. Hoping to get together with you. The young man said and took out an invitation and handed it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation handed over and wondered. He didn't know their old man. Why would he invite himself over? Just when Lu Feng wanted to refuse. The servant saw that Lu Feng wanted to refuse and hurriedly said, My master's name is Yu Weiman. Holy! Lu Feng was directly shocked by the name and broke out into a cold sweat. Wasn't this the name of the last hand of Mordor? Why would such a big shot suddenly want to find himself? Seeing that Lu Feng was a bit confused, the servant opened his mouth to explain. It turns out that Yu Weiman lives here. Heard that the new neighbors moved in. And it happens to be the old man's 70th birthday in a few days, so he wanted to invite him over to participate. Lu Feng nodded as he listened. Okay, I know. Please go back and tell the old man that I will definitely go over to wish him a happy birthday. After hearing this, the servant excused Lu Feng and went back. Sitting in the car Lu Feng at this time the hand is still a little shaky. There is no way the magic hand Big Brother in the Big Brother, actually invited himself to participate in the birthday banquet. Who else would be excited Lu Feng forced down the excitement in his heart and drove the car to leave the manor, because there were still 2 girls at home waiting for him to go back. The servant over here also told the old man about Lu Feng after he returned. You mean it was a young man of only 23 or 24 in? The old man asked skeptically. Yes. After receiving a definite answer from the servant, the old man fell directly into deep thought. Is it the heir of whoever's over in the imperial capital? Or is it a cultivated heir to one of those families? The old man muttered. Unfortunately, he was not destined to get an answer now, as Lu Feng had arrived home immediately. With a click, the door was opened and looking at the empty living room, Lu Feng walked to the door of the room and knocked. Yen, Lin's student, wake up, I'll take you to dinner, Lu Feng said as he stood outside the door. Got it, old brother, we'll get up right away, came Lu Yanyan's voice from the house, who had just woken up from a nap. Hearing what Lu Yanran said, Lu Feng directly turned his head and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the 2 of them. After a while, Lu Yanyan, who was rubbing her eyes, walked out with Lin Wan. Brother, you're back, Lu Yanyan said with a yawn. Well, I just got back, just in time to take you guys to dinner, Lu Feng said as he sat on the sofa. Can you not go I'm so sleepy, I don't want to go out. Lu Yanyan's face at this time had no spirit at all. Then you have to eat too. Look at you guys, you didn't eat at lunch. Seeing that the 2 were actually so spiritless, Lu Feng opened his mouth and asked. It's like this, brother, we were too sleepy so we didn't get up to eat. Lin Wan explained. That's all the more reason to go eat. Let's go. Brother knows a particularly delicious pavilion. I'll take you there. Lu Feng stood up and took the lead. Oh, that's fine. You wait for us for a while, we'll wash up and draw a makeup. Lu Yanyan saw that she couldn't argue with Lu Feng but could only agree. Well, try to hurry. I'll meet you in the car. And remember to lock the door. I know. Chapter 22, The Origin of Shin Chanu. Lu Feng waited in the car for a long time before the 2 of them came downstairs, so from this he could see that it was really troublesome for girls to go out. Where are you going to eat? Lu Feng asked while driving. We don't know. You watch the arrangement. Lu Yanyan snapped her nails and returned without lifting her head. Then let's go to Rui residence. I don't know if there are still seats at this point. Lu Feng saw that the 2 of them didn't have any goals and directly made a decision. As a result of the words, the phone rang, and Lu Feng took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, which 1 inch? Lu Feng said as he looked at the unfamiliar number prompted on his cell phone. It's me, Shin Chanu, came the voice on the phone. When he heard that it was Shin Chanu calling, Lu Feng almost crashed his car on top of the guardrail with a shaky hand. What are you doing, old brother? Are you going to murder? Lu Yanyan screamed. And next to her, Lin Wan was also startled. Shin Chanu on the phone was instantly curious when she heard a girl's voice. Why? Is there someone next to you? Is it bothering you? Hearing Shin Chanu's misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. No, it's my sisters. They came over to play with me and we're just about to take them to dinner. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Chanu on the other side of the phone released her clenched hand and returned to a gentle state. It's like this. There's an elder celebrating his birthday in 2 days. I would like to ask you to come over and accompany me because I'm afraid of being a bit lonely alone, Shin Chanu said softly. As soon as he heard that Shin Chanu had invited him to go to the party with her, Lu Feng was very excited and agreed in a hurry. Seeing that Lu Feng had agreed, Shin Chanu on the other side of the phone revealed a nice smile. Thank you then, Mr. Lu, I was going to treat you to dinner today, but since you have to stay with your family, let's do it in a couple of days. Lu Feng was so happy when he heard that Shin Changkite was going to invite him to dinner that he couldn't even care about his sister. It's fine. It's fine. It's just that they don't want me to accompany them. I'll send them to their destination and then I'll come to you, Lu Feng said in a hurry. Won't it delay you? Shin Changkui inside the phone seemed to laugh a little. No. I'll add you as a friend. Then you send me the location. I'll go over later. Lu Feng obediently made a request to add Shin Changkui's friend. Alright then, I'll wait for you, Shin Changkui said gently. Lu Feng, who hung up the phone, made arrangements for the two in the back row. You guys go eat by yourselves later. I have something I need to take care of. And after saying that, he transferred $10,000 to Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan gave Lu Feng a skeptical look after hearing that. Brother, you didn't lie to me. I just heard a girl talking on the phone. It can't be your girlfriend. No, it's just a work thing. The money is transferred to you. I'll put you guys there in the old streets of Mordor later. You guys have a good stroll. Lu Feng defended. Alright then, we'll go shopping by ourselves. Lu Yanyan could only agree when she saw this. Lu Feng then sent Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan to the old street with a kick of the gas, and tapped the location sent by Shin Changkui to rush over. Sprinting along, Lu Feng arrived at his destination without any problems. After parking the car, Lu Feng called Shin Changkite over and asked her exactly where she was. I'm at the tavern by the river. You can see me directly when you arrive. Lu Feng heard that and ran all the way to the riverside tavern. I've kept you waiting. Lu Feng came to the door and saw Shin Changkite waiting for him and said, I also just arrived. I suddenly invited you for dinner today. It didn't disturb you, right? Shin Changkui said as she gently looked at Lu Feng. No, I'm just responsible for being the driver, and now that I've sent them across to their destination, I'm fine with it. Aha, let's go in then, Shin Changkui said and walked in with Lu Feng. Sitting on the chair, looking at the cozy decoration inside the tavern, and then looking at Shin Changkui in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't even say anything for a while. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Shin Changkui laughed when she saw Lu Feng who didn't speak. Ha ha ha. No, I was just too hot and didn't react for a while, Lu Feng explained awkwardly. The two of them then sat in the tavern, drinking a little wine and chatting about little things, as if they were lovers in love. Suddenly, Shin Changkui looked at Lu Feng and changed the topic of conversation. Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're no longer an ordinary freshly graduated college student now. When he suddenly heard Shin Changkui's slightly intimate address, Lu Feng's heart jumped violently. Why do you say that I'm not an ordinary freshly graduated college student anymore? Lu Feng asked rhetorically, feigning confusion in his understanding. Shin Changkui smiled a little at his words. There's no way an ordinary person can bring a boss with connections in both black and white to his knees with a single phone call. Ha ha ha. It was also a fluke that I happened to know his parent company to be able to handle him. Lu Feng said humbly. He didn't want others to know about the existence of the system, not even those who were even close to him. Then come over today and still drive such a nice car. Shin Changkui directly broke down Lu Feng's excuse with a gentle smile. It's kind of a fluke business success. Lu Feng scratched the back of his head and said with a simple smile. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng did not want to say anything, Shin Changkui raised her cup and clinked it with Lu Feng. Shin Changkui then spoke again. Remember when I said inside the phone that I asked you to accompany me to celebrate someone's birthday in a few days? Remember, I thought you said you were afraid you'd be bored going alone. Then do you know the name of the person who celebrated his birthday? An inexplicable smile appeared on Shin Changkui's face. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? You just told me today. Lu Feng queried back. His name is Yi Weiman. He was the last hand of Mordor. Shin Changkui's light tone spoke of a heavenly figure. Asterisk. Lu Feng was confused. He didn't expect that it was actually Yi Lao. He had to know that just a short while ago he had also received Yi Lao's invitation letter, saying that he had asked him to come over for a gathering. As a result, he didn't expect Shin Changkui to take him there with her, which was too much of a coincidence. Shin Changkui looked at the surprised Lu Feng with a faint smile, but in her heart, she was stealing joy. Feng, scared. Ha, such a big character. What are you bringing me along for? Lu Feng said as he looked at Shin Changkui. Nothing. Is a person afraid of boredom? And then bring you together. And you know, I also have no friends over here. Sniffed Shin Changkui said lazily. Is it really because of boredom? This is the former hand of Mordor. If you put this opportunity out for sale, I estimate that 100 million will be snapped up. Lu Feng said with a disbelieving face. You should know by now that I come from a big place. Shin Changkui replied. I know. Lu Feng said as he froze and exhaled. I come from the imperial capital. The four great families of the imperial capital. Li Yi Shin Wang. I come from the Shin family. Shin Changkui slowly said his origin. Hearing that Shin Changkui came from the Shin family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng was actually not shocked at all. because he had long guessed it. Surnamed Shin, transferred from the imperial capital a year ago, and let the current hand of the magic city call to personally escort. Only the Shin family in the imperial capital could do it. You should have guessed it long ago, right? Shin Chanu looked at Lu Feng, the gentleness in her eyes as if she was trying to personalize it. Lu didn't answer as he pondered why Shin Chanu was telling himself these things. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't pick up, Shin Chanu said to himself again, I don't have much time left. My family has arranged a marriage for me. It's the proud son of the imperial capital Li family. The two families want to wrestle that supreme position through the marriage. Rumble. This passage seemed to strike Lu Feng's head like a thunderbolt, directly causing him to sit on top of his chair for a long time, unable to regain his senses. Chapter 23, System Upgrade. Lu Feng really didn't think that Shin Changkite would actually tell him such a big secret, and when he heard that Shin Changkite was going to have a political marriage soon, Lu Feng only felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then what does this have to do with you taking me to Elder Ye's birthday banquet? Lu Feng asked with forced composure. Because I know that you are now a little successful, so I am prepared to give you a hand so that you can grow up early. Shin Changkui heard slowly said the reason. What? Let me grow up early? Why? Lu Feng was even more puzzled when he heard this. Because the boy I like is still too weak right now. Shin Changkui tenderly looked at Lu Feng, the love in her eyes not hidden at all. Hearing Shin Changkui's words, Lu Feng's brain instantly went blank and he sat motionless in his chair until a long time had passed before he came back to his senses. What do you mean by this? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shin Changkui looked at the excited Lu Feng, pursed her lips, got up and left. Lu Feng saw Shin Changkui leave and hurriedly chased after him. You wait, what do you mean by that? Who are you in the end? Lu Feng said as he grabbed Shin Changkite's soft jade arm like a snowy lotus root. The moment he grabbed Shin Changkui, Lu Feng was directly immobilized by that gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng grabbing his arm, Shin Changkui wasn't angry. She just gently took Lu Feng's hand off and gently caressed Lu Feng's face. Gently, he said, Feng, knowing so much now won't do you any good. You need to work hard to become stronger. After saying that, Shin Changkui left, and then left Lu Feng alone to stand in place. Shin Changkui, who got into the Maybach, looked at Lu Feng not far away, and the feelings in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Feng, I'm sorry, but this is all I can do now. If you can get the full support of Elder Yi, then there is only a possibility between us. Even though telling you that much ahead of time puts so much pressure on you, I'm sure you can do it because there really isn't much time left for us. The other side. The disoriented Lu Feng didn't even know how he got home. All he knew was that someone had called a chauffeur for him, and then he appeared on the bed in his bedroom. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan have not yet returned. The two people are still shopping. Lu Feng lying on the bed threw the strength of wine and fell asleep in a confused manner. Early the next morning Lu Feng was woken up by a crackling sound, only to get up and realize that it was the two little girls who were preparing breakfast. Though the kitchen now looked as if it had been ransacked, the table was also set with fried eggs, and heated sandwiches, and rinsed oatmeal. Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng get up and hurriedly greeted him. Brother, you're up. Hurry up and go wash up. Taste the handiwork of the two of us. Hearing Lu Yanran speak, Lu Feng instantly understood that the sound in the kitchen just now was the two preparing breakfast. In order to live up to the good intentions of the two, Lu Feng forced himself to wash up then sat down at the table. Picking up a slice of the already fried blackened poached egg, Lu Feng put it into his mouth in Lu Yanran's expectant eyes. Moments. Lu Feng's mouth then filled with a bitter and burning flavor. Yummy. Lu Feng swallowed the egg with difficulty and then complimented Lu Yanran. Lu Yanyan's eyes instantly filled with light inside when she heard her brother's praise. Yes, I knew I was a great cook. Lin Wan on the side looked at Lu Feng actually ate the omelette and complimented Lu Yanyan. She was a bit unconvinced and put a small bite into her mouth with confidence. Within a second of the egg entering her mouth, Lin Wan felt a salty and astringent flavor rush straight to her brain before she spat it out. Wan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yanyan said hurriedly as she took a look at Lin Wan vomiting. It's fine. It's just that I got up in the morning and was a bit uncomfortable then I didn't want to eat. Lin Wan said with a bitter smile on her face. Then do you want to go back to your room to take a rest? Lu Yanyan asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan revealed a relieved look and quickly ran back to her room, only leaving Lu Feng with a look of self-seeking. Lu Feng was speechless, looking at the dark cuisine on top of the table. In order not to hurt his sister's heart, he gritted his teeth and directly ate all the food as fast as he could, and ran back to his room without looking back. This strange scene could confuse Lu Yanyan. What's wrong with these two today? So strange. After returning to his room, Lu Feng didn't even have time to see what the system had refreshed today, so he ran straight to the bathroom and threw up. It was not easy to vomit almost when the stomach grumbled again. A straight to the head. Lu Feng had to sit on top of the toilet again and set off firecrackers. Crackle crackle crackle. After about 10 minutes, a pale-faced Lu Feng walked out holding the wall. While thinking that in the future, he absolutely could not eat Lu Yanyan's cooking again while lying on the bed and opened the system. Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed, and the results are as follows. Tanglong Hotel, worth 1.9 billion renminbi. A building in Yusan neighborhood, worth 10 renminbi. 500 million renminbi exchange card, worth 500 million renminbi. When he saw the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name of Tanglong Hotel was so familiar. After taking a closer look, wasn't this the place where the class reunion was held some time ago? It was actually messed up by the system. Lu Feng thought and looked at the second choice of a building. To know his dream is to be a chartered house. Sitting and waiting to collect money, how cool it feels. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because it wasn't like he was short of money right now. It's better to pick the first one. Who let the system upgrade right away? With this one, 8 billion. I'll be able to exceed 10 billion inch. Thinking that the system was going to be upgraded, Lu Feng finally chose the most expensive Tinglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 1. The Tinglong Hotel transfer agreement has been placed on the host's nightstand. The system's faint voice prompted. Lu Feng heard that this time he directly put the transfer agreement to his side, hurriedly exited the system interface, immediately saw the transfer agreement on the bedside table, picked up and quickly signed on it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system hadn't been upgraded yet and returned to the system interface. System, why aren't you upgrading yet? In the face of Lu Feng's inquiry, the system immediately responded. Ding! System upgrades require the host's consent. Agreed. I agree. Just hurry up and upgrade. Ding! Detected that the host's value has exceeded $10 billion. The system is starting to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours, during which the system will fall into a deep sleep. Please be ready for the host. The system replied, and then there was no movement. System? System? After trying to call out twice, and no one agreed, Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally upgraded. So looking forward to the changes in the secondary system. Can refresh the characters, can open up the mall to buy things? TSK, really happy to think about it. Lu Feng said to himself. Shin Chanu, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. I will build a huge business empire and prove to the Shin family that I, Lu Feng, alone can be a family. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shin Chanu again in his heart and secretly made up his mind. However, for now, it's better to go and take a look at the Tinglong Hotel that belongs to me. Just in time to take Yan Yan for a good meal. Lu Feng thought and opened the door and walked out. Chapter 24, punching Chu Fan in the face again. With Lu Yanran and Lin Wan in tow, Lu Feng drove out the door. Girl, when you're going back, give me a word. I'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Really? That's great. My parents always miss you. Lu Yanyan sniffed and immediately jumped up happily. But what you see in these next few days should be kept secret for me. Go back and don't talk about it. I don't want them to worry. Lu Feng took precautions with Lu Yanyan in advance. He was afraid that when the time came, Lu Yanyan would talk nonsense and scare his eldest uncle and aunt. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng came to the Tinglong Hotel. And just when he parked his car and wanted to go in, he saw a person he didn't want to see. Chu Fan. And Chu Fan also saw Lu Feng. Yo, still driving a big G. Bring these two little beauties to pretend. This car is rented? Chu Fan sneered as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Brother, who is this? Lu Yanyan asked. Just lazy, let us go. Lu Feng ignored him. After all, stand at a different height. See, the scenery is not the same. Lu Feng has now been lazy and Chu Fan quarrel. But when Lu Feng ignored him, Chu Fan instead intensified his efforts and said to the two girls behind Lu Feng. Two beautiful women. You cannot be fooled. This guy is a poor man. This Mercedes-Benz is certainly rented. Bring you to this Tinglong Hotel certainly cannot afford to eat inside the dishes. At this time, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan also realized that the man in front of them who couldn't stop talking must be Lu Feng's opponent. So naturally they didn't have a good face towards Chu Fan. We're happy. We're willing to follow him even if he's poor. Even if it's to drink cold water, the two of us will follow him. Lu Yanyan directly disliked back. Yes, it's also good for brother Lu to bring us to this grand hotel to have a look. To open our eyes, Lin Wan also said at the side. Hearing what the two girls said, Chu Fan was instantly confused. He really couldn't figure out what kind of mesmerizing soup Lu Feng had poured into the two girls to make them die like this. When Lu Feng heard the two little girls say this, he immediately said from the sidelines, I don't have much money, but I can't help it. Who made me handsome? Chu Fan was directly speechless when he heard it. Why? What are you, Chu Daoxiao, doing here? Are you going to feast on your classmates again? Chu Fan directly stood up his chest proudly at the words. Today it's my father who came over to feast on others and asked me to come over to prepare in advance. How about it? Poor bastard. Except for the last time I had the mercy to invite you guys over for dinner. You probably can't afford to come here anymore in your life. Right. Chu Fan was in the middle of talking when he was interrupted by a sudden sound. Xiu Fan, what are you doing over there? Did you finish what I asked you to do? A middle-aged man walked over with a group of people. Hearing that it was his own father asking, Chu Fan hurriedly ran over, stating that he had already taken care of all of it and was just waiting for them to come over. Father Chu nodded after hearing that, and then he turned his gaze to the three Lu Feng people. Is this your friend? No. I won't be friends with such a pretender who has to come over here to puff up his face, Chu Fan said disdainfully. Hearing his son say that it wasn't his friend, Chu's father directly left. After all, there were still people he was going to feast behind him, and he didn't want to waste his time on such trivial matters. Chu Fan watched his father leave, and not caring to taunt Lu Feng, he hurriedly followed his father and left as well. Seeing several people far away, Lu Yanyan then asked, brother, was it your opponent just now? No, just a smug man, Lu Feng said lightly. Let's go. Let's take over this hotel. Lu Feng raised his feet and edged away. What? What do you mean by taking over this hotel? Is this hotel yours? Lu Yanyan heard and hurriedly pulled Lin Wan to follow her. The manager of the hotel received a phone call early in the morning. In order to perform in front of the new boss, the manager directly led the staff to stand in front of the door waiting to meet Lu Feng. Chu Fan's father also happened to walk to the entrance of the hotel with the guests he was going to feast on. And when he saw the general manager standing there, he hurriedly and enthusiastically walked over. Gu, Mr. Zhang, how dare I trouble you to wait for me here? Chu Fan's father said excitedly. Then he was about to shake hands with the hotel manager, and the dumbfounded hotel manager looked at the enthusiastic Chu Fan's father and completed his handshake in a daze. Chu Fan, who was following behind, saw that his father was actually able to make the manager of the Tinglong Hotel stand at the door to greet him, and his heart was overjoyed. My dad's a real bully. At this time, Lu Feng also walked over. Seeing Lu Feng, Chu Fan just wanted to taunt, when he saw the hotel manager flying over, then stood directly in front of Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu. Well, this time I came over to mix things up. There's no need to be so grand. Looking at the hotel manager's grand appearance with his staff, Lu Feng said flatly, looking at the general manager nodding his head back and forth because of Lu Feng's sentence. Chu Fan rubbed his eyes and suspected that he might not have woken up and had to go back to sleep in because this scene seemed too unreal to him. But before he could react, Lu Feng made an arrangement for him. Did you see this person? From now on, permanently pull him into the blacklist. Don't let him appear in the Tinglong Hotel again. After saying that, he pulled the two little girls who had been shocked to the point of not being able to walk and was ready to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped when he passed by Chu Fan's father. And this person, also not allowed to enter. There is his son must be his father. The lower beam is not correct. The upper beam is crooked. Said the head into the hotel without looking back, leaving only Chu Fan and his father in a mess. The manager who reacted hurriedly stopped Chu's father who wanted to go in and said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, just now our Mr. Lu said that you and your son can't enter our Tinglong Hotel from now on. Please leave. Hearing the manager say so, Chu Fan hurriedly walked to the manager. Mr. Zhang, you don't want to be fooled by that poorer than just now. He's just a beggar. He's nothing. Right after Chu Fan had just finished speaking, the hotel manager's face went cold. Security, come over here for a moment. Throw this brat out for me, the manager said into the walkie-talkie, and a few men in security uniforms flew over, then racked Chu Fan and left. Chu Fan still kept cursing Lu Feng as he was dragged away, and in the face of all this, Chu's father hadn't reacted yet. Mr. Zhen, what are you doing? You have to give me a statement today or I'm not a vegetarian. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Chu's father still issued a threat to the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning of Chu Fan's father's words directly coldly snorted. I'll call you Mr. Chu, don't really think too highly of yourself. If you offend our Lu, be careful of letting you suffer. After saying that, he turned around and left, and on his way out, he didn't forget to arrange for the security guards to tell them not to let Chu Fan's father in. In the face of the hotel manager's mockery, Chu's father dared to be angry but dared not say anything, because he understood too well the strength that Tinglong Grand Hotel represented, and he simply couldn't afford to mess with it. Go. We don't eat here. What the heck? Listen to a young man so much. Is this surnamed Zhang a dog raised by someone else? Chu's father loses and doesn't want to lose face in front of his partners. Don't, Mr. Chu, let's work together. We didn't get to eat today, and we also suffered so much humiliation with you. and your son has just obviously already offended that young big shot. If we work with you again, it will be over if we are targeted by that big shot, the partner said and left, not even giving Chu Fan's father a chance to stay. Hey, don't go. Let's talk it over. Chu's father wanted to stay a little longer, but his partner got right into the car, looking at the collaborators who had already walked away, and then thinking of offending the big shot of Tinglong Hotel. Chu Fan's father was furious, and it was exactly at this time that Chu Fan ran back again. Dad, how come all those partners of yours are gone? Chu Fan asked. Dad, what's wrong with you? Looking at his father not agreeing with him, but instead staring at him with the eyes of an enemy, Chu Fan stepped back a few steps in fear. Pop! A slap was slapped on Chu Fan's face. You still have the face to call me dad. Chu Fan's father growled like a wild beast, then grabbed Chu Fan as a beating and kicking, for half an hour before Chu Fan was pulled away by the ambulance. And at this time, Lu Feng had already sat in the Tinglong Group's top-class private room accompanied by the manager, a private room that was never open to outsiders. Chapter 25, Uncle's Call. Lu Feng, who was sitting inside the top box, handed the menu to the two little girls who were still surprised. Watch what you eat in order. Especially Wan Wan. She didn't even eat in the morning. Lin Wan couldn't help but mutter in her heart when she heard the words. Isn't it still because your sister's cooking is too hard to eat? Lu Yin, who received the menu, was startled when she looked at what was written on it. Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, and black gold abalone. Brother, is this really your hotel? If so, then I'll let go a bit. After all, I've only seen these things on TV. Lu Feng directly laughed out loud at his words. Ha 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 ha, you let go, eat hard, it's on your brother. But although Lu Yin said so on her lips, she still didn't bother to order much. On the contrary, Lin Wan didn't be polite with Lu Feng, and ordered several dishes, because unlike Lu Yanran, as a white rich beauty, she could see the difference in Lu Feng in the past 2 days together. Soon, a large table of food came up, and the level of luxury was many times better than what Chu Fan had treated him to earlier. Brother, I'll be polite then. There are no outsiders anyway. Lu Yin said and picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it into her mouth. Wow, yummy. The moment her mouth came into contact with the food, Lu Yin was directly conquered by the food on the table. The next time, the three of them simply couldn't talk and chat, and kept on eating furiously. Even Lin Wan, who was a white rich beauty, put down her frame and took a big bite of the lobster on the table. A meal was eaten for more than an hour before it ended, and accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng took the two little girls who were already about to walk out of the hotel. Tell them later, double your salary this month, including you. Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly sent out a wave of benefits. Understood, Mr. Lu, I thank you on behalf of all the members, the manager said respectfully as he forced down the excitement in his heart. Well, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Take care, Mr. Lu. The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his field of vision before he slowly got up. Let's take you guys to the bund. Lu Feng, who was driving the car, suddenly suggested. Once they heard that Lu Feng was going to take them to the bund to play, the two girls were very happy and clamored for Lu Feng to drive faster. After all, they had long been longing for the bund in Magic City. Have nothing to say. The car quickly came to the destination. The two little girls got out of the car and ran hand in hand to buy a swimsuit, directly throwing Lu Feng to the side. Wait for me. I need shorts too. Lu Feng rushed over. Unlike the two little girls, Lu Feng simply picked a pair of shorts to change into and walked out, sunbathing on the beach. After a long while, the two little girls then changed into their swimsuits and shyly walked out, while the men who saw them directly drooled all over the place. Brother, hearing someone call out to him, Lu Feng opened his eyes and was then blinded by the two pairs of snow-white thighs in front of him. The two were seen wearing the more conservative kind of swimsuits, but they still couldn't stop their beautiful bodies. Lu Yan looked so lovely and moving in a white swimsuit, while Lin Wan was in a black one-piece swimsuit that could directly turn one into a wolf. What a grown-up, Lu Feng murmured as he looked at the rippling landscape in front of him, unaware that the nosebleed had already flowed down. Brother, what are you talking about? The nosebleed is coming out. Lu Yan shyly stomped her feet. Ha! Lu Feng reached out and touched it, and sure enough, his nose was bleeding. You two hang out here while I take care of this. Lu Feng gave a word and ran away. Looking at Lu Feng's woeful appearance, the two little girls immediately laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. And then, Lu Yan pulled Lin Wan to the side and the two of them coated each other with sunscreen. After Lu Feng took care of the nosebleed, he saw the two people applying sunscreen and twisted his head back in fear. Simply don't look at it because you can't stand the tantalizing scene in front of you. The two who had applied their sunscreen didn't delay and ran straight into the shallow water to play. Looking at the two people fighting in the sea, Lu Feng's heart was also foolish. Ah! What do you want? Lu Feng suddenly heard a scream, and then immediately ran over. What do you do? Looking at the man in front of him who wanted to make a move on the two little girls, Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to his side as soon as he could. Yo! What? We can't even come to have fun with these two little sisters, a yellow hair said provocatively. Hearing the words of the yellow hair plus Lu Yanran's explanation, Lu Feng understood. The original several hooligans is to see the two little girls look so beautiful body and so good, cannot help but come over to accost. I don't care what kind of person you are, but if you scared my sister, you'll have to apologize to me, Lu Feng said in a domineering manner. After all, the value of the body is also over 10 billion, and has seen many big people and big scenes. Now Lu Feng is really a bit of a big brother. A few punks were startled by the aura that Lu Feng suddenly exuded, but on second thought they felt that with so many people on their side, they couldn't wimp out in front of a pretty beauty, so they wanted to gather around and beat up Lu Feng, only to be caught by the patrolling marine police who rushed to the scene. With a few punks being taken away by the police, Lu Feng directly and smoothly joined the two of them in the game on the grounds of protecting the safety of the two of them. No wonder from now on the king doesn't have a morning court. This is too happy. Lu Feng was secretly happy in his heart. A few people played on the beach for quite a while and didn't go back until late afternoon. On the way back, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan were still discussing where to play tomorrow, but Lu Feng only thought of hurrying back to sleep. Back home the two little girls are tired lying on the sofa to rest. Lu Feng is sitting on top of the rocking chair. The result is just lying down. The phone rings again. The night has given me eyes with which I seek light. Lu Feng, who heard the phone ringing, took out the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be the eldest uncle who called. That is, Lu Yanyan's father. Hey, uncle, how's your health these days? Lu Feng asked with concern as soon as he picked up the phone. Good. Your great aunt and I are both in good health, came a brisk voice over the phone. Lu Yanyan, who was lying on the sofa, was directly scared to sit up when she heard that it was her father calling, then looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Huma didn't give you any trouble, did she? The voice on the phone added. Hearing this, Lu Yanran's heart was in her throat. Lu Feng saw this and gave her a reassuring gesture back. Don't worry, uncle. Yanyan is very obedient over here. I'll keep an eye on her for you. The voice on the phone laughed when it heard Lu Feng's words. Ha ha ha, you brat. I'm just afraid that you'll love her too much and spoil it for her. How could it be? Yanyan and I aren't little kids anymore, so don't worry about it, Lu Feng answered smilingly. Well, I'm a lot more relieved to have you around. Otherwise I wouldn't feel comfortable with her going out and playing. She's still acting like a little kid at her age. Lu Yanyan's mouth pouted when she heard her father talk about herself like this. Inside the phone, after asking Lu Yanyan, the eldest uncle asked when Lu Feng would be coming home. Little Wind, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you. The words of concern from his eldest uncle came from inside the phone, causing Lu Feng's heart to be touched. I'm planning to follow Yanyan back this time, so I'll keep you company then. Good. It's good to be back. Your kid hasn't been back for the past 4 years, and you don't want the money you've been given to call, came the complaining voice of the eldest uncle on the phone. Lu Feng heard a snort and didn't dare to answer, but changed the topic, so the two talked for a long time before hanging up. Just hung up the phone. Lu Feng heard the sound of cell phone bank card transfer. A closer look turned out to be the eldest uncle transferred $5,000, but also with a note that let Lu Feng eat some good. Do not save too much money. Feeling his eldest uncle's love for him, Lu Feng was touched and his eyes turned red. Uncle, let me honor you next. Lu Feng secretly made up his mind in his heart. After all, he had long treated his eldest uncle as his father and Lu Yanran as his own sister. The few people who had been playing all day just kept lying on the sofa and didn't move. They didn't even want to eat. In the end it was Lu Feng who called the housekeeper to notify him to send the meal over. After eating, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan went back to their rooms to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the upgrade countdown displayed above, Lu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and went back to his room to sleep. After all, time passes fastest when you're asleep, doesn't it? Chapter 26 The Awesome of Secondary Systems. Early in the morning of the next day, with a ray of sunlight hitting his face, Lu Feng instantly woke up from his sleep, and then quickly entered the system interface, and cheered happily when he saw the system that had already been upgraded and completed. System, you've finished upgrading. Ding. Yes, host, I have completed the upgrade. I will now introduce you to the changes in the system after the upgrade, came the mechanical voice of the system. Lu Feng sniffed and quickly looked at the system, and then realized that there was an additional mall selection on the system panel. And with a mindset of trying it out, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In just an instant, he was shocked speechless by the things inside the system mall. Asterisk. This is really shocking. System, You're too good. Lu Feng looked at the dazzling merchandise in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Because the mall that was displayed in front of Lu Feng had everything inside. Strengthening genetic modifier, fighting master skill book, flying carrier skill book, vehicle carrier skill book. And there's so much technology in there that's far beyond what's available today. What with the plasma cannons, the laser technology, the rocket return technology, the exoskeleton armor technology, everything. Ignoring Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded, gifting the host with one free mall draw. What's the raffle? When Lu Feng heard the system's words, his brain was full of question marks. That is, the host can choose this lottery opportunity to be used to draw props in the mall. This lottery has no prestige point limitations. It all depends on luck, the system explained. And what do you mean by prestige points? Lu Feng was even more puzzled after hearing this. Prestige points are the currency that synthesizes the host's property, influence, and thus generates the currency used to purchase items in the mall. The system explained tirelessly. Although I don't really understand it, but let's draw the lottery first. I'm kind of looking forward to what I can draw, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing is in progress, please wait for the host. Lu Feng watched the system interface flash around, jumping back and forth between countless items before finally settling on the fighting master skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fighting master skill book. How does this skill book work? Is it used to become a fighting master? Lu Feng asked curiously. Just click on the skill book and choose to use it, the system answered. Oh, then I'll try. Lu Feng couldn't wait to say. After all, the system said it was too magical. After using it, you can become a master. Which boy doesn't have a martial arts dream? Ding! This day's spike has been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. Just when Lu Feng wanted to try the fighting master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's items had been refreshed. Lu Feng heard that he could not care about using the skill book, and hurriedly looked at the system to see what good things could be refreshed today. Thompson's mansion, worth 150 million renminbi. 30% of the shares of Star Language Entertainment, worth 6 billion renminbi. One drawing of super battery technology, worth 5 billion renminbi. Looking at the things that the system refreshed, Lu Feng was directly nonplussed. Good guy. This is only level 2 and it's so powerful. This level 3 shall not take off. Lu Feng muttered. Please make your choice as soon as possible. The system's merciless voice broke Lu Feng's fantasy. Which one to choose? Although Thompson is good, but it also depends on who it is compared to. In front of shares worth $6 billion, and drawings worth $5 billion, Thompson is nothing. Lu Feng directly filtered out the first choice without even thinking about it. Although the shares are more expensive than the drawings by $1 billion, but in the long run, it is still the battery technology that is good. But I don't have a company that produces automobiles. What should I do? So torn. Looking at the remaining two options, Lu Feng was again in a tangle. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of the Ferrari. Doesn't Ferrari want to research new energy sources? I'll directly give them this technology for at least $10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes glistened with gold, and he actually hit on the idea of a Ferrari, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No. Now the foreign car building program is already more powerful than the domestic. And then sell this technology to Ferrari. The gap will be even more powerful. Do not see the domestic automobile brands are desperate to research new energy? Isn't it that they want to finish bending the curve in the field of new energy? If this drawing is given to foreign countries, then I won't be a sinner. Lu Feng instantly dismissed the idea when he thought that he would be pointed at by others. In the end, however, he chose the super battery technology because he planned to build his own car when the time came. And if that didn't work, he would just donate it to the country or sell it to domestic car companies. After solving the problem of choice, Lu Feng directly used the Fighting Master skill book. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for half a day, but the result was no response at all, which made him anxious. System, why isn't this thing working? Ding, requires the host to exit the system for it to take effect. You didn't say so. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng spat out a sentence and hurriedly exited the system. Just the moment he had just exited the system, a large number of martial arts techniques, moves, appeared directly inside his mind, followed by a wave of inexplicable power transforming his body at the same time. Aha! That hurt! System, you screwed me. With a scream, Lu Feng fainted until it was afternoon. Lu Yanyan saw that he had not yet come out, so she came over and tapped on the door which called Lu Feng up. Lu Feng, who had been woken up, heard his sister calling for him and hurriedly opened the door. What's wrong? Yan, Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Brother, are you a pig? It's afternoon and you still don't get up. Lu Yan looked at her brother who had just woken up and couldn't help but roll her eyes. At that, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and looked at his cell phone. Sure enough, at this time it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder Yan Yan came to call himself. Oh, I stayed up late reading novels yesterday. I slept too late. Lu Feng casually made an excuse. He couldn't say that he fainted from the pain. Hearing her brother's explanation, Lu Yan didn't say anything more, but just said that she wanted to go shopping in Chanda Plaza later and asked him to accompany her. And Lu Feng directly agreed. After sending Lu Yan away, Lu Feng, who had returned to his room, felt a change in his body and directly punched out, bringing out a gust of fist wind. Immediately afterward, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng directly punched out a complete set of intercepting fists. Holy, what the hell is the system? It's actually so powerful. I'm now not only proficient in all kinds of martial arts, but even my physical quality has improved quite a bit. Looking at his fist, Lu Feng let out a gasp. Immediately after that, he juggled in his room for a long time, and only after he had had enough, did he go out and take Yan Lu and Lin Wan to Cheetah Plaza. The car sped along and made it to Cheetah Plaza without any problems. Today you too, buy whatever you want. Brother will come and pay the bill with you, Lu Feng said boldly to the two little girls. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yan pulled Lin Wan and ran into the clothing store. As a result, after entering the store, Lu Yan saw the price of those clothes above, and then did not want to buy. Brother, why don't we change to another 1 inch? Lu Yan said as she pulled Lu Feng's sleeve. No need. Yan, tell me which one you fancy. I'll pay for you, Lin Wan said before Lu Feng could say anything. Still no need. How can I let you spend money? Lu Yan whispered. Said he pulled the two of them to go. Just as Lu Feng wanted to persuade Lu Yan to buy here, he heard a guide whispered muttering. If not for the fact that Lu Feng's body is now strengthened, he could not hear. What kind of person? I thought it came to a big order, but it turned out that I couldn't afford a single piece. I hate people like this the most. They don't have money and still come to high-end stores, said employee A. Yeah, originally I saw that man was quite elegant and thought he was rich, but it turned out to be a pretender, employee B said and glanced at Lu Yan. Hearing what the two shoppers said, Lu Feng directly walked over and then slapped his hand on the table, giving the two employees a fright. What are you doing? What's the point of slapping the table properly? The employee immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng said in an icy tone as he looked at the two employees. We didn't say anything, the two employees said in their defense. Lu Feng saw that they do not die. Directly let them call over the store manager. How dare the two employees call over the store manager? Has been dragging their feet. And the store manager, who happened to be back from the restroom at that moment, saw this scene and walked straight over. This, sir? What happened? The store manager said softly as he walked over to Lu Feng. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager coming, they hurriedly complained in an evil manner. Store manager, this gentleman said we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. When the store manager heard this, his attitude went cold. This gentleman, please explain. Lu Feng sniffed and directly pulled out a gold card from inside his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, two of my sisters were here buying clothes, and none of them came over to greet them from the time they entered until the end of the day. They shopped on their own for quite a while, and when they dragged me away, your employees whispered that we were poorer than we were, and that we shouldn't come to see it if we couldn't afford it. So do you think I should be angry? Seeing the black card of the Magic City Bank that Lu Feng had slapped on the counter, and then hearing what Lu Feng had said, the store manager was basically certain that it was two of his own employees who had been caught profiling, and then bad-mouthing people behind their backs. Thinking of this, the store manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, sir. This time it's our fault. It's our lax management. We will punish both of them later. Please forgive me. Lu Feng just sneered when he heard the store manager's apology. If apologizing could solve all problems, I think the world would be a better place. The store manager heard the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the mistake in this case was made by their employees. Otherwise, like this, I'll be the host today. I'll give you a 20% discount on all your purchases in the store today. Ha! Lu Feng sniffed and laughed coldly. Do you think I need to take advantage of these small advantages of yours? After saying this, he took his card and left with the two girls, not forgetting to say something on his way out. If your employees only judge people by their appearance, I suggest that you should close your doors while you still can. Upon hearing this, the store manager's face darkened, and when Lu Feng walked out of the store, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and yelled at the two guides. What good have you two done? That's the Magic City Bank's gold card. A minimum of $100 million in deposits in order to have offending such a big shot. Do you guys not want to be in the business? When the two employees heard that Lu Feng was actually coming from such a big place, they hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, store manager. We were wrong. What's the use of apologizing to me? If you don't gain that gentleman's forgiveness, you two get the hell out of here, the store manager said fiercely. Hearing the store manager's words, the two men hurriedly ran out to catch up with Lu Feng, and at that moment, Lu Feng had already walked into the opposite door of this clothing store with the two little girls. Welcome. Chapter 27, Don't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Lu Feng and the others had just walked into the store when they were warmly welcomed by a guide. Which type would a few of you like to see? So I can focus on introducing you to it, the shopper said with a smile. Recommend a few outfits for these two sisters of mine. Price is not a problem, but they must look good, Lu Feng said indifferently. Okay, please two ladies follow me. The guide led the way. The two girls looked at each other and followed the guide. At this time, the two employees of that store just now also chased over, and apologized vigorously after seeing Lu Feng. I'm sorry, sir. We know we're wrong. Yes sir. You'll have to be generous and forgive us. Lu Feng just sneered when he heard their apologies. It's not that you know it's wrong. You just know you're going to be finished, he said and stopped paying attention to them, sitting in a chair and leisurely drinking the water that the guide had just brought over. And this side Lin Wan Air after about 10 minutes, has changed a green small fresh halter dress walked out. See this body dress Lin Wan? Lu Feng also complimented. TSK, 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 it's so pretty, it's a sight for sore eyes. And this little fresh pairing is just the thing to dispel the sweltering heat of summer. He. Thank you brother for the compliment. Lin Wan smiled gently, then stood beside Lu Feng waiting together for Lu Yanyan's appearance, not even looking at the shopper who stood there apologizing. Waiting for 2 minutes Lu Yanyan wearing a tea-break French white square neck dress came out, with a leg half of the white stockings, living out of the fairy tale out of the princess. Wow. Yanyan, this is too good looking for you, Lin Wan said in surprise as she looked at Lu Yanyan who was like a princess. Which is not true. You're also very good looking. You give people a very comfortable feeling. Ah. Lu Yanyan smiled back. He said and shyly stood in front of Lu Feng and turned around. Brother, does this one I chose look good? Lu Feng also looked dumbfounded, although he knew that Lu Yanyan was very good looking, but wearing this outfit still stunned him. Good looking. Ha ha ha, my sister looks good in anything, Lu Feng complimented. When she heard the compliment she had just received, Lu Yanyan lowered her head even more shyly. Follow this standard again, and give the two of them 2 more sets each, Lu Feng said in a domineering manner. Lu Yanyan heard this, directly climbed to Lu Feng's ear. Brother, don't. Here also expensive. Ah, I wear in one air body we're at up to almost 50,000 yuan. Although you are now rich, but let's not buy so much it. Ha ha ha, you little girl. Ah, let go and buy. I earn so much money, how can you not help me spend it? Lu Feng laughed, and then pushed Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan to the shopper again, letting them buy a few more outfits. After about another half an hour, the two girls chose a few more outfits one by one, and only then did Lu Feng let the clerk check out. Hello sir, your total consumption of 237,000 yuan. Give you a discount, you give 230,000 on it. The shopper counted the account said. Swipe your card. Lu Feng domineeringly pulled out his gold card. Once the guide saw the gold card, more respect. And this scene let the two employees waiting at the door ready to apologize to see the eyes are red. This single if they buy in their store, the two of them have to get almost 10,000 yuan commission. And now there is nothing. Not only offended people, but also faced the situation of being fired. Lu Feng, who had finished paying, had just walked out of the doorway with the two people amidst the guide's respectful bow, when he encountered the two snobbish sales clerks he had just met again. Sir, we really know we are wrong. Please forgive us, the guide said with a crying voice as a way to try and impress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng does not eat this set of things, did not look back and walked away, but also warned them to call the police if they followed them again. The two employees were scared and did not dare to follow them anymore. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? In the guide just sold 230,000 taunts. The two people lost their souls and left, because they did not obtain Lu Feng's forgiveness. The two people go back to face the situation to be fired. After buying clothes, Lu Feng took them to catch dolls again. The two little girls play that call a happy. If not, Lu Feng pulled them out. It is estimated that they can put them all inside the dolls to catch. On this Lu Feng are two hands each carrying a large bag of dolls. It was hard to get out of the square. Lu Feng put the dolls in the car and was ready to take them home to rest, but the two girls said they hadn't played enough and wanted Lu Feng to take them out to play. There was no way. His own sister spoiled herself. Lu Feng had to take them to the Huangpu River again, took the ferry, and then took them up the first tallest building in Magic City. After playing for a long time the two people finally got tired, and Lu Feng, who was following their asses, had long been unable to walk. and when he heard that they finally gave up and went back, Lu Feng was so happy that he was about to cry. Brother, you're so vain. Lu Yinyan, who was sitting in the car, teased. Yeah, how much exercise is that? Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Hearing the two people's heartless words, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. You two still have the nerve to say that the clothes and stuff you bought are all carried by me. And your 2 bags of rag dolls, aren't they all carried by me? And wherever you go, I have to backpack and carry them too. Humph. Lu Yanran and Lin Wan immediately stopped talking. Indeed, their things in bags were all brought by Lu Feng. Thinking about this, the two were embarrassed. He. No brother, you hard work. When go back I below to you to eat. Lu Yanyan said with a he smile. Stop. No need. We'll just eat casually later. Lu Feng hurriedly stopped as soon as he heard that Lu Yanyan wanted to cook. Lin Wan Air on the side was also startled. Quickly helped persuade Lu Yanyan not to cook, but Lu Yanyan whole confused. Cannot understand why brother and Wan Air so afraid of their own cooking. Is not delicious? After driving for a while, they passed by a barbecue stand. Lu Yanran and Lin Wan Air saw the barbecue stand and expressed their desire to eat barbecue. So Lu Feng stopped the car. Boss, what kind of delicious food do you have here? Lu Yanyan asked as soon as she got off the bus. Ha, I have a lot of good food here. There are garlic golden needle mushrooms, flower armor vermicelli, secret lamb kebabs, spicy grilled chicken wings. It's all too much to say, the boss said with a smile. Upon hearing so many delicious food, Lu Yanyan hurriedly pulled Lin Wanner to sit down and asked the boss for a menu to start ordering. Lu Feng also parked his car and walked over. Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng come over, and also thoughtfully gave the menu to Lu Feng, letting him also order some of his favorite food, and also said that all of tonight's consumption she had wrapped up. Lu Feng heard his sister say so, and also nonchalantly ordered. After a while, just when the three were about to be unable to hold out, the boss brought up their order of barbecue, and the three who had been hungry all day directly and happily jerked up the skewers. Just when the three were jerking off, they heard a few young men with dragons and tigers depicted on their bodies at the next table. They're loudly expelling a homeless man there. Facing the strong man's expulsion, the homeless man was so scared by them that he was about to cry. Seeing this scene, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan were both too angry to eat the kebabs, but again, because the opposite side was a large group of men, and from the tattoos on their bodies they could also tell that they were not to be messed with. The two girls didn't dare to go over. Brother, why don't we call the police? You see they're hitting that old scavenger grandpa with a bottle, Lu Yanyan whispered, and Lin Wanner nodded approvingly. No need. I'll go over and fix it. Lu Feng got up and was about to go over. AI. Brother, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. In case of a conflict we're at a great disadvantage. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan hurriedly pulled back Lu Feng who was going to go over. Lu Feng just smiled faintly at his words, then took down the hands of the two that were grasping on his arm and walked over. The punks are still using leftover food and beer bottles to smash the old man scavenging. The barbecue stall owner looked at the punks. Are too many people also dare not come forward to stop. Just as a punk was about to take a beer bottle and prepare to smash it at the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, followed by a cold voice that came faintly from his ear. You guys are overdoing it. Chapter 28, 1-5. The punk hastily flung his arms away, then saw Lu Feng. Who the hell are you to be so nosy? Are you trying to get us to loosen you up? Lu Feng's face directly went cold when he heard this. I say, aren't you guys a bit too much? Bullying an old man like this? Don't you have a conscience? None of your business. Watch out for me to beat you up. Another punk said and waved his fist. At this time Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan Air, worried about Lu Feng, also walked over. How can you guys do this? It's too bullying, Lin Wan Air said to the punks. The eyes of the group of punks instantly lit up when they saw the two beauties that suddenly appeared. Yo, little sister, come over and play with your brothers then, a punk said with a smile. Ha. Yeah, you two come over and play with us so I don't bully this old man. Another punk also coaxed. The scavenging old man looked at the two little girls who were about to be bullied by the punks, and hurriedly said to Lu Yanyan and the others, young man, hurry up and take the two little girls away. Leave me alone. Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned his head and gave the old man a reassuring look. Old man, you don't have to be afraid. I will take care of them. After saying that, he pulled Lin Wanner and Lu Yanyan behind him. You two hide behind me. See how I'm going to teach these scum of theirs a lesson. Lu Feng just finished his words. The punks were not happy. Directly a beer bottle thrown over. The mouth also clamored, boy, ing give you face. Today do not beat you crippled. We do not mix. Another small punk has also copied. The bottle is going to come over to dry Lu Feng. Mouth is also muttering curses. Later will be in your face. We play these two small beautiful. Let you understand what is called the gun to hit the head out of the head. When Lu Feng heard this, He directly copied a bench and smashed it over to the punk who had just insulted Lu Yanyan, and the two of them originally just wanted to stop them from bullying the elderly. But now these punks actually dare to insult Lu Yanyan. Uncle can tolerate. Aunt cannot tolerate. Dry on the end. Snapped. The stool directly smashed the punk, confused. He could not understand the other party, just one person. And they are full of 5 people. How he dared to move first. Lu Feng copied another bench and said to the 2 people who were still in a daze, hurry up and hide far away. Don't hurt yourselves. Lu Yanyan saw that her brother had already fought with someone else and hurriedly went over to help, but she was deadlocked by Lin Waner. Wan Air, what are you doing? I'm going to help my brother. He's going to get hurt. Lu Yanran cried. Lin Wan Air's death grip on her just won't let go. I've already called the police. The police will come over later. Let's go find someone to come over to help. Or we won't go up enough to add to the chaos for my brother. Just as Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan Air were arguing, Lu Feng's side of the battle had already entered a white heat. With a body comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and master-level fighting skills, Lu Feng couldn't deal with these few punks too easily, only to see Lu Feng grabbed a punk to come up with an over-the-shoulder slam, and then a flying kick to knock down the other one. Watching Lu Feng so violently put down 2 people, the remaining 3 punks clenched their teeth and rushed up together. Pop! Lu Feng put down one of the charging punks with a punch, then a black dragon 18 hands, knocking down another. The last one saw something wrong, picked up the bottle and smashed it. But the result was directly by Lu Feng's fist smashed through the beer bottle, and then kicked over. The punk was kicked and lay on the ground motionless, foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng's side resolved the battle in 3 moves and hurriedly looked in Lu Yanran's direction, fearing that they would be injured, only to see Lin Wan, who had Lu Yanran in an arm lock. The two seemed to be arguing about something, but now their eyes were looking straight at him, as if they had seen something incredible. You two are okay? Lu Feng ran over and asked, but the result was that none of the 2 people cared about him. Lu Feng thought they were scared, so he reached out and grabbed them and shook them. After shaking a few times in a row, Lu Yanyan and the 2 of them finally reacted. Brother, are you alright? Your hand is bleeding, Lu Yanran said as she hurriedly grabbed Lu Feng's hand. Lin Wan Air, on the other hand, was holding toilet paper and carefully helping Lu Feng to clean the cuts on his hands from breaking the beer bottle. Nothing, this is not just on the hands of the glass scratch as well, Lu Feng said with a flat face. Why are you so careless? There are so many of them. You still dare to do it. You scared me to death, Lu Yanyan said as her tears couldn't stop falling down. Seeing Lu Yanyan crying, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted. Okay, Yanyan, don't cry. I didn't hear them abusing you too. That's why I moved my hand. Once Lu Yanyan heard that was the reason, she cried even harder. Just at this time, the police finally rushed over. See this chaotic scene in front of them. The police also a little bit of reaction. Is not it a good thing that there are triad bullies? Now how these punks are lying on the ground. The police questioned the owner of the barbecue stall in order to understand the situation, and then froze with a dumbfounded look at Lu Feng, who kept comforting the 2 little girls in front of him. You said he took down these punks by himself? A young cop asked with a face full of disbelief. Yeah, I was trying to go up to help, but it turned out that people knocked them all down in 3 or 2 hits, said the barbecue owner in shock. And Lu Feng, who had seen the police coming, came over with the 2 girls. The police then interrogated Lu Feng. When asked who first moved, barbecue stalls and scavenging old man said in unison that it was the punks first. Anyway, there is no surveillance on this roadside. After understanding what happened, the police took a few punks all away. Along with the old man, scavenging was also taken away by the police. Said the old man will be arranged to the old age home old age. Lu Feng was also asked by the police for the phone number and address information. Said not to take Lu Feng to make a statement, but if there is anything we'll contact him. Said the police left. The 3 of them who were disturbed by this also completely lost their appetites and left directly after paying the money. The 2 little girls on the road kept asking Lu Feng how he was so powerful that he was able to defeat 5 punks. When Lu Feng heard it, he bragged about how hard he had been practicing martial arts in the past few years, just so that one day he could protect his family and get rid of the violence, and coaxed the 2 little girls into tears. After arriving home, Lu Feng was pressed onto the sofa by the 2 little girls, saying that they wanted to treat his wounds. Lu Yanyan said and found the medical kit, took out the alcohol and cotton swabs inside to decontaminate Lu Feng's hand, while Lin Waner stood on the sidelines with a bandage in her hand. Hiss, it hurts. Yuma, be gentle. Does it still hurt? I was gentle enough. Slow down. I can't take it. Oh, then I'll slow down a bit, Lu Yanyan said as the speed of her hand slowed down. After disinfection was completed, Lu Yanyan applied Yunnan Baiyao to the wound before it was finally bandaged by Lin Waner. Looking at his hand being wrapped in bandages and there was a bow on it, Lu Feng was also crying and laughing. After returning to his room, he lay on his bed, unable to calm down inside for a long time. After all, from an ordinary person suddenly becoming an expert, it was impossible for anyone else to adapt at once. Chapter 29, The Little Girl in the Memory. The next morning, Lu Feng, who slept until he woke up naturally, got up and brushed his teeth, and pushed open the door to see the dining room table filled with breakfast, xiaolong bao, donuts, tea, eggs and whatnot. And to see her brother get up, Lu Yanyan hurriedly called him over to eat breakfast. See Lu Feng sitting at the table without chopsticks. Lin Wanner hurriedly said to him that this is the two of them went out to buy, not Lu Yanyan do. Lu Feng this only dared to move chopsticks. Actually, originally Lu Yanyan wanted to cook and treat her brother herself, but she was stopped by Lin Wanner. The reason given was that cooking at home was too noisy and would affect Lu Feng's rest, and Lu Yanyan only then dismissed the idea of cooking at home herself, or else she didn't know what kind of dark cuisine today's breakfast would be. Lu Feng, who had just eaten a good meal, received a call from Shin Chanu, saying that she was going to attend Yi Weiman's old man's birthday banquet tonight, and that she wanted to help Lu Feng choose a set of clothes, so that Lu Feng could hurry out. Lu Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly put on his jacket and ready to go out. Aside, Lin Wanner asked Lu Feng, wondering what to do. The results of the Lu Feng returned to the sentence today. You play by yourself. I have something to do. The night will be very late to come back on the way out. Lu Feng, who flew to the entrance of the neighborhood, saw Shin Chanu from a long way away. There is no way. Bentley with a beautiful woman is too attractive. It's hard for you to come and pick me up so early. Lu Feng looked at Shin Chanu and laughed nervously. It's fine. I just arrived. Get in the car. Shin Chanu gently said back. What did you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got on the car. He was too eager to find out what Shin Chanu really meant. Shin Chanu smiled gently when she heard Lu Feng's question. Feng, what do you think I mean? Not waiting for Lu Feng to answer, Shin Chanu added, now you don't ask so much. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Your primary goal right now is to see if you can get into Yi Lao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. Yes, with his current strength it was impossible to have any effect on the two great clans. Instead of asking so many questions, it would be better to get stronger as soon as possible. The car traveled all the way to a street of luxury goods in Magic City, and after parking the car, Shin Chanu led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. Welcome. As soon as the guide of the clothing store saw Shin Chanu, she immediately said with incomparable enthusiasm. As a guide in a high-end clothing store, she had long since developed a pair of fiery eyes, and naturally discovered the noble aura on Shin Chanu's body. No need for you guys to follow. I'll help him choose by myself. Shin Chanu directly rejected the guide. After that, he took Lu Feng around, taking out a suit to gesture at Lu Feng's body for a while, and taking out a tie for Lu Feng to see if it looked good or not, looking at Shin Chanu's snow-white onion-like hand moving around his neck, and the beautiful face close at hand, smelling the fragrance of her body, and feeling the fragrant wind she exhaled. Lu Feng's heart was completely messed up. This is it. Shin Chanu looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng with satisfaction, then led Lu Feng right to the cashier. Swiped the card. Shin Chanu domineeringly took out the black card in her bag, and when she saw the black card, the guide's attitude became even more respectful. The current spending is $180,000. After swiping the card, the teller respectfully handed the card to Shin Chanu. Let's go. Next place. Shin Chanu took the card and directly walked out of the store. Lu Feng could only follow after hearing that. In a flash, the two of them came to the Patek Philippe store. Lu Feng looked at Shin Chanu puzzled and asked what to do here. Of course a successful man should have a watch. Let's go. Go in. Shin Chanu pulled Lu Feng and walked in. Nautilus series. Calatrava series. Aquanaut series. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng was dazzled by a series of wristwatches, and the teller did not dare to be the slightest bit slow when he saw the luxury brand Lu Feng was wearing and ran straight over. Hello, welcome both of you. How may I help you? The teller said respectfully. Match him with a wristwatch. Shin Chanu's tone was cold. She was like this in front of everyone, except in front of Lu Feng where she would show another side. Yes, this gentleman will follow me, please. Lu Feng glanced at Shin Chanu and followed the teller. Calatrava collection, known for its simple and classic design style. These watches usually have a minimalist dial design, a perfect blend of elegance and exquisite details, showing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and the spirit of innovation, which is very suitable for your outfit. But you are too young. So this collection is not quite recommended, but you are too young. So this series is not very recommended. The teller introduced very professionally. The Complications collection, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, a perfect blend of youthfulness and refined detailing, and this is the one I personally think would be most suitable for you, the teller said. Introducing another collection to Lu Feng. What do you think? Lu Feng looked at Shin Chanu. I think it's very good. It matches your suit today. Ah Feng, Lu Yanyan said in a delicate voice. Alright then, this is the one. Help me with the bill. Lu Feng directly chose this one. Okay, please wait a moment. The teller heard the bill. Excitedly ran over. To know that after buying this single, the commission is almost 20,000 it. That's a total of $708,000. The teller said. Shin Chanu, who heard the price, still wanted to pay but was stopped by Lu Feng from paying. But Shin Chanu told Lu Feng that today these things were bought for him as a gift and could not be refused. Lu Feng could not argue with her and could only agree. After paying the money, Shin Chanu gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. Not bad. Not bad. Looks very stylish. Shin Chanu said with a smile as she looked at the well-dressed Lu Feng. Hey. Yeah. Lu Feng laughed nervously again. After buying the equipment for Lu Feng to attend the birthday banquet, the two people also began a slow stroll. Strolling, the two came to a gazebo. Feng, I know you're curious about what I'm doing to you like this. Shin Chanu, who was sitting on the bench, said as she gently looked at Lu Feng. Yes, I'm really curious. Why? Lu Feng finally asked the doubts in his heart. If I say that we knew each other before, do you believe me? Shin Chanu said slowly. What? We knew each other before? Lu Feng's eyes widened directly upon hearing that, but he carefully recalled the people and things from the past, only to realize that there was no Shin Chanu in his memory at all. Looking at Lu Feng's disbelief, Shin Chanu slowly told a story of a little boy and a little girl. The story takes place when Lu Feng was about 10 years old, when Lu Feng was still living in his eldest uncle's house, and went to and from school with his younger sister Lu Yanran every day, until one day the class suddenly transferred to a small girl. The little girl stood on the podium, timidly introduced herself as Li Fuyang. After the introduction, the teacher arranged for her to a small boy. They logically became the same table, but the little boy found his new desk is very strange. He talked to her, she ignored. Give her snacks, she also do not eat. And then slowly the little boy also ignored the little girl, until one day after school, the little boy saw little boys from other classes bullying the little girl and calling him out for not having a father. The little girl heard people scolding her for not having a father and went up to wrestle with them. But how could she, a girl, beat several boys of her age and was soon knocked down? Passing by, the little boy saw his own table was bullied. Without saying anything, directly rushed over and the few children to fight together. Soon and the little boy do not want a life under the attack. A few small children were afraid of being beaten, and directly fled. A nosebleed little boy pulled up the little girl and asked if she was okay. The little girl heard the little boy asked her, quickly shook his head to say that he was fine, and then from the inside of the school bag took out the toilet paper for the little boy, wiped up the nosebleed. Afterward, when the little girl asked why he had to help himself, the little boy just patted his chest. You're my deskmate. That's my person. I have to protect you. Otherwise how can I be considered a man? The little girl laughed outright when she heard the little boy's statement, and then she became his follower, following him wherever he went, and in the game of playing house, she kept saying she wanted to be his wife, and he promised to marry her when he grew up. So it was for a long time, until one day the little boy went back to school and waited in front of the school until class started, and did not wait for the little girl who would wait for him to come into the school with him no matter if it was windy or rainy. Looking at the empty seat beside him, the little boy cried out for the first time, clamoring for the little girl, but no matter how he looked, the little girl seemed to have disappeared from his world forever, as if she had suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Chapter 30 Causes. So, you're Li Fuyao. Lu Feng was shocked. Yes, I am. Looked at the shocked Lu Feng, but Shin Chanu said calmly, then how come you've become Shin Chanu again now? What's going on here? He is about to go crazy. When he was a child, the little girl who followed his ass every day, in a flash became a big schoolgirl who was loved by everyone, and it seems that she likes herself. Anyone else would have to go crazy. Lu Feng even wondered if he had been hurt too deeply by his ex-girlfriend, leading to a long period of negativity, thus passing out. And everything that was happening now was a dream, because how to see how not normal. First obtained the system, on the peak of life, and then gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend also by their own crazy face. He ended up fighting with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now there's actually a childhood friend of the schoolgirl. How do you look at it? How does it look like you're dreaming? Looking at the frantic Lu Feng, Shin Chanu, however, got up and sat beside Lu Feng and explained. It turns out that the reason why Shin Chanu was called Li Fuyan when she was a child was because she took her mother's surname, and the recognition of Shin Chuankui's parents was also a political marriage. Although Shin Chankai's mother was also surnamed Li, it was not the imperial capital Li surname, but the Sioux City Li family, the veritable number one family in Sioux City. so the Shun and Li families chose a political marriage. But neither of Shin Chuangkite's parents liked political marriages. So after Shin Chuangkite's mother gave birth to her, the two of them had a big fight over something, and Shin Chuangkite's mother took Shin Chuangkite and ran away from home. This departure, Shin Chuangkite's mother took Shin Chuangkite incognito, did not even go back to the Su province, but lived in province. Then when she was in elementary school, Shin Changkue met Lu Feng, but because of the school registration system, the Shin family and the Li family quickly found out the location of their mothers, and the Li family in Suzhou City took the first step to pick up Shin Changkue and her mother, resulting in the end Shin Changkue did not even come and say goodbye to Lu Feng. After listening to what Shin Changkue said, Lu Feng's first time was to care whether her parents had made up. He was afraid that Shin Changkue had a bad time because of her parents, and Shin Changkue's heart flashed with a hint of touching when she heard that Lu Feng's first concern was for herself, rather than asking about anything else. Reconciled, and then my father was severely punished by my grandfather for the incident, and my father regretted gaslighting my mother. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy to look for us, but even if my father mobilized all his connections, he didn't think that we were hiding in a small county in province. And then my father spent every day in regret and self-reproach. Shin Changkue said, "It's fine if you've made up. I'm worried that you're having a bad time." Lu Feng said as he looked at Shin Changkue heartily. "It's okay, Feng, it's all over." Looking at Lu Feng's heartbroken face, Shin Changkue's heart was as sweet as honey. "Then why did your parents agree to your political union since they both hate unions?" Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shin Changkue also slowly recounted the reason. It turned out that after Shin Changkite was picked up by the Li family in Sioux City, her father rushed to the Li family at the first opportunity, but Shin's mother said that she didn't want to see him, until Shin Chuangkite's father stood outside the door without eating or drinking for 4 nights and 5 days after fainting. Her mother forgave Shin Chuangkite's father, and then the relationship between the two people warmed up quickly, and after living in Sioux City for half a year, Shin Chuangkite's father took the mother and daughter back to the imperial capital Shin family, and Shin Changkite met Li Junmo, the proud son of the Li family's heavenly son, in the imperial capital school, and as soon as the two of them got to know each other, Li Junmo kept getting close to Shin Changkite, but Shin Changkue heart-loaded has always been Lu Feng, so did not pay attention to him, but in the end is a child's heart. The two quickly became good friends, but Shin Changkue has always paid attention to the proportion of the two, because she only likes Lu Feng, so it was like this for many years, until Shin Changkue to go abroad to study. Li Junmo confessed to her. Not surprisingly, Shin Changkue mercilessly rejected him, and then went abroad to study. Shin Changkue, who studied abroad, pulled the contact information of Li Junmo, completed all his studies in only 3 years, and successfully graduated from Cambridge University. Shin Changkue, who had just returned to China, used the relationship of the Li family in Suzhou City to find out where Lu Feng went to school, and then transferred over. But I didn't expect that Li Junmo had been brushing up in front of Shin's father and mother during the years that Shin Chuangkis had been abroad, until the goodwill was almost brushed up, and Li Junmo proposed a marriage to Shin Chuangkis' parents. Originally, Shin Changkue's parents wanted to refuse, because they didn't want their baby girl to be like themselves in the beginning, but Li Junmo said that he and Shin Changkue grew up together, and that they were originally childhood sweethearts, and that they had feelings. Shin Changkite's parents thought about it, plus the internal voice of the Shin family. The two of them agreed, but only to let Shin Changkite and Li Junmo try to be suitable or not. If not, they will not force their daughter to marry a person they do not like. The next step was to have Shin Changkue return to the imperial capital and take charge of a company with Li Junmo, which was used to cultivate the relationship. Shin Changkue had originally planned to refuse when she found out, but on second thought, if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, then the resistance to being with her would be mountainous, so she agrees to take charge of the company. And she wants to use the resources she has in her hands to help Lu Feng grow up fast, until one day Lu Feng can be with her in a bright and honorable way. Lu Feng heard, the suppressed emotions in his heart directly exploded. A hug in front of the girl, shed tears. He now understands. Shin Changkue in order to be with him to pay what, and against how much pressure. Shin Changkue was startled by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but reacted by also hugging Lu Feng tightly. The two hugged each other like that for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other, but with their hands pulled tightly together. Feng, so for my sake, you must perform well at Elder Ye's birthday banquet tonight. The gentleness in Shin Changkue's eyes seemed to melt Lu Feng away. Well, don't worry, I'll do well. It won't take long and I'll be standing behind you brightly, Lu Feng said with conviction. The two of them chatted a lot of interesting things when they were young together. When they talked about why Lu Feng helped her fight, Shin Changkue touched Lu Feng's face again with heartache, so the two of them chatted until it was dark, before they stopped the topic. When Shin Changkite was about to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, Lu Feng asked her to send herself home for a while first. Shin Changkite was puzzled, but she didn't ask anything and drove directly to the place where Lu Feng lived. Lu Feng, who got off the bus, leaned over Shin Changkui's ear and said that he wanted to give her a surprise, and then ran away, causing Shin Changkui to have a foggy face. After a while, Lu Feng ran over panting, just sat in the car. Shin Changkui face expectant hand out to ask Lu Feng prepared for her surprise is what? Lu Feng heard directly from the hand out of the two boxes with a mysterious face handed to Shin Changkui. Shin Changkui received the box with joy, then opened the first one. In the box lay a large sapphire necklace, the beauty of which was unbelievable. You sent me? Shin Changkui asked happily. Yes, this gemstone is called the Heart of the Ocean. It was later made into a necklace by a European master, and now I'm giving it to you. Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. It's that Heart of the Ocean that was auctioned off a few years ago by a mysterious tycoon at an international auction for $120 million? Shin Changkui was directly shocked at the words. To know that after this Heart of the Ocean was photographed by the tycoon, it mysteriously disappeared, and reappeared as this time in front of him, was made into a necklace, and was given to Shin Changkui. Yes, this gemstone matches you very well. Lu Feng smiled when he saw Shin Changkui's surprised look. Then help me put it on, Shin Changkui said as she tilted her snow-white neck. Subsequently, under Lu Feng's trembling performance, the Heart of the Ocean, which was known as the world's largest sapphire, was put on Shin Changkui's neck. Don't ask Lu Feng when he had this gemstone. It was bought with prestige points in the System Mall when he just went back. The mall didn't just have those high-end techs and stuff. Luxury goods were also available. I can't wait to see the second box, said Shin Changkui opening the second box. What caught her eye was a red invitation. Shin Changkui picked it up in confusion, not understanding why Lu Feng gave her an invitation. Looking at the confused Shin Changkui, Lu Feng said with a mysterious face, just open it and see. Chapter 31, Attendance at the Birthday Banquet. Looking at the mysterious Lu Feng, Shin Changkui also couldn't hold back his curiosity and directly opened the invitation card. After just one look, Shin Changkui looked at Lu Feng with an incredulous expression. This is yours? Did Elder Yi give it to you? Lu Feng saw Shin Changkite, who was surprised because of the invitation and happily showed off. How about it? Awesome, right? Awesome, really awesome. Ah Feng, you're too mysterious now. This is Master Ye's invitation. How many people can only dream of this? Shin Changkui said as she looked at Lu Feng. Hey, it's just average. Lu Feng sniffed modestly. It's not ordinary at all. It's really awesome, and it's a handwritten invitation. To know that this time I attended the old man's birthday banquet to get her not handwritten invitations. Shin Changkui praised. Lu Feng sniffed, a little surprised. After all, how to say that with the strength of the imperial Shin family? A handwritten invitation is still a breeze. Really, you guys, with the strength of the Shin family, should have handwritten the invitations as well. Of course our Shin family can but it has to be my father to do it. I can only be considered a junior now, so I can't get it, Shin Changkui explained. Oh, I see. The two of them then chatted and drove like this, and soon arrived near Elder Ye's estate, parked the car, and the two of them walked over shoulder to shoulder, handing the invitation in his hand to the bodyguard checking it, then stepping into the manor under the respectful gaze of the bodyguard, especially Lu Feng. After he took out the handwritten invitation, the bodyguard looked at him differently. After the two left, the bodyguard quickly took out his walkie-talkie to notify the staff inside the manor that a big shot with a handwritten invitation had arrived. Behind them, the powerful nobles waiting to hand in their invitations heard the bodyguard's words and also guessed the identity of Lu Feng's two men. After all, there weren't many that could make the old man give handwritten invitations. As soon as the two of them entered the manor, they realized that at this time, there were already a lot of people standing on the lawn of the manor, chatting in groups of 3 to 5, and the arrival of Lu Feng and the two of them didn't attract anyone's attention. After looking around for a while, Shin Changkui took Lu Feng and ran to the place where the desserts were placed, picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, blocking Lu Feng's mouth tightly. Looking at Lu Feng being stuffed and unable to speak, Shin Changkui laughed happily and also picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. Eating the cake, Shin Changkite picked up a cup of juice again, ready to let Lu Feng drink some pressure. But the result of a slip of the hand did not hold steady. The cup fell to the ground, spilled into a small girl wearing a white dress. I'm sorry. Shin Changkui looked at the girl and hurriedly apologized. Lu Feng also apologized and took out a tissue to try to hand the girl to let her wipe it off. Who expected the girl directly to slap on Shin Changkite's face? But fortunately Lu Feng reacted quickly and immediately pulled Shin Changkite over. Seeing that it was empty, the girl was going to reach out and hit her again. This time Lu Feng didn't spoil her, and directly clutched the girl's palm that was reaching out to her. The girl's arms were red from being clenched, but her mouth was unforgiving. Who are you people to dirty my skirt and actually try to beat me up? The crowd also turned their eyes around after hearing the argument. As soon as the girl saw that someone was paying attention to this side, she directly became more arrogant. How did you get mixed up in here? Eating and drinking here as soon as you came in, dirtying people's dresses and hitting them. Lu Feng heard the girl speak so nonchalantly and no longer held back. We did accidentally dirty your skirt, but we also sincerely apologized. But you are not forgiving. Directly want to hit us? If not, I stopped in time. You are directly hit us in the face. What's wrong with me hitting you? Who told you guys to dirty my dress? I don't know who invited you guys here, but today is my grandfather's birthday and I don't want to fight with you guys, so get the hell out of here. On the side, Shin Chanu frowned when she heard that the girl was trying to drive them away and claimed to be Elder Ye's granddaughter, because she didn't remember that Elder Ye had a granddaughter. You said you're Yi Lao's granddaughter? How do I remember that Ye old man only has one grandson? Shin Chanu asked with a skeptical face. Upon hearing this, the girl who was strutting her stuff instantly shortened her aura by half, but didn't want to give in, so she could only forcefully pretend to be calm. I'm the girlfriend of Ye old man's grandson, and Ye old man is of course my grandfather. Hearing the girl's defense, Lu Feng and Shin Chanu were also speechless. After half a day of messing around, she was just the girlfriend of someone's grandson, but she actually dared to fox and pretend to be a tiger, and let alone being the girlfriend of Yi Lao's grandson. Even if it is Yi Lao's grandson, Shin Chanu is not the least bit of a wimp. Who made her come from the Shin family? Understand the reason. Shin Changkite also do not want to get too entangled with her. Asked her exactly how she wanted to solve. Who expected the girl actually said that she wanted to take the red wine to pour Shin Changkite's face before she was willing to give up. Lu Feng, two people heard, directly ignored the girl's request, turned around to go. The girl saw that the two people want to run, directly picked up a cup of red wine to Shin Chanu splashed over. With a wow, the clothes Shin Changkite was wearing were instantly drenched in red wine. Seeing Shin Changkite drenched, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and went up to slap the girl on the face. This slap slapped the girl stayed. The side of the crowd also stayed. After all, how to say that this is also the old grandson of Ye's girlfriend? Or maybe in the future is the old man Ye's granddaughter-in-law? This young man, how to dare reacting. The girl went straight to tears and took out her cell phone to call her boyfriend. Shin Chanu also pulled Lu Feng's hand and said that Lu Feng was a bit impulsive, which would leave a bad impression on Yi Lao. But Lu Feng carefully wiped the red wine on Shin Chanu's body, then said without caring, I don't want that much. I just know that no one can bully you in front of me. When Shin Chanu heard Lu Feng's domineering and protective words, her heart flashed with a trace of joy and she tenderly leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder. At this time, the girl brought her boyfriend to Shin Chanu and them. You're the ones who did this. Beat up my girlfriend? A young handsome boy came to the two men and questioned. Shin Chanu looked up at the boy, but after half a day of looking at him, she realized that she didn't recognize the boy in front of her at all, knowing that she had only just met Yi Lao's grandson before she left the country. Who are you? Shin Chanu said flatly. I'm Yi Lao's grandson, beating up my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet. You guys have a lot of guts, the man said in a domineering manner. How come I didn't know that Elder Yi had a grandson like you? Who the hell are you? A powerful aura emanated from Shin Chanu's body straight at the man. The man was shocked by Shin Chanu's aura and told him where he came from. I'm old Ye's distant cousin's grandson. Hearing the man's explanation, Shin Chanu laughed softly. You two wait here. I'll call Yi Fan and have him come over to deal with you. When he heard that Shin Changkite was going to call Yi Fan, the man instantly panicked, but he couldn't do anything in public, so he had to just stand there honestly, praying in his heart that Shin Changkite didn't really know Yi Fan, but soon his hopes were dashed. About 2 minutes after Shin Chanu hung up the phone, a handsome man walked over. Sister Chuan Kite, when did you come? The man greeted with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shin Chanu said faintly. The man then looked around and saw his so-called cousin and his girlfriend with a cold look in his eyes that scared them both and made them weak in the knees. I'll settle the score with you guys later. Now give me an honest stay inside the room and don't come out. The man's majestic voice came out, scaring a man and a woman to run back to the room in a hurry. Sister Chuan Kite, today is Grandpa's 70th birthday. You give me face. When the birthday banquet passes, I will personally bring them to apologize to you. The young man said softly. Okay, I'll give you face, but this isn't over. Shin Chanu said coldly, then turned her head and gently introduced the man's identity to Lu Feng. Feng, he's Elder Ye's grandson, Yi Fan. Hearing that the person in front of him was Yi Lao's grandson, Lu Feng also greeted him, and then he heard Shin Chanu add from the side, Yi Fan, he has your grandfather's handwritten invitation. Yi Fan heard Shin Changkite say that Lu Feng had his grandfather's handwritten invitation. Originally thought that it was an idle person who came with Shin Changkite to join in the fun and casually perfunctorily but now he didn't dare to slack off at all. Hello, hello, hello? Just now it was really bad hospitality. Sorry, Yi Fan's attitude made a big turn and said very enthusiastically. It caused Lu Feng to not even react at once, just stiffly complimenting each other with him, and only after a long time, when Yi Fan had other things to do, did they part ways. Do all these people change their faces so quickly? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yes, no one born in a big family is a real waste, just like the crown prince of Cheetah Group. What you see is just what he wants you to see, Shin Chanu said to Lu Feng in a scientific way. Chapter 32 Parting. Yes, it's true that the kind of brain-dead youngsters told inside the novels are all fake. How can someone who can really stand out inside the family be so brainless? Lu Feng said in agreement. Just when the two of them still had to chat, Lu Feng heard someone calling him, and was still wondering how someone could call him on such an occasion, when he saw that the old man of Tianyu Group had already walked over. Little Wind, long time no see, the old man said with a smile. Old master, long time no see, Lu Feng responded politely. Then the two stood together and chatted, and the old man even asked Lu Feng who the girl standing next to him was and if she was his girlfriend, but Lu Feng was at a loss for words. In the end, it was Shin Chanu who introduced herself and helped Lu Feng out. Hearing that Shin Chanu was from the imperial capital Shin family, the old man did not dare to say anything more. After all, the people of the Shin family were not for him to discuss. It's been so long, I asked you to visit the old man me, and you kid didn't come, the Lord complained as he changed the subject. You'll forgive me, it's just been a bit too busy. As you know, I'm worried about the branch right now. Lu Feng can only find an excuse to say. In fact, the Ferrari branch of the things he has not asked. Are Chen Chen alone in charge? He these days every day and Lu Yanyan two of them together to play it. Hearing Lu Feng say this, the old man expressed his understanding, and the two of them chatted for a little while longer before the old man had to go find his old friend and parted ways with Lu Feng. This one just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be the old director of the Magic City's local veteran conglomerate, Tianyu. Right, you guys know each other? Shin Chanu asked curiously. Well, I happen to have a bit of shares of the Tianyu Group in my hand, so I recognize it. Shin Chanu sniffed and applauded. Feng is so powerful. Shares of Tianyu Group are available. What else are you hiding from me? It's not much. It's just a little bit of Tianyu Group's shares, and Ferrari's shares, and at the same time it's also the president of Ferrari's Asian division, and it's also neighbors with Master Yi, the old master. Just because he saw that I bought Idle Cloud's villa, he let someone send me the invitation, Lu Feng said with a smelly face. At this moment, Shin Chanu was also stunned by Lu Feng's words. Are you saying that Ferrari suddenly settled in Mordor because of you? You're still the Asian president of Ferrari? And you also bought the Idle Cloud villa? And also a shareholder of the Tianyu Group? Shin Chanu said in disbelief. Yeah. Lu Feng looked at the surprised Shin Chanu. Also had a secret pleasure in his heart. How about it? Scared? Huh? You didn't lie to me? No. Why would I lie to you? Didn't the old director of Tianyu come just now? And we just talked about the Ferrari branch. Oh yeah, the branch is built by Tianyu Group. Lu Feng saw that Shin Chanu still didn't believe it, and explained it again. Feng, I'm not asking how the hell you did it. I just want to know if it's safe. I don't want you to get into danger. From the worried look on her face, one could tell that she was really worried about Lu Feng at the moment, because what Lu Feng was doing right now was too heavenly, and she was afraid that it was just someone trying to use Lu Feng to take the blame. Looking at Shin Changkite's worried look, Lu Feng pulled Shin Changkite's hand to ensure that he was absolutely safe and definitely did not do anything illegal. As for why he was suddenly so rich, Lu Feng just said that he would slowly tell her later. Since Lu Feng had said so, Shin Chanu didn't ask anymore. After all, everyone has secrets. Almost at 8 o'clock in the evening, Elder Yi finally came out, and the birthday banquet completely climaxed with Elder Yi's appearance. Shin Chanu also dragged Lu Feng to pay birthday tribute to Yi Lao. Grandpa Yi, I wish you longevity and good fortune, Shin Chanu said. Little Iris is here. The old man said affectionately when he saw Shin Chanu. Can I not come for your big birthday? Shin Chanu said with a smile. This is Mr. Lu, isn't it? Really young and promising, the old man said as he looked at Lu Feng. Dare not dare not dare. In front of you, this little bit of success of the kid is nothing, Lu Feng said modestly. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't be overly self-effacing. I've heard that old man Li Yunfeng say that you even did him a big favor before, the old man said with a smile. Hearing that the old man knew elderly, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. Perhaps seeing Lu Feng's puzzlement, Yi Lao explained. It turned out that when Yi Lao was still in office, he knew elderly, and the two were considered old friends. After finishing talking to Shin Chanu and the others, Yi Lao also went to greet the others with the help of his servants. After all, He was the main character today and couldn't stay by Shin Chanu and the others all the time. The birthday banquet until late at night. Until the old man could not stay up. It is considered to be the end. Shin Chanu brought Lu Feng and the old man to do a final goodbye is also back. Right after Shin Chanu and Lu Feng left, Yi Lao called his grandson Yi Fan over. "Xiu Fan, what do you think about this Lu Feng?" the old master asked as he sat on the sofa. "Grandpa, about this Lu Feng, I don't know much. After checking his information it's also mediocre. His parents are absent. He grew up with his eldest uncle. Until he graduated from the university he behaved as an ordinary person should." Yi Fan said respectfully. "Ordinary people? Ordinary people can't do to take Ferrari shares. As far as I know before Ferrari because of the new energy, sold their shares, attracted those capital predators in Europe have made a move to grab. But in the end it was held by this Lu Feng. Do you think he is just an ordinary person?" Yi Lao's majestic voice came out. "I also think it's strange. But there really wasn't a hint of him before. It's as if this person came out of nowhere." Yi Fan said. "Well, don't think so much. I also didn't expect that the mysterious owner of the Idle Cloud Villa is actually so young. And it seems that the relationship with the Shin family's girl is not ordinary." Yi Lao said faintly. "Then what do you mean?" Yi Fan asked cautiously. It couldn't be helped. He had been afraid of his grandfather since he was a child. Yi Lao had been an official for decades, and the official authority that had been accumulated in his body was simply not something he could resist. "You must get on good terms with him. It just so happens that you are close in age and will have a common language. Do you hear me?" the old man added. Yes. This I understand. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first," Yi Fan promised. As soon as he saw Yi Fan trying to run, the old man got angry. "Just know how to play. Go racing every day. Can't you save me the trouble?" Yi Fan didn't dare to talk back as he listened to his grandfather's reprimand. He could only let it go. And it was only after a long while that the old man stopped. Finally, when the old man finished his lecture, only then did Yi Fan dare to walk out in disgrace. Seeing Yi Fan go out, the old man slowly stood in front of the bed and muttered to himself. Today, under the pretext of a birthday banquet, so many powerful people have been invited. Even the current hand of Mordor has also sent his blessings. It seems like the scenery is infinite. But once my old man dies, who else will be able to help my family's youngest generation? And this mysterious Lu Feng, what exactly is he? Is he trained by the Shin family? Or is he a representative figure pushed to the front of the stage by other forces? The old man had been standing with these questions for quite some time. And at this moment, Shin Chanu was saying goodbye to Lu Feng by the roadside. "Feng, I'm leaving, going back to the imperial capital," Shin Chanu said as she looked at Lu Feng fondly. "Are we leaving now?" "Yes. If it weren't for the old man's birthday, I'd have been due back a long time ago." "Good. Then wait for me in the imperial capital. It won't be long before I go to the imperial capital to look for you." "Aha, take care of yourself without me around, and call me if you run into anything you can't solve." "Good. You take care of yourself too, and wait for me to find you." As the car door closed, Shin Chanu left. "Fu Yao, I love you. Wait for me. I will stand before you honorably." Lu Feng looked at the car that was walking away and suddenly shouted loudly. In the car, Shin Chanu was already crying uncontrollably. "I'll be waiting for you, Feng, always." Chapter 33 The Fanny Group. After the soulful Lu Feng returned home, he didn't even greet Lu Yinyan and the others, so he lay down on the bed and began to think wildly, thinking about what happened when he and Shin Chanu were young, and also thinking about so many happy days together, thinking about how much Shin Chanu had paid to be with him. Lu Feng vowed in his heart that he would go to Shin Chanu as soon as possible and not let her wait too long. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Lu Feng opened the system to see what the system had refreshed. As a result, the system told him that he now had the option of converting the daily spike into a mall draw after the upgrade, and asked if he needed to try the new feature. But Lu Feng decisively refused because he only wanted to get more industries now to increase his say over the Shin family when the time came. Upon hearing the host's refusal to draw, the system began the process of refreshing the daily items for him. Ding! The daily spike system has been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. 1 Bugatti Veyron limited edition sports car, worth 120 million renminbi. A coal mine in Mountain Province, worth 7 billion renminbi. 100% of the shares of Fanny Motors, valued at 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the rewards that appeared on the big screen, Lu Feng felt out a pattern. Looks like luxury goods and such are taking one spot at a time. Another sports car. Looking at the first option, Lu Feng shook his head. Again, he looked towards the second option. A coal mine. Was this trying to get him to dig coal? Although it was worth $7 billion, Lu Feng still didn't want it, until he saw the third option, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group. It just so happens that he has a new energy battery technology in his hands. He can give it to the sale group to let them study. Anyway, hand in hand with 100% of the shares. And do not need to be afraid of what the other shareholders to force the palace leaks and so on. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. And with the system's prompt, Lu Feng had another automobile group under his name. But you need to go to Fat City and sign before you can actually have it. Lu Feng said bitterly. But this time, when I go home with my sister, I can make a trip to Fat City. It's not far away anyway, Lu Feng said and exited the system. Lu Feng, who had washed up a bit, then woke up the two little girls who were still sleeping and prepared to take them out for breakfast, and then packed up his things so that he should leave tomorrow. As soon as the two girls heard that today was the last day, they hurriedly got up and dressed up to get ready to go out again. There was no way around it, so Lu Feng had to take them for another big stroll around Magic City. While Lu Feng was touring around, far away in the office of the president of Tianyu Group in the city of Fertilizer, the current president was following the phone call. Listening to the voice on the phone saying that Tianyu Group had completed the bankruptcy sale, the president was also sitting in the chair with a bitter face and did not move. It wasn't until someone burst in that the president, sitting in his chair, reacted. Lao Zhao, you've been notified. Right. All the company's shares have been packaged and sold. Now what should we do? A man around 40 years old came to the president's office in a flurry of wind and fire and said, well, I already know. And I also know that a mysterious young man bought it. Zhao Yun said bitterly. Didn't you buy it from Mercedes or FAW? The man said suspiciously. Zhao Yun sniffed and shook his head stating that both were not but someone else. Never mind who bought it. What do we do next? But I was contacted by the Yardi Group, saying that we both still enjoy the same treatment in the past and a 30% increase in annual salary. The man continued. You want to jump ship? You have to know that this is a critical time for the group. If you, the vice president, jumps ship, it will cause a lot of turmoil for the group. Zhao Yun said angrily. Lao Zhao, man for himself, heaven and earth. The group are packaged and sold, immediately all bankrupt. What can the two of us do? Who knows what the people who bought Sailor Power want to do? It would be better for the two of us to take a group of elites and switch to Yachty now. It's only true that we take care of ourselves first, the man said persuasively again. Wang Jingyan, now that the group has a problem, but you're thinking of jumping ship, don't you forget, without the group, where would you be today? Zhao Yun was furious and slapped the table, standing up directly. Seeing Zhao Yun angry, the man also disliked back nonchalantly. Yes, it's the group that accomplished me, but how could I, Wang Jingyan, not be dedicated to the group and give everything I have? But the group is now facing bankruptcy, so what can I do? I can only protect myself first. Zhao Yun looked at the emotional man in front of him and understood that what he said was the truth, so he could only sigh powerlessly. You go? I won't go. I'm going to work with the group, Zhao Yun said with a firm face. Well, don't blame me for not reminding you, since this is your choice. I respect you. We are on different paths, said the man as he got up and was about to leave. Wait, Zhao Yun suddenly called out. What? Figured it out. Wang Jingyan stopped. No, I'm trying to tell you that it's fine for you to leave, but you can't put out the information that the group is being sold, nor can you take one person away from the group, Zhao Yun said with the majesty that belonged to the president emanating from his body. Surnamed Zhao. I can promise to keep it a secret, but I'm taking away the people under my hand. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Wang Jingyan immediately disliked back. Then we'll just have to meet in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You're going to take me to court over these trivial matters, aren't you? Wang Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yes, I won't let you go as long as you dare to do anything against the group. Zhao Yun's gaze was firm, without the slightest intention to joke around. In the end, the two people's conversation, disagreeable, out of the office. Wang Jingyan found a corner where no one pulled out his cell phone number and dialed a phone number. Hey, I've persuaded him, but he doesn't want to leave. Instead he wants to remain in Sail Power, and he doesn't agree with me taking away Sail Power's elites. Wang Jingyan whispered. Then you find a way to get me these elites to dig over. Dig over a person. I will give you 200,000. You tell the people under your hand. As long as they come over to Yachty, the annual salary rises by 30%. The liquidated damages Yachty will be out for them. The voice of Yachty's president came out from the phone. It turned out that Wang Jingyan had long been in contact with the people of Yachty, and with the benefits promised by the president of Yachty, Wang Jingyan began his digging program. Zhao Yun, who had been sitting alone for a long time on this side, looked at the contact information of the new director that had been passed over, and after thinking about it for a long time, he still took out his phone and called it. Lu Feng was playing at Disney with his two little girls when he received a call from Zhao Yun. Hello there, Lu Dong. I'm the current president of the Family Group. My name is Zhao Yun. I've taken the liberty of disturbing you for a moment, Zhao Yun said with an apprehensive heart. Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. What's the matter you're calling about? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled expression. It's like this. There's something I need to report to you. It's about the departure of the group's vice president. Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the causes and consequences, Lu Feng also finally understood why a group with a market value of 20 billion was only worth 6 billion renminbi. So it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Hearing again that the group's vice president was leaving the group, Lu Feng smiled faintly and said that he was aware of it and would go to the group in a couple of days to deal with it personally. He also told Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before he arrived. And when he did, he would give the group a big surprise. One big enough to turn the sales around. As Zhao Yun listened to Lu Feng, he also became very interested in this director of the group that he had never met. In the end, Lu Feng arranged for Zhao Yun to absolutely not tell the vice president about this matter. Zhao Yun heard this and hurriedly assured himself that he would absolutely not let the second person know about it. And the two of them ended their first call like this. Chapter 34. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng didn't have the heart to play anymore, so he told the two little girls to let them play on their own while he needed some quiet time. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wanner looked at each other, took their hands and ran away, leaving Lu Feng behind. Hey, I told you, it's not going to work out that way. Lu Feng recalled Zhao Yun's words just now and said that he had a headache because this time, Sale Group's bankruptcy was not a normal bankruptcy. Rather, they went bankrupt because they were pressured by Mercedes, which means it was a business war. Except that the sale failed. The price of failure is that the group is on the verge of bankruptcy, can only be packaged and sold. If not, Lu Feng intervened. It is estimated that the sale power will be Mercedes-Benz acquisition, because Mercedes-Benz is thinking of defeating Family Group and then acquiring Family Group's ready-made production lines and plants to manufacture new energy. Now Lu Feng took over the sale power. Is a big pile of mess. Lack of internal funds. Panic. The vice president has to take people away. With Mercedes-Benz watching from the outside and other domestic automakers trying to bite off a piece of meat from Family Group, it can be said that Family Group is now in a precarious situation. And the main thing is still the lack of funds. But Lu Feng happens to not have much funds. His account is still only the extra 100 million transferred from Ferrari last time, and the 15 million rent collected from Times Square. But right now the sale group needs a minimum of 1.5 billion to stabilize the basics. So it's imperative to go get the money now. Where to get? Tianyu Group also just got over the difficulties not long ago. Ferrari are also impossible to lend themselves 1.5 billion. Is it to sell Times Square? Lu Feng sat on the amusement park bench, fretful thought. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Shin Chanu, but quickly discarded the idea. No. Just boasted that he would immediately go to her. The result became to find her to borrow money. I don't want to lose face. Or look at the system, there is no way to do it. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly entered the system and told the system about the problem he was facing now, to see if the system had any way to help him solve this problem. As a result, the system really didn't let him down and directly told him that he could use his reputation value to buy cash cards in the mall to solve the problem. Lu Feng jumped up when he heard the excitement. Then I found the cash card inside the mall. There are 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and 1 billion, 10 billion level, but Lu Feng only 10,000 reputation value. The most you can buy 1 billion yuan. Lu Feng looked at the price on it and finally gritted his teeth and bought 1 billion RMB. And the prestige value that had just arrived went straight to zero. After finishing everything, he just exited the system and received a message that the bank card arrived at 1 billion yuan. Looking at the information in his hand, Lu Feng also took a long breath of relief, and got up to go to find Lu Yanyan and Lin Wanner. After searching for a long time, finally found two little girls at the Devil pirate ship, only to see the two little girls just sitting on it. They were so scared and pale that they didn't dare to open their eyes. Then along with the slow rocking of the ship, the pirate ship began to accelerate, accompanied by the frantic screams from the ship. The pirate ship rocked for about 5 minutes before it stopped. The two who came down from the pirate ship trembling, saw that Lu Feng was looking at them with a smile on his face, and walked over aggressively. Brother, I was really scared to death just now, Lu Yanyan said as she patted her chest. Lin Wan'er was also in shock. Yeah, I'll never play these programs again. I feel like I'm going to die. Hearing the two little girls say this, Lu Feng laughed out loud and took the two of them to play other programs, and didn't go back until late in the afternoon. The few people who returned home also started to pack up their luggage. After all, the tour was over. It was time to go home, and Lu Feng would also follow them back. Brother, I'm really happy to be with you. I don't even want to go back, Lu Yanyan said to Lu Feng while packing her bags. Ha, just come back when you're happy. Anyway, I've reserved a room for you. You can come whenever you want. Wan Er is the same. Lu Feng said to these two little girls. He. Thank you, brother. Lin Wan Er thanked. The two people packed for a long time, only to pack the things. Lu Feng saw them all packed, directly carry the luggage or put into the car, afraid of tomorrow to leave in a hurry to forget. Once everything was done, the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. After all, they had to drive tomorrow. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, Lu Feng woke up early, then shouted the two people who were still sleeping up. The two little girls did a good job of washing up and putting on makeup in their sleepy eyes, and went downstairs with Lu Feng, driving the Audi A8. The three of them headed for home, as their hometown was only less than 400 kilometers away from Mordor, and there was plenty of time. However, Lu Feng first had to send Lin Wan Er back to the city of fertilizer before he could go home. Fortunately, they were all in one province, not far away. After driving for about 4 hours, the car stopped in front of a villa. A few people got out of the car, and Lu Feng took Lin Wan Er's luggage down. Yen, brother Lu, why don't you guys go inside and sit down for a while and rest? Lin Wan Er said softly. No need. Not much tired. The main thing is to return to the heart of the arrow. After all, 4 years have not gone home well. Lu Feng refused Lin Wan Er's proposal. That's fine. Then you must come and play with me when the next 2 days are over, Lin Wan Er said regretfully. At this time, the nanny inside the villa noticed that Lin Wan Er had returned and hurriedly walked out. Seeing the nanny come out, Lu Feng and Lu Yenran didn't make much of a stop and directly returned to the car. Bye, Yen. Bye, brother Lu, Lin Wan Er said, waving her hand. Lu Yen was also lying on the car window, loudly saying goodbye to Lin Wan Er. The car sped along, finally arriving at its destination, Xuancheng, after 2 hours. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window, Lu Feng also couldn't help but think of his childhood. After all, he hadn't been back home for 4 years. The car quickly drove into the neighborhood. Looking at the same old neighborhood, Lu Feng is a little close to home, not dare to go upstairs. Finally, Lu Yen pushed up. After going up, Lu Feng is also hesitant to knock on the door, because he has not thought about how to say, or Lu Yen really cannot stand to see. Snapped for Lu Feng knocked up the door. Cut it out. As the voice rang out, a woman in her 40s opened the door to the room. Years of hard work had left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her short, greasy, thick hair was always so dark, and her eyes were beautifully double-lidded, bright, and showy, and her face carried a mature beauty. The first time the woman saw Lu Feng standing in the doorway, she hastily rubbed her eyes for fear that she had misread it, and then took a closer look, still a bit in disbelief, until Lu Feng called out an aunt. The woman's eyes instantly became wet. Then she hugged Lu Feng and cried, while crying and saying, "Child, you suffered." At this time Lu Feng is also completely unable to suppress the feelings in his heart, hugging the woman and crying. Aside, Lu Yen looked at the scene in front of her and could not help but also fell tears. I said, what's wrong? It took so long to open a door. A voice suddenly came from the house. Then a man with glasses and a somewhat blonde figure walked out and froze at the first sight of Lu Feng, panicked and took down his glasses and wiped them off and put them on again. Is it windy? Hearing her own husband's words, the woman also released Lu Feng from her embrace and turned her head to the middle-aged man and said, "It's little Feng who's back, old man." The man's eyes instantly reddened at the words, and looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng directly plopped down at the man and kowtowed 3 times. The middle-aged man saw the scene and hurriedly walked over to pull Lu Feng up, and the woman beside him also hurriedly pulled Lu Feng. "Uncle, auntie, I'm back," Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, said emotionally. "Egu, my good boy, what are you doing? Get up, how dirty the ground is." The woman hurriedly pulled Lu Feng up. "Yeah, what's the point of kneeling properly? Come in and talk." The middle-aged man also spoke up. Chapter 35, A Warm Family. Lu Feng stood up after hearing this, accompanied by his aunt, walked into this home that he had left for 4 years. Looking at the familiar layout of the home, looking at the family portrait of a family of 4 hanging on the wall, Lu Feng's tears almost fell again. As soon as she entered the door, the aunt told Lu Feng to hurry up and sit down, and she herself went to dry the quilt for Lu Feng, because Lu Yen and the two of them came back secretly and wanted to give the 2 families a surprise, and did not notify them in advance, so the eldest uncle and they did not know that Lu Feng came back today. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lu Feng, on the other hand, began to accept the eldest uncle's counting, complaining that he went to college for 4 years, did not go home, and did not want to their 2 elders to give him to transfer the money, also do not want to, said to take him this eldest uncle as an outsider. Listening to the eldest uncle in his ear rambling, Lu Feng not only did not have a trace of boredom, but instead filled with affection, as if he was a child to get into trouble. The eldest uncle is also in the ear muttering non-stop to let him listen to the words. Study well. After a while, the aunt who had tanned Lu Feng's quilt also joined in the criticism of Lu Feng, while Lu Yanran was adding fuel to the fire. In this way, the family of four chatted until almost evening, and only then did they stop with great interest, and the aunt offered to go buy food and come back to make a big table of delicious food for Lu Feng, especially the sweet and sour pork ribs, which was Lu Feng's favorite when he was a child. Lu Feng originally proposed to go out to eat, not wanting his aunt to be so tired, but he couldn't argue with her and could only agree. Then he offered to go grocery shopping with his aunt, so the eldest uncle was at home organizing the side dishes, while the aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yanran out to buy groceries together, just like when they were children. Whenever their aunt went out to buy groceries, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran were following its ass, expecting to go out and buy snacks to eat. Lu Feng followed his aunt to walk in the neighborhood. Today's aunt was in an exceptionally good mood, greeted anyone she saw, and introduced Lu Feng to the others. Because the aunt's family has lived here for many years, so there are many people know Lu Feng. Just Lu Feng 4 years did not come back. They do not recognize. After the aunt introduced all the way, many people in the community know that the former naughty but eager to help the little kid is back. Boss, give me one of these old geese. I'll go back and make soup, the aunt said to the vendor. Big sister, what guest came to the house today? Actually so spare, said the peddler with a smile. The aunt, on the other hand, pointed at Lu Feng and said, my child is back. How can I not eat good food? Lu Feng was touched in his heart when he heard his aunt's words. Soon, a goose was done, and the aunt walked to the next stall with the two followers. And so she walked to so many stalls that Lu Feng and Lu Yanran couldn't hold it in their hands before she stopped. Finally, after everything was bought, the three of them were about to go back when the aunt who was walking in front of them suddenly saw the candy cane buyer. He also ran over and bought 2 sugar gourds for the two, and instructed the two to eat only after dinner, as if Lu Yanyan and Lu Feng were still children. The three of them greeted the evening sunset, blowing the cool breeze, talking and laughing as they walked towards home, and from a distance, it looked as beautiful and cozy as a painting. After arriving home, the aunt got busy with her eldest uncle, while Lu Feng ran over to try to help, but was rejected by the old couple. Without anything to do, Lu Feng could only return to his room, a room that his great uncle and aunt had reserved especially for him. The room was cleaned spotlessly. Ventilation is also done very well. Even if 4 years did not live, there is no other odor. Looking at the eldest uncle to help him make a good bed, Lu Feng's nose is sour again. Yes, uncle and auntie have been treating themselves as if they were their own since they were young, and have even loved themselves more than they have loved Yin Yan as their own daughter, and now they can finally repay them properly, and also let them know that it's time for them to take a good rest, Lu Feng thought as he lay on the bed. Unconsciously, on the quilt filled with the smell of sunshine, Lu Feng fell asleep. And in his dream he was back to the time when he was small, and he and Lu Yanran were enjoying the love and affection from the two adults with impunity. Thud. Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep? Get up and eat, Lu Yanyan shouted as she stood outside the door. When Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan calling out to him, he also immediately opened the door. Little wind, hurry up and get up for dinner. Auntie made your favorite sweet and sour pork and cola chicken wings, Auntie shouted as she took off her apron. Lu Feng answered and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting on the dining table, the eldest uncle took out a bottle of wine and wanted to have a drink with Lu Feng, while the aunt blocked it on the side, reasoning that small children can't drink. Seeing the eldest uncle bring out the wine, Lu Feng then suddenly thought that the gifts bought for them had not been brought up, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran and ran out. What are you two doing there? Asked the eldest. Going downstairs to get something, Lu Feng said without looking back. These two kids are really, what's more important than eating? The aunt complained. Not long after, Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan walked back with large bags. I forgot the gifts I bought for you guys. He, Lu Feng said with a giggle. You say you this child, back to their own home still bring what gift? You can only earn how much money? Do not know to save a little. The aunt looked at the piles of gifts with heartache and said that she was afraid that Lu Feng would save money and not eat because of buying these gifts. Yes, your aunt is right. What to buy? We too are not short of anything, the eldest also said. Lu Feng heard, took a bottle of flying mutai put on the table. The eldest uncle saw the mutai. Is again muttered up Lu Feng, said he will not waste money to buy such a good wine. Lu Yanyan looked at her mom and dad's heartache and helped Lu Feng explain. After hearing that Lu Feng had now achieved so much, the old couple expressed their disbelief at first, but under Lu Feng's repeated assurances, the old couple came to believe. Xiao Feng, we haven't done anything illegal, right? The eldest uncle was still a bit uneasy. Yeah. We can't do bad things. We can't make unclean money, the aunt also asked. Seeing that the old couple was getting uneasy again, Lu Feng could only explode a part of his estate. When they heard that Lu Feng was now a shareholder of a group with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, the old couple directly Googled the Tianyu Group that Lu Feng was talking about. After seeing that there was really Lu Feng inside the list of Tianyu Group shareholders found on the 1000 Degrees browser, the eldest uncle was also happy with tears in his eyes, stating that the old Lu family had finally produced a big shot. Seeing that the old couple was so happy, Lu Feng opened Mutai and poured a glass for his eldest uncle, after which the family happily ate their meal. During the meal, the eldest uncle kept praising Lu Feng for his ability, while the aunt watched the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. "Little wind, come and have a piece of ribs," the aunt said and gave Lu Feng a piece of ribs in his bowl. Lu Yanyan saw her mother only give Lu Feng clip, not for her clip. Hard to say that it is not fair. There is no way. The aunt had to give Lu Yanyan clip another piece. After a meal that lasted for more than an hour, Lu Feng helped his uncle, who had drunk too much, to his room, while Lu Yanyan and his aunt cleaned up the house. Since uncle had drunk too much, after dinner it was just Lu Feng and his aunt, Lu Yanran, chatting together. Lu Feng took a bunch of maintenance and skin care products and introduced them to his aunt, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on her face as she looked at Lu Feng, who couldn't stop talking. At night, a small house of less than 100 square feet gave Lu Feng a feeling that no big villa could give. Yes, there is no substitute for family love. Chapter 36, Buying a House for My Eldest Uncle. Windy, get up and eat. Coming. Lu Feng heard his aunt call out to him from the living room, so he hurriedly washed up and came out. Sitting on the dining table, looking at the eggs fried by his aunt, the boiled rice porridge, and the exquisite small pickled vegetables, Lu Feng had already started to salivate. "Yuma, hurry up. You're all that's missing," the eldest shouted back. The family of four finished breakfast in a pleasant atmosphere. Eldest uncle and aunt are employees of a factory. They were supposed to work, but Lu Feng came back, so the two families also decided to take a few days off to accompany Lu Feng. Fortunately, the eldest uncle is now a small director of the factory. Otherwise it is not good to ask for a leave of absence. After dinner, Lu Feng proposed that the family out to play, while the weather is cool. Otherwise it should be hot again by noon. "Once I heard that you can go out to play." But Lu Yanyan was excited. The eldest uncle and aunt got into the Audi that Lu Feng drove over, and they also looked around at the luxury car that was absolutely wonderful in their eyes. "Little Feng, although we can earn money now, but we must also learn to save money," the aunt educated in a serious tone. She was afraid that Lu Feng would learn to be bad. "Aha, I know, auntie, just don't worry about it." Hearing his aunt's teachings, Lu Feng returned with a happy face. Xuancheng, a city with the ancient style of Jiangnan, old houses everywhere, and an old street in town, constituting this ancient city of culture in the mouths of countless poets and literary figures. Today, Lu Feng took the family to a very lively ancient town in Xuancheng, where his eldest uncle often brought them when they were small. Looking at the ever-changing ancient town, Lu Feng also lamented that time passes really fast, and then the family strolled around the ancient town. "Brother, try this. We used to eat it a lot when we were kids." Lu Yanyan bought a bag of twists, then unwrapped it and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the twist, put it inside his mouth, and started to taste it, and Lu Yanyan didn't forget to put one in her mom and dad's mouths. Long years, the ancient town has gone through 100 years, greenstone paved long alleys, that latent in the years of flavor. The modern city can never be replaced. The ancient town is quietly located here. Looking at the generation after generation of people grow up, after strolling through the old town, the family was ready to get something to eat, and then the eldest uncle let Lu Feng drive to an old street. "This is it, the place where I used to bring you to eat?" The eldest smilingly pointed at the small restaurant in front of him. Lu Feng remembered that before, every time his eldest uncle and aunt got paid, they would come here to eat, and Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan would order the groundnut balls here every time. "Is it a replacement? I remember it was an old grandpa before," Lu Feng asked suspiciously. "The old grandpa you're talking about quit 2 years ago, and now his son is taking over," the aunt said. "Let's order first," the eldest uncle said and picked up a handwritten menu that looked dated and handed it to Lu Feng. "Brother, I want to eat groundnut balls and lotus root glutinous rice," Lu Yanyan said hurriedly. "Okay, here's your order." Then Lu Feng ordered a few dishes and handed them to the eldest uncle. The eldest uncle and aunt took a look at Lu Feng, who didn't even order any meat, and added 2 more meat dishes to the menu. "You are young, how can you not eat meat?" said the aunt gently. After 10 minutes, began to serve the food. The first dish is Lu Feng thought for several years of groundnut balls. Lu Feng clamped up a put into the mouth, slowly tasted up. Well, or the flavor of childhood. During this time, the eldest uncle and aunt also kept on giving Lu Feng food, telling him to eat more, saying that he was starving and thin outside. In the eyes of all the elders, the children who go home will always be thin. because they are attached to their children and are afraid that they are not doing well outside. After dinner, the eldest proposed to go home and rest, because after all, it was summer, and now it was already noon and starting to get hot, so it was not suitable for going out to play. But Lu Feng disagreed, saying that he would give them a surprise, and then he drove them to other places. The car stopped at the sales department of a neighborhood, and Lu Feng walked in with a puzzled uncle and aunt. As soon as he went in, a salesgirl warmly greeted him. "Welcome, what type of room do you need to see?" It was only after the enthusiastic introduction by the sales lady that the eldest uncle and aunt reacted to the fact that Lu Feng was trying to buy a house. So while the salesgirl went to pour water, she hurriedly whispered and asked Lu Feng what he was doing buying a house now. Lu Feng was prepared to buy for his eldest uncle and the two of them, but for fear that they would not agree, he lied and said that it was a wedding room for himself to prepare in advance, so that the two of them came over to help visit. Who knows that the eldest uncle and aunt was not happy to hear, said that the wedding room thing have them two to buy. How can they prepare their own wedding room? Let Lu Feng do not spend money. Uncle and aunt's words make Lu Feng eyes red. Had to say again to have come. Then take a look at it. Hear this. Uncle only agreed, waiting for the sales department lady to pour water back. Lu Feng said to her to let her take to see the house. The sales lady gladly agreed. Looking at the luxuriously decorated large flat in front of them, the eldest uncle and aunt also looked dumbfounded. The salesgirl is introducing the information of the house. The whole house has an indoor area of 280 square feet, 4 rooms and 2 halls. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom. The living room is equipped with a public bathroom with a study, a family video room, which 2 master bedrooms are also equipped with a special check room and a large bathtub inside the bathroom. After the introduction of the sales lady, she took them to visit. The eldest uncle and aunt looked at the spacious bedroom, bright bathroom, and the large dining room. Horizontal hall is also like a lot. Lu Feng looked at the eldest uncle. They like this house so much. Lu Yanyan pulled to the side to talk about the whispers. Lu Feng told Lu Yanyan to let her stall the old couple, while he returned to the sales department to pay for the money. Lu Yanyan stopped persuading anything because she knew that Lu Feng was now super rich. After all, she also wanted her parents to live a better life. Under the cover of Lu Yanyan, Lu Feng managed to get away to the sales department to pay, ran to the sales department of Lu Feng, found the sales manager, then told the manager he wanted the house, and accompanied him to see the name of the sales lady. The manager also began to calculate how much money. As to why mention the name of the sales lady, of course, because Lu Feng afraid of the sales manager to swallow the performance of the sales lady and commission. After all, the sales girl had just been very responsible, introducing the house, serving tea and water, and taking them to see the current house in such a hot day, so Lu Feng didn't mind helping her out. "Hello sir, this house you are looking at, the total area reaches 318 square feet. The indoor utility area is 280 square feet, and the common area is 38 square feet, the sales manager said respectfully. "Well, you just say how much," Lu Feng said lightly. Because of his money, he didn't care about these common areas and whatnot. This house, because it is well decorated, furniture and appliances are also complete, so the price of 32,000 a square meter. The total price is 10,176,000 yuan. I do the Lord. You pay 10 million on it, and then give you 3 years of property fee free. The sales manager suppressed the excitement of the heart, said in a low voice. "Okay, swipe your card." Lu Feng gave his bank card to the property manager without the slightest hesitation. This makes the property manager more and more sure that the young man in front of him must be a big man. Otherwise, how can you look at the house for a while to spend 10 million to buy it? That is, the average tycoon also have to do a good job for a long time to think before they can buy it down, and not necessarily the full payment. The property manager took his bank card to the finance and did it himself, taking Lu Feng's gold card and swiping it towards the machine. The property manager was directly stumped. The finance side thought that the machine was broken, and wanted to go up to take a look at it, only to see the balance on the card was also frozen. After a long while, the sales manager trembled and said, "Xiao Xiao, I'm not mistaken. How many digits are shown on this?" Finance little Joe also counted with a trembling hand. "Manager, a total of nearly 1.2 billion in deposits." Finance Xiao Xiao said back in a trembling voice. When the manager heard that there were 1.2 billion deposits, he directly determined that Lu Feng was really a big man in the sky, because anyone who had more than 1 billion deposits on top of a random bank card was worth more than 10 billion at the very least, which made the manager respect Lu Feng even more. Lu Feng, on the other hand, is sitting on the sofa and enjoying the attentiveness of the other sales ladies, what with the fruits, snacks, brewed tea, and the seduction of the sales lady, if any. As for why to be attentive to Lu Feng, nonsense, their eyes and not blind. A look at the house less than 2 hours to pay people. or buy more than 10 million of the house. That has to be how rich If Lu Feng now want their phone number, the night they can contact Lu Feng said they have been lying in bed clean. Is Lu Feng put forward a number of people with them? They estimate that they will not refuse. Who would like to give up such an opportunity to hold a leg up? Who wants to give up such a chance to hold a big leg? Besides, Lu Feng is still so handsome. Just as Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa being bored, a man suddenly saw Lu Feng and then walked towards him. Lu Feng, it's really you, kid. Chapter 37, Meeting a High School Classmate. Lu Feng looked at the front of the look for a long time, did not recognize who in the end. The man looked at Lu Feng, has not recognized themselves, had to laugh and said, "You are really noble people, forget things. I am your high school classmate, Lu Ziang." Lu Feng remembered. Lu Ziang, his high school classmate, but the relationship was just average. Ziang, it's been a long time, you've changed so much that I didn't recognize you. Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Yeah, you haven't come back since you went to college, so of course it's changed a lot. Lu Ziang also stretched out his hand and shook Lu Feng's. What are you doing here? Lu Feng asked. Don't mention it. This is not to see the house. But girlfriend has to want the house here. Lu Ziang said helplessly. Yo, this is all about to get married? Start preparing the wedding room. Lu Feng asked with a smile. Which is not. Just came over to take a look first. This side of the house is the best in Xuancheng, so the first target is set here. Lu Ziang said. Well, it's not a bad house here. Lu Feng returned. Yeah, especially the big flat inside. That's the luxury of luxury. But my economy can only take a look at the ordinary suites. Lu Ziang said with a smile and shook his head. The two chatted for a while before the manager took care of the payment and walked out. Mr. Lu, your card. Please keep it. The manager returned the card to Lu Feng with a respectful face. The procedures are estimated to be able to do down in 2 days. When you come over to directly take it, then a real estate license on the line. The manager said again. Okay, I know. Lu Feng said indifferently. And Lu Ziang said a few more words. And then Lu Feng was ready to go to find the eldest uncle and them, who expected that just 2 steps. The sales manager called him to stop, told him that 2 parking spaces were sent to him, and asked him to just confirm it when he took the documents in 2 days. Lu Feng listened to this and said thank you to the sales manager, and then walked away. Before Lu Ziang on the side could understand what was going on, he heard the sales manager talking to him, asking if he was familiar with Lu Feng. When Lu Ziang saw the manager asking, he also said that he and Lu Feng were high school classmates, and then they ran into each other here today and chatted together. When the sales manager heard that Lu Ziang was a classmate with Lu Feng, he was also enthusiastic, and when he heard that Lu Ziang was ready to look at the house here, the sales manager hastened to guarantee that he would give him the most favorable price. Engaged Lu Ziang a little brain turn, the sales manager to see the situation, explained. In hearing Lu Feng full payment of 10 million to take his dream of a large flat, Lu Ziang instantly realized that he did not recognize this former classmate. On the other hand, Lu Feng was also back in the house again. Sales was still introducing the kitchen hood to his aunt at this time. Lu Yanyan saw that Lu Feng was back and hurriedly walked over. Brother, is it done? How much did it cost? Lu Yanyan asked in a small voice. It's done. It didn't cost much, just $10 million, and 2 parking spaces were given away. Lu Feng said back in the same small voice. Even if the psychological preparation in advance. Lu Yanyan was also shocked by the price. 10 million if the bank inside, a year's interest has to be 300,000 or 400,000. Then the whole life do not have to go to work. Brother, a little too expensive. Right, or we do not want it. Lu Yanyan said heartbroken. Ha 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 ha, you little girl, I earn money. If I don't give it to my eldest uncle and they spend it, who do I give it to? Besides it's not just a set of house. I owe it to my eldest uncle's favor, this life can't be finished. Lu Feng said with a smile. Even though Lu Feng said so, Lu Yanyan was still a bit distressed, because in her opinion, it was not easy for her brother to earn money. Seeing that Lu Yanyan still wanted to say something, Lu Feng rubbed her head and then told her that she had bought it all, so let her live in peace, and the little girl didn't say anything else. At this time, the uncle who was studying the dishwasher also found Lu Feng, and asked Lu Feng what he had gone to do. Lu Feng casually found an excuse and passed it off, and the uncle didn't think much of it. At this time the aunt has begun to prepare to ask sales how much money she wants to buy it for Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard the aunt is asking the price, rushed to run over to pull the sales on the way out, and then with Lu Yanyan winked. Lu Yanyan with her hand and an okay gesture to let him rest assured. Lu Feng's maneuvering has left both his eldest uncle and aunt in a state of confusion. Lu Feng's side pulled the sales has walked out of the door. Sales is full of red face looked at Lu Feng, confused in front of the big handsome man pulled himself out for what? Looking at the little girl who was shy by her own hole, Lu Feng had to explain that this set of houses had just been paid by herself, and the commission and performance had also been credited to her head. The sales lady heard that the house has been paid for, and the performance is also counted to their head. Suddenly excited, do not know what to do. You know this is more than $10 million of the house, and the commission of the large flat will be even higher. She can get more than $80,000. Knowing that she hadn't been 3 hours since she had received Lu Feng, and now that she had completed the sale, the little girl was stoned by the happiness in front of her. After a long while, the sales lady reacted, and then she frantically thanked Lu Feng, saying that she wanted to treat him to dinner, while Lu Feng waved his hand and refused. After letting the sales lady go, Lu Feng went back to his room and heard his uncle and aunt discussing the matter of buying a house for him. In fact, his uncle has money in his hand. His and his aunt's salary and bonus together amount to almost $30,000 a month. That's why he dared to discuss about buying this set of house for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the touching in his heart, and walked out. And as soon as the aunt saw Lu Feng coming, she asked him what he had gone to do and where the sales lady had gone. Lu Feng sat on the sofa and looked at his eldest uncle and aunt seriously, telling them to prepare themselves mentally. He was going to talk about something, and his eldest uncle and aunt were confused. Eldest uncle, auntie, you mustn't get excited, Lu Feng said to them with a smile. Brat, what are you going to tell us about? Are you running out of money? The eldest asked with concern. No, I just want to ask you guys if you like the house, Lu Feng asked. Like it? When the time comes, I'll buy it for you to make a wedding room, the aunt said with a smile. It's good that you like it, because I've already bought it, just now, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two of them. What? You're not lying to me, are you? Asked the eldest uncle and aunt with incredulous faces. Really? Mom and dad, brother really bought him down, Lu Yanyan also said with a smile. Then how much does this house cost? It is estimated that it must be more than 3 million. I know that your kid is rich, but buying a house is a matter between me and your aunt. What are you blindly worrying about? The eldest uncle said in an unhappy tone. Yes, Xiao Feng, later I'll let your uncle transfer the money to you. You are just starting your business now. It's the right time to use money. Besides, buying you a house is something we both agreed on a long time ago, the aunt also said. When Lu Feng heard the sincere words of his elder uncle and aunt, he directly walked up and hugged the two of them. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly hugged them, the two of them also hugged Lu Feng tightly. After all, they had long regarded Lu Feng as their own biological son. After Lu Feng hugged them, he whispered that he had bought this house for them to prepare for the two old men, to repay the two old men for the kindness of their upbringing, and to let the two old men enjoy their happiness. As a result, the two refused to take it, saying that the house was to be used as a bridal home for Lu Feng and that they had a place to live. There was no other way. Lu Feng had to hold the two men's hands and speak for a long time before they both slowly accepted it. Xiao Feng, how much does this house cost? According to the average house price in Xuanqing of about 10,000 now, it's almost more than $3 million, asked the eldest uncle. Lu Feng was just about to reply when Lu Yanyan jumped ahead of him. I know. Brother spent a total of $10 million. Chapter 38, Moving into a New Home. What? It's so expensive. The eldest uncle and aunt screamed out directly after hearing this. Yes, what you understand is the average house price. This is a high-grade neighborhood, and it's a luxury large flat, and it's all decorated, so it's definitely expensive, Lu Yanyan explained. After hearing the price, the two old men said that they would let Lu Feng return it. Lu Feng looked at the two old men with a serious face and said, Uncle, Auntie, you have raised me for so many years, treat me as if I were your own, and love me more than you love Yanyan. How can I repay you, now that I have money? So what if I buy you a house? I will never be able to repay you enough. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the aunt was already moved to cry in Lu Yanyan's arms, and the eldest uncle also had red eyes, then walked up to hug Lu Feng and kept patting Lu Feng's back. Good boy. Uncle didn't hurt you for nothing, said uncle after a while before he let go of Lu Feng. The aunt also stopped crying under Lu Yanlan's comfort. Today is a great day for us to buy a house. Everyone is not allowed to cry anymore. Lu Feng wiped a handful of tears and said with a smile. Yes, little Wind is right. You two mothers also hurry to wipe your tears. We have to be happy. Big uncle agreed. Lu Yanyan and her mom wiped their tears and laughed as well. Let's go ahead then. I'll find a housekeeper later and have her clean it for us. We'll move in here in a couple days. Lu Feng said. Aya, what kind of cleaning are you looking for? I'll just come over and clean it tomorrow. Why waste that money? The aunt said heartily. Yes, your aunt is right. We have money now but we can't waste it. I'll just come over with your aunt tomorrow to clean it up, the eldest uncle also said. There was no way. Lu Feng could only agree. Then several people went downstairs together to prepare to go back. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text message to the manager, so that he could help to find a few cleaning, and the manager also agreed directly. After returning home, the eldest uncle and aunt were also sitting on the sofa without moving, always feeling as if they were dreaming today. Lu Feng poured a glass of water for the two of them, and then a few people sat in the living room and chatted. After a long time, Lu Feng returned to his room, ready to enter the system to see what good things are today. After all, so many times, Lu Feng is not like before specifically wait until the system refreshes to enter the system to see what can be brushed out. In Lu Feng's words, get used to it. As the consciousness entered, the system was also on time to remind Lu Feng whether he was ready to draw or refresh the items. Lu Feng heard this and chose to refresh the item as usual. Stick to a point. This day's spike items have been refreshed and the results of the refresh are as follows. A total of 12 watches from the Rolex watch collection, valued at $20 million. 3 billion cash card, worth 3 billion renminbi. 1 mall raffle, immeasurable value. What's the situation with this third one? Lu Feng asked. A secondary system can refresh the products it carries, such as prestige value, lottery chances, special skills, and the like, the system explained mercilessly. Oh right, if you don't say it I've forgotten. Last time I spent all my reputation value. How can I earn reputation value again? Lu Feng asked again. The prestige value is related to the host's own property. Prestige. Now the host can produce 100 prestige value per day, the system explained. Okay, got it. Lu Feng nodded his head, then selected the 3 billion cash card and retreated. It just so happens that Lu Feng is ready to make a trip to Fat City in a couple of days, and with this 3 billion, plus the original 1 billion or so, Sale Group's funding problem can be said to be completely solved. That said, isn't it possible to refresh the character? How come I haven't seen it for several times? The chances are too low, Lu Feng thought. He had been craving for those bodyguards and the like for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng, who was lying on the bed resting, the eldest uncle and aunt went out to go to the food market to buy food again, ready to come back and make delicious food for Lu Feng. After the two bought vegetables back, they started to make dinner in the kitchen. Not too long ago, 6 dishes and 1 soup out of the pot. All the dishes were served on the table. Before shouting at Lu Feng to come out to eat, Lu Feng heard his eldest uncle shouting at him. He also quickly climbed up from the bed and walked to the living room to see that his eldest uncle and aunt had already made a good meal and were waiting for him. Lu Feng knocked on Lu Yanyan's door again and asked her to come out to eat. After dinner, Lu Feng discussed with his eldest uncle and the two of them, when the hygiene is cleaned up, they can directly move over to live. His eldest uncle and aunt agreed, but after knowing that Lu Feng still secretly found cleaning, the two of them still can't help but complain about Lu Feng. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Lu Yanyan was called up by Lu Feng, and then the two of them didn't even have time to eat breakfast before they hurriedly went out. What are you doing, brother? I'm so sleepy. What are you doing getting me up so early for? Asked Lu Yanyan, who was sitting in the car, yawning. It's not to buy some things that can be used in the new home by then. We buy them in advance so that they won't have to be moving things around from the old home, Lu Feng said. When Lu Yanyan heard that she was going shopping, she instantly came to her senses, and quickly stated that her new room was missing a makeup table. When Lu Feng heard this, he said atmospherically that he would buy whatever he wanted when he got to the place. Soon the two of them drove to the largest home furnishing plaza in Xuanqing City. Although most of the things inside the large flat floor were there, some small items and necessities of life were still missing. For example, quilts, bath towels, and so on. There is a lot of shortage. That's why Lu Feng dragged Lu Yanran out to buy things early this morning. The two first came to the place where they bought furniture to pick a makeup table for Lu Yanyan. And soon Lu Yanyan chose a white and blue duplex dresser. And then Lu Feng left the address of his new home for them to send it over in the afternoon. The two then went to the home living area and picked up some necessities. What with towels and bath towels and slippers and such. In the end, Lu Feng chose a few more comforters and asked the delivery master to send them over together in the afternoon. Soon, the morning passed. Lu Feng took Lu Yanyan to eat casually on the street and rushed to his new home. Just arrived downstairs, the delivery master was already waiting downstairs, and Lu Feng brought the delivery master to the door. In the delivery master's efforts, soon all the things were sent on. Lu Feng gave the master a tip of $500. The master happily left. Come on, it's our turn to work hard and surprise both of them tonight, Lu Feng said to Lu Yanran. With that said, the two of them began to set up their new home. The everyday items they had bought quickly being placed where they should be. Since the cleaning that the sales manager had gotten yesterday had been done overnight, it took less than 2 hours for the entire new home to be set up and ready to move in. Just lying on the sofa to rest for a while, Lu Feng called the hotel again to send over a table of dishes. ready to let his eldest uncle and aunt come over to celebrate tonight. With everything ready, Lu Feng asked Lu Yanyan to wait here for the hotel to deliver the food, while he himself went back to pick up his eldest uncle and the others. Chapter 39, The Group's Great Upheaval. Uncle, open the door, Lu Feng shouted as he stood outside the door. The eldest uncle in the house heard the commotion and came over to help Lu Feng open the door. You kid, where have you been all day? And you're nowhere to be seen with Yan Yan, the eldest asked curiously. Can't say. Want to give you a surprise? Lu Feng said mysteriously. What's making it so mysterious? Little wind. Auntie was also curious when she heard the conversation. Let's go. You'll see when we get there, he said and pulled the two downstairs. Although they didn't understand what it meant, the two of them, the eldest uncle, followed over with a smile. Soon the car arrived at Sandalwood Yard, which is here at the newly purchased house. Seeing Lu Feng came to the Sandalwood courtyard, the eldest uncle curiously asked what to do here. Now the old family things are not taken over, and cannot live. Lu Feng didn't explain, parked the car and pulled the two of them up the stairs. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Yanyan quickly jumped out, the salute in her hand hitting at the same time. Welcome Mom and Dad, to the new house, Lu Yanyan said with a smile. Eldest uncle and auntie still didn't understand what was going on. Lu Feng explained that he and Lu Yanyan had been busy all day today for the sake of their new home, and now the new home was ready to move in right away. With everything in place, the eldest uncle and aunt were also touched by Lu Feng after hearing this. As if she suddenly thought of something, the aunt suddenly said, Then I have to hurry to buy vegetables and seasonings. It's time for dinner soon. Lu Yanyan heard pulling her mother's hand towards the dining room. See the restaurant above the dishes, Lu Yanyan explained to her mother. The original Lu Feng have all been prepared. Aunt heard straight to praise Lu Feng has grown up. The family then had a quick and happy first meal in their new home. The aunt who took the dishes to the kitchen still wanted to brush the bowls, but Lu Yanyan came over and directly put the bowls inside the dishwasher, and then started to teach her mom how all these things work in the kitchen. Although Lu Yanyan does not know how to cook, but after all, is a young man, for these new things to get started faster. Soon, in Lu Yanyan's explanation, Aunt figured out the kitchen inside the high-tech. Lu Feng's side and his eldest uncle are talking in the living room. Tomorrow he will leave home for a trip to the Fat City, saying that there is something inside the company and he needs to go over there. The eldest uncle didn't say anything after hearing this, but just told him to slow down and be safe on the road. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Feng returned to his room and opened the system for today's selection. But today's luck seemed to be particularly bad, and the best option was the Patek Philippe's watch set, which was worth $65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng laid down on his bed and fell asleep. While lying in their new room, the eldest uncle and aunt couldn't sleep. They sat and chatted about the past, about the interesting things Lu Feng and Lu Yanran did when they were young, until late at night. The two of them lying in bed couldn't believe that they were now able to live in a house worth $10 million. There was no talk all night. In the morning, after eating the breakfast made by his aunt, Lu Feng drove in the direction of going to Fat City. Just as Lu Feng was rushing to Fat City, this side of the Fanli Group, on the other hand, was in a state of chaos. It turned out that ever since Zhao Yun and Wang Jingyan had fallen out, Wang Jingyan, for the sake of the benefits on the side of Yadi, began to do the ideological work with his staff, trying to get them to go to Yadi with him, but except for his own direct line of employees, the others, without knowing that the group had gone bankrupt, there weren't many of them who were willing to go with him. Zhao Yun was also furious when he heard his secretary tell him that Wang Jingyan was digging around. He had clearly told him that he could leave if he wanted to, but he just couldn't dig people up. But Wang Jingyan had taken his words as a deaf ear, and the furious Zhao Yun immediately called Wang Jingyan to his office. Wang Jingyan, what are you doing? Zhao Yun said angrily as he slammed the table. Old Zhao, I didn't do anything. Why are you so angry? Wang Jingyan on the other hand said with full concern. Do you realize what you're doing to the group by digging around now? I just told my staff that I'm leaving, and they volunteered to come with me. The group was really blind to recruit you in the first place. Zhao, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. You are now a clay bodhisattva over the river itself is difficult to protect. You still do not let me run a good future. The two men had a loud argument in the office, and the employees who passed by were frightened when they heard the quarrel in the office. After a while, only to see the office door was opened directly. Wang Jingyan directly stood in the corridor to the downstairs as still working employees shouted all. Pay attention. The group has gone bankrupt. Are packaged for sale. Zhao Yun Zhao Big President is still hidden from you. I can't bear to look at you unemployed. To help you contact the Yachty Group. And now, are willing to follow me? Immediately go to fill out the resignation report. Now, if you are willing to follow me, immediately go and fill out the resignation report. After today you won't have this opportunity. The employees suddenly heard the vice president say this and instantly panicked, because they knew that what the vice president said should be the truth. Even though Zhao Yun tried his best to cover it up, they had still heard some whispers during this period of time. And now that the vice president had personally said something about the group's bankruptcy, it was undoubtedly a confirmation that the group's bankruptcy was real. Those employees who were ready to go with Wang Jingyan immediately got up and went to fill out the resignation report, while the rest of the employees stayed where they were and didn't know what to do. From the time Wang Jingyan came out to say that the group went bankrupt, before and after less than a minute, when Zhao Yun reacted, it was already too late. He never thought that Wang Jingyan actually really dared to announce the company's bankruptcy in public. Zhao Yun quickly walked out and pointed at Wang Jingyan's nose and cursed. Having reached this point, Wang Jingyan also broke down and argued with Zhao Yun. The company executives saw that the two had directly quarreled in public, and also rushed over to pull them apart. Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Wang Jingyan at this time, and quickly took out his cell phone and connected to the company's call system, explaining on it, "Everyone don't believe what you just said. The company is not bankrupt. It just changed its chairman. I have been informed that the chairman will come over today and bring a large sum of money to help the group tide over the immediate difficulties. Please believe me." After hearing the president's explanation, most of the employees at the bottom were choosing to believe the president, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates who still chose to leave. The executives actually knew more than the employees underneath them, so nearly a quarter of the executives were willing to follow Wang Jingyan to Yadi. "Wang Jingyan, you wait for the lawyer's letter," Zhao Yun, who had finished sending the message, said indignantly, especially when he saw that roughly a quarter of the executives had chosen Wang Jingyan. Zhao Yun became even angrier and rebuked these executives for not thinking about the group. Wang Jingyan laughed out loud when he heard these words. "Mr. Zhao, people die for money, birds die for food. The group is bankrupt. Why do you still let us keep it?" Wang Jingyan said disdainfully, just as Zhao Yun wanted to retort. Wang Jingyan then spoke loudly again. "Isn't the new director coming today? Just in time. Here's my resignation. Need him to sign it." After saying that, he asked those executives and employees who were ready to go with him to prepare their resignation reports, so that when the new directors came, they would just sign them together. Zhao Yun was just about to stop it when the phone in his pocket rang, took out a look at the memo. It was Lu Feng called. Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone. In hearing that Lu Feng has come, Zhao Yun was so excited that he almost cried, and hurriedly ran down to pick up Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the faraway Zhao Yun, while he looked with a disdainful face, because he knew the current situation of the group. That is, someone has taken over the sale. There is no way to stabilize the current turmoil without more than $1 billion. If you want to turn the company into a profit, it would require at least 4 or 5 billion. Let me take a look at this new director. To how to face the group's current predicament, plus so many executive employees resigned, it is estimated that the new director can directly let the new director collapse it. They spent so much money to buy the group, actually want to go bankrupt. Change me, I also collapse. Wang Jingyan smiled and thought. Just as Wang Jingyan was gloating, the elevator door not far away suddenly opened and Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Here comes the land breeze. Chapter 40, Wang Jingyan's disdain. Seeing Lu Feng, who kept approaching, Wang Jingyan for some reason suddenly had a trace of panic in his heart. Soon Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yun, stood in front of Wang Jingyan, who was directly subdued by Lu Feng's aura, and a layer of cold sweat began to emerge on his brain. "Hello, Vice President Wang," Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng take the initiative to greet himself, Wang Jingyan let out a long breath of relief in his heart. It seems that this new chairman isn't good either. He's softening up now. Shouldn't he be begging me later and not letting me go? Wang Jingyan thought in his heart, and also looked down on Lu Feng for a few points. "Hello, you are Lu Dong, right? Really heard a lot about your name. Today got to see this. Really is the name is not false. Wang Jingyan said with a smile. At this time, those executives with their resignation reports also came over, but when they saw Lu Feng, the new director, from afar, they were scared and didn't dare to come forward again. "Let's go in and talk," Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Jingyan thought that Lu Feng was looking for a place with fewer people to beg him, so naturally he was happy to go. The three of them then walked into Zhao Yun's president's office together. Lu Feng walked straight to the president's seat, and the other two also found a seat. "I heard that Vice President Wang is going to resign, right? What is the reason for that?" Lu Feng asked with a calm face as he sat on the chair. "It's like this, Lu Dong. I, too, am getting older and a bit overwhelmed, so I am also ready to find an easy job and enjoy life." Because Lu Feng was too calm right now, Wang Jingyan was also a bit confused as to what exactly Lu Feng wanted to do, so he had to find an excuse and said, "Oh, It's because you want to retire. Then why don't you retire in the group instead of running to Yachty? I'm not afraid of holding up the company. So I'm simply thinking of leaving my job so that it's easier for everyone. Then why did you leave your job and take the staff with you? You don't look like you want to retire peacefully. Lu Dong, they are the ones who voluntarily followed me. Don't believe you let them come over. You ask them. Wang Jingyan was already a bit scared at this time, because Lu Feng was just too calm, as if he was just a bystander. When Lu Feng heard Wang Jingyan's words, he directly asked Zhao Yun to go out and call those employees and executives who were leaving. The president's office was flooded with dozens of people at once, but these dozens of people looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to speak. Why don't they all say anything? Lu Feng swept a glance at them and asked as he picked up his teacup. Hearing the director ask himself, these employees and executives instantly became even more afraid, and one by one, they didn't dare to talk. Vice President Wang, come and let them talk. Lu Feng, who took a sip of water, directly named. It was only under Wang Jingyan's questioning that these employees and executives trembled and said that they were willing to follow Vice President Wang to leave Sale Power Group. Zhao Yun was just about to stand up and reprimand these people after hearing them speak when he was fixed by a look from Lu Feng. Since everyone wants to leave the group and thinks it can't hold out anymore, I'll be a good adult. After all, I can't cut off your wealth. Thank you, Lu Dong. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, Wang Jingyan got up and thanked him. Well, since I'm here today, it's the right time to sign your resignation reports. Let's start with Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said as he looked at Wang Jingyan. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily and didn't retain him, Wang Jingyan honestly handed over his resignation. After Lu Feng finished reading the resignation report, he picked up the pen and wrote his name directly on the signature, and signed the resignation reports of those executives. By the way, as for the resignation reports of some of the employees, they were given to Zhao Yun to sign. Soon, the resignation reports of these people were signed under the pens of Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for making it happen, Wang Jingyan said happily, not forgetting to ask the other executives and employees to join him in thanking Lu Feng. Hearing these people's thanks, Zhao Yun really couldn't sit still and pointed at Wang Jingyan's nose before he started cursing again, saying that he had no conscience. Wang Jingyan was in the way of Lu Feng's presence and didn't dare to talk back, so he could only let Zhao Yun scold him. After Zhao Yun scolded Wang Jingyan, he turned his head to scold those executives, who were directly scolded by Zhao Yun and lowered their heads in shame. In this way, Zhao Yun cursed for more than 10 minutes before he stopped under Lu Feng's stop, and if it wasn't for Lu Feng stopping him, Zhao Yun stated that he could curse for a day. Cursed and cursed. Resignation report also signed. Wang Jingyan now just want to hurry to take these men of his to hurry to leave. Lu Dong, then there's nothing to do. We'll retire first, Wang Jingyan said, and the executives and employees on the side nodded in unison. They didn't want to stay here for a minute. Wait a minute, Vice President Wang, you guys are resigning now, and I've agreed to it. So do you have to pay the contractual liquidated damages? Lu Feng tapped on the table and looked up to ask. Once the executives and employees heard about the liquidated damages, they hurriedly turned their gazes to Wang Jingyan. After all, he had just promised them that they didn't have to pay the liquidated damages themselves. Wang Jingyan looked at the employees and executives who were all staring at him, smiled faintly, then said to Lu Feng, Lu Dong, you can rest assured, everyone's default payment, within 2 days to the company's account. Wang Jingyan finished a provocative look at Lu Feng, messed up half a day here waiting for him. The result is this, really young people still have to practice After saying that, Wang Jingyan was about to leave with the executives, only to be called down by Lu Feng again. Vice President Wang, since the matter of liquidated damages is settled, let's talk about the matter of you spreading rumors around that the company is going bankrupt. When Wang Jingyan heard this, he also completely let go. Anyway, now that the resignation report has been signed, there is no need to worry about the breach of contract, so Wang Jingyan said directly to Lu Feng, Lu Dong, as far as I know, the group now owes at least more than $1 billion, and is simply unable to repay? So this is the bankruptcy sale. You took over. I'm right. Right. Yes, that's right. Lu Feng returned, still calm. Then I said the company bankruptcy can still be considered a rumor? If you really want to pursue the group bankruptcy was hidden by the top management, hidden from the bottom of the staff, that is to be held legally responsible. Wang Jingyan more and more said, the more agitated, because it may not be possible that this resignation of the liquidated damages do not have to pay. Wang Jingyan thought in his heart. Zhao Yun saw that Lu Feng had fallen into a disadvantage, so he wanted to help Lu Feng to dislike him back, but he was stopped by Lu Feng again, so he had no choice but to sit down again. Oh, who told you that the group was unable to repay these hundreds of millions? And who told you that the group was going bankrupt? Lu Feng said as he looked at the happy Wang Jingyan. What? Didn't you just admit it yourself? Why are you saying this now? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't care about him. He just asked Zhao Yun to take his bank card and go to the finance place to move the finances and machines over. Zhao Yun couldn't figure it out, but he could only do as he was told. Soon, Zhao Yun came over with finances and machines. Lu Dong, all that you want is brought to you. Zhao Yun gasped and said, knowing that he had just run to the finance and back. Well, hard work, Lu Feng said, and then again to the finance who didn't understand the situation. Asked Zhao Yun to give her the bank card, so that she could check how much money was inside the bank card. Finance listened to take over the bank card. In the machine above a brush, the computer above shows how much money. The financials see above the number. Thought it was wrong, and rebrush again. The results are still those figures. Finance directly froze on the spot. Aside, Zhao Yun also thought that the financial unreliable, to go forward to personally operate themselves, but also by the computer above the number to control. Just as both of them froze next to the computer, Wang Jingyan on the side couldn't sit still, looking at the smiling Lu Feng, and the finance and Zhao Yun who froze in front of the computer. Wang Jingyan peeled off the crowd and squeezed in as well, and then he looked at the computer screen. In the next second, Wang Jingyan also froze there, and his face instantly paled. He also saw the string of numbers. Chapter 41, Wang Jingyan, paralyzed with fear. Looking at Wang Jingyan, who was also frozen, Lu Feng then faintly asked the finance to say out loud how much money was inside the bank card. When finance heard this, he looked up shakily then whispered, "Can't hear you." Louder, Lu Feng added. Lu Dong's bank card has nearly 2 billion renminbi in it, the finance shouted out in the loudest voice. In an instant, the executives and those employees on the side were stunned as well. No one thought that there was so much money in this card, nor did they think that Lu Feng had that much money. MS. Finance, please take out $2 billion of the money in here and transfer it to the group's account. Lu Feng didn't care about the other people beside him. Finance heard, hastily began to operate. After all, this is her specialty, and is the first time in front of the chairman of the board of directors. Cannot be wrong. Soon, with the financial maneuvering, there was an additional $2 billion in the already deficient group's account. While looking at the money that had arrived, Lu Feng began to lash out at Wang Jingyan. So, Vice President Wang, does the company still need to go bankrupt now? And what you said before, is it a rumor? Wang Jingyan instantly panicked when he heard this, because with this 2 billion, the group could really be brought back from the dead. Then what he said before would really be a rumor. Once it is established that it is a rumor, the group can immediately take him to court and there is no way for him to refute it because the group is really not bankrupt. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wang Jingyan was starting to tremble. And suddenly, he opened his mouth as if he had found some kind of life-saving straw. What I said was that the group was going to go bankrupt without you before you took over. And I didn't think that you could actually come up with 2 billion to help the group bring it back from the dead. So I don't count it as spreading rumors. But you made the rumor after I took over the group. You don't even understand whether the chairman has the ability to solve the group's problems or not. So you concluded that the group is going bankrupt. And you also made rumors to the employees underneath. Shouldn't you have to pay for the losses caused by this? Lu Feng suddenly stood up. His body's aura seemed to be like a big mountain. And he pressed towards Wang Jingyan. Lu Feng suddenly stood up. His aura seemed to be like a mountain, pressing towards Wang Jingyan. Wang Jingyan was directly paralyzed on the ground by Lu Feng's aura and words. And Zhao Yun on the side was also startled because at this moment, Lu Feng's aura was like a fierce tiger that wanted to devour people. Seeing Wang Jingyan sitting on the ground in fear, Lu Feng seemed to be like a different person again, and said gently to Finance who was standing by, "Here are my car keys. Please go to the passenger side and get the top pouch of papers." Finance listened and took the key and ran out. At this time the president's office was too scary. She didn't want to stay for a second. After the finance went to get the key, Lu Feng squatted next to Wang Jingyan and looked at him with a smile. Wang Jingyan was so scared that he braced his 2 arms on the ground and stepped back. But how could Lu Feng let him go? How arrogant he was just now. Now he was going to make him more wretched. Lu Feng added to Wang Jingyan, "If you don't have any problems, I'll find a lawyer to send you a lawyer's letter tomorrow. Let's see you in court." At this time, Zhao Yun, who was standing on the side, also began his journey of adding fuel to the fire. "Lu Dong, our group has a legal department. We can let the legal department launch a lawsuit against Wang Jingyan right now in the name of jeopardizing the group's reputation, spreading rumors, and creating panic within the group." Zhao Yun was really cool at this time. Just now looking at the flaunting Wang Jingyan, he had held a belly full of fire, and now it was just time to vent it on Wang Jingyan again. Really? Then let the legal department send him 1 inch. Lu Feng directly agreed once he heard that he could still do that. Zhao Yun also rushed out to personally notify the legal department to go after receiving the order. Zhao Yun's side had just gone out when the finance with the documents ran back in. Lu Dong, the documents you asked for. The finance came up for air and said, handing Lu Feng the car keys and a thick document bag. Hard work. I'll give you 3 days paid vacation. Take a good rest. Lu Feng said as he looked at the gasping finance. As soon as he heard that he would get 3 days of paid vacation for running an errand, the finance happily thanked Lu Feng again and then went down. Lu Feng sat back in his chair after getting the document bag, then opened it and read it. Wang Jingyan also finally stood up from the ground, but at this moment he could only stand there honestly not daring to do anything. Lu Feng, who had been reading the documents for a while, raised his head. A trace of anger flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. He then raised his head with a gloomy face and looked at Wang Jingyan, who was also startled by the Lu Feng at this moment. To know until now, Lu Feng did not show such an expression, but after reading the document, he showed such an expression to him. What exactly was written inside the document that could make the joyful and angry director angry so much? Wang Jingyan, don't you want to know what exactly is recorded in this document? Lu Feng's flat voice exploded in Wang Jingyan's ears. Instantly, Wang Jingyan was scared out of his wits. Just now it was when he was forcing his way through the palace. Lu Feng was also calling him Vice President Wang, but now he was directly addressing by name. Wang Jingyan trembled and said that he didn't know what he remembered up there and hoped that Lu Feng could tell him. Seeing that Wang Jingyan would not die until he reached the Yellow River, Lu Feng took the document and read it. In 2017, on April 25, Wang Jingyan took advantage of his position and embezzled 230,000 yuan of the company's payment for goods. On June 13, 2017, Wang Jingyan used his position as vice president to molest a female employee, who had evidence in hand but was afraid to report it. On February 5, 2018, Wang Jingyan received 1.2 million yuan in kickbacks from suppliers underneath him. In August 2019, his identity was used to place relatives within the group, and even his 70-year-old sixth granduncle was placed in the company as a surveillance caretaker. Strongly suppressing his anger, Lu Feng looked at Wang Jingyan, who was already paralyzed on the ground again, and directly slammed the document in his hand at Wang Jingyan. With a snap, the document smashed right on Wang Jingyan's head, but Wang Jingyan didn't seem to feel the pain, just looked at the scattered documents with a godless gaze. The evidence is overwhelming. I've read out less than a tenth of this. What else do you have to say? Lu Feng regained his composure and said indifferently. Wang Jingyan was like a wooden man at this moment, not making any reaction. Just at this moment, Zhao Yun walked over with the lawsuit documents from the legal department, looking at a group of scared and trembling executives, in looking at Wang Jingyan who was paralyzed on the ground, and Lu Feng who was sitting in the president's chair and drinking tea. Zhao Yun didn't understand what had happened. Zhao Yun carefully came to Lu Feng and handed him the lawsuit documents. Mr. Lu, the litigation documents are ready. Please take a look. Who knows that Lu Feng didn't even look at it and tore it up directly. Zhao Yun was too scared to breathe when he saw it. Go pick up the documents on the ground, and rewrite a lawyer's letter to add all the things on it and send it to our first vice president. Lu Feng but added. After hearing this, Zhao Yun directly went over and picked up the documents on the ground, and after just casually scanning them, Zhao Yun was directly enraged. He had always known that Wang Jingyan had made small moves, but on account of having done so much for the group, he had always turned a blind eye. But how could he have thought that Wang Jingyan had actually done so many things? Immediately, he began to spray Wang Jingyan again. Alright, stop arguing, Lu Feng said as he placed his teacup on the table. Zhao Yun immediately dared not say anything else. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Lu Feng added, I understand that when the water is clear, there is no fish. You say that you are greedy for some money is not on the line, but also molested the staff, but also those of your relatives who do not have the ability at all to arrange into the company, especially your sixth uncle grandpa. You say, what is his ability? He knows what monitoring is for. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives on the side all immediately couldn't hold back their laughter. Who expected Lu Feng to turn his head and talk about them again? Don't hold back your laughter either. See the rest of the documents on my desk, Lu Feng said and picked up one of them and read it out. Sun Jichao, who served as deputy general manager of the group's research and development department, took advantage of his position in 2020. Chapter 42. Sun Jichao, who served as deputy general manager of the group's research and development department, used his position to embezzle $24,000 of the company's public funds in 2020. Zhou Xiaotian, 2021, used his position to pressurize his employees to help him slash a knife in his spelling. Vu Kui, who served as the company's sales manager, Embezzled employee performance bonuses totaling $42,000 in 2019. Now, can you people still laugh? Those of you who didn't read your names, don't think you're clean under your asses. I just didn't pick your papers, Lu Feng said as he put the papers down. All of a sudden, the entire president's office was silent, without a little sound, and everyone was trembling with fear, afraid that there was still something about themselves inside those documents. Zhao Yun was also shocked. He looked at the president in front of him, as if he was looking at some incredible monster, because the information that Lu Feng had was too detailed, even as detailed as the year, month and day, to know that many of these things, probably a lot of them personally themselves had forgotten, but Lu Feng could actually find it. No wonder he was so calm from the moment he entered the company. So everything was ready, to first attract people who are going to resign to jump out, and then to give them a head start and beat them into not knowing what's what. Is this kind of calculation in brains really something a 20-something-year-old can do? Just as Zhao Yun was still marveling at Lu Feng's layout, Wang Jingyan, who was sitting on the ground, finally reacted. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. All he had was endless pity. He hurriedly crawled to Lu Feng's feet and began to beg bitterly. Lu Dong, I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. I beg you to spare me this time. No, how could you be wrong? My first vice president. Lu Feng but snorted. Lu Dong, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have left my job. I shouldn't have spread rumors. I beg you to spare me this time. Wang Jingyan kneeled on the ground and said with a sniffle and a tear. But you just said that what you said wasn't a rumor, but a fact, and even threatened the company in return. Lu Feng just sat on his chair and watched him perform. Lu Dong, that was unintentional. I really know it's wrong. You can punish me however you want, but don't hand me over to the police. Wang Jingyan knew too well that if what he had done was really taken to court, then what awaited him would be a combination of several offenses, and he would have to do at least 10 years in jail. Big Vice President Wang, I am more curious. Have you ever thought that it will be like this before? When you brought people to force the resignation of the palace, when you take the benefits of Yadi, when you dig people, you did not consider the group a little bit of it. Lu Feng asked a series of questions to Wang Jingyan dumbfounded. Do not know how to answer. You haven't considered for the group. Not even a little bit. When the group was in trouble, you were the first one to run away, and you had to dig people out, and create panic, so there is no need for me to consider for you. Lu Feng got up and said. Wang Jingyan was still kowtowing and slapping himself while kowtowing. Lu Dong, I'll give you all my savings. I beg you, don't ever sue me. Wang Jingyan said as he saw Lu Feng standing up and hurriedly hugged Lu Feng's leg. Zhao Yun looked at the Wang Jingyan at this time also had a lot of feelings. If I had known this, why did I bother to do it in the first place? Lu Feng, however, kicked him over, lowered his head and looked at Wang Jingyan indifferently and said, what about the female employee that you intimidated and molested? Will she forgive you if I forgive you? Wang Jingyan instantly stopped talking, and Lu Feng turned around and was about to leave. Lu Dong, is it that if I obtain the forgiveness of the female employees, you will forgive me? Wang Jingyan suddenly said. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly laughed, then said, who are you to gain someone else's forgiveness? Even if she forgives you, I will personally send you to jail to eat prison food. After saying that, he took Zhao Yun and walked out of the office door, while Zhao Yun notified the security guards to come over and carry Wang Jingyan away. Just as Zhao Yun had just put down his cell phone, Wang Jingyan suddenly rushed out from the president's office, holding the armbar that Zhao Yun had placed in his office for exercise. If I don't have a good time, you don't want to have a good time either. Wang Jingyan shouted loudly while charging towards Lu Feng. Lu Dong, be careful, Zhao Yun shouted. Then he was about to rush up to stop Wang Jingyan, only to be knocked down by Wang Jingyan with a stick. At this time, Lu Feng also reacted, rushed up to a sweeping leg, kicked Wang Jingyan down, and then followed the trend of a foot smashed in Wang Jingyan's chest, directly smashed him foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng then hurriedly assisted Zhao Yun and asked him if he was alright. Alright, Lu Dong, is that the small arm should be fractured? Really did not think you have such a good hand. Zhao Yun covered his arm, pain bared his teeth. Your arm is fractured and you still say it's fine. Go, I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Feng said as he was about to take Zhao Yun to the hospital. It's fine, Lu Dong, I can still hold it. Let's take care of Wang Jingyan first, Zhao Yun said as he forced himself to endure the pain. At this time, the security guards also rushed here, together with other employees and executives of the company, after knowing that Wang Jingyan had injured the president and also wanted to hit the chairman of the board of directors. The security guards quickly held down Wang Jingyan, who was lying on the ground. Lu Feng then called the police, and the police rushed over when they heard someone was armed and hurt. After the police came, After questioning the employees present, and accessing the surveillance video, to determine that Wang Jingyan armed injury, Lu Feng's self-defense, then Wang Jingyan and Zhaoyun Lu Feng are taken away. The police first brought Lu Feng and the others to the hospital, and then escorted Wang Jingyan to go for a checkup. After all, Lu Feng's kick was still a bit harsh. He then arranged for a doctor to examine and treat Zhaoyun's arm, and there was a long delay before he came out of the hospital. After coming out, Lu Feng and the two of them rushed to the police station without stopping to make a statement. Because of the evidence, Lu Feng and the two of them quickly finished making a statement and came out, while Wang Jingyan was locked up. After leaving the police station, Lu Feng took Zhaoyun and drove back to the company. After all, the company was a mess right now. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, Lu Feng said to Zhaoyun on the passenger side as he drove. You're just torturing me. I'm not doing any favors here, and I'm delaying you from coming to the hospital with me, Zhaoyun said with a bitter smile upon hearing this. If he had known that Lu Feng was so capable of fighting, he wouldn't have gone up, but this time, he didn't help, and he made a lot of mistakes. You can't say that. If you hadn't delayed Wang Jingyan, I wouldn't have been able to react, Lu Feng said. He then stated that this time Zhaoyun was injured for saving him and that he would give Zhaoyun a few days of paid vacation and a gift. After hearing this, Zhaoyun hurriedly said that now the group is at a critical moment. He can't rest. Lu Feng heard that he could only stop, but then told Zhaoyun that the gift can't be refused anymore. Zhaoyun looked at the serious Lu Feng, so he had to agree. Just as Lu Feng and the others had just arrived at the company's entrance, they saw the executives and employees who were leaving the company earlier standing there waiting for them. As soon as Lu Feng and Zhaoyun got off the bus, a group of people hooted and hollered and surrounded them. Lu Dong, we know we're wrong. Yes, Mr. Lu, you're a generous man. Just spare us this time. Mr. Zhao, do me a favor and say something nice. Lu Dong, the company is missing so many people all of a sudden. The management will have problems. You just let us take the blame. Looking at the employees and executives who gathered around and chattered incessantly, Lu Feng ignored them with a cold face and helped Zhaoyun to walk into the company's gate. Security guards, stop them for me. Don't allow any of them to be let in. If one comes in, all of you in the security department will get the hell out of here. Lu Feng's flat voice came out. When the security chief heard Lu Feng's words, he hurriedly brought his security guards to stop the group of people. Chapter 43, Zhaoyun eats Lu Feng's surprise. The two, who had just entered the company, were again surrounded by a large group of employees. Lu Dong, are you and Mr. Zhao okay? Lu Dong, you're not hurt, right? Mr. Zhao, how is your arm? Mr. Zhao, is the injury serious? Lu Feng and Zhaoyun looked at the employees who cared about them and had no choice but to slow down and respond one by one. What was supposed to be a 2 or 3 minute walk took the two of them 10 hard minutes to get back to the office. After returning to his office, Lu Feng called Zhaoyun's secretary and asked her to notify down that there would be a meeting in 10 minutes. The secretary also hurriedly ran down to notify after hearing this. Soon, the company staff gathered in the conference room. Originally Lu Feng was planning to let Zhaoyun rest here. He would just go over by himself. But Zhaoyun said that Lu Feng was not familiar with the company staff and it would be better for him to accompany them. Lu Feng could only agree when he saw that he was so insistent. Afterwards, Lu Feng and Zhaoyun arrived at the conference room and sat on top of the podium. Good day, Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Zhao, the employees said in unison. Hello everyone, Lu Feng and Zhaoyun said as well. After greeting each other ended, Lu Feng began his speech. Introduce yourself. My name is Lu Feng. I'm your new chairman. All of you here should be seeing me and hearing my name for the first time today. It is true that the group had problems before, leading to the bankruptcy and sale, so I'm sorry for the shock, but I feel relieved to see that there are still so many people who choose to believe in the group. But now you don't have to worry about it, because the group is already going to have a second spring, he said, and let the finance cast the balance of the company's account on top of the big screen behind him. The employees at the bottom looked at the $2 billion on top of the company's account and also finally settled down. After giving his employees a peace of mind, Lu Feng began to speak again. One more piece of good news for all of you. Besides being a director of the group, I am also a director of the Ferrari Group and president of the Ferrari division in Asia. So I will lead Ferrari to fight back past the siege Mercedes-Benz put on us before. Please rest assured. Hearing that Lu Feng was still a director of Ferrari, the employees at the bottom were also surprised, and they were talking about it at the bottom. Lu Feng and Zhaoyun just watched the employees discussing underneath, and didn't stop them. After all, we have to give them time to digest the news. As for why the identity of Ferrari's director was exposed, it was the two of them, Lu Feng and Zhaoyun, who discussed it. The purpose was to give the employees a shot in the arm, so that they could be hopeful about the group again. or else the fear of Mercedes-Benz would affect their working condition. You know that as early as the early 20s, Mercedes-Benz has entered China, and now so long ago, these big international brands have long had a great influence on the Chinese people, and even once thought that foreign is better than domestic. And Mercedes-Benz also backed by the Volkswagen Group. That is really a behemoth. Its holdings of a number of automobile groups. Even China's domestic automobile groups have its shares. Is a veritable international group? If it shot directly in the international set off a storm of blood. After the murmurs slowly ended, Lu Feng made another speech about the development and creation of the group, and it was only after about half an hour that Lu Feng stopped. Finally, to tell you the good news, all the employees present, the salary increase of 30%. This month's salary doubled. Used to thank you for your trust in the group. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, the employees underneath jumped up in excitement. Long live Mr. Lu. Long live Mr. Zhao. Long live Mr. Lu. The employees excitedly thanked Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun also stepped forward at this point, ready to make a final ending. Everybody be quiet and listen to me. The employees hurriedly quieted down when they heard Zhao Yun speak. Thank you for your trust in the group. The group will not let you down. Now, as Lu Dong said, we Sale Power has entered the second spring. I hope that we work together to make the group this big family better. You do not want to let Lu Dong disappointed, Zhao Yun said smilingly. Upon hearing the words, the employees immediately promised to absolutely live up to Lu Feng's expectations. I'm exhausted. Lu Feng, who had returned to the president's office, headed to the sofa to lie down. Lu Dong, the words you said today really made people's blood boil. I now want to bring people to fight with Mercedes. Zhao Yun joked. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, don't tease me. Lu Feng smiled back. I was really surprised that you said before that you wanted to give the group a surprise. It is actually your Ferrari director's identity. Now that Sale Power has your support, there is no need to be afraid of the pressure brought by Mercedes-Benz. Ha, I'm not talking about surprise as a Ferrari director, Lu Feng said with a puzzled look on his face. What? Zhao Yun also fainted. I said, when I told you earlier that I was going to give the group a surprise, it wasn't as a Ferrari director, but something else, Lu Feng said lightly. Ferrari director's identity is actually not a surprise. To know that Sale Power has this relationship, maybe in the future can even cooperate with Ferrari. And with Ferrari, Sale Power cannot be afraid of Mercedes-Benz. Such a big surprise is actually not a surprise that can make Sale Power Group turn over, is said by Mr. Lu. Zhao Yun began to incomparably look forward to the surprise that Lu Feng said. Lu Feng also did not sell, just asked Zhao Yun. Now the new energy vehicles. The range of the farthest is how far? Without thinking, Zhao Yun said it was a Tesla car with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. Lu Feng heard, and a mysterious face to Zhao Yun said, then if I have a battery technology in my hands can make the car range up to 2,000 kilometers. This is for the group is not a can turn over the surprise. Rolling. Lu Feng's words directly shocked Zhao Yun as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, and he was directly struck dumb. After a long while, Zhao Yun finally responded, his voice shaking. Lu Dong, are you telling the truth? Lu Feng also laughed out loud when he saw this reaction from Zhao Yun. Ha 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 ha, of course it's true, old Zhao, I could still lie to you. After determining that Lu Feng really wasn't joking with himself, Zhao Yun was so excited that he didn't even know how to express it, and just picked up the water cup and drank water one after another. After a long while, Zhao Yun calmed down, and then began to ask about the battery technology in Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng, however, ignored Zhao Yun's inquiry and directly pulled Zhao Yun out to eat. When they reached the car, Zhao Yun still kept asking about the technology. Lu Feng still ignored him and took out a gift box from inside the storage compartment of the car and handed it to Zhao Yun, who still kept asking questions. Lu Dong, what is this? The gift was in his hands before Zhao Yun reacted. Open it and see. Don't you know? Lu Feng said, then started the car ready to take Zhao Yun to dinner. Zhao Yun sniffed as the box was placed on his lap and opened the gift with one arm with difficulty. What came into view was a beautiful watch, with a silver-colored dial set with more than 80 diamonds, which looked very noble under the light. Seeing the Patek Philippe logo on it, Zhao Yun hurriedly covered the box and then was about to return it to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, this is too expensive. I can't accept it, Zhao Yun said as he shook his head repeatedly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said flatly, just an ordinary wristwatch. He sent out the gift, there is no reason to take back. Zhao Yun, this is considered to have saved himself. Do not see so many people. Only Zhao Yun rushed out to protect Lu Feng. To their own people, Lu Feng has always been generous. Chapter 44 Feng Ning. When Zhao Yun saw Lu Feng say this, he accepted the gift, but in his heart, he silently remembered Lu Feng's goodness. The car quickly parked in front of a restaurant. The two got out of the car. walked into the restaurant inside, casually ordered a few dishes, and when the dishes were served, wolfed down the food. Busy until now. The two are almost starving. Lu Dong, I am really curious. How did you get hold of those executives and Wang Jingyan's black information, knowing that I am in the group every day? I don't even know about these things. Eating Zhaoyun still could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked the question. Just like he said, he was in the group every day and did not know. Lu Feng just came to the group, how did he know? When Lu Feng heard Zhaoyun's question, he smiled faintly and said to keep it a secret, which was hard on Zhaoyun, who instantly felt that the meal in front of him didn't smell good anymore. As for how Lu Feng knows, of course he is relying on the system to get the original in the first 2 nights. Lu Feng found the mall can buy other people's information. According to different people, the purchase of the prestige value needed is not the same, as if Wang Jingyan's information, enough to spend 100 prestige value, and the other executives add up to a piece of the King Jingyin Wang is not more than a person. Don't feel that 100 reputation value is less. You should know that 100 million yuan in the mall is also 1,000 reputation value. In other words, 100 reputation value is 10 million yuan. Spend 10 million to buy a person's information has been very expensive. However, this buy information has a drawback is that you must stay with people to communicate before you can buy. Lu Feng is also and Wang Jingyin talked for a while after waiting for all those executives appeared before he bought, and then let the system placed in the car, and finally let the company finance to get. Just as Lu Feng and Zhaoyun were about to finish their meal, a call came in. Hello? Hello? Who is it? Lu Feng picked up the phone and asked. Hello, may I ask if this is the Lu Dong of the Sale Power Group? A gentle female voice came out on the phone. Lu Feng was puzzled and didn't know who was looking for him. Well, I am. Lu Dong, hello, I am the secretary of the president of Mercedes-Benz China. I took the liberty of calling to ask you where you are now. I have some things I need to talk to you. Here is Mercedes-Benz people. Lu Feng instantly understand that people are looking for him to come over to settle the score. To know Mercedes-Benz in order to get the Sale Power Group but spent a lot of effort. Look at the Sale Power Group in the bag. The result was Lu Feng snatched the past. Change who are angry knowing that Mercedes-Benz was ready to come and find himself in trouble. Lu Feng was not the least bit abashed and directly told the opposite side of the phone his location. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Aside Zhaoyun heard clearly, knowing that Mercedes-Benz came, but also a little bit of panic. Asked Lu Feng now want to return to the group. Lu Feng directly rebuffed Zhaoyun's offer. He was going to wait here for Mercedes-Benz's people to come and see what they could do to him. Zhaoyun also had to wait here with Lu Feng. After about 20 minutes, a sharp, strong woman walked into the small diner with a group of people. After entering the restaurant, the woman looked around for a moment before walking straight to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Feng interrupted her. I know, Mercedes-Benz's secretary. Lu Feng waved his hand lazily and picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth. Seeing Lu Feng being so disrespectful, a trace of displeasure flashed across the secretary's face, but she quickly adjusted her mindset, and arranged for the follower behind her to go and wrap up this restaurant, and not to let anyone else come in to interrupt her conversation with Lu Feng, and the follower ran over to the boss after hearing this. Lu Feng started mocking again when he saw this scene. Worthy of being a Mercedes-Benz, such a big rack. Who expected the woman to hear just a faint smile, explaining that this is to respect Lu Feng, do not want to let idle people to disturb Lu Feng. After saying that, he greeted Zhaoyun on the side. If Lu Feng didn't recognize the woman in front of him, then Zhaoyun couldn't recognize her any better. Feng Ning, assistant to the president of the Mercedes-Benz Group China division. If you really take him as an assistant, then you are very wrong. She is in China Mercedes-Benz internal, but only second to the president of the figure. I heard that the president of Mercedes-Benz has been proposed to the headquarters, so that Feng Ning to serve as vice president of Mercedes-Benz in China. Moreover, the reason for the previous bankruptcy of the Sale Power Group was caused by Feng Ning in front of her, and combating the Sale Power Group was also her final test to become a vice president. But now, Lu Feng's appearance makes all of Feng Ning's previous efforts in vain. In knowing that Lu Feng appeared in the Sale Power, Feng Ning took people to kill, but the result is that Lu Feng took Zhaoyun out to eat, so that she pounced on her. Not dead-hearted, she asked for Lu Feng's contact information, and then found the current restaurant. Hello, MS. Feng, Zhaoyun said politely. Although he hated to beat Feng Ning to death, Zhaoyun still had to maintain superficial politeness with her. Feng Ning said directly to Lu Feng after greeting Zhaoyun. Lu Dong, I think you also know my intention. I need the Sale Power Group, and I also asked clearly. You bought Sale Power, spent 6 billion. I offer 5 billion. You only need to turn a hand to make 500 million. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng laughed directly after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Feng Ning asked Lu Feng suspiciously. I'm laughing at you. The Sale Power Group is our own industry in China. You actually helped a foreign company against our own for the sake of promotion. I'm laughing at your short-sightedness, Lu Feng said lightly. Lu Dong, I don't agree with you on this. Business wars have no borders. I only need to be loyal to the group I belong to, Feng Ning explained. Yes, everyone says this has no borders and that has no borders. But when China was stuck with foreign countries because of its chips, how come no one said that technology has no borders? So, Ms. Feng, I really don't like what you're doing, so please go back. Lu Feng directly gave his expulsion order. I can increase to 7 billion. Lu Dong, I hope you can consider it. Feng Ning is still not dead. No need. I won't agree. If you have any other means you can use to your heart's content, I'll take them all. Lu Feng said the most domineering words in the most flat tone. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Feng Ning had to take people to leave. But when she left, she gave Lu Feng a postcard, hoping that he could call her when he thought it over. Lu Feng looked at the business card on the table and threw it directly into the trash can. Lu Dong, isn't this a bit too forceful of you? Zhao Yun asked in a small voice. Tough? I don't think it's tough at all. I even still think the performance just now is still not good. If not for the fact that she's a woman, I'd have directly opened the scolding. Lu Feng returned. But in that case, with Feng Ning's nature, she should have launched an attack on the Sale Power Group. And now that the group has stabilized with great difficulty, shouldn't we avoid making a big fuss about it? Zhao Yun explained. No, you don't have to worry. She won't have time to deal with Sailor Power right away. I will inform Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes-Benz very soon. It's questionable whether she can stay in Mercedes-Benz or not, Lu Feng said. Feeling the vigor and aura of his own chairman, Zhao Yun didn't dare to say anything more. Let's go. Take me to see Sailor Power's research department. Lu Feng got up and left. Zhao Yun hurriedly followed. Boss, count how much. Zhao Yun ran over to settle the bill. The money has already been settled, said the owner. Dong Lu, have you paid? Zhao Yun asked as he looked at Lu Feng. No, gentlemen, it was paid for by the ladies' men just now, the owner explained. Hearing that Feng Ning actually bought the bill with the two of them, Lu Feng straightly praised Feng Ning for her atmosphere. Looking at Zhao Yun, he was speechless. Just now he was going to scold people, but now he was praising them. The two of them got into the car and went straight to the research department of Sailor Power, led by Zhao Yun. At this time, Feng Ning, who had touched a wall here in Lu Feng, sat in the car and took out the phone to call out. The plan is ready to go. And if it works, I'll give you 10% of the sale group's dividends. Chapter 45 Institute. Lu Feng didn't realize that there was already a big net covering towards him at this moment, and he was currently driving Zhao Yun to Sale Power's Research Institute. Soon, the car was parked in the factory area of the Fanli Group, and the institute had settled directly inside the factory because it wanted to facilitate the experiments. Knowing that the chairman and president of the company were coming, the factory manager and the head of the institute, who had been notified, had been waiting at the gate. Good day, Mr. Lu. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Lu Feng, who had just gotten out of the car, saw a man in his 40s, and a woman in her 30s, who were the factory director, and the head of graduate studies respectively. Hello there, Lu Feng greeted. Then, led by the factory manager, Lu Feng first visited the factory's operations and equipment. Lu Dong, you see, this is the state-of-the-art assembly line equipment from the French country that we procured before. The reason why Mercedes-Benz went to all the trouble of targeting us is actually because they see that we have ready-made factory equipment and personnel, Zhao Yun explained while walking. You know that now each car company, in order to eat in the new energy this piece of new cake inside, are saving enough strength research and development, simply do not have time to establish new plants and equipment, and some of the equipment will take a long time to do. So many car companies will go to the acquisition of ready-made, so as to save time, to put all the energy on the new energy research. That's all the more reason not to let them have their way. Now the new energy is the best opportunity for our Chinese car companies to complete the bend and overtake the car. Miss this opportunity, China's car companies in the next 2 decades will not have a chance, Lu Feng said faintly. Soon, the few people finished visiting the factory, and under the leadership of the head of the research institute, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the group's research institute. Lu Dong, this is our Fanli's own research institute. There is a team that researches traditional oil vehicles, and there is also a foreign team that we have just poached at a high salary to research new energy. After all, who doesn't want to get a piece of the pie inside the new energy field? Zhao Yun introduced with a smile. You mean the new energy research is foreigners? Lu Feng asked. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, But our group's strength can only poach people from the European side to come over for research. We can't have the strength to cultivate our own research team like Yati. Daki, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Alright, I know. Show me around, Lu Feng said and walked in. As soon as we entered, we saw many researchers in groups working on car parts. There are still a lot of people, Lu Feng said with a smile at the bustling scene in front of him. What you see now is that the traditional oil car research place. New energy in it, said Zhang Ru, head of the institute. Then let's go in and take a look, Lu Feng said and walked over to the front, pushing open the door of the new energy research department. The inside is completely different from the outside, with better research equipment and more comfortable environment, all of which reveal the importance of new energy to Fanli. Jason, stop the research in your hands and come over here, Zhang Ru said to the foreigner who was studying something not far away. The foreigner who was studying it heard it and came over. Lu Feng sized up the 40-ish blue-eyed foreigner in front of him, then extended his hand. Hello Professor Jason, I'm the new director of the Sale Power Group. Lu Feng. Hi, I'm Jason, the middle-aged man said with the same handshake. This time, the president and chairman of the board came to visit the company's research and development department, and to see how the new energy research is going. Zhang Ru explained to the man. Zhang, I should have already told you that the new energy research is not that fast. If there were results so soon, then the major research teams would not have delayed for so long, Jason said impatiently. Zhang Ru was too disliked to speak. Although she was the head of the institute, she didn't dare to offend this group of foreigners. In case they gave up and quit when the time came, she would be the sinner. Zhao Yun couldn't say anything as he looked at the awkward scene in front of him. After all, he was the one who had spent a great deal of effort in the first place to invite the team in front of him. Do you mean that I paid for you guys to come over and study it, and I can't even ask about the process? Lu Feng, however, wasn't the least bit used to him. Hearing that it was the chairman of the group who asked the question, Jason collected his temper a little and said, Chairman, we are specialized in research matters, so I don't want you guys to come and disturb us too often. Research needs to be quiet. When Lu Feng heard Jason's words, he asked Zhao Yun who was at the side, how long have you had them here? Zhao Yun hurriedly said that he had been invited over for 6 months. So, in these half a year, you all haven't researched a single result for me? Lu Feng said to Jason again. Seeing that Lu Feng was not satisfied with the research process, Jason took out the words he had just used against Zhang Ru to stall Lu Feng, but Lu Feng didn't eat his words at all, and just asked him for the results of his research. Jason saw that Lu Feng was not easy to deal with, turned his head to Zhao Yun again. Mr. President, I did tell you in the beginning that the study wouldn't come out that quickly, but what does this mean today? You're doing this, I think we might have to come back to the contract. Professor Jason, don't be angry. Lu Dong is also concerned about the research process. Zhao Yun hurriedly rounded off the scene. Jason's attitude was arrogant again as he watched Zhao Yun soften. I'm not angry. I just feel that you guys don't respect me. If it wasn't for the good terms you promised me in the first place, I wouldn't have come here at all. That's enough. Jason was about to say something when Lu Feng directly interrupted him. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun, then asked him what favor he had promised in the first place. Watching the chairman get angry, Zhao Yun could only explain. It turned out that when Zhao Yun went to Europe in order to form a new energy research team belonging to the group, he found a scientific research team headed by Prof. Jason. In order to get the research team to come to China to do research, Zhao Yun promised them many benefits, such as promising to offer Prof. Jason a salary of $300,000 a month, and at least $50,000 a month for the other members. In addition to the salary treatment, there are other conditions, such as free superior scientific research conditions and environment. If Jason's team researched any results, their team has the right to deal with the results of this result in the end to sell to whom. The sale group, if you want to this result, will have to spend money to buy again. After hearing what Zhao Yun said, Lu Feng was directly exasperated and laughed. Grand President Zhao, you mean to say that we spend money for them to research, give to provide the equipment environment, and also offer astronomical salaries every month, and then we can't use the results of their research, and we have to spend money to buy them again, right? Zhao Yun, directly by the words of Lu Feng, was scared silly. He understood that at this time the chairman of the really angry, but at first he could not help the top of the domestic car-making group. People themselves began a long time ago the new energy research, but also have their own exclusive research team. They Sale would have to poach people to create a team and sign so many unfair conditions for people's research teams to be willing to come over. Zhao Yun was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Professor Jason, so under such superior conditions, you and your team still haven't researched anything, right? Lu Feng's voice was as cold as a chilly wind. Chairman, if you're still rushing us like this, I really need to think about our cooperation. Jason didn't budge at all. because he had figured out the situation of the Sail Power Group long ago. Otherwise he would not have dared to put forward so many excessive conditions, and he was certain that Sail Power could not leave his team. If his team left, Sailor would simply not be able to find a better team than his own, and if he did leave, he would only have to go back and spread rumors about Sailor, and even less teams would dare to do research for Sailor. Jason became even more arrogant at the thought. Lu Dong, I also have something to say to you about the project research funds. At present these funds are simply not enough. I hope you can in an additional research funds. Chapter 46 Excessive Demands. Jason is even more excessive. He actually has to be in additional research costs. To know that he is now leading less than 10 people in the research team. The research costs required has been more than dozens of people outside the traditional automotive research team. How much do you need? Lu Feng looked at the foreigner in front of him who had gotten an inch in front of him and calmed down instead. About another $2-3 million, Jason said with a lion's share of the money, thinking that Lu Feng had gone soft. If I'm giving you this funding, I have to see some results. Lu Feng asked. Mr. Chairman, I've already told you that research doesn't produce results that easily. Jason continued. So I'm spending all this money to win a hope that I can't see. Chairman, the words are not yours to say. If we succeed in our research, I promise that our research results will be the first to be sold for you to use, and that will be a heavenly benefit to your group. Jason began to draw a big pie to Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng doesn't eat that. The money isn't there, but like you guys said, I think it's time for us to talk about the previous contract, Lu Feng said as he looked at Jason. Mr. Chairman, are you sure? Jason, because he was a foreigner, did not hear the coldness in Lu Feng's words at all, and thought that Lu Feng was going to give him additional benefits. Yes, I think the previous contract was a bit off. Lu Feng looked at the happy Jason in front of him and didn't understand what he meant. I'll talk about my conditions then. I want the salary to go up by 30%, and so do the members of my research team, and also I want the group to provide us with good accommodation. 2 people living in a 100 square foot house is just a bit less, and then there's the second tranche of the research funding, which I'd like to see go up to $30 million. Jason said excitedly. What? Jason's words, Lu Feng and the three of them were blindsided. How to increase the benefits? Did he not hear the meaning of Lu Feng's words? Well, looking at the excited Jason, the three Lu Fengs realized that he really didn't understand the meaning of the words. Lu Feng had to explain to Jason in detail again. After hearing that Lu Feng asked to change the contract, and to change the content is that the team, if there is any result, must give priority to the sale group to use, but the sale will give the team bonuses, and the requirement to hit the research team of the funds must be by the head of the institute need to know where the funds are used. Jason exploded right after hearing that. Zhao, is your group trying to break the contract? Jason said angrily, then told the team's employees to stop their research and all gathered around. I need an explanation. Joe, if it wasn't for your sincerity in the first place, I wouldn't have come over at all. Jason blurted out right at Joe. Zhao Yun looked at the gloomy Lu Feng and then at the angry Jason. Prof. Jason, Lu Dong didn't mean that. Zhao Yun hurriedly explained. That's what I mean. Lu Feng said coldly. Zhao, you see, this chairman of yours doesn't have a bit of respect for us? Jason just ate up the fact that Sailor Power couldn't leave them now, so he didn't even put Lu Feng, the chairman of the group, in his eyes. If you really want my respect, you should come up with your research progress and tell me about it. It's been 6 months now, but you don't even tell the group about the progress of your research. I think you don't respect us all the same. Watching the two keep arguing, Zhao Yun hurriedly asked the head of the institute to pull Jason aside, while he himself led Lu Feng out of the new energy research department. Lu Dong, I know you're angry, but this can't be helped. Zhao Yun explained to Lu Feng. Do we have to use this research team? Can't we change it? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun rhetorically. Lu Dong, which is so easy. Now the international famous new energy field of Big Brother. Are those international car dealers to invite away? The rest are some cannot be on the stage. And Professor Jason's team is well known throughout Europe. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone through so much effort and signed so many unequal contracts to stabilize them. If we really replace Prof. Jason's team, it will be hard for us to find a better team than this in a short period of time. The group itself has been left behind by other enterprises. If there is any further delay, the group will really have to drink the northwest wind. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Do you think this group of foreigners can be trusted? If I give them the new energy technology, will they turn around and sell it? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun rhetorically. We can bind them with a contract. Zhao Yun replied after thinking for a moment. Contracts. Contracts are the most useless thing. If they didn't leak at home, but back in Europe they did. What can we do with them? Zhao Yun was also silent when he heard Lu Feng's words. Yes, The value that the technology in Lu Feng's hands could bring was incalculable, and there was no way anyone could guarantee that Jason's team wouldn't be moved. The group now has the technology in the hands of Lu Feng. In fact, there is now less need for Jason's team. With the technology in the hands of Lu Feng, sale power can completely realize the bend. But a trusted scientific team was needed to decipher the technology in Lu Feng's hands, and it was clear that Jason's team was not suitable. Zhao Yun was out of ideas for a while. Instead, Lu Feng told him to do as he said before. If Jason's team accepts it, then they can be kept. If they can't accept it and even make even more outrageous demands, then they will be fired. After hearing this, Zhao Yun pushed the door into the research room and went to convey Lu Feng's meaning to Jason. Jason was still angry at this point, and Zhang Ru could only stand on the side and say nice things. Professor Jason, just calm down. Zhao Yun walked over. Jason saw Zhao Yun come over, but Lu Feng didn't and thought that Zhao Yun had come over to say something nice. So his attitude became even more arrogant. Zhao, we had a deal before. What do you guys mean by suddenly changing your mind now? Your behavior now really makes me very unhappy. Also, I'm in an unstable mood. There's no way to do research. I decided to take a month off with my team and have a good time in China. You still need to bear the cost of our traveling, and the salary will be paid normally during the traveling period. Jason turned to Zhao Yun and made his request, thinking that Zhao Yun would surely agree to it, even adding more money in order to keep him from taking a month off. In this way, they will have more research funds that can be used to research new energy sources, and when the time comes to really research any technology, it will not be given to sailor power to use, but will be brought back to the European side, and when the time comes to give it to the group in Europe, he, Jason, will directly receive both fame and fortune. As for the sale group, Jason can only say a prayer for them. Zhao Yun was also angry when he heard Jason's excessive demands. A man of clay still has 3 points of fire, let alone him, the group president. Professor Jason, I'm here to deliver an order from our chairman. The chairman said that the contract needs to be signed as he just proposed, and you can't add any additional fees. Zhao Yun said coldly. What? Jason jumped up with an incredulous look on his face. This wasn't what he thought it would be. Joe, are you telling the truth? Jason still didn't believe that Zhao Yun was this hard-headed. Before it was all about him saying what he wanted and giving what he wanted. Now why was he suddenly so hard-headed? Yes, what I said is true, 1,000 times true, Zhao Yun said. Seeing that Zhao Yun was really saying this, Jason directly pointed at Zhao Yun's nose and threatened. Zhao, then I don't think there's any need for us to work together. My team and I will leave tomorrow. Not only will I leave, I'm going to accuse your group in the international press. I'm going to see which other team dares to do research for your group by then. Jason was in the middle of threatening Zhao Yun when suddenly, the door to the research room burst open and Lu Feng walked in with a file bag. I'm afraid you can't leave. Chapter 47, How cocky you were just now. How lousy you are now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Feng walked up to Jason with the document bag. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to forcefully detain us? Jason said as he looked at Lu Feng. No, of course I'm not detaining you. We Chinese don't make the move of just detaining people. Lu Feng said. So what do you mean we can't leave? Literally, of course. I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Then you'll know if you look at this document. Lu Feng said and handed the document to Jason. Jason took the paperwork and opened the pouch at Zhao Yun's curiosity, drawing out the document inside. Jason read it. Who knows that just looking at it for a moment, Jason's face went white, and the hand holding the document was trembling. Seeing how scared he was, Zhao Yun grabbed the document from him and read it. Do not know without looking. A look shocked. It turned out that this document is recorded on the document is Jason in the research period. Secretly the group to him approved research funds, a large part of the transfer to their own private accounts. Professor Jason, you'll have to give me an explanation. Zhao Yun looked at Jason with murderous eyes. Jason also panicked. His theft of research funds has always been very secret. Even the members of his team do not know. How did Lu Feng know? Heard Zhao Yun asked him. Originally Chinese is not good. Jason stammered even more, cannot say anything. Seeing Jason's appearance, Zhao Yun became even more convinced that Jason had really misappropriated the research funds. The noise is going to make Jason explain everything and then he's going to take Jason to court and put him in jail. Jason hears about the jail time, but instead calms down and says that the documents are fake and that Lu Feng made false accusations against him. Fake? This document is fake. Jason screamed. Looks like you won't stop until you reach the Yellow River. Lu Feng said before pulling out another bank transfer record from his document bag. This is the record of every time you embezzled research funds transfer. You did it very secretly, but it's useless. After saying that, Lu Feng handed the document back to Jason, who was still not dead. Jason took the paper and tore him up, then blurted out that the group was playing dirty and trying to victimize him. When the members of the research team heard this, they all came over as well, ready for Lu Feng to give an explanation. Lu Feng looked at the crowd without being the least bit abashed, and just looked for a computer, inserted the USB flash drive inside the file bag, and then opened the folder in public. Looking at the clear transfer records above the computer, the researchers couldn't say anything else. After all, what was displayed in front of them was solid evidence. Jason went straight to soft at the sight, then ran to Lu Feng to apologize for his mistake. Mr. Chairman, I know it's wrong. I can't help it. My wife is sick. She needs a large sum of money to cure her. I love her too much. I can only divert the research funds. Don't worry. If I embezzle the company's money, just deduct it directly from my paycheck. I don't need a paycheck from now on. With that, he pleaded with Zhao Yun again. Zhao, please help me. I really have no other way to do this. I will definitely speed up my research so that you can see the results as soon as possible. You have to help me. Zhao Yun looked at the bitter and pleading Jason, and hearing his assurances to himself, and to the embezzlement of public funds only for the treatment of his wife, he softened his heart, and tried to plead with Lu Feng. Lu Dong, Jason he is, after all, to give. Stop. Zhao Yun was interrupted by Lu Feng before he could finish his sentence. Old Zhao, you really believe that he is treating his wife's illness? Lu Feng said. Then he took out another document from the file bag and handed it to Zhao Yun, telling him to take a good look at it. Zhao Yun took the document handed over by Lu Feng and just glanced at it, instantly becoming enraged, grabbing Jason's collar and about to hit him, but luckily Zhang Ru stopped him. Jason, is this what you said about your wife being very sick and you had no choice but to embezzle public funds? Zhao Yun said angrily, pointing to a young lady on top of the document. Jason knew he was completely hopeless once he saw the girl on the paper. It turns out that the girl on the file was being kept by Jason, and all the money he had previously embezzled had been used to buy things for the girl. He had thought that Lu Feng had only found out that he had embezzled public funds, so he had lied, ready to win some sympathy and let the company treat him leniently. But Jason had never expected that Lu Feng had actually investigated so clearly, and had even found out where the money had been spent. Zhao Yun was completely disappointed in Jason, thanks to the fact that he had just tried to plead for his favor. Lu Dong, deal with it as you say. Zhao Yun stood disheartened. Don't be anxious, take a look at this document again. Lu Feng but calmly drew out another document. Jason saw that there were actually his papers inside and was about to rush up and grab them, but was held down by the security guard who had called over earlier. Zhao Yun looked at the document Lu Feng handed him, and his eyes shrunk heatedly. It was clearly written on the top of the document that Jason had reached an agreement with a group in Europe, and as long as the team researched the results, the European group would pick him up and return him to Europe, and then Jason would sell the results in his hands to the group. That is, it is the same as a man who contributes money and effort, but when his daughter-in-law gives birth to a child, the child takes another man's surname, forcing back his anger. Zhao Yun finished reading the document in his hand. Then he took the document again and walked over to Jason, who was being held down by the security guards, and Jason, looking at his biggest secret being blown out of proportion, was about to break free of the security guards and grab the document straight away. But how could he alone be a match for two brawny security guards? No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape from the security guards. Lu Dong, Zhao, listen to my explanation. Things are not like this. Jason was still defending, knowing regret now. It's already too late. How joyful you were jumping around before. How miserable you'll be afterward. Those words of yours are better left to the police, Lu Feng faintly said. Zhao Yun then called the police, and then transferred to the Economic Investigation Division, which specializes in the economy. While waiting for the police to come, Jason still didn't give up and begged Lu Feng for mercy one after another, no longer having the high and mighty look he just had, because of the large amount of money involved and the fact that it was a foreigner. The police came quickly. After arriving at the scene, Zhao Yun handed the organized documents to the police, who read the documents in their hands and directly let people take Jason away. As the president of the group, Zhao Yun had to follow along to make a statement and confirm the information. Before leaving, Lu Feng asked how many years Jason would be sentenced in this case, and the police said that if what was on top of the document was true, Jason would be facing a 5 to 10 year prison sentence. The police then took Zhao Yun back for questioning, and this was the second time Zhao Yun had given a statement today. Lu Feng looked at the panicked foreign researchers in front of him after the police left, and didn't say much, just told them that if they didn't take part in the issue of Jason's embezzlement of the company's funds, then it would be fine if they chose to terminate the contract themselves, and that the group wouldn't make things difficult for them. After saying that, and arranging for Zhang Ru to take care of settling things with these foreign researchers, Lu Feng left. Just after walking out of the factory gate, Lu Feng received a phone call. Looking at the cell phone number displayed on it, which was a local cell phone number in the city of Fertilizer. Lu Feng didn't know who was looking for him, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello? Who is it? It's Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, right? Yes, it's me. Who are you and what can I do for you? Don't worry about who I am for now. I have business on my side that I want to talk to Mr. Lu about. It's about the family group. I don't even know you. How can I talk? Lu Feng was even more puzzled. We'll get to know each other right away. Remember to come straight to the Rose Bar later. I'll be waiting for you inside box 301 inch, he said and hung up the phone. Lu Feng was confused by him and didn't understand what exactly he meant. Just as Lu Feng was guessing what the call meant, the cell phone rang again. Hey, who's there? Hey, Lu Dong. I'm the group's finance. People from the tax bureau are now in our company, suspecting us of tax evasion and wanting to seize the company for inspection. A panicked female voice came. After hearing the finance's words, Lu Feng instantly associated it with the mysterious phone call just now. Is that you? Rose Bar. I'd like to see what kind of character it is. Chapter 48, Sudden Inspection. Lu Feng rushed back to the group and saw that there were already many law enforcement officers standing at the entrance. Ignoring the employees who greeted me, I went all the way straight to the finance department. As soon as the finance who was cooperating with the investigation saw Lu Feng coming, he hurriedly came over. Lu Dong, you always come. I do not know what happened. Suddenly came a bunch of people want to check our company. Said our company has the suspicion of tax evasion. So do we have it or not? Lu Feng asked. No, we have always paid taxes legally, because before, the leaders of the city of Fertilizer wanted us to settle in Fertilizer City. So they offered us a lot of benefits, such as land for the factory, land for the group's office building, and they also helped us to build a staff dormitory. So our group knows how to repay the kindness and we have always paid taxes legally. Hearing the finance's explanation, Lu Feng also directly suspected that the arrival of the inspectors should have something to do with that phone call just now. But Lu Feng cannot understand. Sale Power Group as the Fat City counts the big group. For the Fat City local provides a lot of jobs, but also enhance the GDP of the Fat City. Why someone want to suddenly mess Sale Power? Like finance just said, the city of Fertilizer offered a lot of perks in the first place for the sale to come over. Hello, you're the new director of the Sailor Group, right? I'm the person in charge of this operation. My name is Wu Guiying. A man walked over and introduced himself. Hello. I wonder what's going on with a few of you coming over this time. Lu Feng asked. We received a report that the family group was suspected of tax evasion, so we came over to investigate. The man said politely. Yes, we'll do our best to cooperate. Thank you for your cooperation. But your group's financial staff and financial statements, we need to take them away to investigate. But don't worry, your employees, we will treat them well. It will probably take only 3 or 2 days. Wu Guiying continued. Lu Feng heard the need to take away the company's finances. He knew that the group of people in front of him was also coming from a bad place. Because a normal financial investigation, there is no need to take the financial staff away. This is clearly a trip to Sale Power. Thinking of this, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun. In the end, Zhao Yun was the president of the group. He would definitely greet these people normally, so it was best to let him step in. Soon, Zhao Yun hurriedly rushed to the group after knowing that the group was being checked at their door and after making a statement. As soon as he entered, Zhao Yun saw Wu Guiying. Officer Wu, what brings you here? Zhao Yun asked as soon as he entered. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I received a report here and that's why I came over. Wu Guiying explained. Then check on checking. Our group is a big taxpayer in the city of Fertilizer. Year after year we have paid our taxes in full. Why should we take our company's finances away from us? Zhao Yun asked directly in return. This is not also the process. Your group accounts are too much. A moment cannot finish checking. In order to ensure the authenticity of the data, can only take people away. Then wouldn't it be better if you sent a few more people to inspect it overnight? Our group will absolutely cooperate. Just don't scare our employees. No way. Mr. Zhao, these rules are the rules, and there's no way we can change them. Wu Guiying continued. Seeing that the other party still refused to relent, Zhao Yun had to take out his phone and dialed out. But Wu Guiying, who was on the side, acted very calmly, as if he wasn't afraid of Zhao Yun looking for someone at all. Hey, Bureau Lu this is Zhao Yun Zhao Yun said to the other side of the phone. Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. What are you calling about? It's like this. Today your bureau's officer Wu Guiying suddenly came to our group to check the tax. You know, our group has always paid our taxes on time, but we will likewise cooperate with Officer Wu's investigation. It's just that this taking our finances away is just forget about it. The person on the other end of the phone heard Zhao Yun's words, fell into a deep thought, after a while and then said Mr. Zhao The state law. Family rules. This rule cannot be broken. Today your group asked us to do so. Tomorrow their group asked us to do so. That is not all messed up, or in accordance with the process to do it. I will instruct Wu Guoying to let him treat your employees well. Finished and did not give Zhao Yun a chance to speak, then directly hung up the phone. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng with an ugly expression on his face. Mr. Zhao, have you finished your call? If so, please arrange for the company's finance to come with us. Wu Guoying added. Lu Dong, Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng, wanting him to get an idea. Alright, then old Zhao you go and arrange for them. Let them not be afraid. This is just a normal financial investigation. Lu Feng but said indifferently. When Zhao Yun heard this, he could only go and arrange for the staff to go. Thank you for Lu Dong's understanding, Wu Guoying said with a smile. Who would have thought that Lu Feng was staring at him dead on, which startled Wu Guoying. Lu Dong, what do you mean by this? Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth and lit it, took a puff, and then exhaled the smoke towards Wu Guoying. Wu Guoying choked hard on the sudden mouthful of smoke, and just as he was about to ask Lu Feng what he meant, he heard Lu Feng say faintly, Captain Wu, I hope that my employees won't suffer anything in there, and I also demand that 24-hour surveillance videos must be provided. Wu Guoying suppressed his anger and said that this was supposed to be part of the process, just letting them go back to assist in the investigation, and wouldn't do anything more. Captain Wu, thank you then, but I'd like to remind you one more thing, no matter who sent you, but you've already offended me now. Lu Feng patted Wu Guoying's shoulder and said, before going to comfort the company's employees, leaving the cloudy Wu Guoying alone. He didn't know what to think. Finally, under the comfort of Zhao Yun and Lu Feng, the employees stabilized and followed the investigators with their computers and documents. After everyone had left, Zhao Yun indignantly cursed the nationalist. When the group was in its glory, who dared to do this, and clearly has always been law-abiding and compliant, yet they still let people come over to investigate. It's infuriating. Alright, old Zhao, don't be angry. People are all like that. No one can look up to you when you're down, but if you're brilliant, they'll all come over to flatter you again. Lu Feng looked at the angry Zhao Yun and comforted him. I understand the reasoning, Lu Dong, but I'm just angry, Zhao Yun said. Then have you ever considered moving with the group? Lu Feng suddenly asked. What? Zhao Yun thought he had heard wrong. I said, have you considered having the group move? Lu Feng said once again. Lu Dong, how can moving be so easy? We can't take so many assets with us, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. All these things can be sold off and we'll choose another place to redevelop. How about Magic City? Magic City is certainly good but we do not have money Lu Dong, and there is no network in Magic City. You don't need to think about these things. You only need to think about whether you want to move or not. Lu Feng said. Of course I want to but this is not at all for the group to think. Lu Dong, there are too many factors to consider. Don't think about it so much. When the finance comes back, you'll hold a meeting and say that the company is ready to move out of Fat City. Just let the employees get ready, Lu Feng said flatly, then arranged some things for Zhao Yun. Lu Feng left. He also had to meet the owner of the mysterious phone, although there was no evidence. But Lu Feng's intuition told him that the company was investigated. This matter must have something to do with this. Setting up his navigation, Lu Feng rushed towards the Rose Bar. I'd like to see what kind of big shot it is. Chapter 49, Arrest. Soon Lu Feng drove to the Rose Bar in the center of Fat City. After letting the parking boy park the car, Lu Feng gave the boy $500 and asked him to take himself to the 301 private room. As soon as he entered the bar, Lu Feng was startled by the loud noises, since it was already nighttime. Right at the peak of the bar staff, countless men and women were gyrating wildly inside the dance floor. Lu Feng didn't linger, and under the lead of the boy, he quickly arrived at the door of the 301 private room. This is room 301. Sir, if there's nothing else I'll leave first, said the boy. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling that he could go, and then knocked on the door of the private room. Soon, the people in the booth heard a knock on the door and opened it. Lu Feng looked at the girl who opened the door for him and said, I am Lu Feng. The girl let Lu Feng in after hearing that. Looking at the inside of the dimly lit private room, where many people were sitting drinking, smoking, and getting girls, Lu Feng directly shouted out loud, I'm Lu Feng. Which one of you is looking for me? Everyone stopped when they heard Lu Feng's voice, and a young man climbed up from the arms of the two girls. My name is Wei Changqing. Mr. Lu Feng, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. The man introduced himself. Lu Feng didn't care what his name was and directly asked him what he was looking for. Looking at Lu Feng so directly, the man was not in the least bit anxious, and even picked up a glass of wine and asked Lu Feng to drink it and tell him afterward. Lu Feng took the wine glass but didn't drink it. Instead he threw it to the side. The man didn't get angry when he saw Lu Feng's action. Instead he laughed. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the new director of the Sailor Group. It's really bold enough. You found me here. What exactly is the matter? Why are you looking for someone to investigate my company? Lu Feng just looked at him coldly. Isn't this afraid that you, Big Director Lu, won't have time to come, so we can only use some means? The man explained with a smile. As for looking for Lu Dong to come over for what? Of course there is business to discuss with Lu Dong. There doesn't seem to be any business between us. Lu Dong, first, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I will first introduce the identity of our people in this private room. You can then consider. After saying that, the man introduced the identities of these people sitting in the private room to Lu Feng one by one. After listening to the identities of these people, Lu Feng's heart also flashed a trace of coldness. It turns out that the young people in this room, their fathers and mothers are either big names in the Chamber of Commerce of the city of Fat, or someone in the family is in politics. And if they want to develop in the city of Fat, they simply cannot bypass these people. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Lu Feng said impatiently. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll talk to you. It's like this. These brothers of ours want to take a stake in your Sail Power Group. Of course we won't want your shares for nothing. We'll offer $300 million for 50% of your group's shares. How do you think about it? Lu Feng directly laughed out loud when he heard this. I spent $6 billion on the acquisition of Fanny, and you guys want to spend $300 million for a 50% stake. Don't you think it's too delusional? Lu Dong, the account is not the way you calculate. Think about it. If we people become the shareholders of the Sail Power Group, then in the city of Fat, what other people dare to mess with Sail Power you develop will also be quite smooth. Is not it? So, you made this mess today, wanting to let me know how much energy you guys have in Fat City? Lu Feng asked coldly. Yes. How can you value us if we don't show it off a bit? The man smiled at his words. And what if I don't agree? Lu Feng said with narrowed eyes. Then you have to be prepared for people checking your group every day. And beware of those social thugs going to your group to look for trouble. The man threatened with a smirk. Then it seems that there is no détente between us, Lu Feng said in a morose tone. If you don't agree with our proposal, then there is no reprieve, the man said arrogantly. Lu Feng sniffed, didn't say anything, turned around and wanted to leave. He didn't want to waste time on this group of second generation. Just as Lu Feng had just turned around and was about to leave, a young man stood up on the sofa again. Is this a place where you can come whenever you want? You won't be able to walk out of this room safely without leaving something behind. What did you say? Lu Feng asked, twisting his head. I said, if you don't agree to this business, don't want to walk out of this private room safely. Are you deaf? The red-haired man continued arrogantly. Listening to you guys, there's no way this can end today, right? Lu Feng said as he looked at the first man who stood up. Lu Dong, all you have to do is agree to my request. We will be family from now on. What do you think? The man thought that Lu Feng was going to be soft. You guys, just with you people, do you want to talk business with me? As a result, Lu Feng spoke out of turn. So you are refusing? The man said. Why don't I refuse? I'm a cutie, Lu Feng said mockingly. As soon as Lu Feng spoke, the red-haired man threw a beer bottle over. Bang. It hit Lu Feng's head at once. Fortunately, his current body could be comparable to that of a special forces soldier, or else his head would have to be broken and bloodied. Touching his slightly bleeding head, Lu Feng smiled morosely. Is this your way? But it's not very good. When the red-haired man saw Lu Feng behaving like this, he directly picked up another beer bottle from the table and smashed it towards Lu Feng. However, this time the expected smashing did not occur. Lu Feng directly blew up the beer bottle, flying towards him with his empty hand. This scene stunned the red-haired man and the crowd. Is that all you know how to throw beer bottles? Lu Feng said mockingly. The red-haired man sniffed, directly rushed over, saw the red-haired man's hands. The other several men also rushed up. Only just in Lu Feng negotiation conditions of the man did not go on. As for those accompanied by the miss, long ago to hide aside to go. Lu Feng saw the crowd rushing up without the slightest panic, looking for an opportunity to strike. A left hook punch in the face of the red-haired man. Red hair instantly flew out 3 or 4 meters, lying on the ground motionless. Then there was another straight punch inside the interceptor. To the other man, who was also lying on the ground with his stomach covered after being punched, there was a click. It turned out that a young man with a tattoo had sneaked up on Lu Feng with a bench, and Lu Feng received a hard bench on his back. The moment Lu Feng took the pain, he turned around and grabbed the man who had sneaked up on him with 2 punches, then kicked him. The remaining 2 men were instead all put down by Lu Feng with a double kick. Afterwards, Lu Feng calmly walked to the front of the man sitting on top of the sofa, pulled out a cigarette from inside his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. Exhale. Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said as he turned his head to look at the already stunned man, "Will you keep me?" When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly stood up with a jolt. You don't want to be too arrogant. Now is a legal society. So what if you can fight?" The man said shivering. "So do you guys have any more moves to make? If not, I can leave." Lu Feng said. "Humph, you won't be able to leave. Do you think these are the only means we have?" The man said suddenly. Then the door to the private room was opened and a group of police officers came inside. "We got a 911 call about a fight here," said the police officer in charge. As soon as the man in charge saw the police coming, he said hurriedly, "Mr. Policeman, that's him. He struck out at so many of my friends. Look at them. They can't even stand up from the beating." The police officer sniffed, scanned the private room, saw the several people lying on the floor, and then looked at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa, and then ordered Lu Feng to be arrested. Lu Feng calmly finished the last puff of his cigarette before the police grabbed his hands. "Is this your backhand?" Lu Feng said as he looked at the man. "Ha ha ha, what backhanders? I don't know anything," the man said arrogantly. "Do you think I believe that? If you hadn't given advance notice, could they have come so quickly? Whatever you say, I don't know what's going on anyway." The man just balked at having nothing to do with himself. "Stop talking so much, let's go. Take you all back and we'll talk about it at the station," said the young cop. Chapter 50, Wei Changqing's Tactics. In the police station, two policemen were interrogating Lu Feng. "Why did you hurt someone with your hands?" a police officer asked. "Pen in hand. I was acting in self-defense." "Sir," Lu Feng said calmly, "but now no one can prove that you acted in self-defense, except you yourself who said it was self-defense, but everyone else who said it was you who started the fight. So now all the evidence points to me injuring someone first," Lu Feng asked. "Here's the situation so far," the police officer said as he took notes. "You tell Wei Changqing to come here. I have something to say to him." "I'm sorry, everyone else is at the hospital right now." "You mean Wei Changqing is there too?" "Yes, but he's obviously not hurt. He said he had internal injuries." "Then my head is also injured. Why don't you send me to the hospital as well?" Lu Feng said as he looked at the two men interrogating him. "Excuse me, according to the procedure, we need to interrogate you first," said a slightly older policeman. "Ha ha 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 ha, I see." Lu Feng suddenly laughed. "Can I have my cell phone? I need to make a call." "Sorry, I can't give it to you right now. As far as I know, I should have the qualifications to contact the outside world now, right?" Lu Feng's eyes went cold and his tone became serious, but the two people across the street acted as if they hadn't heard, didn't even raise their heads, just making a statement there. Soon after the transcripts were done, the two men got up and left, leaving Lu Feng alone inside the interrogation room. In an instant, he was alone in the interrogation room. After about an hour or so, a police officer came over and handed Lu Feng a loaf of bread and a glass of water. Lu Feng looked at him and asked a question. "How much did they give you?" The policeman smiled at that, then said to give in before it's too late. "There are some people you can't afford to offend." Turned around and left. The policeman had just walked to the door of the interrogation room when he heard Lu Feng's voice coming from behind him. "And how do you know you can afford to offend me?" The policeman twisted his head to see the smiling Lu Feng, only to feel a chill going straight to his head, and hurriedly closed the door of the interrogation room and walked out. On the other side, the few people who had been beaten up by Lu Feng also walked out from the hospital. "Young Qing, this can't be left as it is," said a man with a bandage on his head. "Yeah, this kid hits too hard. He must be given credit." Several people chattered around Wei Changqing and said, "Don't worry about it. I've already arranged everything. This Lu Feng won't have a good time inside the interrogation room tonight." Wei Changqing smiled faintly, stating that he was all prepared. Asterisk. Did not expect this kid so able to fight? Would have thought to talk about not close to the time to force asterisk crime to take him in it. Did not think that in the end because of intentional injury to go in. "Why don't we go to the interrogation room and check on him?" the red-haired man suddenly said. "Good idea. Yeah, look how ed up he is now." Soon, the red-haired man's proposal was supported by all of them, and several drove to the interrogation room. Lu Feng was bored inside the interrogation room at the moment. There was no way. He didn't have a cell phone right now, so he could only laze around. Suddenly, Lu Feng saw the red hair that he had beaten down through the small window on the door of the interrogation room. With a click, a couple of the young men from earlier walked in. "Mr. Lu, goodbye," Wei Changqing said with a smile. Looking at the few people who freely entered and left the interrogation room, Lu Feng was not a bit surprised. After all, the other party was representing the powerful class of Fat City, and it wasn't hard at all to do so. Thanks to Wei Xiao's blessing, I'm still eating and sleeping well here, and it would be even better if I couldn't see the disgusting faces of certain people. Lu Feng spread his hands and smiled. Who are you calling disgusting? Redhead's temper came up at once and he reached out to hit over, but was stopped by Wei Changqing. Don't be impulsive. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you in such a hurry to come forward? Lu Feng looked at the many gentry, and although there was a smile on his face, the chill deep in his eyes was chilling. Mr. Lu, a smart mouth won't help. You're a businessman. You should know that the most important thing in the business world is connections. Your sale power is in Fertilizer City, and we happen to represent some of the people in Fertilizer City. And you'll make more money than you do now if you can get our support. So why pussyfoot around this little bit of immediate gain? Wei Changqing pulled over a chair and sat down with a big swing. This interrogation room that the usual people talked about was as if it was his home at the moment. And for his words, Lu Feng nodded deeply. He was now considered to have stepped into the business world for a period of time, and naturally knew the influence of connections on industries. But that didn't mean he had to be soft. If these people came up with a serious attitude to talk to him about cooperation, then he still might agree. After all, there was one more friend and one more road. But the fact that these people wanted to directly rob it as soon as they came up made Lu Feng very upset. Not to mention that they had only offered an extremely low price. Even if they were to offer $1 trillion right now, there was no way Lu Feng would sell it to them. Things have come to a point where it's no longer a matter of money or no money. There is an old saying that Buddha fights for incense and man fights for breath. There's nothing wrong with being smooth in the world, but that doesn't mean you have to let people bully you. Wei Xiao, of course I know the energy of you people in Fat City. It's just a pity that your previous attitude made me very upset. So no matter what you say, I won't agree. Big deal. I'll just leave the sale power here and ignore it. Lu Feng sat up straight. His body was a bit stiff after keeping a position for a long time. As for Wei Changqing, when the few people saw that Lu Feng had already fallen to this point and actually did not give in, there was nothing they could do for a while. Although the forces behind them were powerful in Fat City, they had not reached the point of recklessness. Young Qing, what's the point of wasting words with him? You let me beat him up first to avenge the beating he gave us in the bar. Seeing that the negotiations were once again at a standstill, the redhead swung his fists and charged again. Come back. Wei Changqing's face sank as he drank low. Are you kidding me? They are a little bit of power is not true. But here is an interrogation room. In here to beat people that the impact can be big, in case of leaks out. Not to mention they cannot solve. Even the people behind them is also very difficult to solve the problem. Red Hair was scared by this rebuke and could only withdraw his hand. There was no way. Who let so many people present? Only Wei Changqing's status is high. Mr. Lu, are you seriously unwilling to cooperate and accept our friendship? Wei Changqing came in front of Lu Feng with suppressed anger in his tone. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. I'm really sorry, Xiao Wei. I'm too low ranked to be friends with a big shot like you. Chapter 51, a brazen request for help. Mr. Lu, you really do have the guts. In that case, let's just see if the mountain doesn't turn. We'll see. Facing Lu Feng's slightly mocking words, Wei Changqing also lost his patience in conversing with Lu Feng. Then he turned around and left the interrogation room with a group of minions. After coming out of the interrogation room, several people got into their respective limousines, with Red Hair sitting in the same car as Wei Changqing. Young Qing, this guy looks like he's a tough guy. Or else I'll call my dad and ask him to arrange for a few people to break both of this kid's legs and see if he's still so tough. As soon as he got on the car, Red Hair said his suggestion. At this moment his stomach is holding a large group of anger. Just now if not Wei Changqing stopped him, he said would also want to ruthlessly beat Lu Feng a meal. As for Wei Changqing, when he heard Red Hair's proposal, his heart was moved. As a raccoon of a hill, he certainly knew that Red Hair had such strength, or else he wouldn't have brought him along. But even though he was heartened by Red Hair's offer, there was still some fear of Lu Feng within his heart. After all, a young man who could directly take down the Sale Power Group, the energy behind him would certainly not be small. In case Lu Feng wanted to retaliate against them when the time came, it would be no small trouble for them. Don't do it yet. Let's go back and call that Feng Ning woman. Tell her that this guy's bones are a bit hard, and ask her to raise the price. Let's see what she has to say first. After all, we're not the ones in the biggest hurry in this case. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Changqing still chose to refuse. As the cars let out a roar, several luxury cars disappeared into the darkness of the night. And at this time in the interrogation room, Lu Feng, who had gotten his cell phone, found a phone and hesitated but dialed out. Hey, Chancellor, it's me. A slightly embarrassed voice rang out from the empty interrogation room. Feng, what's the matter with calling so late? A gentle word came from the other side of the phone. There's a little something. Lu Feng struggled for a long time before saying it. If there was a crack in the ground in the interrogation room right now, Lu Feng would have already gotten in. After all, It's not really honorable to talk about it. An unscrupulous author, is there a rich woman's sister to take a look at me? The doctor told me that I have a bad stomach and I can only eat soft food. Afterwards, Lu Feng talked to Shin Chang Kite about the causes and consequences of the incident. And when Shin Chang Kite heard it, she directly acted like a lioness protecting her cubs. Feng, you didn't get hurt yourself, did you? I'll call right away. Wait for me. I'm getting on a plane to Fat City. When Lu Feng heard that Shin Chankui was going to rush over, he hastily refused. Chuang Kite, it's just a little thing. You don't have to come here in person. Really, I'm really fine. Feng, are you really alright? But don't be polite to me. Shin Chankui was still a bit uneasy. It's okay, I didn't even want to tell you, but I just can't help it now that I don't know anyone. Humph, you're still outgoing with me, and you're actually trying not to tell me. Shin Chankui directly hummed. I was afraid you'd be worried. Lu Feng touched his nose and explained. Humph, okay, I'm going to contact someone first. You wait for a while. Shin Chankui hung up the phone after saying that. On Lu Feng's side, he looked at the cell phone that had been hung up and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Hey, I'm really sorry. I just bragged about myself not too long ago asterisk, and now I have to be rescued by someone else. After experiencing this, Lu Feng also understands his shortcomings, although it is said that he is very rich now, but he does not have any connections. The only one he knows is Yi Weiman, the old man, and he is still not familiar with it, so when we go back this time, we must develop our connections, Lu Feng secretly thought in his heart. After hanging up the phone on Shin Chankui's side, he forced down the anger in his heart and found the phone number of a handful of people in the city of Fertilizer, and thinking that Lu Feng might have been aggrieved in the interrogation room, Shin Chankui hurriedly dialed the phone out. At 11 o'clock at night, the fat city hand who had fallen asleep was awakened by the sound of a telephone call. Who is it? Calling so late? Still letting people sleep said Lin Yuming, rubbing his eyes. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at the caller's memo, and Lin Yuming instantly came to life. Why is this one calling all of a sudden? Hey, Iris, what's the matter with calling so late? Uncle Lin, I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest at this late hour. It's okay, I just got into bed too. I have something I need to trouble you with, Shin Chankui said. What is it? You say, if I can do it, I will definitely do it for you, Lin Yuming said with a smile. Then, Shin Chankui said about Lu Feng. After hearing what Shin Chankui said, Lin Yuming directly slapped the table and said, these people are really lawless. They can actually do such excessive things. Isn't this destroying the business environment in the fat city? Then, Uncle Lin, I'm counting on you in this matter. It's okay, it's just that if you don't tell me, I know, and I'm not going to let this group go. Then thank you Uncle Lin. This year's New Year, I'll ask for a grandfather's invitation for you. I haven't seen you for several years, and I kinda miss you. Ha ha ha, then thank you Kite. Uncle Lin, I won't bother you then. You should rest early as well. After saying that, Shin Chankui hung up the phone. Lin Yuming, who hung up the phone, could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and laughed out. That's going to confuse the hell out of his lady. Old Lin, what are you laughing at if you're not sleeping? The lady in the silk nightgown said curiously. When Lin Yuming saw his wife waking up, he directly hugged and kissed her. Ha ha ha, wife, I've got a good day coming. What are you talking about, Mrs. Lin said, still not understanding what was wrong with her husband. Leave it for now and go to bed, Lin Yuming said and went out in his pajamas. Seeing this strange look on her husband's face, Mrs. Lin also muttered, and then went back to sleep. Hey, Ji-yoon, it's me, Lim Yuming. Walking to the living room, Lim Yuming sat on the sofa and called the police chief. The police chief, who was sleeping soundly, once he heard that it was Lin Yuming, hurriedly asked if there was something wrong with calling so late at night. Ji-yoon, you really need to manage your people better. Lin Yuming's words caused the police chief to shiver in fear. Yes, you're right, was all he could echo. Afterwards, Lin Yuming gave him a rundown of the matter, and after hearing this, the police chief repeatedly assured him that he would definitely take care of the matter, and told Lin Yuming to just wait for the good news. Hearing his assurance, Lin Yuming also hung up the phone and went back to rest. The police chief over here hung up the phone and immediately put on his clothes and headed outside. When he arrived downstairs, Su Jian drove his own car and rushed to the police station where Lu Feng was. This is going to stir up a mess. The person who can make Mayor Lin personally call. How big must this be? Soon, in Su Jiyun's apprehensive mood, he arrived at the interrogation room where Lu Feng was. Chapter 52 Arrival of the Secretary in person. Who's on duty here today? Su Jiyun said as soon as he walked in. Who are you and what are you doing here so late? Said the policeman on duty. I'm Co Ji Woon. Chief, What are you doing here? The policeman on duty panicked as he heard the name and got up to greet him. If I don't get over here, you're all gonna break the ice. Director, what are you talking about? Did your precinct arrest a young man today who is still being held inside the interrogation room? It's like there's one that came in with his hands full of people. Then why don't you hurry up and take me there? Su Jiyun said loudly. Yes, you come with me. The policeman on duty took Su Jiyun and headed towards the interrogation room, and on his way out, he didn't forget to gesture with the person who was on duty with him, asking him to hurry up and notify the precinct chief that Su Jiyun had come over. Through the corridor, the policeman on duty led Su Jiyun to an interrogation room. Chief, the man is inside. Open the door. The policeman on duty heard this and immediately opened the door. Lu Feng looked at the police officer who pushed the door in, and a middle-aged man behind him, not understanding what it meant. You are Chairman Lu Feng Lu, right? Su Jiyun spoke. Well, I am. Lu Feng returned. Why don't you hurry up and uncuff Mr. Lu? The police immediately came forward and uncuffed Lu Feng. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, let you suffer. I know the cause and effect of the matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a result, Su Jiyun said. Hearing Su Jiyun say this, Lu Feng knew that he was the rescuer that Shin Chanu had moved over, and he secretly sighed in his heart at the power of the Shin family. You are? Although he knew it was a rescuer, Lu Feng did not yet know the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the chief of police of Fat City. My name is Su Jiyun. Lu Feng heard the identity of the man is also ate a shock. This is the Fat City police chief. Proper power big shot. Actually let Shin Chanu kite in the middle of the night to shout up. Hello there, it's really troublesome for you, letting you make a trip at this late hour. Lu Feng said politely. Mr. Lu is flattering me with these words. It is because of my laxity in the imperial court that a good citizen like you, who abides by the law, has been treated unfairly. You have a lot of work to do every day. It's normal that you can't take care of some small things, and I've been a bit serious this time, so I've caused you trouble too. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu is too polite to talk. Ha ha ha, I'm all honest too. Then let's go out and have a little chat. Good, Su Jiyun said and led Lu Feng out of the door of the interrogation room. Where does Mr. Lu live? I'll send you back, Su Jiyun said. He was curious about the young man in front of him. In his 20s, he had already acquired a large group like Sailor Power, which was worth $20 billion. Although Sailor Power had recently had problems, it was still a thin camel than a horse, and also can let the Shin family's 1,000 gold miss late at night to call the phone to the Fat City a handful of people. All these signs indicate that this young man must come from a very big head. When Lu Feng heard that Su Jiyun wanted to give himself a ride, he quickly refused. Thank you for your kindness. This late at night let you for my business still ran here. Disturbed your rest. I have been very sorry. And then let you send me back. That's not decent. I will take a taxi back on my own is good. Chief, what brings you here? Just as Su Jiyun wanted to say something else, a voice came. Immediately after that, a chubby eating man ran up to Su Jiyun. While gasping for breath, he said, Director, you come over so late, is there something? You make a phone call is good. Do not need to personally run over. Su Jiyun looked at the fat man in front of him and sneered, Joe Dainyu, don't you know what I'm here for? Branch Chief Joe Dainyu heard the coldness in Su Jiyun's words and instantly shivered. Of course he knew what Su Jiyun had come for. If he had known that Lu Feng had this background, he would not have dared to do this to Lu Feng. In order to curry favor with Wei Changqing, he had instructed his underlings to confiscate Lu Feng's cell phone, and at night, he didn't unlock Lu Feng's handcuffs, so he let Lu Feng sit there all the time. Director, I'm also following the law. After all, Mr. Lu hurt someone with his hands. Joe Dainyu could only forcefully explain. Then how did I hear that it was Mr. Lu who fought back in self-defense? Su Jiyun asked rhetorically, but at that time, all the witnesses said that Mr. Lu moved first. I had no choice. Joe Dainyu explained bitterly. What is this thing? Originally thought it was just a small thing. He helped Wei Changqing can also get his favor. Who knows, the soft persimmon all of a sudden turned into titanium alloy steel plate. I don't want to hear your explanation. If all the cases rely only on what the witnesses say, how many wrongful convictions must there be? Su Jiyun heard Joe Dainyu's explanation and became directly angry. A bunch of straw men who only think about getting benefits every day and immediately fail when it comes to doing the right thing. Seeing that the director was angry, Joe Dainyu could only turn his gaze to Lu Feng, hoping that Lu Feng could help plead for leniency. But Lu Feng continued to say to Su Jiyun as if he didn't see Joe Dainyu, it's really troublesome, Chief. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu is too polite. I'm doing this for the sake of Fatty City. It's because of you people that Fatty City is growing and prospering day by day. Su Zhiyun is worthy of being an official. The words are so beautiful. Then Su Zhiyun personally sent Lu Feng to the top of the cab again. Looking at the cab that was already far away, Su Zhiyun's face instantly darkened. Look at what you guys have done. Do you know what this Mr. Lu is about? Su Zhiyun said with a dark face. At this time, Zhou Dainyu was already overwhelmed by Su Zhiyun. No, I don't know. It was a handful of people who personally called me to come. Think for yourself how big this Mr. Lu has to be. You bunch of idiots. You don't even know when you've been sold. Zhou Dainyu heard that this matter is actually a hand personally call over. Instantly more panicked. When Su Zhiyun saw Zhou Dainyu's appearance, he became even more angry in his heart and left with a word. Tomorrow, take everyone involved in this matter and you will guard the reservoir. After saying that, he drove off in his car, leaving Zhou Dainyu sitting paralyzed on the ground alone. What have I done? Lu Feng's side had already returned to the Rose Bar in a cab. And as for why he didn't go back to the hotel to sleep, it was because his car was still parked here. Just after sitting in the car and starting the fire, Shin Chankuei's phone call came over. Hey, Feng, are you okay? Shin Chankuei's concerned voice came from the phone. Lu Feng's heart warmed when he heard Shin Chankuei's concern. Well, I'm fine. Chuang Kite, Lu Feng said back. Well, it's good that you're okay. Go home early and rest. Well, I know. So do you. Just like that, Lu Feng drove his car and chatted with Shin Chankuei, and soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. I'm at the place. Don't worry about it. You rest early, Lu Feng said. Okay, you have an early night too. Good night. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng checked in at the hotel, pushed open the door to his room, and directly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Chapter 53, Assassination. The next day, Lu Feng, who had slept until almost noon, got up. I forgot something when I arrived yesterday, Lu Feng said while putting on his clothes. Asterisk asterisk. Forgot about the system refresh, Lu Feng said and hurriedly entered the system. System, come on out. I forgot to refresh yesterday. Ding. The host does not need to worry. Yesterday's refreshing opportunity has been automatically converted into a mall lottery opportunity for storage. Only when he heard the system reply did Lu Feng put his heart down. Then help me refresh today's, Lu Feng said with a long sigh of relief. Stick to a point. This day's spike has been refreshed. What's the situation? Why are the brushes out so vegetable? Isn't it true that the good ones will get better and better? Lu Feng said with a complaint. It turns out that the best one that was refreshed today was 10,000 prestige value, and the other two were ordinary luxuries. Ding. The chances of the secondary system refreshing out the goodies is up. It may be that it is refreshed every day and the host's luck is not so good. The system's voice seemed to carry a bit of gloating. Forget it. Let's convert all the daily refreshes of the past few days into draws for me, just in case we get something good by then, Lu Feng said. Roger that, Lu Feng said and prepared to get up and pack up before going to the Sale Power Group to discuss with Zhao Yun about the group's move. Now Lu Feng can be said to have offended the power and wealth of the entire Fat City. This time there is Shin Chankuei to help, but he can't look for Shin Chankuei's help every time. So Lu Feng is ready to move the sale power to Mordor. He wants to slowly make Mordor his home base. And compared to the economic environment of Mordor, the Fat City is still a lot worse. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Accompanied by the sound of employees greeting, Lu Feng returned to the group. Old Zhao, have you had breakfast yet? Lu Feng came to Zhao Yun's office carrying soybean milk donut buns. Lu Dong. It's almost 11 o'clock. Isn't it a bit late? Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng. Not too late. Not too late. Come have some. No need, Lu Dong. I had lunch this morning. Well, then, I'll just eat by myself. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng who was sitting on top of the sofa with a bun in his right hand, a donut in his left hand, and a cup of soy milk on top of the table sucking soy milk with his mouth, and also didn't know what to say for a moment. This is not at all the same person as the director who was running a tent and worth tens of billions of dollars yesterday. After a long while, Lu Feng finally finished his breakfast. Hiccup, that's bracing, Lu Feng said as he got up and got another glass of water. Lu Dong, when I went over to look at our finances that were taken away today, they said that they had already returned to the group. Was it you who did this? Zhao Yun asked. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Looks like these guys aren't stupid. Lu Dong, what does that mean? Zhao Yun asked curiously. It's fine, just release it. I came to find you today to talk to you again about the company relocation, Lu Feng said. Zhao Yun heard Lu Feng talk about the group's relocation again, and was also torn. He really couldn't let go of the group's hard-fought rivers and mountains in Fat City. Lu Dong, This relocation thing, should we not reconsider? There are too many things involved. Zhao Yun explained. Old Zhao, we can't stay in Fat City anymore, Lu Feng said lightly. Why? Did something happen? Zhao Yun asked suspiciously. The group was investigated today. It was instructed by someone, Lu Feng said flatly. What? It was really instructed by someone. Do you know who it was? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. No, of course I know. I don't just know. I even fought with them, Lu Feng said indifferently. Hand to hand? I don't quite understand what you mean. Yesterday afternoon I came out of the institute and received a mysterious phone call from someone who told me they wanted to talk business with me and told me to meet him at the Rose Bar. I ignored them. As a result, I just hung up the phone and received the news that the group was being investigated. After handling the company's affairs, I drove to the Rose Bar to meet that person, Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. You saw him? What kind of people are trying to deal with us? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. See, he's not alone. There's a lot of people inside the bar booth. The leader is called Wei Chongqing. He offered me to pay for the group's shares. 300 million to buy 50% of the group's shares. Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said lightly. How is it possible? These people are crazy. No matter how much our group collapses, it's not like we can buy half of the shares for 300 million inch. Zhao Yun heard called out. I refused them, but they told me they could represent the entire circle of powerful people in Fat City and that I had to agree to the request. I remember. This Wei Chongqing is the son of Wei Tian, the third in command of Fat City. Zhao Yun suddenly said. So you agree? Of course I didn't agree. I'm a man, I guess, who eats softly but not hard. And then they did it, but unfortunately didn't beat me. Then he called the police and took me into the interrogation room. Zhao Yun heard that Lu Feng went into the interrogation room last night, and hurriedly asked, then you're okay? You should have called me. I'm fine. My cell phone was confiscated. Or I got it later when Wei Chongqing came to the interrogation room to flaunt it. Lu Feng continued. It's actually so excessive. Why don't you Lu Dong? Let's call the police. Since they can say this, they can definitely do something like this. You haven't spent time in Fat City. You don't know their notoriety. Zhao Yun said worriedly. No need. The problem has already been solved by me. They won't make a move against me now, Lu Feng said indifferently. Ha? That's not their style, is it? I know, but they can't afford to mess with me right now. It seems that Lu Dong is not a small person, Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, Lao Zhao, don't guess. Although this game is considered a win for me, but they didn't lose too hard. It's better to discuss the matter of the group moving. But what will happen to these properties if we move afterward? Zhao Yun said worriedly. Sell the industry slowly. The group will not have a good time in the future when they are targeted by this group of people. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. Where is there 1,000 days to prevent a thief? And I'm sure that Yadi and Dazhou will be very interested in the industries we left behind. Lu Feng said lightly. Alright then, let's do as you say. I'll go down later and let you know first. Well, you will inform this later. I still have some things to take care of. Lu Feng got up and was about to leave. Okay, I'll give you a ride. Meanwhile on the other side, Wei Chongqing's group of people found a famous assassin in Fat City and prepared to assassinate Lu Feng. Brother Evergreen, you don't even know that I was scolded by my family's old man yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that Lu's name is. He can actually startle a hand. My family, too, argued with me and then warned me not to mess with Lu again. A couple of second-generation guys were telling you and me about their miserable experiences. Wei Chongqing smoked a cigarette. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Hearing the words of several friends, he thought back to what the old man said last night. Evergreen, you've completely offended this Lu Feng now. He definitely won't let you go. What should I do then? Grandpa? Since the first courtesy won't work, then do away with him completely. But this matter can't be known to your father. And you yourself have to find a way to remove yourself from the matter of assassinating the surname Lu. Good. Just as Wei Chongqing was still thinking about things, the red-haired man interrupted his memories. Brother Evergreen, we've got the contact. He's a famous killer in the Fat City underworld. His name is Black Wolf. Dependable? Wei Chongqing said as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Don't worry. Before my father I'll seek him to deal with some unclean things. He has a sick wife who needs to spend a lot of money every day hospitalized. So even if the mission fails, he wouldn't dare to betray us, the red-haired man said confidently. It turns out that the red-haired man's family is involved in the black. In the 1980s through the black completed the first primitive capital accumulation. Due to the seriousness of China's anti-black and anti-evil, had no choice but to slowly transformed, but it still has a lot of gray industry. Then tell him that for $1 million. I want Lu Feng to die, Wei Chongqing said indifferently. Okay, then I'll give him the information and photos of the surname Lu. and then I'll give him a deposit of $500,000, said Red Hair. Well, remember the photos and information in a file bag to him, and the deposit should also be in cash. Do not go online, cannot leave a handle, Wei Changqing reminded. Don't worry, brother Evergreen. I'll go then. Well, go ahead. Just as Wei Changqing and the others were planning how to assassinate Lu Feng, Lu Feng was already driving and preparing to go back to Xuancheng. He was going to go back and say goodbye to the second old man and Lu Yanran. Then when the time came, he would go straight back to the magic city from the fat city. However, he was unaware that an assassination was already creeping up on him at that moment. Chapter 54 Aunt and Uncle's Shock. Lu Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz all the way and finally returned home after more than 2 hours. Took out the key and opened the door. Saw that there was only Lu Yanran alone at home. Lu Feng asked the eldest uncle where the two of them had gone. Brother, what did you go for? Lu Yanyan asked. There was something going on inside the company. I went to take care of it. Where are the eldest and the others? They saw you were away and went to work. Ah, I thought I told them not to go to work. They said they couldn't be bothered. They had to go. Alright then, let's go buy some food and come back. Do it well and wait for them, Lu Feng said. Brother, do you cook well? Lu Yanyan said curiously. That must be delicious. Lu Feng smiled. Kidding aside, I didn't go home for 4 years of college. I cooked for myself, and while it wasn't as good as my aunt's cooking, it wasn't bad. With that, the two headed to the food market, talking and laughing. After wandering around the food market for a long time, the dishes were finally bought, and Lu Feng brought Lu Yanyan back home, ready to show his hand to Lu Yanyan. Skillfully cleaning the crab, Lu Feng soaked the crab in white wine. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Yanyan asked curiously as she looked at what Lu Feng was doing. This is a kind of drunken crab. After soaking it, directly open and steam it, so that the steamed crab will have a very strong aroma of wine. Very delicious, Lu Feng explained. Wow, sounds delicious. Looking forward to it. Lu Feng then made white bird prawns, steamed eggs with clams, scallop vermicelli, and cooked a pot of seaweed rib soup. Brother, why are you cooking all the seafood today? Because the most I ate in Mordor was also seafood. So of course I have to make seafood, said Lu Feng, who had been busy for more than 2 hours. Well, just in time. Mom and Dad will be off work soon, Lu Yanyan said. After getting all the food on the table, the two of them sat at the dining room table and played on their cell phones. After about 20 minutes, there was a bang of the door opening and my uncle and aunt were off duty. Wow, that smells good. I smell seafood. Yeah, I smell white wine too, the eldest uncle and aunt said as soon as they entered the door, and then they saw Lu Feng. Xiao Feng, you're back. Why don't you tell me in advance? I'll get off work early and make you a good meal, the aunt said in surprise when she saw Lu Feng. Yeah, you brats are pulling another surprise attack, the eldest said with a grin as well. Mom and Dad, you two quickly stop talking. Quickly come to taste my brother's cooking. These dishes can be my brother's entire O. Lu Yanyan opened her mouth and said. The eldest uncle and aunt were also very surprised to hear that the few dishes and soups on top of the table were all made by Lu Feng. Then I'm going to have a good taste of little Win's handiwork. The eldest hurriedly washed his hands and sat down at the table. You're the one who's in a hurry, the aunt said of the eldest as she washed her hands. For his part, the eldest uncle ignored his aunt and picked up a piece of steamed egg with clams and put it in his mouth. Wow, yummy, the eldest praised as he took another sip of his wine. Windy, you're good at this. Lu Yanyan saw her father eating so favorably. She also hurriedly put a chopstick into her mouth. Instantly, little stars came out of his eyes. Brother, this is fantastic for you too. It's so delicious, Lu Yanyan said as she picked up another chopstick. Seeing that both of them ate it and said it was good, the aunt hurriedly pinched a white burnt prawn and put it in her mouth. It's very delicious. Xiao Feng, your craftsmanship is really good. Any girl who marries you in the future will be blessed with a good taste, the aunt said teasingly. Ha ha ha, yeah. I didn't expect little Win's cooking to be so great, the eldest uncle also complimented. Brother, can I live with you from now on? I want to eat your cooking every day, Lu Yanyan said. Ha ha, eldest uncle, auntie and Yanyan, don't praise me. I'm proud of myself, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I'd be proud if I could cook like you. You don't know. Your aunt never lets me cook. She hates my cooking. I call that disgusting. I really can't get my mouth around it, the aunt said when she heard her eldest uncle's words. Ha 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 ha, Dad, is your cooking that bad? A meal was soon finished in a pleasant atmosphere, and after the meal Lu Yanyan was sent to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Lu Feng then pulled his eldest uncle and aunt to sit on top of the sofa. Uncle, auntie, didn't I tell you guys, don't go to work anymore, you can just rest at home, I'll support you in the future, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the eldest uncle and aunt were also touched for a while and praised Lu Feng for being a good boy. Little Wind, we too are idle. Every day at home is boring. Might as well go to work. The eldest uncle spoke. Your eldest uncle is right. By the time Yan Yan goes to school and you go out, there will be only the two of us left at home. The two of us will be very bored. We might as well go to work. The time passes a little faster. The aunt also spoke up and said, then you will go out to travel. Our country of China's great rivers and mountains are played over once. Anyway, cannot go back to work. You two for me and Yan Yan has paid too much. Now the money. It should let you enjoy a good time. Lu Feng continued to persuade. Traveling and stuff is tiring and expensive. I'm not going. Then it's okay to play mahjong and drink tea at home. Sitting on mahjong makes my back hurt. Drinking tea makes me sleepless. It's okay to work out and dance every day. It would be better to work in a factory. Uncle, auntie, I know that you guys can't afford to spend my money, but you said that if I earn money and don't give it to you to spend, what am I earning money for? Lu Feng said helplessly. The money you earn is of course yours to save. Your eldest uncle and I are still young and capable. We can still help you save some when the time comes. The aunt opened her mouth and made Lu Feng laugh and cry. Crying because he was touched. Because the two were genuinely thinking of themselves. And laughing because he was happy. Happy that he had such a good family. Seeing that he couldn't convince the two, Lu Feng directly took out his cell phone and operated it. Uncle with a puzzled face picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Saw his bank card prompted a transfer message. And then saw the number on it. Uncle was not calm. Windy, what are you transferring money to me for? It's okay. I'm just transferring it to you so you two can spend it. This is too much for you. This is a transfer of $10 million at once. The aunt hurriedly asked the eldest uncle to turn to Lu Feng again. Xiao Feng, we can't take this money. You still need to use it to start your company. The aunt said and grabbed the cell phone from the eldest uncle's hand, ready to transfer it back to Lu Feng. But it was stopped by Lu Feng, who took his cell phone and waved it in front of the two old men. See how much money is inside my bank card? Lu Feng asked with a smile. The eldest and aunt nodded frostily. How much money is in there? Tell me, Lu Feng said with a forced smile. When the two families heard this they even started counting up. 10 million, 100,000, 100,000, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. How much money is in there? There's over 2 billion. So I'll transfer you $10 million more? No, not much. Then can I take it? Nung. Before the eldest uncle and aunt could react, they were set upon by Lu Feng. Ha. This is what you guys promised to receive. You can't back out. Oh. Lu Feng covered his stomach and laughed at this time. The eldest uncle and aunt also suddenly reacted. Xiao Feng, this money. Stop. You guys just promised. Lu Feng directly interrupted the two old men. Seeing Lu Feng's resolute attitude, the eldest uncle and aunt could only stop there. Little Wind, where did you get so much money? The eldest uncle asked. This you do not care. Anyway, this money is absolutely clean. Absolutely, I earned it through proper channels. Lu Feng said directly. Seeing Lu Feng say this, the eldest uncle and aunt didn't ask any more questions. And then the family chatted a lot more until late at night before going back to bed. Chapter 55, The Assassination is Coming. Windy, take care of yourself. Brother, come back more often. Under the watchful eyes of his family, Lu Feng left Xuancheng early in the morning and embarked on the road to Fei City. The eldest uncle and aunt still did not twist Lu Feng, and finally could only promise Lu Feng not to go to work. After leaving home, Lu Feng drove his car quickly to the city of Fat, ready to stop the car to go to the toilet. All the way to Lu Feng can be suffocated. Big brother, there's a man over there who wants you to come over, saying that he has something to talk to you about. Lu Feng had just gotten out of the car when a little fat man found him. Little Fatty's arrival left Lu Feng confused and unable to figure out the situation. Little brother, I don't know you, do I? Why are you looking for me? Lu Feng said as he looked at the little fatty. Brother, you are Lu Feng, aren't you? Said the little fatty as he ate a lollipop. Yes, brother is Lu Feng. Who is looking for me? Lu Feng touched the little fatty's head. It was an uncle who gave me a lollipop and told me to come and let you know, said the little fat boy innocently, pointing to the alley next to the public restroom. When Lu Feng listened to little fatty's words and looked at the dimly lit alley to the side, his heart instantly thought of what Wei Changqing had said earlier. It came really fast. Lu Feng sneered. It seems that there is no way to hide, since they knew as soon as I entered the fat city, they must have stared at my license plate. Then it would be better to take the initiative. What if they don't find me and set their sights on Big Uncle and the others? Lu Feng thought and prepared to go over and touch base with them. Little friend, thank you La. Your mission is accomplished. Go and play. Lu Feng touched the little fatty's head again, got up and walked towards the alley. Bye uncle, said the little chubby boy, running off merrily with a lollipop. Lu Feng quickly walked into the alley. The inside of the alley was incredibly dim. Even in broad daylight it was hard to see the silhouettes. I'm coming. You guys come out, Lu Feng said as he stood inside the alley. Idiom, no sooner had the words left one's mouth than it was spoken. A young man in a hood and combat uniform then stepped out of the darkness. Lu Feng sized up the man in front of him. Even though he was armed with master-level fighting skills and the physical fitness of a special forces soldier, he still felt a murderous aura and pressure from the man in front of him. This man must have human lives in his hands. That was Lu Feng's first impression of the man. Taking out a cigarette, Lu Feng lit it and took a drag and asked, "Did Wei Chongqing let you come?" But the man across from him didn't say anything at all, just stared at him dead in the face with cheetah-like eyes. "I know even if you don't say it. It's him, but how come you're alone? Didn't they tell you that I'm very capable of fighting?" Lu Feng said flatly. The male on the opposite side still ignored Lu Feng. Only the combat dagger in his hand was gripped tighter. "You're supposed to be in the military. I can feel it in this combat uniform and the aura you're wearing. Why be a killer?" Lu Feng continued to ask, but the man on the other side of the table acted as if he hadn't heard Lu Feng's words, and just didn't pay attention to Lu Feng. Soon, one of Lu Feng's cigarettes was finished, and that was the moment Lu Feng threw the cigarette away. The man rushed up with a dagger in his hand. Quick slick up. The dagger in the man's hand quickly slashed across Lu Feng's chest, but it missed and was deftly dodged by Lu Feng. Seeing that the first blow fell short, the man quickly backhanded and stabbed at Lu Feng's head again. Lu Feng saw the right time to grab the man's stabbing hand and was about to snatch the dagger, but the man saw Lu Feng's intention and quickly stabbed twice in the air to force Lu Feng's hand back. The two then separated. "Unusual hands. I'm even more certain that you're a soldier, and not just any soldier," Lu Feng said. "You're not so bad." The man finally spoke. Then he quickly launched another attack. The dagger in his hand danced densely, for a time forcing Lu Feng to only dodge repeatedly. Seeing that he was forced by the man to have no way back, Lu Feng quickly retreated to the wall and took advantage of the moment when the man stabbed over again. He jumped up and grabbed one of the ropes over the alley, and then did an overhead two-kick, kicking the dagger out of the man's hand. The man's reaction was also quick. The moment the dagger was kicked off, his hands turned into grasps and grabbed Lu Feng's legs with a death grip, then pulled Lu Feng down with a hard pull. After that, he tried to pick up the dagger, but Lu Feng didn't give him a chance, picking up a brick from the ground and smashing it, and the man could only sidestep it. Lu Feng then charged up, and the two began to physically fight. The man's attacks were harsh and swift, using his hands and feet to beat Lu Feng, who only had the power to fight. In fact, this is normal. Lu Feng is only master skills and special forces physical quality, but practical combat experience is almost zero. Just beat ordinary people twice, and assassinate his man whether physical quality or fighting skills are not weaker than Lu Feng. Not to mention that the man is from the battlefield above the real kill-out. Killing skills have long been perfected. Quick slick up. The man kicked over. Lu Feng set up his arms to block, but the man was using Lu Feng's arms to free himself and kicked from top to bottom. Lu Feng was already unable to retreat, and could only set up his arms to block again. Pop! Lu Feng was directly by the powerful impact to the pressure of one knee. The man did not give Lu Feng the opportunity to breathe, and attacked. There is no way. Lu Feng can only be a role in a mess to avoid. But the man clearly didn't want to let Lu Feng have a chance to catch his breath, and his attacks became even more rapid as his moves were deadly. Lu Feng could only be tired to deal with it, and when he saw that he was about to be unable to fight back, Lu Feng suddenly took advantage of the man's opening in his attack and struck out with a move of the Black Dragon 18 hands, directly forcing the man back. "You are the Black Dragon 18 hands? Where did you learn it?" "I remember that China banned the Black Dragon 18 hands as early as the 80s. The man's bland eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Who? Lu Feng gasped and laughed out loud. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." When the man heard this, he directly attacked again, while Lu Feng countered with the Black Dragon 18 hands. Since the man did not understand the Black Dragon 18 hands, Lu Feng was able to fight the man with the Black Dragon 18 hands. Both sides had passed another 100 moves. Both were exhausted and wounded, but neither one of them collapsed, both of them staring fiercely at each other with their eyes. "I underestimated you," the man gasped. "You're also very strong. I'm getting curious about you. With your skill, it's not a problem to be a bodyguard who earns millions of dollars a year. Why do you want to be an assassin?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "Perhaps because of the sympathy?" The man actually answered Lu Feng's question. "I can't help it. My wife is terminally ill and I have to do this kind of hookup to earn my medical bills." "Wait a minute." Lu Feng hadn't even finished his sentence when the man attacked again. obviously wanting to put Lu Feng to death. There is no way. Lu Feng can only see the moves again to fight, and after a dozen moves, Lu Feng found the opportunity to kick the man over and pull away. Wait a minute, Lu Feng continued, but the man didn't give Lu Feng a chance to speak, getting up and about to attack in. Seeing that the man was going to attack again, Lu Feng had no choice but to pull out the pistol on his waist and point it at the man. When the man saw the pistol, he was creeped out and stood still, not daring to move. Having experienced the war, he could tell at a glance that the gun in Lu Feng's hand was real, a standard M1911. Can we talk properly now? Lu Feng said lightly. Chapter 56, Conquering the Killer Black Wolf. The man sniffed and directly raised his hands, because he who had fought with Lu Feng until now understood that with the current distance between the two, his chances of grabbing the gun were zero, but Lu Feng could definitely shoot him the moment he grabbed the gun. I lost, the man said as he stood there. No, you didn't lose. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a gun, we wouldn't know who lost and who won in the end, Lu Feng said with a faint smile. If you have a gun, why didn't you take it out at the beginning? The man was puzzled, because Lu Feng's pistol had a silencer. Lu Feng could have taken it out and killed him in the first place. Why bother fighting him for so long? Because I want to try my fighting skills, Lu Feng explained. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man was instantly speechless. Big brother, this is a life and death struggle, not a house. The guts are really big. China's gun ban is so strict. Many people involved in the triad have only hunting crossbows or homemade firearms in their hands. How did you get this gun in your hand? The man asked the doubts in his heart. The origin of the gun is naturally a secret. I can't tell you, Lu Feng said, but I'm curious, and it's a shame. With your skill you could have had a better future. What illness did your wife have that sent you astray? When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly sat on the ground and slowly narrated. My wife has cancer and has to live on dialysis and chemotherapy every day. I can't afford the high medical bills, so I have to go into this business of killing people to get rid of them. The man seemed to give up straight away. You're a soldier, aren't you? Lu Feng asked. I served in the French state, as a mercenary of sorts. I thought you were a Chinese soldier. Have you ever killed a Chinese person? I mean a normal person. No, the business I'm in touch with is mobbed up, and all of them deserve to die. I'm not a gangster, am I? Then why are you trying to kill me? I've run out of money. My wife needs treatment. They gave too much. I had no choice but to take it. The man answered truthfully. He thought he would surely die, so he gave up resisting. Okay, I'm done with my questions. Lu Feng raised his gun. Wait, I ask you to spare my wife, and as a condition, I will kill myself, which will also spare you the trouble. Although I know you are not an ordinary person, but I think dying from a gunshot will be a problem even for you, the man suddenly said. Lu Feng looked at the man in front of him who had been calm and asked, aren't you afraid to die? I'm afraid, but I've anticipated the current situation. What about your wife? Let's just say I did my best, and it's for the best, so we can be a ghost couple together too. And what if I said I could cure your wife? What? The man suddenly stood up with an incredulous look on his face. I said, if I could cure your wife, what would you do? Lu Feng said as he looked at him. After hearing Lu Feng's words once again, the man immediately dropped to both knees. If you can cure my wife, I swear to always be loyal to you and be the sharpest knife in your hand, the man said with a determined look on his face. But why should I trust you? After all, we fought and killed each other before. Lu Feng but said, as long as you can heal my wife, I can just kill Cui Hao as a pitch, the man said excitedly. Cui Hao was the red-haired man beside Wei Changqing. It was the red-haired who found him to kill Lu Feng. After hearing that Lu Feng could cure his wife, the man was directly on the verge of going crazy with excitement. Not to mention killing one person, or even 100. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I appreciate you. You are really good to your wife. Lu Feng laughed out as he listened. So you agree? The man asked, forcing down the excitement in his heart. You should be glad that you haven't moved against ordinary people, otherwise you would have just died, Lu Feng said and turned to walk away. After taking a few steps, Lu Feng twisted his head and looked back. Why? Don't you follow me and show me your wife? The man heard Lu Feng's excited words and reacted. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept chattering and his body was shaking. Lu Feng had to walk over to support him again. Are you really willing to help me? The man asked incredulously. Like I said, you should be glad you didn't do it to a normal person. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. And I do need a bodyguard to protect me. And you're just right. I will live up to your expectations. Please don't worry. Two people who had just been fighting for their lives just got into a car and made peace. On the way to the man's house, Lu Feng also learned about the man's situation. It turned out that the man's name was In Feng. He and his wife were childhood friends who grew up together. And then In Feng went abroad to join the army. and his wife has been waiting for him to come back, until Feng retired and returned to China. The two only married. Just when the two were still longing for a happy life after marriage, his wife suddenly checked out terminal cancer, which thunderbolts directly to the originally happy little family to split into pieces. His wife, Wan, chooses to commit suicide in order not to drag Feng down, but fortunately, Feng discovers it in time and saves Wan, sending her to the hospital. Later on, it was Feng who faced high medical bills and had to choose the desperate option of helping mobsters assassinate and maim people and other jobs to earn money for his medical bills. Feng is really the first single business of ordinary people that Feng took. In fact, when he knew that he was going to kill an ordinary person, Feng's heart did a long time of mental struggle, and finally saw his bedridden wife, and could only bite his tongue and take the order. But he didn't expect to be defeated by Feng, and just when Feng thought he was going to die, Feng gave Feng hope again. Soon, according to Feng's directions, Feng and the others arrived next to a very dated building. "Sir, this is my home now," Feng said in a formal manner. Feng smiled and directly got out of the car, Feng hurriedly led the way in front, and soon, the two of them arrived at the third floor, Feng opened the door to his room, and as soon as he entered, Feng smelled the smell of potion all over the room. "You don't mind?" Feng smiled awkwardly. "Show me your wife." Feng just smiled lightly, Feng sniffed and hurriedly opened the bedroom door. As soon as he entered the door, Feng saw Wan, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, and all kinds of medical equipment by the bedside. "Feng, you're back, and this is?" Wan said as she saw Feng coming up for air. Feng could clearly feel Wan's strain in saying these words. She was already very sick. "Sir, I beg you to save her," Feng said and flung himself on his knees. Feng's move startled Feng, and Wan on the bed was also startled. Feng hurriedly then pulled Feng up, and Wan also struggled to get up from the bed. "Don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely save her," Feng said comfortingly, Feng heard Feng's promise before he got up. "I have special effects medicine in my car. I'll go over and get it now. You guys wait for a while," Feng said and turned to leave. Just after Feng's side left, Wan curiously asked Feng what kind of person he was. "He is my boss," Feng said, not exactly lying. After all, he would be Feng's bodyguard from now on. "You just said to let him save me. Is it really possible? This is a terminal disease. Don't be fooled," Wan said with difficulty. When Feng saw his wife like this, his eyes reddened again, and he squatted directly beside the bed to hold his wife's hand, explaining that Feng was not an ordinary person, and that he definitely had a way. "Fool, it's me who dragged you down. I don't have any hope now. I just want you to live happily," Wan said as she touched Feng's head. And after Feng's side walked to the car, he mentally focused and directly entered the system mall. The reason why Feng would promise Feng that he could cure his wife's illness was because he had previously seen potions for cancer inside the mall, and there were even not only potions, but also methods to make them. It was a pity that Feng could only afford to buy the potion now, but not the prescription, and that the medicine for cancer would really blow a wild storm directly across the world if it did come out. With Feng's current small body, he couldn't withstand the blows of the big boys, so even if he could afford it, Feng wouldn't buy it. Unless he waited for the day when Feng's business empire was really established and he had the confidence to fight against anything, Feng would only consider buying these things. Soon, Feng saw the cancer treatment potion in the mall. Found it. Chapter 57, The Power of Potions. Feng spent 500 prestige value to exchange a cancer cure potion from inside the mall, and then spent another 100 prestige value to exchange a nutrient solution. Feng's wife had been suffering from the disease for too long, so it was best to take a restoration of body function potion first. Feng took the two potions and pushed open the door of the room and walked in. The two couples, and Feng, were staring at the door at this time, and when they saw Feng push the door in, Feng hurriedly greeted them. "Boss, did you get it?" Feng asked eagerly. Feng didn't say anything. He just handed him the two safes containing the potions. Feng took the safe handed over by Feng. Both hands kept trembling. "Ha ha ha. Don't you not hold it steady and inadvertently fall on the ground?" Feng said as he looked at Feng's excited appearance. "No, it won't," Feng said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Inside the two boxes, one is a cancer treatment potion and the other is a body function restoration potion. You give her the body function restoration potion first, so that her body recovers a little bit before she drinks the cancer treatment potion. After listening to this, Feng opened the first box. Inside the box was sealed a light red potion. After taking out the potion, since he didn't know how to take it, Feng had to turn to Feng for help. It was good that when the system was preparing the potion, it also directly told Feng how to use it. "Open the lid, take a third of it first, wait for an hour. then take another third. Anyway, it's just 3 hours to drink it all, Lu Feng said. After hearing this, and Feng carefully opened the potion and took a cup, then poured out a third of it and gently fed it to An. And fell asleep directly after drinking it. Sir, what's going on? And Feng asked at a loss for words, on the verge of tears with anxiety. Don't worry, this is the normal effect of the potion, as the only way to recover better is to fall asleep, Lu Feng said comfortingly when he saw how anxious he was. In this way, the two big men stayed in front of the bed, and after about half an hour, An slowly woke up, calling of birds, as a humming sound came out, An slowly opened her eyes, and Feng saw his wife waking up and hurriedly plopped down on the bed to ask how she was doing. Seeing her husband so concerned about herself, An smiled happily. It's alright, Feng, I feel much better. My body is much more relaxed now, An said as she looked at Feng tenderly. She then tries to sit up by herself, and Feng sees this and goes up to help, but is refused. An slowly sat up with her arms propped up alone, and Feng saw that his wife could sit up on her own. His eyes instantly reddened and he turned back to thank Lu Feng. Don't thank me yet, give her another third, Lu Feng added. And Feng hurriedly gave his wife another third of the drink, and An drank it then unsurprisingly fell asleep again. Looking at his sleeping wife and seeing that his wife's pale and spiritless face had slowly begun to take on color, and Feng wanted to kneel to Lu Feng again. Luckily, Lu Feng was quick on his feet and held Feng, who was about to kneel down. Ha ha ha, I don't need you to kneel, just protect me properly in the future. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Don't worry, no one will be able to hurt a single hair on your head before I die, and Feng said with firm eyes. After seeing that his wife's health had really improved, and Feng had already sworn in his heart to use his life to protect Lu Feng, the two of them chatted for a while longer before An once again woke up from her deep sleep. How are you doing, Wani? Feng, I feel good, An said and actually got up from the bed. Don't think wrongly, she's wearing clothes, and Feng was thrilled to see that his wife could get up on her own by herself. How do you feel? Lu Feng also asked. Thank you, benefactor, I feel good, An said and knelt down for Lu Feng. When Feng saw his wife kneeling down, he also hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Feng. Thank you for your great kindness and for saving my life. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled the two of them up. What are you guys doing? Don't keep kneeling down, Lu Feng cried and laughed as he looked at the two. We really can't repay your great kindness. We can only use this action to show our gratitude, Feng said with red eyes. Alright, there will be plenty of chances to thank me in the future. You guys better hurry up and finish the medicine, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two. Under Lu Feng's urging, An drank the last of the potion and drifted off to sleep again. This time it took a full hour to wake up, but it scared Feng and asked Lu Feng if something was wrong. Lu Feng couldn't figure it out, so he could only ask the system, and after learning that it was a normal situation, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lu Feng say that it was normal, Feng then put his heart into his stomach, knowing that he had just seen his wife not waking up, but it had directly scared him. Looking at his wife in front of him, whose physical qualities were the same as a normal person's, Feng couldn't even say the words he was happy about. Ever since his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer, her health declined rapidly and eventually she was even confined to bed. An, who had recovered her body, hugged Feng tightly. Thank you, Feng, An said as she cried. Then he bowed again to Lu Feng. It's you who should be thanked most of all. If it wasn't for your help, I might not have survived much longer. It's an honor for Feng to work under you, as well as for me. Lu Feng, on the other hand, gently helped An up, indicating that this is what he should do. Now you can drink the cancer treatment potion. This time drink it all at once. Then she will probably sleep for a day and a night. This is normal, Lu Feng said to Feng. Looking at An, who was lying asleep on the bed after drinking the potion, Lu Feng offered to go out for a meal and buy some clothes, because in the previous battle, Lu Feng's clothes were already dirty and tattered. But when he saw Feng looking at An reluctantly, Lu Feng added that he could just go by himself and let Feng keep An company. After saying that, he refused to let Feng send him off and walked out himself. Lu Feng, who had just gotten to the car, suddenly remembered something, took out 200,000 cash from inside the hidden compartment in the car, and walked back. For popping sound, Feng opened the door. When Feng heard the sound, he rushed over and opened the door. Forgot something, Lu Feng explained. The 2 potions I gave you. No matter who it is, you guys can't tell anyone. And you couples have to move to Mordor with me. I'll find someone to erase the information of your wife's previous doctor's visit. Don't worry, it's the 2 of us who will die. We won't leak a single bit of information, Feng said. He was aware of the importance of these 2 potions given by Lu Feng. One could cure cancer and the other could quickly restore bodily functions. If these two potions were known to the rich, it would be $10 billion and a large number of people would come and grab them. If people knew that Lu Feng had this kind of goodies in his hands, it was estimated that Lu Feng wouldn't know where to be tied up the next day. Don't keep talking about death and death. It's unlucky. Just have it in your hearts, Lu Feng said and put the 200,000 in his hand into An Feng's hand. Take this money, and when the time comes, go to Magic City to properly purchase a bit of furniture or something. As for the house, I will find a good one for you. An Feng looked at the money in his hand and tried to stuff it to Lu Feng again, saying that he had already received such a great favor from Lu Feng and could not ask for Lu Feng's money. Consider this your paycheck for being my bodyguard. No, I can't. I don't get paid to be your bodyguard. Then take this money and buy your daughter-in-law some good food and some pretty clothes. Lu Feng couldn't help but stuff the money back again. Seeing Lu Feng's firm attitude and thinking about his wife, An Feng silently accepted the money. That's not good. Alright, I'll go first. Lu Feng saw An Feng accept the money and directly waved his hand and left. An Feng just kept standing in place looking at Lu Feng's back and reddened his eyes. Chapter 58. Another day of being forced to play the fool. After Lu Feng left An Feng's home, he went straight to the nearby square to buy clothes. It couldn't be helped. The clothes Lu Feng was wearing right now were dirty and worn out. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at a nearby shopping plaza, and after parking his car, Lu Feng walked into the plaza. Passers-by also stopped to watch when they saw Lu Feng's raggedy outfit. This can be Lu Feng Hol Shai. Quickly ran to a clothing store is ready to change clothes. Even clothing store brand did not see clearly. Welcome to Armani Menswear. As the voice of the guide speaking rang out, Lu Feng realized that he had walked into an Armani clothing store. Match me with an outfit, Lu Feng said hurriedly to the shopping guide lady. Yes, please follow me. The shopping guide lady didn't dislike Lu Feng because of the rags he was wearing. Instead, she was very enthusiastic. After all, this is the normal luxury stores. Their guides are strictly trained. The first requirement is to be warm to all customers. Like that snobbish store clerk. Basically nothing. Just give me a direct introduction to ready-to-wear clothes. I'm in a hurry to wear them now, Lu Feng said after the guide. Yes sir. And what level of ready-to-wear are you prepared to look at? Armani's clothes are divided into 6 classes, respectively, Super Tier 1 GA, AC Anthi front line, Quasi first line EA, AJ Armani jeans on the second line, EA7 and A/X Armani exchange for the third line. These 6 levels. The GA collection is among the finest men's ready-to-wear. The AC collection is Armani's business ready-to-wear line that focuses on business style. For the EA series, that's in the fashion style. The fabric is inferior to AC, but it's also relatively speaking cheaper. And Armani as a whole, that's really the only 3 levels you can buy. A few grades of ready-to-wear further down the line. It's just plain circling the wagons. And for Lu Feng now, money's no big deal. The immediate thing was to speak. Let's go check out the GA level clothes first. Yes sir, please follow me, said. Then he just took Lu Feng and walked towards the GA Super Tier 1 level area. And at this time, after entering the GA area, there were also a few customers inside picking out clothes. Looking at Lu Feng's dress, they were also curious, because looking at Lu Feng's dress, how it does not look like people who can afford to buy Armani clothes, but they did not say anything more, because people Armani shopkeepers did not dislike it, and they would not be a dog with a rat to meddle in their own business. But there are exceptions to everything. At this moment, a man wearing an thick gold necklace on top of his neck, and all of his fingers were covered with gold rings, and a woman dressed up in a sultry outfit on the side, pinched their noses in disgust after taking a look at Lu Feng. What's the matter with you guys? How even beggars are brought to the store. At the expense of you or international brands it, the sultry woman said meanly. The thuggish man on the side chimed in as well. Some people, they just like to pretend asterisk. Obviously you can't afford Armani and you have to come in and look around. It's a different matter if you can afford to pay for it if you accidentally soil a certain piece of clothing. But if you listen to me and keep me happy, I'll make sure you eat and drink. Yeah, hubby, what are you talking about? I'll definitely listen to you. Ha, good. In that case, then when I'm done with this dress, I'll take you bag shopping later. The man looked at Lu Feng with a haughty face and said. The other guests didn't say much when they heard it. They also thought that Lu Feng simply couldn't afford Armani's clothes in this outfit. It was expected that after the sarcasm, Lu Feng would run away in ashes. Who would have thought that Lu Feng just smiled faintly when he heard this, and the guide on the side was embarrassed when he heard it. Hurriedly, he said to Lu Feng, Don't worry sir, our Armani treats all customers equally. When Lu Feng heard the words of the guide, he just didn't say anything and just looked faintly at the fat man across the street. The fat man was scared by Lu Feng's look, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his female companion, so he could only say stiffly, What's the matter, brat, am I wrong? And you dare to come up and hit me? I'm a man of quality. Unlike some people who earn a little money and then float away, bringing their adopted mistresses around to belittle others. Lu Feng opened his mouth to mock. When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he was instantly enraged, and came up to hit Lu Feng. But looking at the calm Lu Feng, the man was a bit confused, so he had to put down his hand, but he refused to lose face, so he could only open his mouth and say, "Humph, you want to piss me off and make me beat you up so you can blackmail me for money, right? I'm telling you, no way. Grind." Lu Feng heard the man's words are speechless. Do not dare to take action, but also pull so much why? Just you. You don't deserve it yet, Lu Feng said and took out a bank card from inside his wallet and handed it to the guide at the side. This series, all of them get me a set of the same, just a little short of clothes. The guide carefully took the card handed over by Lu Feng. When the male on the side saw Lu Feng's action, he directly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you really think you're rich, and take a set all the same. Do you have money? You don't have only $100 in your card. The sultry woman also spoke sarcastically. That's right, you have to puff up your face. If you really want Armani clothes, apologize to my husband and admit that you can't afford it. I'll let my husband buy you a set. The thug's heart panicked when he heard what the woman said, and he was afraid that he would really have to buy a set for Lu Feng when the time came. The costumes in this area were very expensive. Just taking out a set would cost more than $100,000. He couldn't afford to buy them for Lu Feng. But now that the woman's words had been spoken, the man had no choice but to force himself to calm down and say, "Yeah, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll buy you 1 inch." The thuggish man was afraid that Lu Feng would really apologize, so he added another line for Lu Feng to kneel down, trying to make Lu Feng know what to do. Lu Feng looked at the two people in front of him are speechless. He has long been not the previous self. After experiencing so many things, Lu Feng's mentality has long changed. In the face of such a jumping clown, Lu Feng do not even want to pay attention. Please help me pack it up. Keep 1 set for me to change later, Lu Feng said to the guide beside him. Oh, okay. But sir, let me ask one more time. Do you really need so many sets? The shopper asked in a whisper. The thug man didn't recognize the gold card that Lu Feng took out, but the guide did. And those who could hold this kind of gold card were worth hundreds of millions of dollars at least. Sure. Go get ready, Lu Feng said lightly. When the shopper heard Lu Feng's words, she directly ran over to swipe her card and prepared to help Lu Feng prepare the clothes. Still pretending. I'd like to see. Can you swipe in your bank card? The man and the sultry woman said coldly. The other customers inside the store were also very curious and looked at the shop assistant who was swiping her card. Drip, drip, drip. As the sound of a successful swipe rang out, the bill hit. The crowd of onlookers, including the thuggish man, froze. Really successful payment. To know that this is not a few $1,000s. These sets of clothes have to be millions of dollars. Just like this random payment success. The thug man's mind was in a frenzy of horror. Kick the can down the road. People really have money, is the first thought in the minds of thuggish men. The thug man and the sultry woman looked embarrassed. After all, it was the two of them who had just bitten Lu Feng that he had no money and looked down on him, even asking him to kneel down and apologize to them. But it turned out that Lu Feng really did have all this money. And looking at Lu Feng's expression of not caring, it showed that spending this more than $1 million on clothes was simply a piece of cake. It seemed like a loud slap in the face of the thuggish man and the sultry woman. Seeing that Lu Feng was still looking at him, the thuggish man panicked. This was someone who could casually take out more than $1 million to buy clothes. His identity and origin was only enormous. I can't believe I just mocked such a bigot. The man is already sweating just thinking about it. And at this time, the female guy did not think so much. She was now happy to death. Sell more than $1 million of clothes at once. She performance instantly over the top, but also can take a large commission. Cannot be happy. Sir, all the clothes you want are packed. Here is your bank card. I've reserved a set of casual style clothes for you. It especially matches your temperament. The guide walked over and said, and also threw a wink at Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly ignored the guide's seduction and put the card back into his wallet. After collecting the wallet, Lu Feng looked at the man, who at this time had been scared by Lu Feng and his legs were trembling. This sir? Yes, it was my fault, the male said with an expression worse than tears. I can't afford your name sir. Lu Feng patted the man's shoulder and led the guy to change his clothes. The man was directly frozen in place, not daring to move, until Lu Feng changed his clothes and walked out. Looking at the handsome Lu Feng, the guide's eyes were all peachy inside. The fat man was even more flustered as he looked at Lu Feng, who had an outstanding temperament and a big brotherly air. Sir, it's my fault for not recognizing you. Forgive me. Lu Feng ignored the man. After all, There was no need for him to bother with a small person with his current stature. Straight away with the guide who was carrying a large bag, she just spoke faintly as she passed the man. Today I'm in a good mood. I won't be general with you. In the future remember not to be dog-eyed. It was only after the man heard this that he let out a sharp sigh of relief, knowing that Lu Feng had let him off the hook. Hubby, why are you suddenly like this? The sultry woman hadn't yet seen reality. Pop. Chapter 59, Returning to the Magic City. The man slapped the woman directly in the face. What are you doing? The woman said, directly confused by the blow. It's not you. If it wasn't for you, how would I have gotten in trouble with the big man? The man said angrily. Now you're blaming me. Didn't you just sneer at people and make them kneel? Now you know you're scared. How dare you talk back, you? Let's see if I can beat you to death. The man said and was about to do it, but he was stopped by an Armani clerk. Sir, please behave yourself. The man could only leave in anger when he heard that and put in a harsh word as he went. Luckily the big man is in a good mood today. He spared me, or I would have beaten you to death. Lu Feng didn't know that these things happened in the store after he left. At this time he was opening the trunk of the car and put the clothes he just bought in. Sir, can I buy you dinner tonight? Thank you for letting me take so much commission, the female guide said. Lu Feng instantly understood what the female guide meant when he heard her words. I'm sorry, I'm not available. Lu Feng rebuffed directly. Seeing Lu Feng's refusal, the female guide had to die. Lu Feng then drove off. He still had to finalize the group's move with Zhao Yun. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the group. After arriving at the group, Lu Feng walked directly into Zhao Yun's office. Old Zhao, how did the meeting go? Lu Feng said as soon as he entered the door. When Zhao Yun saw Lu Feng coming, he also hurriedly stood up. Lu Dong, you're back. Well, it's back. Have the members of the company been notified? Notified. The meeting was held very smoothly. This is also attributed to Lu Dongyua. Ha? What does it have to do with me? Lu Feng asked in confusion. If you hadn't given your employees a wage hike and a few pills of reassurance before, I don't think many of them would have been willing to come along when they knew we were moving. Ha ha ha, this is kind of mindless. It's still you who have the foresight. Zhao Yun said smilingly. Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao, you've learned to kiss ass too. I'm telling the truth. Oh, by the way, did you pick a spot in Mordor? Not yet. I'm going to go back to Mordor today. I'll come and choose a location then. The group relocation isn't a one-day thing anyway. That's true. Then as you said, what the company can't take with it at that time will all be sold to the Yachty Group. Well, you'll be in charge of this matter. The price is right. I only have one request. Foreign companies will not sell it to them for any amount of money they offer. Don't worry about that. I know. Lu Feng then arranged some more things for Zhao Yun, during which Zhao Yun said something about Wang Jingyan. Lu Dong, Wang Jingyan due to the evidence, embezzlement and molestation, bribery, has been several crimes. The court sentenced to 12 years of imprisonment. This is what he deserves. The group made him. He wants to destroy the group instead. Lu Feng said indifferently. By the way, Lu Dong, Wang Jingyan wishes to meet you. You see? No, tell him I don't have time. Okay, how's that Jason thing going? The evidence of misappropriation of company funds is conclusive. But the contract he signed with the European company is still under investigation. Well, it's really not good to confirm that this involves a foreign country. Then you should use your best efforts to earn to make him do 2 more years in jail, Lu Feng said as he took a sip of water. Okay, don't worry, Zhao Yun replied. Alright, there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to drive back to Devil's capital, Lu Feng said and stood up. I'll see you off. After exiting the sale, Lu Feng went straight onto the highway. He wanted to rush back to the Magic City before it got dark. On the way, Lu Feng sent a message to Enfeng, telling him to rush to Magic City as soon as possible. After receiving the news, Enfeng said that he would pack up his things today and would go tomorrow. Soon after, Lu Feng returned to Magic City and returned to Mission Hills International. Phew, I'm exhausted, Lu Feng lamented as soon as he entered the door and lay down on the sofa. It's not so easy to be the bossy president. So busy every day. I just want to be salty every day. After lying on the sofa for a while, Lu Feng went into the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, it was to send a message to Shin Chanu saying that he had returned to the Magic City. Shin Chanu's side also quickly replied when she received the message, telling Lu Feng to take a good rest. The two of them chatted like this with each other until late at night before Lu Feng fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up early and went out with the Wui Mountain Dahong robe he bought from the System Mall. It turned out that last night, Lu Feng got the phone number of the current hand of Magic City from Shin Chanu. To get up so early today and bring such an expensive gift is to visit each other. You should know that Lu Feng is holding the Wui Mountain's Dahongpo in his hand. And Wui Mountain is the only place in the world that has 12 ancient trees. And in order to protect the ancient trees, Wayashin Dahompo can only produce more than 1 catty per year. Due to the output is very rare, Wayashin Dahompo now the price of a gram of even sold to more than 10,000 yuan, on which there is still a price. It's still not something you can buy just because you have money. You also have to have a high status. Lu Feng this time in the mall inside the purchase of Wayashin Dahompo also enough 100 grams. And the packaging is very beautiful. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at a government compound according to the address given by Shin Chanu. After telling the guard at the door that he had an appointment, Lu Feng walked in without any problems. Looking at the small houses inside the compound and the flower gardens that were tended by specialized personnel, Lu Feng also sighed. It used to be that I really didn't think I'd ever get here again. You have to know that the people living in here are some retired and current bigwigs of Mordor and even the entire country of China. It is rumored that the last third-in-command of the state of China also lived here. Lu Feng didn't dare to wander around, and following the hints in the courtyard, he soon arrived in front of a small building. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng rang the doorbell in the courtyard of the small building. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Cut it out. As the door was opened, a woman around 40 years old appeared in front of Lu Feng. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged woman asked. My name is Lu Feng. I'm here to visit Mr. Li, Lu Feng hurriedly said. Hearing that it was Lu Feng, the middle-aged woman let him in because Elder Li had told her before that a man named Lu Feng would come to see him today. Lu Feng carefully stepped into the courtyard, and as soon as he entered, he saw a scene of vitality. A neatly arranged planter with many kinds of flowering plants, manzanita, scattergoods, allium, variegated wood, hydrangea, Patagonian, malus, stonecrop, dianthus, and a large, verdant vineyard. Beneath the grape arbor is a slate table with a chessboard carved into it. On the other side of the grapevine there are a few bird cages, in which a few pachyderms chirp and chirp, adding a little more life to the small yard. Please Mr. Lu wait here for a moment, the gentleman will be right out, said the middle-aged nanny. Oh, okay, Lu Feng agreed. As soon as the words fell, an athletic middle-aged man with dark hair walked out. Lu Feng saw the man and walked over to greet him. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Who expected that the man just looked at it lightly, ignored it, and sat down directly under the grapevine. Lu Feng was immediately embarrassed. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you sit down? Chapter 60, A Hand in the Magic City. Li Zhenghua said faintly. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly walked over to sit down. I heard from Iris that you want to move the sailor group to Magic City, right? Yes. So in what capacity did you come to me on this matter? I'm curious about your relationship with Iris then. Lu Feng's head instantly turned big when he heard these questions. Yes. In what capacity did he come here? Although the two liked each other, they didn't establish a relationship for some reason. And this big brother of big brothers in front of him was obviously familiar with Shin Chanu, which made him not know how to answer at once. What? Can't you answer that? The man smiled faintly. Mrs. Wu, bring me my tea set and tea leaves. Yes sir, Wu Ma answered. Soon Wu Ma set a fine set of tea utensils on top of the table, and a few types of tea leaves were brought over. Li Zhenghua picked up the tea leaves and was about to make tea. Lu Feng saw such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? And hurriedly took out the Wui Mountain Dahong robe that he had brought with him. You try the tea I brought. With that, he handed over the tea. With an inexplicable smile on his face, Li Zhenghua took the tea. Do I count this as a bribe? Li Zhenghua said with a smile. When Lu Feng heard this, he hurriedly said, this is my filial honor to my elders on behalf of Long Kite. How can it be considered a bribe? Oh, on behalf of little Iris. What's your relationship with him? Li Zhenghua asked with a smirk like an old fox. This, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. Why? How do you represent her when you're not related? Lu Feng saw that Li Zhenghua had to ask for something. His heart was hard, and his teeth clenched and said, Chang Kite and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Although it's not publicized now for some reasons, but I believe I will one day appear in the Shin family in a bright and honorable way. Ha 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 ha. Boy, ideals are good. It's because of the Li family, right, but as far as I know, it seems like the Shen and Li families are going to be joined in marriage. And I just happen to be surnamed Li Ah, Li Zhenghua directly said with a big smile. Rolling. Li Zhenghua's words seemed like a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's mind. He just remembered that the big man in front of him is surnamed Li Ah, and is so familiar with Shin Chanu. This must be someone from the Li family in the imperial capital. Ah, what kind of thing is this? Stealing someone's kiss in front of them. Isn't that looking for death? Chuang Kite. Ah, I might have to hang up. Lu Feng thought in his heart. Kid, why don't you say anything? Scared silly? Li Zhenghua asked with a smile. It was only when Lu Feng heard the question that he reacted. So you, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. Seeing Lu Feng in this state, Li Zhanghua felt that he couldn't tease this kid anymore, so he directly opened his mouth and said, I am indeed a member of the Li family, but I don't ask about the Li family's affairs. Those of us in power can't have a small family in our hearts. What we care about in our hearts is the big family of China. So, kid, I'm not going to bother with the rivalry between you and my nephew, and I'm not going to suppress you just because you're my nephew's love interest. You guys just play fair. Lu Feng kind of couldn't believe his ears. The big man in front of him actually said this. It was just too unbelievable. But on second thought, it is right. Sitting in their position, they have long given up the small family. The heart is loaded with the people. It is with such a group of selfless people that the country of China is able to flourish. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was touched for a moment in his heart and stood up and bowed to Li Zhanghua. Ha ha ha, boy, is this your way of thanking me? No, I bow to you not because you are public about me and your nephew, but I admire your breadth of mind. And it is because of people like you leading us that we common people are living better and better lives. So, this salute of mine is performed in place of the general public, Lu Feng said with a serious face. When Li Zhanghua heard this, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, okay, I accept. You can sit back down. Only then did Lu Feng slowly sit back down. Since you have this heart, I, the elder, will taste the tea you gave me instead of Shaokite, Li Zhanghua said and opened the package. After opening it, a light fragrance came to his nose, and Li Zhenggua's eyes widened when he smelled this flavor. Good boy. What a great deal. If I smelled it correctly, this is the great red robe of Wui Mountain, right? Li Zhanghua asked as he looked at Lu Feng. You are really knowledgeable. It is exactly Wui Mountain de Hongpo. Lu Feng returned. That's something. That must be 100 grams. Wui Mountain has had a conservation policy for the past few years, and the annual yield is just over a pound. To be honest, in my position, the annual share is only about 50 grams. Li Zhanghua was really a bit surprised, and at the same time, he was also curious about what kind of person Lu Feng was actually able to get over so many big red robes. But even though he was curious in his heart, he didn't really ask Lu Feng where he got it. Chuan Kite was indebted to your care in Magic City, so the late generation sent these just to thank you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, what a brat. You're treating Kite as your girlfriend now. I can tell you, Shin family's old ghost that off cannot be easy to pass off. With your sale power group director status can be far from enough, Li Zhanghua said. I will try my best, Lu Feng said with a firm face. Ha ha, good job. Ambitious. I now very much want to see Shin old ghost's expression when he sees you. Li Zhanghua laughed out loud as if he thought of something funny. The cabbage that you raised with great difficulty. Ha 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 ha, the result was arched by a pig. Shin old ghost will probably kill you. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. When Lu Feng heard this, he could only snap his toes to the ground in embarrassment. After a while, the tea was ready. Li Zhanghua poured a cup for Lu Feng, and poured a cup for himself. Picking up the teacup, Li Zhanghua smelled it with an intoxicated face before slowly savoring it. Lu Feng did not understand tea, but he picked up his teacup and finished it in one sip. This scene was seen by Li Zhanghua, who called out that Lu Feng didn't know how to appreciate and wasted. This tea is a waste for you kid to drink, Li Zhanghua said heartily. It's not that I don't know anything about tea. Lu Feng touched his head in embarrassment. Nah. This is a small can of Lion Peak Dragon Well. You kid take it back to practice when the time comes, Li Zhanghua said and took a small can of tea from the top of the table and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't push back and accepted it directly. Kid, what are you looking for me this time? Li Zhanghua asked while drinking tea. Lu Feng saw that Li Zhanghua finally asked for business and hurriedly said, here's the thing. I want the Sailor Group to relocate to Magic City. Why move when you're fine? Because the kid offended someone over there and was afraid of trouble. So it was better to just relocate and save the trouble. So what did you come to me for? Do you want support or territory or what? Just want some incentives or something, Lu Feng said with a hefty smile. But what should you use to impress me? There are so many companies in Mordor that are stronger than Sailor Power. Do you have any advantage? Lu Feng had already had his wording for Li Zhenggua's question. You should know that nowadays, in the new energy market, all car companies are working hard on research and development. Whoever can stay one step ahead can make a lot of money inside the new energy field. And I have super battery technology in my hands, which can last up to 2,000 kilometers when placed in a car, Lu Feng said indifferently. What? Li Zhanghua let out a cry of shock. It wasn't that he didn't have the stamina, but Lu Feng's words were too shocking. What is the concept of 2,000 kilometers? Tesla's car is only 1,000 kilometers, which is ahead of many car companies, jumped to become the first in the field of new energy. But now Lu Feng said that the technology in his hands was twice as much as Tesla's, and Li Zhanghua was really surprised. Is it true what you kid said? You can't joke about this kind of thing. It's true. It's true. Chapter 61, Moving into the Manor. Li Zhenghua looked at Lu Feng, who had a serious face, and in his heart, he was sure that he really wasn't lying. Kid, you're giving me a big surprise, Li Zhenghua said with a smile. It's all a surprise. Then you see if our group can get some policy subsidies. Lu Feng looked at Li Zhenghua expectantly and said, ha ha ha, you kid, you have such a good offer. Plus Iris's relationship. I can't help but give you the best deal. Hey, thank you then. Thank me is exempt, but I can ugly words in front. You and your group to give me to comply with the law. If let me know that you did something bad, do not blame me not polite Li Zhenghua said with a stern face. I guarantee that all of my businesses are in compliance with the law. Lu Feng said immediately. All businesses? Do you have any other businesses? A little bit. Ha ha ha, you're good kid. Tell me what it's all about. It's just that I still hold some shares in the Tianyu Group and then some shares in the Ferrari Group, Lu Feng said modestly. Li Zhenghua was shocked by Lu Feng again. Is that Tianyu Group you're talking about, the Tianyu Group in Magic City? Yeah. Ferrari wouldn't be the same Ferrari that announced it was settling in Mordor some time ago, would it? Yeah, the Ferrari that just landed in Mordor. Good boy. I really can't see through you more and more. Li Zhenghua sighed. Ha. Lu Feng giggled. Well, it just so happens that there was a group that went bankrupt before, and all of its industries were auctioned off, and there just so happens to be office buildings and factories that you need, so you can just go and shoot them yourself at that time, but I can remind you to prepare a lot of money. There are a lot of people staring at these industries. There is also the fact that by the time after the sale power moved over, all the preferential policies I will give you the highest, so it's always okay, Li Zhenghua said. That's fine. Thank you so much indeed. Lu Feng hurriedly thanked him. Ha. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, because Ferrari settled in Mordor. The last time I went to the meeting I made a big splash, and now your family is also going to settle in Mordor. Although it will definitely not be able to compare to Ferrari in a short period of time, I believe that Fondly will be able to surpass Ferrari and contribute more GDP to Mordor. I'll take your word for it. Then, by the way, Lu kid, since you have such good technology, why don't you set up a company, one that specializes in producing batteries? When the time comes, you can sell the produced batteries to other domestic car companies. Li Zhenghua said. Lu Feng heard the words of Li Zhenghua, mouse eye suddenly opened. Yes, how they did not think of It is true that ginger is still old and spicy. Li Zhenghua's experience is still far more than the current Lu Feng. Thank you so much for your teachings. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine, Lu Feng said as he picked up his teacup and took another sip. This cow chewing and drinking made Li Zhenghua cry and laugh as well. The two had a long conversation afterward, during which Li Zhenghua even asked Lu Feng to neuter the super battery technology when the time came. For example, if the original range is 2,000 kilometers, castrate it to 1,500 kilometers and sell it to other car companies. The sale group itself still use 2,000 kilometers. Not only can you make more money this way, but you don't have to worry about taking the wind out of the sale car sales with other car companies. Lu Feng heard, cannot help but sigh in the heart. Really worthy of a hand in Mordor, which if you go into business, it is estimated to be another size of the horse. And after such a long time of chatting, Li Zhenghua also appreciated Lu Feng as a rising star. Compared to those old men in the business world, Lu Feng has a kind of sincerity in him. And from the conversation we can tell that Lu Feng is not the kind of person who is only interested in profit, and he has a heart of his own. The two of them chatted much more as if they had forgotten years, until Wuma made dinner and called the two of them to eat. Only then did the two of them stop reluctantly. Sitting on top of the dinner table, Li Zhenghua still kept praising Lu Feng. If all the merchants in China were like you, I can't even imagine what kind of peaceful world it would be. We still have a lot of excellent entrepreneurs in China, such as Elder Zhang of Weihua, who fought against the entire chip industry with his own strength. Lu Feng quipped. Yeah, but it's still more of a bunch of little people who only care about their own interests. The meal went on for over an hour before the two of them finished, because Li Zhenghua had a meeting to attend in the afternoon. Lu Feng left after eating. Uncle Li, I'm leaving, Lu Feng said as he waved his hand. Li Zhenghua, on the other hand, stood in the courtyard watching him. In just one morning, Lu Feng managed to climb into a relationship with Li Zhenghua, and now uncle is even called out. Li Zhenghua looked at the distant Lu Feng and fell into deep thought. What kind of person are you, to have such technology as a super battery in your hands, but with such a mediocre life resume, even fatherless and motherless, raised by his eldest uncle? It's as if it grew overnight. Big conglomerates like Ferrari, Sale, Sky, shopping malls and estates, all in your pocket in a short period of time. Is it the person who represents that big family or organization pushed to the table? I hope you're really as abject as you appear to be. If you've really done anything to wrong the country of China or its people, whatever you are, I will bring you to justice. Lu Feng did not expect that just by meeting Li Dinghua had thought so much. At this time, he had already driven back to the Mission Hills neighborhood because En Feng called him and said that he had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Soon, the car sped along and made it back to Mission Hills International. En Feng, here, Lu Feng greeted. En Feng, who was standing by the roadside, saw Lu Feng and hurried over. Sir, I'm coming. Where's your wife? She's in the hotel I'm temporarily renting. Okay, bring your wife with you. Then we'll go somewhere, Lu Feng said. The two of them then got into the car and picked up En Wan, and turned around to go directly to the idle cloud villa. That's right, Lu Feng just happened to take advantage of this time when En Feng came over and was ready to just move to the idle cloud villa. After all, in the future, he would also be someone with a bodyguard. That big flat he had was obviously not suitable to live with En Feng and his wife, so moving to the manor was the best choice. It just so happened that Lu Feng wanted to experience what it was like to live in a manor as well. The car soon arrived in front of the estate. Mr. and Mrs. En Feng looked at the sprawling manor in front of them and were dumbfounded for a moment. Sir, is this your house? En Feng asked in surprise. Yes, does it look good? We will live here from now on, Lu Feng said with a smile. En Feng couldn't believe his ears when he heard it, and he didn't react until En Wan opened her mouth. Mr. Lu, we really can't live here. We'd better find our own house to live in. You're already too good to us. En Wan said softly. Yes sir, we've already received too many favors from you. How can we live in your house again? En Feng chimed in. Looking at the two with serious faces, Lu Feng knew that if he couldn't come up with a good reason today, the couple wouldn't stay here. So you don't live here. Where do you live as a bodyguard? In case someone comes to sneak up on me at night, and you drive back in time. Aha! Hearing Lu Feng's words, En Feng didn't know how to retort because what Lu Feng said was indeed the truth. But he didn't want to trouble Lu Feng anymore. Lu Feng saw that they didn't say anything and directly opened his mouth and said, and it's not like I'm asking you to live with me. There are several other houses on this estate, so you can just pick one and live there. After Lu Feng's persuasion, the two En Fengs finally agreed, but they demanded to pay the rent when the time came. When Lu Feng heard this, he directly laughed. Ha 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 ha, we'll talk about that later. Let's go see your new home first, said he swept his retina over the top of the instrument and opened the gate to the manor. Chapter 62, A Gentleman Takes Revenge from Morning to Night. As soon as they entered the manor, Mr. and Mrs. En Feng were shocked by the luxurious arrangement. Inside the huge garden, all kinds of valuable trees were standing, and the whole garden was created according to the Soviet style. Luxurious but not elegant, atmospheric but not gentle, as if in the forest as comfortable, smelling the fresh scent from the flowers and trees. Both of them were mesmerized. Let's go. There will be time to slowly appreciate it later. Let me take you guys to see the house first, Lu Feng said with a smile. The two heard this and hurriedly followed Lu Feng. Soon, Lu Feng led the two of them to the side of the villa building. Looking at the luxuriously decorated villa, En Wan nervously squeezed En Feng's arm. Feeling his wife's nervousness, En Feng immediately held her hand. You guys pick one. Inside these 3 auxiliary villas, Lu Feng said as he looked at En Feng. Upon hearing this, En Feng hastened to say that living anywhere was fine. Sir, you make the arrangements. We're all set. Alright then, you'll be staying in the right set of the main villa then, Lu Feng said and led them to the door of the No. 1 Vice Villa. Then he opened the door of the villa and led En Feng and the two of them inside. En Feng walked into this villa, and what he saw at a glance was extreme luxury. The high-ceilinged foyer, round arched windows and cornerstone masonry, showing the magnificence and classical. Through the window sunshine and breeze in the moment can also feel a hint of freshness of nature. En Feng and En Wan looked at the house in disbelief. It was actually the house they would live in later. How is it? It's not bad, so when it's time to clean up and buy some daily necessities, you guys will live here, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two people who were shocked. In fact, not to mention En Feng's two families were shocked. Lu Feng was also stunned by the luxurious scene when he looked at the house before, and it took a long time for him to react. Sir, isn't this too luxurious? En Feng said cautiously. En Wan on the side didn't even dare to speak, just standing behind her own husband. Seeing that En Feng was still so formal, Lu Feng opened his mouth in order to dispel his concerns. I have you to thank for letting you stay here. Otherwise I'd be scared to live alone in such a large estate. Besides, En Feng, you live next door to me, and it's still hard on you. You still have to be on call 24 hours a day. Lu Feng opened his mouth and said smilingly. Mr. and Mrs. En Feng were also slightly relieved after hearing Lu Feng's explanation. It is my duty to protect you 24 hours a day, En Feng said with a firm face. After Lu Feng cured his wife, and Feng had already decided to give his life to Lu Feng. Not to mention living inside such a nice villa with 24-hour protection. It was to have an Feng stand guard at the entrance of Lu Feng's villa 24 hours a day, and Feng would have firmly carried it out. Alright, I'll have someone send some daily necessities to the manor later. We'll be living here from today onwards, Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette and handed one to Feng. He then lit one himself, and considering in one, Lu Feng directly took Feng out. The two walked over to a stone table next to the villa and sat down. Did you finish off the redhead? Lu Feng said as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Yes, and no one will suspect you, sir. Oh, tell me. Feng then explained to Lu Feng what had happened. As it turns out, when Lu Feng was preparing to leave Fat City, Feng approached Lu Feng and said that he wanted to take care of red hair in order to eliminate any future problems, and he hoped that Lu Feng would agree. Lu Feng considered it and felt that Feng was right, but not wanting Feng to leave another hit behind, he purchased a potion inside the system mall. This agent is called a nerve disorder agent, not fatal, but once injected with this agent will of dementia, is commonly known as the little cute. After Feng got the potion given by Lu Feng, he sneaked into Red Hair's villa that night while it was still dark. Redhead didn't realize at this point that he was about to play it out. He had just finished 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. He was sleeping with his 2 chicks in his arms, and the 2 big battles had directly exhausted him. Feng observed carefully, after confirming that the red hair was indeed asleep. Taking out the sleeping potion given by Lu Feng, he gently opened the window of Redhead's bedroom and sprinkled the potion all over the inside of the bedroom. Feng looked at his watch, and 5 minutes later, Feng carefully tumbled in through the window, gently walking to the bedside. Looking at the sleeping redhead, Feng slowly lifted the covers and drew the nerve potion inside the syringe, shining a shot up the redhead's ass. After doing these things and making sure that there was no evidence left at the scene, Feng flipped out of the window again. After hearing Feng's words, Lu Feng also smiled comfortably. What gentleman's revenge is not too late. Sorry, in Lu Feng's case it's a gentleman's revenge. From morning to night. Well, you've done a great job. Since they want my life, I naturally won't let them have a good time either. Lu Feng said coldly. Didn't you say that apart from red hair, there are others? You tell me. I'll go back to Face City today and sort them out piece by piece. Feng said in a cold tone. It was as if Wei Changqing and their human lives were not as good as a cat or a dog in its eyes. Lu Feng smiled faintly after hearing Feng's words. Feng, there are times when you want to destroy someone. It doesn't have to be that bloody. We can move our hands to make him lose his name and his family. I don't quite understand what you mean. Ha ha ha, you just need to understand that I won't let them go. Now the group is still in the Fat City, not moved out, all in order to prevent them from doggedly jumping over the wall. Let them have 2 more days of good life. Feng didn't say anything more. He just stated that he would do whatever Lu Feng told him to do. Alright, Feng, today is also considered to be the first day we moved into our new home. I'll have the hotel send over some wine and food. Let's have a good celebration. Lu Feng said as he got up with a smile. Sir, there's no need to ask the hotel to send it over. One heir's cooking is not inferior to a hotel chef, said Feng. Oh, yeah, well, I'm in for a treat tonight. Then I'll take Wanner and go buy food first. You take a rest. I'll call you directly when it's done. Feng finished and went back to call Wan. Wan hurriedly pulled Feng and ran out when she heard her husband say that Mr. Lu wanted to eat his own cooking. Hurry up. Mr. Lu wants to eat my cooking. I have to rush to buy fresh ingredients. Wan hurriedly pulled Feng and ran out of the villa. When she saw Lu Feng, who had not left, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu. Lu Feng saw the 2 families running out and took out the car keys from inside his pocket and said, It's still a bit far from the grocery store. Take the car, he said and handed Feng the keys. After Feng received the key, he was pulled away by Wan. Mr. Lu, just wait until you taste my handiwork, Wan said as she ran. Ha ha ha, good, I'll wait for your meal. Lu Feng laughed as well. Looking at the 2 who were far away, Lu Feng returned to his villa. Sitting on top of the sofa, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and opened the Same City Rush delivery, asking them to help him go inside the mall to shop for a batch of daily necessities and send them over to him. Although the villa was all decorated and fully furnished, some of the daily necessities were still missing. Soon, about an hour later, Mr. and Mrs. Feng came back from grocery shopping. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lu Feng curiously turned on the monitor in the living room. Sir, please open the gate. We can't get in. Feng said to the camera as he stood outside the gate of the manor. Chapter 63, Millions of Dollars a Year. Aha. Lu Feng looked at Mr. and Mrs. Feng in the camera, and then he remembered that he hadn't entered their fingerprints and pupils inside the security system. Although they drove out in Lu Feng's car, the license plate can only pass through the first gate, and the manners gate still needs pupils or face fingerprints to enter. We've got a visitor. Do we let him through? With the sound from the security system, Lu Feng heard it and chose to release the two Infengs before they came in. Lu Feng also walked out of the villa after seeing Infeng enter. Sir, your car keys. Infeng came to Lu Feng to return the car keys after parking the car. As for Inwan, she had long ago gone back with a big bag of ingredients to prepare dinner for Lu Feng. Aha! Hard work. Tomorrow you will go with me to Mission Hills International and drive the cars inside the garage to the manor. No one will live there for a while. Lu Feng spoke. Yes, sir, let's go. I can't wait to taste Inwan's handiwork, he said and walked towards Infeng's villa. Seeing this, Infeng followed Lu Feng. Inwan was preparing the ingredients at this time, and when she saw Lu Feng walk in, she hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, please sit in the living room and wait a moment. The meal will be ready in a moment. Ha ha ha, take your time. There's no rush, Lu Feng said with a smile before sitting on top of the sofa in the living room. Lu Feng then introduced Infeng to the villa's security system, saying that after dinner he would record the two of them for pupil fingerprints and whatnot. Infeng sighed directly after hearing about the manor's defense system. Sir, this could be called a fortress. If we had 7 or 8 more bodyguards, all armed, I'm sure even 100 men outside couldn't get in. Ha ha ha, the bodyguard will follow, but the gun will come later, Lu Feng said. And Feng went on to raise many questions about the defense of the manor, and Lu Feng was directly made to laugh and cry by Infeng's words after hearing them. It's a manor house. It's a place to live. Since it's a place to stay, it must be comfortable. If we do as you suggest, the manor will really be a fortress. China's gun ban is so serious. At most it's just someone coming over to assassinate. But the manor's defense can't even be blasted by a rocket launcher. You're right. He. And Feng said as he scratched his head at the words. The two chatted for a while longer until they stopped at the smell of a meal. It's time to eat, Mr. Lu, Feng, and Wan said as she carried a pot of chicken soup. Under Wan's greeting, Lu Feng sat down at the table with Feng, looking at a large table of authentic Hui cuisine in front of him. Lu Feng appetite. So much done, said Lu Feng. The time is still too little. Otherwise, I could have made you more, and Wan said with a smile. You taste it. In Wan's expectant eyes, Lu Feng picked up a piece of tiger fur tofu and put it in his mouth. The tofu is charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and it is so delicious that it directly mesmerizes Lu Feng. Yummy yummy, it's really especially delicious, Lu Feng said as he chucked up another piece. If it's delicious you can eat more. I'll cook for you every day in the future, Wan said. Lu Feng hurriedly said when he heard Wan's words. How can that be? You'd be babysitting, wouldn't you? Who would have thought that when Wan heard Lu Feng's words, she hemmed and hawed and said, Isn't that just right? My family's Feng is your bodyguard and I'm your nanny. No, Lu Feng still refused. It's fine, sir, you're alone now, and you don't have a cook, so let Xiaowan cook for you in the future. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks, and Feng also said at the side. Lu Feng thought about it and stopped excusing himself. A meal was quickly finished. Lu Feng wanted to help brush the dishes, and Wan and Feng said nothing to agree. Lu Feng had to pull Feng out. Is something the matter, sir? Feng asked curiously. Nothing much, just talking about your paycheck, Lu Feng said. How can we ask for your salary when you saved my wife's life at such a great cost? Even spared me, the assassin who killed you, and gave us such a nice house. How can we ask for your money? Feng hastily refused. Lu Feng looked at Feng's resolute refusal to accept the money and was also in trouble. Suddenly, Lu Feng said as if he had thought of something. Then you don't want my paycheck. You keep me every day what you spend. Do you have any money left? You still have to cook and eat for me every day and buy food. Where are you going to get the money? I'll figure this out. You don't have to worry about it. We can't ask for your money anyway. Feng said still firmly. Then you have to protect me every day. Where do you find the time to get money? And your wife has to cook every day, and has just recovered from a serious illness. Where is she going to get money? Lu Feng's words silenced Feng. Lu Feng saw that Feng didn't speak anymore and spoke again. Tell you what. I'll pay you according to the top international bodyguards. $1 million a year. So don't reject it. You're worth that price. As for your wife, she's such a good cook. She must be a great chef at the hotel. I'll offer her $50,000 a month. Is that okay? No. We can't have that much. Why not? You're on call 24/7. And I'm taking advantage of it, to say the least. Then my wife's salary is too high. Just cooking for you. They're worth $50,000 a month. Yo, Are you saying that my Lu Feng's personal chef doesn't come with a $50,000 salary? No, Mr. Lu, that's not what I meant. And Feng was instantly anxious. Just don't mean that. That's all I'm saying. And besides, the $50,000 for your wife includes money for groceries. Seeing Lu Feng say this, and Feng could only agree. After determining the salaries of the two men, Lu Feng directly gave Feng 5 million yuan and left. And Feng looked at the astonishing string of numbers on top of his cell phone and hurried back to discuss it with his wife. What? You actually took money from Mr. Lu and Feng? How could you go so far? And Wan called out directly after hearing In Feng's words. How dare you ask for Mr. Lu's money? If it wasn't for Mr. Lu, I might have died. And now that Mr. Lu saved us and arranged such a nice place for us to live, you still want Mr. Lu's money? You hurry up and go with me to find Mr. Lu and return the money to him. And Wan said and pulled Feng out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Lu Feng, who had just been lying on the sofa and was ready to brush a short video for a while, heard the doorbell. Seeing that above the living room monitor, the two Fengs were displayed, Lu Feng opened the door with a puzzled face. Why are you two here? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Mr. Lu, we can't take your money, and Wan said directly. Then he said that he was going to transfer the money to Lu Feng again. Lu Feng looked at Feng with a puzzled face and then at Wan, still not understanding what was going on. And Feng had to say why when he saw it. After Lu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but cry and laugh. So he had to take out the same set he used to deal with Feng to deal with Wan again. Who knows that Wan simply does not eat this set. She said that Feng has to protect Lu Feng 24 hours a day, do not have time. But she only need to cook a few meals a day. There is plenty of time. You can go out to work in the hotel to earn money to buy food for Lu Feng to cook. Lu Feng heard this and was touched. These two families are genuinely good to themselves, then they cannot treat them even more. Thinking of this, Lu Feng opened his mouth and said, but, I'm very demanding when it comes to food. It costs a lot of money to buy food. When Wan heard this, she directly stated that she could work 2 more jobs so that she would have enough money to buy food and cook for Lu Feng. Lu Feng saw that Wan was dead set against it, so he could only use the killer tactic. Anyway, you must follow my words here. If you can't accept it, then leave, Lu Feng said with a stern face. Seeing that Lu Feng was angry, the two couples panicked and hurriedly said that they would listen to Lu Feng. Lu Feng laughed and then said, then do it according to the wages I offer. You can either accept it or leave. There was nothing they could do. Seeing that Lu Feng had said so, the two could only agree. After sending the two away, Lu Feng also walked straight into the bathroom to wash up. Chapter 64 Ribbon Cutting Ceremony. Lu Feng, who had finished his bath, returned to his room and laid down on the bed and was about to go to sleep. Who expected the phone to ring again? The night gave me eyes. Lu Feng picked up the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be Chen Chen calling. Hey, Secretary Chen. What's up? Mr. Lu, the branch so staff has been recruited almost, so I want to ask you, when to move to the new factory there? Chen Chen said softly. Lu Feng only reacted when he heard Chen Chen's words. It's been a busy time, so he'd forgotten about the Ferrari, and it turns out that the staff is pretty much recruited. Tomorrow then. It just so happens that I'm looking for Enzo for something, said Lu Feng. Okay, tomorrow then, just as President Enzo's gift for you arrives, said Chen Chen. Oh, there's really a gift. I thought Enzo was just being polite, Lu Feng said with a smile. You can see for yourself the gift Mr. Enzo sent you tomorrow. You'll love it, Chen Chen said mysteriously. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lu Feng became even more curious, after which the two chatted for a few moments before hanging up the phone. Lu Feng directly laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng had just washed up and dressed ready to go out. He had just opened the door when he saw An Feng standing in the doorway. Morning, An Feng, Lu Feng said with a yawn. Good morning, sir, I've come to invite you to breakfast, said An Feng respectfully. When Lu Feng heard that there was still breakfast available, he followed An Feng to the next door. Good morning, Mr. Lu, and Wan greeted Lu Feng when she saw him. Early, Mr. Lu, come and eat. Lu Feng walked directly to the dining table and sat down. Grabbing his chopsticks, he took a slice of fried egg and started eating it. Well, the fire is just right, Lu Feng praised. Soon, Lu Feng settled for breakfast and then took An Feng out. After all, today is the day that Ferrari is officially in the Magic City. Since Chen Chen had notified in advance, it would be fine for Lu Feng to rush directly to the new factory. So Lu Feng planned to change his car at Mission Hills International. After all, he now had his own bodyguard and part-time driver. The car quickly arrived at Mission Hills International, and the security guard standing guard at the entrance was still the same 9527. Welcome home Mr. Lu, 9527 reporting to you. The security guard immediately stood up straight and saluted. Lu Feng took out a 9 to 5 from his car and handed it to the security guard. The security guard saw the scene and directly froze. Take it, Lu Feng added. The security guard took the cigarettes with a confused look on his face. Mr. Lu, this is not good. Gee, I brought it for you to smoke. It's okay. Let's go. The security guard stood there looking at the car going to the underground garage and muttered, Mr. Lu can be a really good person. Usually how can these rich owners look at us more than once? And Feng drove his car quickly to the downstairs of Lu Feng's house, and the two of them got out of the car. Lu Feng told Feng to wait here while he went up to get the key. Soon Lu Feng came down holding a large set of keys. Sir, what are you? And Feng asked as he looked at the car keys in Lu Feng's hand. Oh, this row of cars are all mine. Now I'll give you the car keys. After attending the event, you can slowly drive all these cars to the manor yourself, Lu Feng explained. And Feng looked at the rows of luxury cars and sighed in his heart that Mr. Lu was really rich. How about it? Can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Said Lu Feng. I can drive. I don't just drive cars. I can drive helicopters and tanks and such. And Feng said in a shocking way. Yo, I've picked up an all-round talent. You'll be given the helicopter to fly in the future as well, Lu Feng said with a smile. Afterward, and Feng opened the rear door for Lu Feng, letting him sit on it and directly ran out in this Rolls-Royce. Have a safe trip, Mr. Lu, 9527 said as he looked at the whizzing Rolls-Royce. The car sped all the way on the road. Other cars on the road saw the Rolls-Royce all avoided far away, afraid of running into this luxury car and the luxury car. Sir, this Rolls-Royce of yours shouldn't be an ordinary car, and Feng asked as he drove. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Feng asked. You see this car of yours? The window panes are standard German bulletproof glass. This bulletproof glass can't be penetrated by a single shot from an armor-piercing bullet, let alone some small caliber gun. And when I just opened the car door, I could clearly feel the weight of the door. If I'm not wrong, the inside is retrofitted with bulletproof steel plates. And Feng very professionally said the difference of this car. Hearing in Feng's explanation, Lu Feng felt more and more that he had really picked up a treasure this time. This was simply an all-round soldier king. You guessed it. This car is specially modified to be in the same fleet as the Mercedes-Benz Big G we drove before. The fleet has a total of 6 Mercedes-Benz Big G Charge Escorts, an Audi A8 bulletproof command vehicle, and then there's this Rolls-Royce main car, Lu Feng said. This fleet is very professionally modified, and with this fleet your safety is greatly increased, said Feng. Soon Feng arrived at Ferrari's new branch according to the address given by Lu Feng. The car stopped steadily, and Feng, who was wearing a suit, immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Lu Feng. Sir, here it is. Only then did Lu Feng slowly get out of the car. When Chen Xian saw Lu Feng get off the bus, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu, you're finally here. Well, it's not late, is it? No. How could it be? Chen Xian said while sizing up Feng behind Lu Feng. Lu Dong has changed his bodyguard again. How do I feel that this bodyguard seems to be very powerful? Chen Xian said in her heart. Lu Feng looked at the 3 words Ferrari 3 hanging above the gate and laughed out. I'm finally living up to my name as the president of Ferrari, Lu Feng said with a smile. Let's go. Secretary Chen, let's go in and take a look, said Lu Feng and walked into the factory gate. Looking at so many employees gathered underneath the office building, there were also some automobile engineers who came over from the Italian side as well as some management staff who assisted in Lu Feng's management. Accompanied by Chen Xian, Lu Feng walked straight up to the podium in the middle of the crowd, while Feng stayed below the podium to keep watch. Coughing. Hello everyone, I'm your president, Lu Feng. Nice to meet you all. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone who has chosen to join the Ferrari family. Lu Feng, who had spoken a great deal on the stage, had just wanted to stop for a drink of water when he heard someone speak. What's the matter, little wind? Why didn't you inform my old man about something as big as the company cutting? An old man with gray hair came over smilingly. Lu Feng hurried down as soon as he saw the old man. What brings you here, Gramps? You're a shareholder of our group. Can I not come to something as big as you? It turned out to be elderly Yunfeng, who had rushed over to congratulate Lu Feng when he heard that Ferrari was going to be cut today. Thank you for caring about me so much, Lu Feng said with a smile. Hurry up and bring over the gifts I prepared for little wind, the old man said as he turned his head to his entourage. The attendant heard the old man's words and said something over the intercom. Soon a crate pulling a load drove through the factory gates. Lu Feng curiously looked at the goods covered with a red cloth on top. Gramps, what have you prepared here? Just walk over there and see for yourself. Lu Feng heard the old man's words and walked to the front of the car, then lifted the red cloth. only to see that with the lifting of the red cloth, the eyes of all the people were attracted by what was in the car. What the car was pulling was a huge golden ox, and the ox was carrying a golden dollar on its back. Lu Feng looked at the golden calf in front of him, and then looked at the old man, and said, "This golden calf you gave me is not pure gold, is it? Ha 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 ha. What are you brats thinking? This is brass, but also pure gold. You see to sell me worth so much money." The old man laughed. "Ha ha ha, this is not a joke." Lu Feng said with a smile as well. "Thank you for this golden calf. I love it. It's good that you boys like it. You didn't give me any advance notice here. Time was too short to give away one of these. It's precious enough to trouble you." The two men stood by the cart and chatted while the attendant directed the men to unload the golden calf. Chapter 65 Yi Fan's arrival. Lu Feng, to show how much he liked the golden ox, directly asked the master to put the golden ox in the center of the office building square. "Sister Chen, isn't that old man the old director of Tianyu Group?" Just as Lu Feng was chatting with the old man, a little girl behind Shin Chanu asked in a small voice. Yes, it's elderly," Shin Chanu returned. "Our director still has friendship with elderly. This is a big man who really started from nothing," the little girl continued, and a few other employees also gathered around when they heard the two talking. "More than having a friendship, our Lu Dong is a shareholder of Tianyu Group," Chen Xian said with a proud face. Crash! A few of the people who had gathered around let out a low cry. "Really? The president is still a director of Tianyu?" said a young girl with glasses. "Yeah, how come they're all in their 20s and the president is so awesome?" "Of course it's true. Can't you see that elderly has come to send congratulatory gifts?" said another employee. All right, don't argue, be quiet," Chen Xian whispered. The crowd was silent when they heard it. "Then please take your seat and listen to the kid's speech," Lu Feng said to elderly with a smile. "Good, then I'll listen," said elderly smilingly. Just as Lu Feng had arranged for the old man to say a few more words, he was interrupted again. "Mr. Lu, uninvited, is everything okay?" Lu Feng looked for the sound, and without looking, he was shocked. "Why is this one here?" Lu Feng muttered in a small voice. But still, he quickly ran to the person who had spoken. "Yi Xiao, what kind of words are you saying? It's a great honor for me to have you here. Ha ha ha, it's good that you don't blame me for coming uninvited," Yi Fan said with a smile. That's right. The man in front of him was none other than Yi Weiming Yi Lao's only grandson, Yi Fan. Li Yunfeng elderly was also the first to see Yi Fan, but he didn't get up. He just sat there and guessed up what the hell Lu Feng was from. That he could actually make Elder Ye's grandson take the initiative to send a congratulatory gift. "I'm more than happy that you're here," Lu Feng said. "I still have to apologize to you. Last time my incompetent cousin and his girlfriend bumped into you and Sister Chuan Kue, I originally said that after the birthday banquet, I would have them both come over to apologize to you, but I was really too busy, so I forgot about it." Piggy will never admit that he forgot about it. Ha ha ha. "But don't worry, after my grandfather found out about this, he immediately grounded my cousin for 3 months, and that girlfriend of his was also kicked out by me," Yi Fan said. Lu Feng heard Yi Fan talk about it and he remembered. Otherwise he would have forgotten about it long ago. "It's all in the past. Let's not mention it today," Lu Feng said. "Well, it's a great day. Let's not talk about that bad luck." "Then please take your seat, young Master Yi. I'll treat you to dinner after the ribbon-cutting ceremony." "Wait, my gift hasn't been displayed yet," Yi Fan said and let the people carry over the gift he prepared for Lu Feng. "Sister Chen, who is this again? It feels like he's more powerful than elderly." "Yes, Lu Dong seems to be calling him Yi Xiao. Is he the son of any big brother?" Chen Xian actually didn't know what this Yi Xiao was, but suddenly a male employee off to the side whispered, I know who this Yi Xiao is." As soon as the others heard that he knew, they urged him to hurry up and tell them. The male employee said with a mysterious face, "If I'm not mistaken, this Yi Xiao should be the grandson of Mordor's previous hand, Yi Weiming Yi Lao." Nanny Sigma? A group of little girls, including Chen Qian, froze. This one who came to send a congratulatory gift to Mr. Lu is Master Ye's grandson. This is too big. You guys, what exactly do you think Mr. Lu is from? This is Master Yi Weiming's grandson. "Ah, yeah, that's too shocking," said another little girl, also covering her mouth. Chen Xian was also shocked when she heard this information. She still underestimated Lu Feng's origin. A person who could make Yi Fan take the initiative to give a gift. The level had to be at least on the same level as Yi Fan, or even higher than Yi Fan. Just as a group of employees were still in shock, Lu Feng lifted the gift that Yi Fan had given him. A god of wealth made of yellow pear. "How is it? Do you like this gift? I wish you a prosperous business," Yi Fan said with a smile as he held his fist. Lu Feng was also shocked by Yi Fan's large sum of money. "This is Wang Wali Ah. This is taller than a person's god of fortune. How many manhwa must be used? Not to mention that the god of fortune was carved in a lifelike manner, which is a master carving technique at first sight. Young Yi, this gift of yours is really precious. Lu Feng sighed. Ha ha ha, what's precious or not? As long as you like it. Come on people this god of fortune to this office building inside the hall. To Mr. Lu a good fortune. Yi Fan greeted the master to carry the god of fortune in. I won't say any more if you're polite. Thanks a million. Lu Feng said. We're all friends. What's the point of being polite? I'll find a seat and when you're done, we'll have a nice chat. Yi Fan said and found a seat. Coincidentally, it happened to be sitting next to elderly. The two naturally and inevitably some courtesy. Old master, you're here too. Yi Fan said politely. He still had a lot of respect for the old man who had started with nothing. Ha ha ha, our group's shareholders cut the ribbon. Can I not come? Rather, it's the arrival of you, young Master Yi. That surprised me, the old man said with a smile. Shareholders of your group? What do you mean by that? Master, it doesn't mean anything it's just that Lu Kid is also a shareholder of my Tianyu Group the old man said. Yi Fan was also surprised when he heard this. A Ferrari wasn't enough. It was actually a shareholder of Tianyu. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Feng saw the god of fortune being moved in, and with everything taken care of, he went back up to the podium ready to hurry up and end this ribbon cutting. Who knew that he had just gone up and before he could start speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. Lu Feng was all speechless and hurriedly looked at the place where the sound came from. But the person who came this time, he didn't recognize. But Lu Feng didn't recognize it. Elderly Yunfeng and Yi Fan instantly stood up after seeing the visitor. Glancing at each other, they both saw a strong sense of incredulity in each other's eyes. What's this one's doing here? Could it be that Lu Feng is still involved with this one? Even though he didn't recognize them, Lu Feng still got up to greet them. Hello, I wonder who you are. We don't seem to know each other right, Lu Feng said as he looked at the middle-aged man with glasses Sven in front of him. Of course Mr. Lu doesn't know me. I'm here in place of my husband, said the svelte man. And your husband is? My husband's name is Li. Chapter 66, Li Jinghua's gift. Last name Li? Lu Feng thought in his heart that he shouldn't know anyone surnamed Li, except for elder Li Yunfeng. Wait a minute. Lu Feng looked like he had suddenly thought of something. It can't be the one. If it is, this is too scary. A big shot with the surname Li popped into Lu Feng's mind. A big shot. Hello welcome, said the man with glasses and shook his hand. My husband asked me to bring you a congratulatory gift. The man with glasses said and had the gift brought up. Lu Feng looked at the gifts being served up and guessed what was inside. As the man with the glasses slowly pulled back the red cloth covering it, a mirror polished in brass was revealed. The bronze mirror is perfectly crafted and can clearly illuminate a person's face. There is also an old poem engraved at the stand of the bronze mirror. If you are fully virtuous, you will be loyal and upright. If you are fully practicing, you will be square and upright. If one's life is like this, one can be called a gentleman. Just as Lu Feng was pondering over a line of ancient poetry, the man with the glasses on the side opened his mouth again. Sir, I hope you'll never forget the beginning of your life? From the beginning to the end. Lu Feng fell into deep thought when he heard the man's words. It took a while before he returned. Go back and help convey this to Uncle Li. Just say that Lu Feng will definitely remember his teachings and will definitely keep his beginner's mind. When the man with the glasses heard Lu Feng's address, a trace of surprise flashed in his heart. Then he said that he would definitely bring Lu Feng's words. With that, the man with glasses was about to leave. Mr. Lu, please forgive me. Something came up, so it's not convenient to stay long. Lu Feng also knew what the man in front of him represented behind him, so he didn't hold back much. After the man with the glasses left, Lu Feng finally finished his speech and ribbon cutting smoothly. After that, an engineer from Italy and a person to assist in the management were arranged. He was just about to take Yi Fan and elderly to dinner when Chen Shan called out to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, your gift hasn't been opened yet, Chen Shan said. What kind of gift? Lu Feng asked. It's Mr. Enzo's gift to you. Oh, so busy I forgot. Let me show you over there. Then Yi Xiao and the old man should go over there together. We'll go eat after the viewing, Lu Feng said to the two, and both of them said that they had no problem. Then the three of them, Lu Feng, came down to the company square under the guidance of Chen Xian. What kind of gift how come I didn't see it? Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian suspiciously. Coming right up. Just a minute. Chen Xian's side of the words just finished. The company's door opened in a van. Lu Feng was puzzled by Chen Xian. Soon, the car stopped in front of Lu Feng, and then the carriage automatically opened its wings. As the flying wings slowly opened, Lu Feng also got a good look at what was inside. Inside was a red Ferrari J50. This car, Ferrari is limited to 10 units worldwide. The fact that it was now given to Lu Feng as a gift by Enzo was proof of the weight of Lu Feng in Enzo's heart. So it's a car, Lu Feng said without caring. I go. What do you mean by a car? Ah, this is a limited edition. There are only 10 in the world. Ah, Yi Fan exclaimed. You know his hobby is racing cars. He loved this Ferrari when he saw it. If you don't want it, sell it to me. Make an offer, Yi Fan said excitedly. When Lu Feng heard Yi Fan's offer, he was a bit moved, but once he thought that this was Enzo's gift to himself, it wasn't very good to just turn around and sell it, so he refused. At this time, Chen Qian, who was on the side, also introduced the origin of this car to Lu Feng. With Chen Qian's introduction, Lu Feng realized that this was not an ordinary Ferrari J50, but one that Enzo had customized specifically for Lu Feng. Although the style is that of a Ferrari J50, many things are specially customized. For example, although the body is red, but it is not ordinary red, it is a special pigment tinted red. At present, this kind of red is only available in this car of Lu Feng. It's also a one of a kind, including the engine and stuff, and a lot of it is customized. All in a nutshell, it's a statement that this Ferrari of Lu Feng is the only one in the world. Lu Feng also exclaimed that it was awesome after hearing it, not to mention Yi Fan, who loves cars as much as his life. Lu Xiaoa, this car of yours must be lent to me to drive. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said. He now directly assumed that Lu Feng must be a full-fledged young master who had stepped out of some big family to experience the world. Looking at Yi Fan's coveted look, Lu Feng laughed a little and said that he would lend it to him when he drove for a while. Only then did Yi Fan put his heart inside his stomach. Afterwards, Lu Feng directly drove this car ready to take Yi Fan and elderly to dinner. When Yi Fan heard that Lu Feng was going to drive this car to take himself to dinner, he hurriedly wanted to take Lu Feng's car to go, and left his own car here regardless. Just like that, Lu Feng took Yi Fan in his Ferrari, while elderly followed behind in his own car. As for In Feng, he was also following behind in the Rolls-Royce from before, so there was a very strange convoy on the road. The one at the front was a Ferrari, followed by a Mercedes S in the center and a Rolls-Royce at the very back. The strange convoy quickly caught the attention of pedestrians and other drivers on the road, who took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. After driving for half an hour, Lu Feng brought them to the Tinglong Hotel. A few people got out of the car and went inside the hotel. A lobby manager recognized Lu Feng the moment he entered. After all, the things that Lu Feng had caused when he came to take over the hotel earlier were still fresh in the lobby manager's mind. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Why didn't you notify me in advance so I could have someone prepare in advance? Oh, I decided to come here on the spur of the moment, so you guys just prepare normally, Lu Feng said indifferently. Then he led Yi Fan and elderly into the elevator. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The elevator didn't stop until the 9th floor. Elderly thought that Lu Feng didn't know the rules of the Tinglong Hotel and hurriedly reminded him that. Ah, little wind. Are you mistaken? The 9th floor of the Tinglong Hotel is not open to the public. Lu Feng was just about to reply when the elevator door opened. Lu Feng saw this and had to bring the two of them out from inside the elevator first. No mistake. You can rest assured, Lu Feng said as he familiarly opened the door of the private room and walked in. Seeing this, Yi Fan and elderly had no choice but to follow them in. Upon entering the private room, even the immensely powerful Yi Fan and the knowledgeable elderly were shocked by the luxurious decoration. Just see the inside of the private room as long as you can see the wood products. None of them are not built with precious small leaf rosewood and wanwali. Even the huge dining table in the center of the private room is made of wanwali, right down to the 16 chairs. All the paintings hanging on the walls are also from famous artists. Lu Feng pulled the two who were looking dumbfounded and sat down at the table. Little wind. Aren't we really in the wrong place? Elderly was still skeptical. This is the place. But I heard that the 9th floor of the Tinglong Hotel is reserved by the hotel owner exclusively for himself. Yi Fan also said on the side. Yeah, how did you do that? It's not that simple. Just become the owner of the Tinglong Hotel directly. Lu Feng said the most pretentious words in the most bland tone. Holy, Yi Fan exclaimed. Little wind. You're not kidding, right? The old man didn't believe what Lu Feng said either. Seeing that the two did not believe what they said, Lu Feng was just about to explain when the door of the private room was pushed open. Mr. Lu, you should have notified us in advance of your visit so we could prepare. Chapter 67, What's Lu Feng's origin? The general manager of the Tinglong Hotel came to the table as he spoke. Along with the general manager came several girls in cheongsams, who were holding tableware made of authentic Dehua white porcelain. The maid gently came to the table and bowed before slowly retreating after placing the cutlery on top of the table. Then in walked two more tea artists, one holding a tea set and the other holding tea leaves. Mr. Lu, what would you like to drink? A tea master asked. I'll drink anything, Lu Feng said. The tea artisan asked Yi Fan again, and as a result, Yi Fan also said that young people don't drink tea, and told her to ask elderly. In the end, it was Elder Li who chose white tea. Once the tea artisan heard the choice of white tea, she began to brew the tea. When the tea master had finished brewing the tea, Lu Feng let them back out. The general manager, after waiting for the three to order, took the menu and retreated as well. The old master in Yi Fan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Lu Feng was stared at by the two men in his heart, so he opened his mouth and asked, "What are you two looking at me for? Holy, you kid is really the boss of Tinglong Hotel?" Yi Fan said in surprise. "Yeah, didn't I just say that?" I don't believe that." After Elderly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, he also said 3 times in a row that the younger generation was fearful. The three of them drank tea and chatted like this, and in the end, it was Yi Fan who couldn't help himself and asked what he and Elderly wanted to know the most. "Mr. Lu, you still know that person?" "Which one?" Lu Feng asked. "Didn't that one secretary come today?" Yi Fan asked. "Oh, you mean Uncle Li's secretary?" What? The two instantly exclaimed in shock when they heard Lu Feng's address. Little Wind, what did you just say?" Elderly said as he covered his chest. "What did I say?" Lu Feng was confused by the two. "What did you just call that one?" Yi Fan hastily added. "Uncle Li," Lu Feng said matter-of-factly. "No, what is your relationship?" Yi Fan was too anxious now. "There's no way. Who else would have to be anxious? This is a hand of Mordor. The sky is the limit." Now Lu Feng was addressing the other party as uncle. Could the two not be surprised? "I really can't see through you anymore." "Little Wind," Elderly said with a sigh. Yi Fan also stopped talking. He was now guessing what Lu Feng was really from. If it was introduced by Shin Chanu, then it wasn't strange for Lu Feng to recognize too, but Lu Feng actually called its Uncle Li. And look at Lu Feng today in the ribbon-cutting conference above to see its secretary look puzzled. Clearly Lu Feng did not invite Li Dingwa over. Then it means that Li Dingwa is uninvited. I can let Li Dingwa, such a big man, take the initiative to send a gift. This head must be how terrible. When Yi Fan thought of this, he didn't even want to eat the meal. Now he just wanted to hurry back and tell his grandfather, so that he could analyze the origin of Lu Feng. Just as the scene went cold for a moment, the door to the booth opened again. The young lady in the cheongsam walked in with the dishes, while the general manager followed with a bottle of good wine. "Mr. Lu, 2 gentlemen, let me pour you a glass of wine," the general manager said as he was about to open the bottle. "Ai. I'm a big old man. I won't drink it. You pour it for the two of them." Old Master Li waved his hand and said, "I won't drink either. I still have things to do after dinner." Yi Fan also refused. He was now full of hurrying back to tell his grandfather everything he knew. Seeing that both of them refused, Lu Feng said it was no fun for him to drink alone, and directly asked the general manager to take the wine away. "Since we don't drink, let's start eating." Lu Feng spoke. The two of them didn't have to be polite and picked up their chopsticks and ate. "Thank you for your hospitality, Xiao Lu. Then I'll leave first," Yi Fan said and took a taxi. You asked Dazhou Yi why he didn't drive away? He would like to, but who made him want to take Lu Feng's Ferrari J50 before? Leading to the fact that now he could only take a taxi back to the factory to drive. Little Feng, then I'll leave too, Elderly said to Lu Feng even after Yi Fan left. Okay, you take care. Lu Feng helped the old man into the car, then smoothly helped the old man close the car door. Let's go. We still have to go back to the company, Lu Feng said to Feng. The two then drove back to the Ferrari branch in another car. After parking the car, Lu Feng brought Feng to the company lobby, and Chen Xian was waiting here early in the morning. Lu Dong, let me show you your office, Chen Xian said respectfully. Sure, lead the way. Lu Feng was also curious about his office. Technically speaking, this division of Ferrari was the company that Lu Feng really needed to manage. The Fanli Group has Zhao Yun in charge, and the Tianyu Group also has Wang Yu in charge. Ferrari only he is a president. Those Italy over the middle and high level is now the branch of the establishment of the first stage they come to help. When the company stabilized, they will go back. Soon, Chen Shan brought Lu Feng to the office that belonged to him. The office is large and consists of 4 sections, the first of which is the secretary's office area. There is a partition between the office and the president's office, which ensures the privacy of the president's office. The second is the president's office area and the third is a small conference room. At that time, Lu Feng could hold some small private meetings inside this small conference room. The fourth is the lounge area dedicated to the president, which is equipped with a separate bathroom check room, and a bedroom. Led by Qin Xian, Lu Feng finished visiting the office that belonged to him. I'm kind of having an office of my own here, Lu Feng sighed as he sat on the chair. Are you still satisfied with this office? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Especially the rest area inside. Made Lu Feng think of a particularly sensible quote. There are secretaries who do nothing. As long as you're satisfied. Right. Lu Dong. Those middle management from Italy, you need to arrange a position for them. Chen Xian said. Okay, then you can have them come over while I'm still at the company. Lu Feng said indifferently. Chen Xian answered and went out to inform those Italians. And Feng, over there in the secretary's office area, pick a place. And when I'm here in the future, you'll wait for me over there. Lu Feng arranged. And Feng listened to Lu Feng's words and went straight to the secretary's area to pick his place. There were a total of 4 workstations in the secretary area. And Feng picked the one closest to Lu Feng, the president's area, so that he could be the first to rush in if anything happened on Lu Feng's side. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Dong. People brought over. Chen Qian knocked outside the door. Come in. Chen Qian, who had gotten permission, walked in with a large group of foreigners. Ru waits for your number. A group of foreigners bowed and greeted Lu Feng in awkward Chinese. Hello guys. Lu Feng almost didn't even hear what they said. After greeting them, Lu Feng led them to the conference room to begin the appointment of company positions. Tell me about your previous positions, said Lu Feng as he sat on top of the main seat. The group of Italians saw that Lu Feng could speak English and breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, their Chinese was really not good. I used to work in the sales department. I belong to the research and development department. I belong to the engineering department. A large group of foreigners started to introduce themselves, and the scene was very confusing. Keep quiet, Lu Feng directly shouted when he saw them in such a mess. Chapter 68, Knocking Chen Qian. When the crowd heard Lu Feng speak, they instantly dared not speak. Very good. Then let me arrange your positions, said Lu Feng. Lu Feng then arranged them according to their previous positions. When they say they are placing them in positions, they are really just asking them to do what they were doing before, and what they are still doing now. And finally another demonstration of every boss's essential pie drawing skills. The meeting ended quickly, and Lu Feng let the others leave first, leaving Chen Qian alone. Is there anything else? Lu Dong, Chen Qian asked curiously. It's like this. Most of the employees in the company were interviewed by you personally, and I've seen your ability all this time. If it wasn't for you, this branch of Ferrari wouldn't be up and running so quickly. Now I'm going to give you a task. If you can accomplish it, the position of vice president of the branch will be yours. Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette from his cigarette box. Chen Qian was very eagle-eyed and helped Lu Feng light his cigarette. If you have any orders, I will definitely follow them, Chen Qian said as she suppressed the excitement in her heart. All of a sudden from the president's secretary to become vice president. Who would be excited? But just like what Lu Feng said, Chen Qian was really powerful. You're familiar with all these employees in the company, so I'm asking you to pick out a group of capable people and have that group of Italians take them one-on-one when the time comes. Let them quickly learn Ferrari's management system. I hope that in half a year's time, this group of foreigners will be able to go back, Lu Feng said as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. When Chen Qian heard Lu Feng's words, she instantly understood what Lu Feng meant. It looks like Lu Dong doesn't want anyone to plant outsiders around him, even if this group of people aren't outsiders. Chen Qian thought in her heart. Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. I'll start making arrangements in the next few days, Chen Qian said respectfully. Well, this half year is your inspection period. Perform well, my vice president. Lu Feng continued. Yes, then I'll go down and make the arrangements. Chen Qian couldn't wait to show herself. Well, go ahead. Chen Qian turned around to go, but Chen Qian just turned around and walked to the door. Lu Feng's words came quietly from behind him. Secretary Chen, figure out your position. Don't let me down. Chen Qian's body shivered when she heard this. She understood the meaning of Lu Feng's words and hurriedly nodded and walked out. Chen Qian, who had just gone out, leaned her back against the wall and breathed heavily. Lu Dong is still really scary. It's really stressful to be with him. Lu Dong, I'll show it with my actions. Lu Feng saw Chen Qian go out, and after finishing his cigarette, he also fell into deep thought. The sentence he just said actually had 2 meanings. The first meaning being the one that Chen Qian understood. It was to make Chen Qian turn her heart towards Lu Feng, because Chen Qian was after all recruited by Ferrari before, and Lu Feng was worried that she would turn towards the headquarters. The second meaning is to let Chen Qian figure out her own positioning, because most of the personnel in this branch of Ferrari are recruited by Chen Qian. Lu Feng is afraid that she will engage in a group when the time comes, just like sales Wang Jingyan, coupled with Lu Feng's promise of the vice president position. After Chen Qian can really be counted in the division of one person under 10,000 people, precautionary shots should be taken in advance. As for letting Lu Feng to manage the company, Lu Feng stated. What a joke. He was so industrial now. He couldn't do everything himself, so he needed to enlist a group of people who would genuinely work for him. This is the next course Lu Feng has set for himself. Just like that, Lu Feng sat in his office for an afternoon planning for his future goals. Chen Xian had also come many times during this period. After all, she was still Lu Feng's secretary. Serving tea and delivering documents was also her current job. Finally, Lu Feng made it to the end of his shift. He stretched, stood up, and took In Feng downstairs. Good day, Mr. Lu. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Along the way were employees who greeted Lu Feng, and Lu Feng responded one by one. Coming to the garage, Lu Feng drove his own Ferrari while In Feng drove a Rolls-Royce, and the two of them sped all the way back to the manor soon. Just after parking the car, Anwan greeted him. Mr. Lu, the meal is ready, Anwan said. Ha ha ha, In Feng, you kid is really lucky. You have a hot meal to eat after work, Lu Feng said with a smile. When In Feng heard Lu Feng's words, all he could do was laugh one after another. Several people soon sat on the table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant meal, Lu Feng also ate without any hesitation. Oh yeah, Anwan, how did you go out to buy food? Lu Feng suddenly asked. He just remembered that there was no car inside the manor today. How did Anwan go out to buy food for such a long distance? I walked. There's nothing to do anyway. It's just a walk, Anwan said truthfully. That's not good. Come back to carry such a big bag of vegetables or something. It's very tiring. Tomorrow I'll buy you a small car, Lu Feng said. No, Mr. Lu really doesn't need it. Anwan hurriedly refused. When In Feng heard Lu Feng's words, he also refused in a hurry. They couldn't pay back what they owed Lu Feng now, so how could they let Lu Feng spend money again? Geez, it's not like we're buying a luxury car, just a regular little car. Now the weather is so hot and it rains a lot, how can you go out? Just say it, Lu Feng said with a serious face. Then there is no need for you to pay for it. We also have money now. When the time comes we can just buy one ourselves. And Feng continued. Yeah, we can't spend any more of your money anyway, Anwan also said seriously. Seeing how serious the two were, Lu Feng had no choice but to compromise. After eating, Lu Feng returned to his villa. Play a couple games. It's been a long time since I've played, Lu Feng said and lay down on the bed to play a game. Ah, you guys are so ed up. Don't touch my wildlife. Shooter, is your bow broken? Shoot. Tank, come and protect me. What are you doing hiding behind me? As the tone of failure sounded, Lu Feng ended his agonizing gameplay. A bunch of pits. Never play again. Uninstall. Lu Feng cursed and walked towards the bathroom. After all, I have to work tomorrow, so I need to get an early night today. The next day Lu Feng pushed open the door and saw In Feng waiting at the door. Good morning, sir. It's time for breakfast, In Feng said respectfully. In Feng, you don't have to wait for me every morning. I know how to go over to eat by myself, Lu Feng said with a helpless face. In Feng, on the other hand, said that this was what a bodyguard should do. Lu Feng couldn't argue with In Feng and went straight away. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng rushed off to work. Why do I have to go to work when I'm obviously so rich? Lu Feng, who was driving a Ferrari, spat silently. He didn't bring In Feng to work today, but went by himself. As for In Feng's task today is to drive all the cars underneath Mission Hills International to the manor, and then take his wife to buy clothes and a car. Good day, Mr. Lu. Good day, Mr. Lu. With a loud greeting, Lu Feng arrived at his office. Chen Chen was already waiting in the secretarial area early. Lu Dong. Good morning. Chapter 69. Three Girls in a Battle. When Chen Chen saw Lu Feng arrive, she hurriedly got up to greet him. Good morning, said Lu Feng. There are 2 documents that you need to sign today, Chen Chen said and helped Lu Feng open the door to his office area. Well, bring it over and I'll take a look, Lu Feng said and walked into the office area and sat down. Take a look. Chen Chen handed the document to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully, and after reading it for a while, he signed his name at the signature. Lu Dong, what you ordered me yesterday. I have found 2 suitable employees. Do you need to inspect them? Chen Chen said respectfully. No need. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. I've always been one to use people and not to doubt them, Lu Feng said indifferently. Yes, then I'll arrange for them to study with the Italians. I'll be right outside. If there's anything you call out to me, Chen Xian said and retreated. After Chen Xian went out, Lu Feng became bored and could only open his computer and play. Worthy of a specially equipped computer, playing games is cool. Lu Feng played the game for a while. Since the branch had just been formed, Lu Feng went to work on time and left on time for several days in a row. At noon on this day, Lu Feng, who really couldn't hold back, pulled Chen Xian out to eat. The two arrived at a small restaurant and ordered a few dishes before sitting down. How's it going? The branch is slowly starting to stabilize over the past few days, right? Lu Feng said as he took a sip of his drink. Well, under your leadership, the company has stabilized. Chen Xian gave a small pat on the back. Ha ha ha, you don't need to kiss my ass. I have seen all your abilities. Lu Feng laughed. I am just a soldier in your hands. You are the general. It's all because you commanded well. Chen Xian said modestly. Soon the meal was served and the two ate. After finishing the meal, Lu Feng refused Chen Xian's move to pay and went to pay for it himself. Bringing employees out to eat, how can you let them pay for it? This spreads out, not let people laugh. Lu Feng said. Chen Xian, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered behind her. The two soon arrived at the parking place. Only there was a huge crowd of people surrounding Lu Feng's Ferrari. Min, have you finished shooting yet? It's my turn. Yeah, you've been shooting for so long. The young girl named Min was sitting on top of the car at the moment while a man held up his cell phone to take a picture of her. Wait a little longer. I'll take 2 more pictures. This is a Ferrari J50A, the world's limited edition of 10. Such a car can be encountered today, can be really lucky, said the girl called Min. Yes, I don't know which big brother's car in Mordor. It's not something that money can buy, said the man who took the picture. Lu Feng took Chen Xian and stood to the side, sizing up the girl who was taking pictures. The girl wore a small halter with a plunging neckline and a super short skirt underneath. A pair of thighs were snow white and bright, without a trace of flab, all comparable to Chen Xian's pair of thighs. Seeing this, Lu Feng twisted his head to look at Chen Xian's outfit, a standard secretary's suit. The white shirt seemed as if it couldn't handle the pressure. The buttons were stretched tight. A pair of beautiful long legs wearing sexy black silk. Justin, the beautiful woman photographed in front of him to form a black and white, 2 kinds of temptation. Lu Dong, does it look good? Chen Xian realized that Lu Feng was looking at herself. Her hand gently ruffled her hair and threw a wink to Lu Feng. Nice looking nice. Lu Feng was instantly embarrassed. Just at this time, the girl who was filming stopped filming, and Lu Feng walked straight over in order to hide his embarrassment. Just as he walked to the car, he was pulled by a demurely dressed girl. Do you know the rules? Can't you see we were here first? Line up, said the sultry girl. That's right. What quality? Your girlfriend really blind to see you. Another girl saw on the back of the Chen Xian, mocking said. Oops, stop it. I have to hurry up and get the shot, or when the owner comes back, no one will be able to get the shot. My makeup didn't go off, did it? I'm sure the owner will look at me when he comes back later. The sultry girl said. Don't worry, we're so pretty today. The owner of the car will surely be fascinated by us, said the girl named The sultry girl sniffed and smiled, wiggling her ass very confidently as she stood next to Lu Feng's Ferrari. Hurry up and take my picture, the sultry girl urged. Okay, here we go, the girl named said and pulled out her cell phone ready to take pictures, not forgetting to taunt Lu Feng. You wait here, there's really no quality at all. What a guy. Lu Feng was speechless. Where did they get the confidence that they would look at them? Just the two of them with their faces painted like monsters. One bite could be cosmetic poisoning. Perhaps Lu Feng's speechless expression was seen by the woman, who directly opened her mouth to curse. What are you speechless for? I'm annoyed when I see you. You think you're the owner of the car. Lu Feng sniffed and directly took out his car key and pressed it twice. Drop by drop, the Ferrari's lights flashed twice. A few people instantly froze in place in embarrassment. Lu Feng didn't care about the frozen trio and walked forward to open the car door. I'm sorry, but this is really my car, Lu Feng said and sat up. Then started the car, lowered the window, and said again. To be honest, I can't really look at you guys. Then with a kick of the gas, the Ferrari roared out of the parking space and arrived in front of Chen Xian. Chen Xian opened the passenger door and sat up. Lu Feng was just about to leave when he saw 3 people running over. Little brother. People brother is for you to joke. You do not take it seriously, said the demonic girl. The other 2 girls chimed in. Lu Feng was impatient with their whole thing and spoke directly. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing Lu Feng's impatience, the 3 girls hurriedly indicated their intention to add Lu Feng's cell phone number. Can't you guys see that there's already someone on top of the co-pilot? Lu Feng only felt disgusted now. We don't mind. Don't you want to try more than one person? Said the girl called Min, and touched her long legs. She was sure that Lu Feng would love her long legs, and in the past she had attracted a lot of dog lickers by utilizing those long legs. Ha, you guys don't deserve it, Lu Feng sneered. Then with a kick of the gas, the Ferrari rushed out like a rocket. Only the 3 girls were left frozen in place eating up the tailgate. It's all your fault. If you hadn't delayed it for so long, could I have said something like that? The demonic girl said. And you blame me. If you hadn't talked so hard, Would people have been pissed off by you? The other girl disliked back nonchalantly. It's you who's to blame. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be in a limited edition Ferrari by now. Do you blame me again? It's you who's to blame. The two argued and grabbed each other's hair. I'll beat you to death. You sub. You're no good yourself. You rotten bastard. The two were cursing and fighting at the same time, which scared the girl on the side. Hurriedly had to pull the two of them away from each other. But it turned out that the two of them, who were already fighting red-eyed, beat up the girl who was pulling them away from each other as well. What started out as a two-player battle immediately turned into a three-player melee. The strange scene attracted passers-by to stop and watch. Some people even took out their cell phones to take pictures, ready to upload them to Shake Shack. After all, Chinese people loved to watch, which was known to all of Blue Star. Chapter 70 Sale of Technology. Lu Dong, aren't you moved? Chen Xian said as she looked at Lu Feng. Oh, I'm still afraid of getting sick, Lu Feng said with a sneer. Hey, so what do you think of me? Chen Xian said and crossed her legs. Lu Feng glanced at Chen Xian who was sitting on the co-pilot. At this time, she was lying on the seat, a pair of long legs very seductive hitching together. Together with the moving curves, it was simply impossible for people to hold on to her. Very good, very good. Lu Feng could only respond awkwardly. When Chen Xian saw Lu Feng acting like this, she didn't dare to tease him anymore. A little while later, they were back at the office. Get ready. I need to speak to Enzo, Lan Wen said and got out of the car. Okay. Soon, the two of them returned to the office and Chen Xian began to help Lu Feng make a video call to Enzo. A drop. With the beep of the connection, Enzo appeared in the computer screen. Lu, did you get my gift? Enzo came up and asked. Roger that, Mr. Enzo. Well, do you like it? I don't think any man can resist a supercar. Yes, I very much enjoyed your gift to me. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you like it. So what is it you came to see me about this time? Enzo asked. He didn't believe that Lu Feng was just idly looking for him to chat. After all, to be able to sit in their position, not to say that they were busy day in and day out, they were also very busy. It's like this. Isn't Ferrari researching new energy? I happen to have new energy technology in my hands. Lu Feng replied. Lu, do you really have the technology for new energy sources? How much range can you achieve? You should understand that a range of 600 or 700 kilometers is not very useful for us. Mr. Enzo, I must have a certainty in my mind since I brought it up. Oh, how much technology do you have in your hands that can last? Is 200 kilometers of range enough? What? Lu, you're not kidding me. Enzo stood straight up. Of course not. It doesn't do me any favors, Lu Feng said with a smile. Lu, what are you trying to say by pulling out this technology? Enzo was smart, and as a bigwig who ran the business world, he understood that Lu Feng must have a purpose for coming up with such over-the-top technology. I want to sell this technology to Ferrari, Lu Feng said lightly. Are you short of money? How much do you need? I'll try to fulfill you, Enzo said hastily. Hearing that Lu Feng wanted to sell the technology in his hands, Enzo's first thought was that Lu Feng must be short of money, or else who would sell such a technology that could change the new energy market? Mr. Enzo, I'm not short of money, and when I say sell, it's not a money deal, but an equity deal, Lu Feng said. Equity deal? Lu, could it be that you want a stake in Ferrari? Enzo asked with a frown. Yes, I want 20% of Ferrari. Lu, this won't work. Change your terms. No, I want 20% of Ferrari, Lu Feng said firmly. Enzo was in a tangle when he saw how determined Lu Feng was. He didn't want to sell his shares in Ferrari as he didn't have many shares left in his hands, but the technology in Lu Feng's hands was too important for him to give up. Just like that, the two were at a standstill, and Chen Xian stood to the side, not daring to breathe a single breath. She didn't realize that Lu Feng was looking for Enzo for something, but it was actually such a big deal. If the new energy technology that Lu Feng is talking about is true, and Ferrari really takes this technology, then in the future Ferrari can definitely surpass Tesla, become the first in the field of new energy, thus earning a lot of money, and can also be surpassed by research based on the technology in the hands of Lu Feng. After a long time like that, Enzo spoke up. Lu, the most I can give you is 5%, but I can add an additional $5 billion. 20% of Ferrari is now worth $6 billion at market value. I've surpassed $6 billion with a 5% stake worth $1. $5 billion, plus $5 billion, and that's the maximum I can offer. Lu Feng didn't answer immediately when he heard Enzo's words. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it up and smoked it. It was not until a cigarette was finished that Lu Feng opened his mouth. Mr. Enzo, I understand your concern about losing control of Ferrari with the loss of shares in your hands. Let's take the 1% of the shares in my hand, and if I'm not mistaken, It should be the shares in your hand. You sold 1% of your shares, so you should only have 50% of the shares in your hands now, and the remaining 49% should be in the hands of the Yaphet Group. Here's a magic alteration. Otherwise the plot couldn't develop, so please don't substitute it for reality. You're right, Lou, I do worry about that. So Mr. Enzo, how about you listen to my proposal first? Sure, go ahead. Since you're worried about losing control of Ferrari, why don't you choose to inform the Yaphet Group and let them come in and sell the shares they're holding? While the control of Ferrari is important to you, I don't suppose it's important to the Arafat Group, which holds more than one Ferrari under its umbrella. All Yaphet needs is a Ferrari that can make it money. As for the rest, it shouldn't care. And Yaphet should understand how profitable the technology one have in my hands can be for him. I think Yaphet is more interested in profits than shares. Enzo took a deep breath after hearing Lu Feng's words, then said to Lu Feng, Lu, your offer makes my heart sing. Please wait for me for a while. I need to contact Yaphet, he said and hung up the video call, looking for Yaphet to discuss. Lu Feng then proceeded to take out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, ready to light it. Cut it out. Chen Xian took the lighter and helped Lu Feng light the cigarette on his mouth. Lu Feng took a beautiful drag and slumped back in his chair. Chen Xian was on the sidelines, but she couldn't hold back her doubts and opened her mouth to ask, Lu Dong, is the technology you just said true? It's true. What else would I call Enzo for? It was incredible. Do you really want to sell it to Ferrari? Why don't you consider the domestic automobile companies? I think they need this technology more. Chen Xian asked with a trembling voice. There's no way around it. She's asking a question now that's about her career, and because of that one sentence, Enzo could force her to be fired if he knew about it. But out of patriotic feelings, Chen Xian still summoned up the courage to ask. Lu Feng smiled when he saw Chen Xian's appearance. Ha ha ha, the idea is good. But what if they don't give much money? I'm a businessman. Businessmen seek profit. It's only natural. I believe that the Chinese car companies will definitely give you a satisfactory price. After all, they need the technology in your hands too much. Chen Xian continued to whisper. Chen Xian, don't forget that you're eating Ferrari's food now. If I tell Enzo about this, you'll definitely be fired and even blocked from the entire industry. Lu Feng's voice suddenly went cold. Chen Xian was shocked by Lu Feng's words, but still summoned up the courage to say, I have no regrets. I've seen too much of our own country getting stuck with foreigners. If you really give the technology to Ferrari this time, then the domestic automobile enterprises will completely lose to foreign countries in the field of new energy. So even if you dismiss me, I still want to give you my opinion. Ha 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 ha. But they don't know that you're hitching your career to get a chance for Chinese companies like this. By the time you lose your job because of this matter, no one will care about you. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian with a smile on his face. I don't regret it. This is what a conscientious Chinese should do. Chen Xian continued. Her shaking shoulders showed that she was really very scared right now. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng directly laughed out loud. Chen Xian was confused by Lu Feng's actions. Lu Feng stopped laughing and then said to Chen Xian, I'm so pleased with you that you had the nerve to say that when you knew you could lose your job. You're too kind. I'm just doing what a Chinese would do. But some people won't do that. Lu Feng thought of Feng Ning from Mercedes. Some people will help foreign companies and bully our own companies in China. Such people are a minority after all, said Chen Xian. Lu Feng ignored Chen Xian's words and instead kept staring at her. Looked Chen Xian in the heart. Secretary Chen, congratulations. From today onwards, you're the vice president of Ferrari's China branch. Chapter 71, another 20% of shares. Rolling. Lu Feng's words directly fixed Chen Xian in place. It was only after a long while that Chen Xian pointed unbelievably at herself. Lu Dong, what are you talking about? I said for you to be my vice president. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian with a teasing face. You're not angry? Why should I be angry? What I just said was a bit of a criticism of you, but all I see is a girl who loves her country and has the courage to fight. Why? Because I love my country too. So, then why did you sell the technology to Ferrari? Because I have better technology in my hands. Of course. What? There are good things must be our own people use first. As for some edges, that must be sold to foreigners. Before this group of foreigners is not so to us. Chen Xian's mind was spinning after hearing that. Are you saying that you have better technology in your hands to keep for the companies in China? Yeah. All you sold Ferrari was a side piece? Yeah. Or what? Lu Dong, I'm sorry, I was wrong about you. Chen Xian bowed to Lu Feng. What? Do you think I'm the kind of businessman who is only interested in profit? Lu Feng said. He. Chen Xian laughed awkwardly. From the chip thing, I can already see that what science has no borders, what business has no borders, is all bull *******. These things have the most borders. And if you don't have them, you are at the mercy of what people say, Lu Feng said indifferently, and Chen Xian listened attentively on the side. So, I was ready to put you to the test when I heard your offer. Congratulations, Vice President Chen. You passed. Lu Dong, really sorry, I misunderstood you before. Ha ha ha, well I know. Enzo will call again later and I'll tell him to appoint you as VP. Thank you Lu Dong. I will not let you down. Chen Xian was excited. Don't be happy yet, there's something you need to do. You have to do this thing beautifully for me, or else I won't forgive you lightly. Lu Feng's words changed. You tell me what it is. I will do my best to accomplish it. Chen Xian was like a soldier going to war at this moment. The reason I'm selling the technology in my hands is because I'm going to use Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes. And this new energy technology is my knockout punch against Ferrari. What? You want to launch an attack on Mercedes? Why? Chen Xian asked in surprise. Because they messed with me. What's the problem? Do you have a problem with Mercedes? Well, before that, I bought the domestic automobile company, Tianyu Group, and then I was approached by Mercedes-Benz. Even the bankruptcy and sale of Sailor Power was all the work of Mercedes-Benz, so of course I want to take revenge, Lu Feng said in a shocking statement. What? Tianyu is the one you acquired. Chen Xian was once again surprised. She realized that she could not understand the president in front of her more and more now. Without saying a word, the acquisition of Sail Power, and now come up with enough to overturn the ranking of the new energy field of technology, and to bring Ferrari to fight with Mercedes-Benz. Is this really something a 20-something can do? That's a big difference. Why are you so surprised? People are beating on my door. Of course I have to fight back. No, I'm just a little surprised. So what can I do for you? All you have to do is to lead the branch to defeat Mercedes-Benz branch in China for me. I see a pussy is very unpleasant. Ha? A woman? Yeah, she's in the same position as you, VP of Mercedes. But Mercedes-Benz doesn't have a vice president right now. You're not talking about Feng Ning, right? Chen Xian asked. They were all in the same circle, so of course Chen Xian had heard of Feng Ning's great name. Yes, that's her. What did she do to upset you? Nothing. I just don't like the way she leads outsiders to bully her own people. She's not the one who bankrupted Sailor Power, is she? That's her. Bankruptcy and all. I don't care, but she actually helps foreigners' businesses and bullies our own. That I can't stand. Is that why you want to go to war with Mercedes? Well, that's right. So, my vice president, do you have the confidence to defeat Mercedes' vice president? Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian with a stern gaze. Chen Xian sensed Lu Feng's determination and became fervent as well. Lu Dong, I promise you that I will definitely defeat her and take revenge for you, Chen Xian said with the same firm face. Good. Worthy of being my chosen one. He has guts. Lu Feng gave a thumbs up and praised. Mr. Lu, I'm a girl. Isn't it not good for you to praise me like this? Chen Xian said with a bitter face. Don't worry about the details. My intentions are good. Hey, you're the boss. You're right. Just as the two were about to continue talking, Enzo's video call came through. Just as soon as he got on the line, Enzo couldn't wait to talk. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu, it's fine. So what was the result of your discussion? Enzo hurriedly spoke up when he heard Lu Feng's question. I just discussed this with the directors of the Yafet Group, and they said that if the technology you're holding is real, they're willing to pay $10 billion for it. Mr. Enzo, I told you, I want the shares of Ferrari. I don't want the money, Lu Feng said with a firm attitude. Lu, how about I privately add in $1 billion for a total of $11 billion? Enzo wasn't dead set on it. After all, as long as the shares are still there, then the money can keep coming back. If Mr. Enzo is unwilling, then I'll have to look for other car companies. I originally thought that I was a shareholder of Ferrari and thought that I'd have a good thing to give to my own people first, but since Mr. Enzo doesn't know what he's talking about, there's nothing I can do about it, Lu Feng said and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that Lu Feng was going to find the others, Enzo panicked. Don't, Lu, let's talk it over. There's nothing to discuss. I just want the shares. Enzo had no choice but to agree when he saw that Lu Feng was greasy. I agree, Enzo said, slumping on top of his chair as if he had suddenly lost his energy. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, I knew you must know your stuff. Lu Feng laughed. However, Yafet is only willing to give you 15% of the shares. What do you mean by that, Mr. Enzo? Lu Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Enzo, who was on the other side of the computer, felt the pressure emanating from Lu Feng and was secretly surprised. Worthy of being a country of China with thousands of years of historical heritage, the younger generation is really scary. At this rate, how many years ahead can we be? Enzo thought to himself. Lu Feng, however, did not give Enzo a chance and directly spoke again. If this is the only offer Mr. Enzo can make, then unfortunately I'll have to find someone else to do this business. I think there should be many car companies that want the technology one have in my hands. Wait, Lou, I'm not done talking. Enzo was in a hurry. In addition to Yaphet's 15% share, I'll give you another 5% of my own shares, so that'll meet your requirements. Lu Feng laughed out happily when he heard Enzo's words. So, when can the share transfer letter arrive, so I can send you the technical documents? Lu Feng asked with a smile. I'll personally deliver the share transfer, and I'll personally bring someone to pick up the technology, Enzo said. So, you're coming to China? Yes, it's such a big deal that I had to come myself. Then, I'll welcome you in China. Chapter 72, Preparing for a Counterattack. Ha ha ha, I've been longing for China for a long time. Enzo laughed. Oh yeah, I have something else to look for you this time. Lu Feng suddenly said. What is it? I want Ferrari to launch an economic attack on Mercedes. What? Lu, you're not kidding. Of course I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Lu, that's Mercedes. Going to war against them won't do us any good. But I gave Ferrari a big favor this time. That should be enough to compensate Ferrari. Lu, that's true. Although Ferrari is not afraid of Mercedes-Benz, but it is backed by Volkswagen after all, which is a very scary business predator. But Ferrari is also backed by the Yaphet Group. Why? Are you afraid, Mr. Enzo? No, of course it's not fear. It's just that it's not worth it. I don't need you to deal with Volkswagen. You just need to cut off some of Mercedes' cooperative business. Lu Feng said lightly. I'm curious as to what exactly pissed you off about Mercedes. Lu, it's not much. It's just that it looks bad to me. Okay, for your sake, I'll launch a test attack on Mercedes. Thank you, Mr. Enzo. I will likewise put pressure on Mercedes in China. Lu Feng said. By the way, the vice president of the branch on my side, let Secretary Chen be it. She has already proved her strength during this period of time. Rather, this president is destined to not be able to stay in the company every day. Lu Feng continued. Of course, Lu, as I said before, you have absolute say in the branch. You don't need to consult with me. Enzo smiled back. In fact, like Chen Qian, this branch vice president of the post, really need the head office of the Nod Can, just like Mercedes-Benz Fengning. Her post also need Mercedes-Benz head office of the Consent Can. The reason Enzo said it didn't need to go through him was twofold. The first is to sell Lu Feng a face. The second is that Lu Feng is not an ordinary branch president. He is now the third largest shareholder of Ferrari. The hands of Ferrari 21% of the shares, not to mention a vice president of the branch. Is the president of the head office? Lu Feng can compete. After dealing with the matter of Chen Qian's tenure, the two of them talked about some details of dealing with Mercedes-Benz. Enzo then hung up the phone to go to discuss with the Yaphet Group. Although Enzo has absolute say over Ferrari, but after all, this involves Mercedes-Benz and even Volkswagen. Enzo still need to discuss with Yaphet, the major shareholder. Congratulations, Vice President Chen. You will soon officially become the Vice President of Ferrari. Lu Feng said with a smile. This is all due to Lu Dong's cultivation. My subordinate bears this in mind. Chen Qian said respectfully. Ha ha ha, just don't kiss my ass. Since Enzo agreed to my proposal, Aphrodite will likewise. You can start preparing how to deal with Fengning. Yes, Mr. Lu, then I'll go prepare the information first. Well, go ahead. After Chen Qian went out, Lu Feng looked at the computer on the table and fell into deep thought. Mercedes? Fengning? You'll soon fall from grace. Don't collapse too fast. Make sure I have a good time. Enzo's side was not unexpected by Lu Feng, and Yaphet had indeed agreed to Lu Feng's proposal, who let Lu Feng now have their hands in the technology they desperately needed, and peer as enemy. Ferrari just take advantage of this attack on Mercedes-Benz, to hit the hands of the new energy of this king of bomb. Unlike Lu Feng's leisure, Enzo's side was busy as hell. Ferrari is up against Mercedes this time, and there's no room for Enzo to make a mistake. Soon after, Ferrari's top brass were notified of Enzo's announcement. Those who are in the head office go to the conference room. Those who are not in the head office have a video conference. The Ferrari executives were soon gathered. Some of those present looking inside the computers at their colleagues who were far away in other countries. He was also secretly surprised and couldn't figure out why Enzo was having such a big meeting. Was Ferrari going to die out? Quiet, so I don't have to use English. So you don't have to keep telling me I'm water. I have gathered you all together today to inform you of a major event. It concerns the rise and fall of Ferrari, Enzo said with a serious face as he sat on top of the main seat. The executives were taken aback by Enzo's attitude, realizing that the few times Ferrari had gone through life and death situations before, President Enzo had never shown such a serious expression. He was always on cloud nine. as if he had everything under control. But today, all they could see from Enzo's face was determination and seriousness, which made the executives smell a hint of crisis. Just moments ago, another change in Ferrari's shareholding took place. Enzo continued, but it was this short sentence that could have dumbfounded the executives underneath. Enzo ignored the executives underneath and continued. Everyone should know that the company had no choice but to sell 1% of its shares in order to research new energy sources before, and that 1% was bought by a Chinese national. The executives saw Enzo bring it up and didn't figure out what it meant. Lu Feng bought out 1% of Ferrari. They all know that. So why bring it up again? Just now, this Chinese guy bought another 20% of Ferrari. Clamor. Enzo's comment directly unsettled all the Ferrari executives. This is 20% of Ferrari's shares worth billions of dollars converted into Chinese currency is tens of billions Besides, why sell this share when it's good? And to a Chinese? The executives couldn't sit still and asked questions. There were even some executives who said that if the group was short of money, then they could also spend money to buy the shares. So why would they sell their shares to a Chinese national? Other people may not understand, but they who work in Ferrari understand that if they hold Ferrari shares in their hands, then it can be said that it is a golden rice bowl, and they can collect money all the time. Enzo didn't make a sound in the face of the inquiries and disbelief of so many of the higher-ups, but just sat there and watched them. Soon, under Enzo's watchful eye, calm returned to the meeting. You must be wondering why the group is selling its shares, and to a foreigner, when it is clear that the group is not lacking anything right now. Enzo's question was indeed what the group's executives wanted to know the most right now, so they strained their ears to listen carefully to Enzo's speech. Because this young man called Lu Feng has made an offer I can't refuse. It's not just me who can't say no, it's the Yafet group who can't say no to this young man's offer. What? Even Yafet agrees? What exactly is this young man offering? A group of executives were shocked and then opened their mouths to ask Enzo what kind of offer this young man had made that could make even Yafet sit up and take notice. Because he's got new energy technology in his hands. Enzo continued flatly, needing to give the higher-ups underneath him some time to digest the news. Intergenerational technology? Mr. Enzo, you're stretching it a bit. Yes, the technology in this young man's hands won't have a range of only 700 or 800 kilometers. If so, our own institute can study it. Right. As far as I know, although China is now developing new energy technology at a rapid pace, the best of them, Yadi, is only about 800 kilometers, and there is still a considerable gap from Tesla's 1,000 kilometers. The only new energy technology that can be called cross-generational now is Tesla. Otherwise we wouldn't have researched a technology with a range of 800 kilometers and not used it. Enzo heard the questions coming from the higher-ups underneath, but just smiled lightly. Quiet. Chapter 73, Wind from the Mountain Storm. What you can think of? Can I not think of? Would I spend 20% of the group's shares to buy the technology in this young man's hands if it didn't have a breakthrough across generations? Enzo's words came out. Hearing Enzo's words, the group of executives also just reacted. Yeah, when has President Enzo ever been in a losing business? Even in the face of a takeover by Yafet, President Enzo managed to preserve Ferrari's autonomy by giving Yafet only the right to dividends, not the right to make decisions. This young man from China. Is it hard to be more powerful than the Yafet group? Obviously this is impossible. At that thought, the executives looked to Enzo, anticipating his next words. Enzo saw that they had quieted down and spoke. This young man claimed to have battery technology in his hands that could reach a staggering 200 kilometers. So I was heartened. And so was Yafet. Really? Are you telling the truth? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Does he really have that kind of technology in his hands? Really not lying to us? There's been a lot of talk at the top again. Quiet. That's why I've decided that I'm going to personally lead a research team to China to see if what he said is true. Enzo said lightly. The group of executives then put their heads down. I called you here today for one more thing besides this. Enzo continued. Lu Feng came up with this technology to sell to us. And there was another condition that required us to do a sniping on Mercedes. Do you have any comments? The executives weren't very shocked to hear this offer. They just looked down and started thinking. After a while, one of the executives spoke up and asked, Mr. President, I want to know how far this attack on Mercedes is going to go. If it's a fight to the death, then even if he gives us this technology. The other executives also nodded their heads, which was also what they had in mind. They are not afraid to go to war against Mercedes. Others may be afraid of Mercedes, but Ferrari will never be. But they have to think about whether it's all worth it or not. Don't worry about that. It's just a harassment battle. Just point and click. Enzo explained as he could see the others' worries and spoke up. If that's the case, then it's a good thing. I can go and gather information now, and we can launch an attack on Mercedes the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yes, it's exciting to think about it. I've wanted to have a go at Mercedes for a long time. A 30-something executive chimed in. There's no rush. You guys get ready and wait for me to bring back the technology before we launch the attack, Enzo said. So when are you going to China? Asked one of the executives. Just for a couple days. I still need to get ready. Okay, then we'll go ahead and prepare the information. Well, go ahead. Meanwhile, Feng Ning, who is far away from the Mercedes-Benz branch in China, doesn't know that a huge storm is coming her way, a storm that is enough to kill her. But she was also anxious to deal with the trouble Wei Changqing had brought now. It turned out that ever since Feng had injected Redhead with the dimension-inducing potion, the red hair then completely turned into a little cute. He sits in his room every day and wants to eat boredom. Redhead's father is aware of Redhead's transformation into a cutie. After that, he was furious, but could only take his son to the hospital for treatment. But after going to hospital after hospital, even the hospitals in the imperial city, no one could check out exactly why the Redhead had turned into a little cutie. Angry Red Hair's father directly approached Wei Changqing and asked what was wrong. Wei Changqing could not carry the pressure, so he had to explain the truth, and told the matter that he let the red hair by the murderer. But the people were not killed, and the killer disappeared. And Wei Changqing did not know whether the red hair was stupid or not because of Lu Feng's revenge. After hearing Wei Changqing's words, Redhead's father didn't care about the fat city's three handles standing aside, and directly slapped Wei Changqing in the face. What the do you need to think about? The assassin you found has betrayed you, or how else would my son be in this state? I've told you not to mess with them. They're so big that we old guys can't afford to mess with them. But you guys are so good that you dare to assassinate them. You have to give me an explanation now, Redhead's father said viciously as he looked at Wei Changqing's father. You rebellious son, kneel down for me, Wei Changqing's father said. After Wei Changqing heard his father's words, he could only kneel honestly. Then his father, who was the third in command of the fat city, took out a rattan cane and viciously smacked Wei Changqing's body. The blow was so hard that a whip was a scar. Did I remind you before not to mess with that Lu guy? You usually do little things for the sake of us old guys. How dare you mess with the head of the Sail Power Group? Yes, Sailor Power is now bankrupt and for sale. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. And that's not something you can afford to mess with. Not to mention the fact that a young man who can shell out $6 billion for a sailor in bankruptcy is something you can threaten. And you took him inside the interrogation room to torture him. It turned out that a phone call from someone made a handful of people rescue them overnight. You guys actually dared to assassinate someone afterward. You guys really ate bear heart and leopard guts. Wei Yu said while fighting. Redhead's father watched Wei Changqing get beaten like this, without a hint of dissuasion. Wei Yu played for about 10 minutes before his wife, who had gotten the news, hurriedly came. As soon as he came up, he jumped on Wei Changqing's body, and then heartily hugged Wei Changqing in his arms. Turning his head, he cursed Wei Yu. You worthless thing. Your own son has been wronged. You don't go to take revenge. Instead you beat your son here. I'm not finished with you. Wei Yu was already angry. Hearing his wife shouting and cursing, he was directly about to pick up the whip and even beat his wife together. But he was stopped by Redhead's father. Old Wei, I want to know now. What about my son? I only have this one son. You just beat your son to death. My son will not recover. Wei Yu was just about to speak kindly to Hong Mao's father, but his wife, Zhang Feng, screamed again. Good you Wei Yu, you still dare to hit me. If not for my dad's help, can you have today? You've grown some guts now. I'm going back to tell my dad. Zhang Feng said pulling up Wei Changqing and going to leave. Pop. Wei Yu directly slapped Zhang Feng's face. And Zhang Feng looked at Wei Yu with an unbelievable face. It was only after a while that he yelled to come over and tickle Wei Yu. The result was another whip from Wei Yu. You still have the face to say, Wei Changqing has this situation now is not all because you spoiled. If not you spoiled him into this. After all the trouble I've gotten myself into, I'm now second in command in the morning. You still have the face to say, yes, your father has given me a lot of help in the early stage, but this three-handle but I rely on my real ability to sit up, and has nothing to do with your family. And after all these years, the ones your father helped me with, I've long since paid them back. Speak for yourself. I'm not the one who gave you all those projects and stuff in your house, and I'm not the one who wiped your ass every time those family members of yours got into trouble. Wei Yu said that she was about to fight again, but Wei Changqing shielded her. Hit me if you want, not my mom. Bang. Wei Yu directly cracked a whip on Wei Changqing's face. Split second. Wei Changqing's face was then smashed by the cane, which scared the red-haired father on the side. Wei, you've passed. The red-haired father hastily snatched the cane from Wei Yu's hand. When Zhang Feng saw that his son's face was beaten like this, he was directly about to go up and fight Wei Yu, but he was pulled away by Wei Changqing with an iron face. Seeing that the mother and son duo were far away, Wei Yu sat down on top of the chair at once, as if her whole body's strength had been drained away. Chapter 74, The Vicious Wei Changqing. Old Wei, you've gone too far this time, said Redhead's father as he handed Wei Yu a cigarette. Wei Yu took the cigarette and pulled out a lighter to light it and took a hard drag. I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. If she hadn't spoiled Evergreen like this, your son wouldn't be like this. AI. This is also my fault for spoiling my child for too long, and I can't blame it all on Evergreen, said Redhead's father, also sucking on a cigarette. What should we do now? This Lu Feng is not something we can mess with at all, Wei Yu said. But if we don't get revenge, what will happen to my son? Asked the red-headed father. He now had a hard time seeing his demented son and wanted to cry. Perhaps he did too many bad things when he was young, which led to him having a son in his old age. And naturally he spoiled this son, which led to Redhead's lawless nature. Although it was Red Hair who was at fault first, but now that his son had become like this, he felt that there was no point in living, so his mind was full of wanting to take revenge on Lu Feng. But looking at Wei Yu's attitude, it seemed like she didn't intend to stand on his side. Wei Yu is not going to stand with him. After all, it's not like the stupid one is his own son. Or how about this? I'll pay for it. You take your son to try abroad. Foreign medical treatment is still more developed than the domestic 1-inch, Wei Yu said. Then what if foreign countries can't cure it either? The red-haired father stared at Wei Yu dead in the face. Then I'll take revenge with you. Wei Yu's heart fluttered as she was looked at by her red-haired father. Good. With your words on the line, I'm not short of money. I'll set off for foreign countries to try 1 by 1-inch. If it's cured, I'll go with you to apologize to Lu. If it can't be cured, Lao Wei, then there's no point for me to live alone. We've been dealing with each other for so many years. You should understand me, the redhead's father said before pulling and turning into a little cutie. The red hair of the red hair went away. Wei Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart as he looked at the two who were far away. Since when can a trashy character like you threaten me? But he had to defend. After all, the red hair father is mixed black up. Who knows what he can do out of the dog? So now Wei Yu can only pray that his stupid son can be cured abroad. And at this time pulling his mother out of the door, Wei Changqing drove his car and took his mother to his grandfather's house. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Feng knelt on the ground and cried, and pulled Wei Changqing down with her. The sound soon woke up the old man listening to the opera in the backyard. The old man was assisted by his nanny to the front yard, and at a glance, he saw Zhang Feng and Wei Changqing kneeling on the ground. Gu, my good daughter and good grandson, what's wrong with you guys? The old man hurriedly walked over and pulled up the two. The moment Wei Changqing looked up, the old man saw the hideous scars on Wei Changqing's face. My good boy, good grandson, what's wrong with you? The old man asked with concern. Wei Changqing didn't say anything, just took off the clothes on his body, revealing the marks of being beaten by his father. When the old man saw the scars on Wei Changqing's body, his heart ached and tears fell directly from his eyes. Zhang Feng also spoke at the side. Dad, it's all your good son-in-law's fault. Look how hard he hit him. It's his only son. Do you see this wound on Evergreen's face? This is him Wei Yu trying to beat me up. But he was stopped by Evergreen. Oh, I can't even live now. Dad, you have to make a decision for me. Zhang Feng said and cried out loud. This time can be the old man to the heartache bad. He lost his wife in middle age. Just this one daughter, but also this one grandson. And now the grandson was beaten like this. The only daughter is still on the sidelines crying. He cannot be heartbroken? You two get your asses in the house. You hurry to find a doctor and treat Evergreen's wounds, the old man said to the nanny, then pulled the two into the house. In the end, what is the matter? How can Xiao Yu lay such a cruel hand? You guys give me to say, when the time comes, I have to peel his skin not, the old master said viciously. Upon hearing this, Wei Changqing didn't care about his mom, who was crying non-stop on the side, and explained the whole story to Grandpa. After all, he'd used his mom to come to Grandpa's house to sell his misery, waiting for this moment. That's right, he's going to use Grandpa to get revenge on Lu Feng. He hated it now. If it wasn't for Lu Feng, he could have taken so many beatings. Now that his father had made it clear that he wasn't on his side, he would have to use his mother and himself all over to get Grandpa to help him. Soon, under Wei Changqing's added oil and vinegar, the old man was directly exasperated and stood up. This Xiao Yu really let me down. His own son was bullied. He actually didn't go to take revenge. Instead he beat Evergreen so hard. My dear grandson, don't worry. This revenge of yours, Grandpa will avenge it for you. You just feel at ease here to recuperate. Your father to pick you up, you do not even go back. Just here to watch Grandpa to give you revenge. Finished, the old man went out in a huff. Wei Changqing looked at this scene, lowered his head, and a smile surfaced on his gloomy face. The old man's side came into the backyard, took out his phone and called. However, When the other party heard that they were going to deal with Lu Feng, they hastily refused. He also thoughtfully told the old man that Lu Feng was covered by a hand in the fat city. In this way, the old man made several phone calls in a row. There were those who were in the underworld, those in the business world, and those in politics, but without exception, they all expressed their love for each other. Before, when I begged to do things, each one is as shy as a grandson, and now I'm looking for you to engage in a young man actually refused me. Really cannot rely on it. The old man cursed as he made another call. I don't believe it. No one dares to treat you. Tooting noise. The call was answered quickly. Hey, I'll give you $10 million to kill someone for me, the old man said directly. Give me his background information. The person on the other end of the line didn't seem surprised at all. Wait a moment. I'll go get the information, the old man said and hung up the phone, then went to find Wei Changqing. At this moment, Wei Changqing is receiving bandages from the doctor. Seeing his grandfather coming, Wei Changqing didn't open his mouth to ask how it was going. Instead, he advised Grandpa, otherwise forget it. This Lu Feng is too big. I don't want to give you trouble. Just consider me unlucky. Wei Changqing's words made the old man, who was already protective of his grandson, feel even more distressed about this grandson of his. Don't worry about this matter. Give me the information about this Lu Feng. Grandpa will help you solve everything. Grandpa, why don't we not take revenge? In case I get you involved again. Am I not a great ungrateful person? My good grandson, having you say this is enough. Don't worry about it. I will help you take revenge. Hurry up and give me the information. Alright then you must take care of your own safety. Grandpa, Wei Changqing said as he wiped his tears. Then he passed the information from his cell phone to the old man. The old man took the information and hurried out. Wei Changqing looked at his grandfather's back, wiped his tears, and laughed out grimly. Hey, here's the information you asked for. It's being sent to you. The old man couldn't wait to get through to the call he had just made. Looking at his grandson's pitiful appearance, he couldn't wait to kill Lu Feng with his own hands to avenge his good grandson. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone when they saw the information they had received. This man has good hands and comes from an unusual background, came the grim voice on the phone. So what do you say? Straight away, said the old man impatiently. Gotta add money. How much? 50 million. Okay, deal. But I want you guys to record a video of his torture. This won't work. It might expose us. I'll add another 20 million. And I promise the video will never go viral. Okay, deal. Chapter 75, The 8 Consecutive Draws. When can you do it? I want him to die quickly, said the old man. 3 days, minimum. We need to examine the target's trajectory and also make a plan, said the grim voice on the phone. Good, then I'll wait for your good news, the old man said and hung up the phone. Evergreen, don't worry, Grandpa has already arranged it for you. In 3 days at the earliest, you will be able to see the look of that Lu Feng's tragic death, the old man said as he returned to the living room. Grandpa, it won't cause you any trouble, right? Wei Changqing said worriedly. Don't worry, I got professional assassins this time. Even if the mission fails, they won't betray me, the old man said. That's good. I'm afraid I'll get your old man involved again because of what happened to me. Good grandson, what are you talking about? I am your grandfather. Your affairs are my affairs, the old man said with a relieved face. Well, just rest. You and your mom will stay at my place in peace for the next few days. Well, just in time to keep you company, Wei Changqing said. The old man walked out happily after hearing his grandson's words. Lu Feng, I don't believe you won't die this time. Wei Changqing revealed a sinister smile. Several groups of people are now calculating with each other. Lu Feng has already begun to prepare to use the Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes-Benz. And as long as the Sail Power Group moved out of the Fat City, he immediately launched a means of attack on Wei Changqing as well. Feng Ning sighed because she instructed Wei Changqing several people to use means against Lu Feng, thus leading to being retaliated by Lu Feng letting the red hair turn into a cutie. She now faces daily stress from her red-headed father. What do you mean? Punks storming the factory of Mercedes-Benz, letting the whaling party go downstairs of Mercedes-Benz to cause trouble. Anyway, how disgusting. How to do it? Even Feng Ning's car was either painted or had its tires removed every day. This led to Feng Ning not daring to drive herself now, and could only let the bodyguard send her back. But the red-haired father's tactics can be more than that. He also found someone to get Feng Ning's private phone number, and then write her phone number inside the public toilet. That's why Feng Ning has been going crazy with harassing phone calls every day for the past few days. Not only that, but Redhead's father had people throw paint inside Feng Ning's house, picking locks and such. These tactics of the Redhead's father also made Feng Ning hate Lu Feng more and more. So she was also looking for an opportunity to prepare for another wave of revenge against Lu Feng. Not only revenge against Lu Feng, She also wanted to revenge against the redhead's father. Wei Changqing's side had also already utilized his grandfather to successfully take revenge on Lu Feng. Now that there is a multi-party melee, it's all about who can have the last laugh. The current calm is just a harbinger of things to come before the storm. Lu Feng went home after taking care of the Ferrari, because he had just remembered that he hadn't done a system lottery spike or anything for 7 or 8 days. So he needed to hurry back and find a quiet place to have a back-to-back draw and see if he could get a good one. What was supposed to be a half-hour trip only took 20 minutes this time. As soon as he arrived at the manor, Lu Feng immediately went straight to his villa. And at this time, Feng had not yet returned with his wife to buy a car. After rushing into the bathroom for a bath and burning incense, Lu Feng came to the bedroom. System, I want a lottery. Lu Feng locked himself inside his room and directly entered the system. Stick to a point. Detected that the host is currently storing a total of 8 mole draws. Do you want to make a draw? Yes. Please choose 8 in a row or a single draw. Aha. Lu Feng was in a tangle when he heard the system's words. He had played a lot of games, and many of the draws in them were pits. Like the game he played called Glory, which had a diamond draw. It took Lu Feng 361 guarantees to win the prize. They say single draws produce miracles, but consecutive draws are guaranteed. So I'm torn. Please host choose as soon as possible. The system urged mercilessly. Give me 8 straight draws. I'm ready to eat the bottom line. Stick to a point. In progress, please hold. No, it's all luck. Lu Feng almost fainted when he heard the system's words. Jade Emperor, Goddess of Mercy, Buddha Rulai, Great Sage of Qi Tian, Jesus, Everlasting Heaven, you must bless me to win the jackpot. Lu Feng rushed to pray with his hands joined together devoutly. The system ignored Lu Feng's weird behavior and started broadcasting. Stick to a point. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prestige value of 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 reputation value. Congratulations to the host. Wait, what the heck are you doing here? Lu Feng said as he directly interrupted the system. You're not embezzling, are you? Please don't insult me. Host, so the raffle is fair and open. Alright then, go ahead. I'm ready for a total wipeout. Lu Feng said in a disheartened voice. Stick to a point. Congratulations to the host on 3 researchers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prestige value of 10,000. Congratulations to the host. Wait a bit more. What the hell is this researcher? Lu Feng asked curiously. It's researchers in various fields. The system replied. Which field exactly? Random. Alright, but I'm lacking these talents right now. Lu Feng thought prettily. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a body repair agent, no matter how badly injured. As long as there is still a breath, it can be saved. I'll go. Isn't this just one more life? Lu Feng said excitedly. System, I was wrong about you. You're so good to me. As long as a trauma, no matter how severe, can be treated, this can indeed be considered an extra life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prestige value of 1,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prestige value of 1,000. System, you're overdoing it. Just complimented you and you give me this. But fortunately, I'm a person who is relatively easy to satisfy. The body repair potion, and the 3 scientific research talents are already enough. Lu Feng said. He was no longer holding out much hope for the last draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second of the 10 shadowy killers of the Scarlet Rose Assassin Organization. Codename Rose Gardenia. But the system gave him a big surprise. System, is this last one true? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes. So this Scarlet Rose, it's a killer organization? Yes. Are the 10 shadow assassins the most powerful assassins in the entire organization, like they say in the novels? Yes. That means I got 2 of the best killers here at once. Yes. How good are they? It's awesome. How awesome is awesome? When the system saw that Lu Feng kept asking questions, it had no choice but to pull up the information of the 2 shadow killers. Rose, belonging to the Scarlet Rose Assassin Organization, ranked as one of the top 10 shadow assassins, is the sister of Gardenia, one of the same top 10 shadow assassins. Independently completed 42 A-class missions, 18 S-class missions, 5 S-plus missions, teamed up with his sister Gardenia to assassinate the president of a country in the Black State, successfully completed the mission and safely retreated. Lu Feng looked at the information given by the system and was already shocked beyond words. This is 2 bull ****T, assassinating the president of a country. This can all come back in one piece. Lu Feng sighed. Quick, system, I need to see the other one. Chapter 76, the twin killers are coming. The system had to pull up another person's information. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the information that the system had pulled up again. Gardenia, belonging to the Scarlet Rose Assassination Organization, ranked among the top 10 shadow assassins, and with the sister who is also one of the top 10 shadow assassins, known as the Twin Stars, independently completed 35 A-ranked tasks, 12 S-ranked tasks, and 6 S+ tasks. Holy, these two are fierce. That said, what are the levels of these quests? Lu Feng asked. I don't know. The system returned indifferently. No, didn't you create them? Don't you know? The Scarlet Rose is real and exists in this world. It's not something I created out of thin air. The system indifferently replied back. Are those 3 researchers also real? Lu Feng asked again. No, they were created by me. Well, I'm completely confused by you. Lu Feng said, holding his head. When are these people you've got coming out of the woodwork going to show up? Tomorrow. Alright, then I'll wait until tomorrow. Lu Feng saw that he couldn't ask anything else, so he simply exited the system directly. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of these people. I hope the researchers have talents in new energy sources, so they can help me neuter the super battery technology when the time comes. Otherwise, in a few days, Enzo will be here and I won't even be able to tech him. And these two killers? They're twins. They're not trained to be like King Kong Barbie. It's impossible to say. After all, they have such a fierce battle record. They can even assassinate the president of a country. Surely they can't be a petite little girl. Lu Feng just laid on the bedboard with his thoughts. Lu Feng didn't get up from his bed until the surveillance system in the living room indicated a visitor. When he came to the living room, it turned out to be Mr. and Mrs. and Feng who had returned, and in a very kawaii minivan, which is the same minivan that triggered the estate's defense system. Otherwise, the couple would have come in long ago. After all, Lu Feng had already recorded both of their fingerprints and whatnot inside the security system. Lu Feng opened the door for the two of them and then went out to see them both. Sir, I'm really sorry for the delay in buying the car. And Feng saw Lu Feng standing there and hurriedly parked down and said, It's fine. How is it? Have you bought everything? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Well, it's already all bought. Wan Air also specially bought a perch to make you fish for dinner at night, and Feng said with a smile. At this time, and Wan also came down from the car with a big bag. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, and Feng didn't follow you today. And Wan said shyly, it's better to let him follow you and protect you from now on, so that I can rest assured. Ha ha ha, isn't this me giving him a day off? Lu Feng said with a smile. You don't need to give him a vacation. Just let him go to work every day. And Wan said with a smile as well. Ha ha ha, that's just like squeezing the employees. Working for you, how can you call it oppression? We do it willingly. And Wan continued. Alright, Waner, go ahead and cook. Mr. will have to eat later. And Feng urged from the side. When An Wan heard her husband say this, she said goodbye to Lu Feng and went to prepare dinner. And Feng, on the other hand, honestly stood behind Lu Feng. And Feng, don't be so serious at home. I treat you as my friend, Lu Feng said as he looked at the serious and Feng. But it's my duty to protect you. So of course I have to be attentive. And Feng said seriously. Alright, as you wish. Lu Feng saw that he could not be persuaded, so he had to follow his wishes. Just like that, Lu Feng wandered around inside the manor, and An Feng just kept following his ass. Soon, An Wan prepared the meal and came out to call Lu Feng for dinner. The two heard the meal was ready and walked over. Mr. Lu, taste how it tastes, An Wan said, pointing to the fish on top of the dining table. Lu Feng was not polite and picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of fish into his mouth. Well, it's delicious. The perch's thorns were already few, and they're even more absent after being handled by you, Lu Feng said as he took another mouthful of rice. Then you should eat more. And Wan especially liked to see Lu Feng eating. As long as Lu Feng liked to eat, she was very happy. She couldn't protect Lu Feng with her own body like An Feng, so she had to work hard to make every meal every day, just for Lu Feng to eat happily. Soon, after the wine and dinner, Lu Feng refused the two people who wanted to see him off and returned to the villa by himself. After washing up, Lu Feng just laid down on the bed and brushed his shaking hands. Ha, isn't this those three girls? How did they fight? Lu Feng suddenly saw the three girls who took pictures by his car before. Well played, Lu Feng said. He already had a bad impression of these three girls. That vicious face made people feel sick. If it wasn't for the fact that they were girls, Lu Feng might have made a move. Now see them kill each other. Lu Feng heart old happy, directly a hand of praise, and then also gave this video through 1000 yuan of traffic, so as to make this video more hot. After doing this, Lu Feng swiped his cell phone for a while longer before falling asleep. Early the next morning, he heard An Feng ring the doorbell. Lu Feng walked out in his pajamas in a daze and opened the door for him. What's wrong? An Feng, what time is it? You can't eat so early. Sir, you should hurry up and get ready. There are two assassins coming at the door. I might be a bit unable to deal with them. And Feng said eagerly. When Lu Feng heard the word killer, he instantly came to life. It can't be the Scarlet Rose killers coming. How did you know they were killers? Lu Feng asked curiously. Are they that obvious? They were so well hidden that I almost didn't spot them, but the boxes in their hands gave them away. And Feng returned. A box? What box? Lu Feng asked. Both of them were carrying a 1-meter-long box in their hands, and although I wasn't sure what was inside, I could feel the weight of the box, which weighed at least 80 pounds. They lifted it up with one hand, and with ease, knowing that a box weighing 80 pounds is a struggle for a grown man to hold, and yet they lifted it with one hand. So I dare to conclude that they must not be ordinary people. There is a high probability that there are weapons inside the box. Sir, you should quickly turn on the security system and call the police. If they really have guns in their hands, I might not be able to stop them. And Feng said eagerly. Lu Feng laughed out loud when he saw Feng's anxious look. Ha ha ha, okay, hold on. I'll go with you and check it out. No, you can't go over there. In case they really have guns. And Feng hurriedly stopped Lu Feng. It's fine. You know my stance. Besides, don't you still have you? Lu Feng said and walked out. And Feng hurriedly followed. And even walked in front of Lu Feng in particular. He was prepared to use his own life to take the bullet for Lu Feng if those two people were really here to kill him when the time came. In fact, this was also Feng's concern. If he calmed down and thought about it for a while, he would know that those two people couldn't be killers at all. Whose killer just stands at the door and waits, instead of sneaking in and assassinating while it's still night. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the manor's gate. At a glance, he saw the two girls standing in the doorway with their suitcases. Each of them had a black tin box beside them. A girl with a cold expression just stood there coldly, as if she were a rose with thorns. Even if the girl hadn't done anything, the astonishing face, and the proud figure that couldn't be resisted even in a black combat suit, still shocked Lu Feng. The other girl beside the cold girl had a very innocent and cute look to her, even though the two had the same face and body, but it gives a different feeling. Lu Feng directly walked over to prepare to open the manor's gate. Sir, what are you doing? Chapter 77, Weapons of Assassination. And Feng saw Lu Feng's movement and hurriedly stopped it. How can we open the door now when we can't tell the enemy from us? Mr. Lu wouldn't see that the two were good looking and assumed that they didn't mean any harm. Would he? And Feng thought to himself. Open the door. We're on our own. Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain. Lu Feng's words made Feng, who was like an enemy, not react for a moment. You, what did you say? And Feng asked in disbelief. I said, these two are our own, my new bodyguards. Lu Feng said. The two men outside the door also very cooperatively bowed on one knee. Greetings, master. The actions of the two people, not to mention Feng looking dumbfounded, was Lu Feng also looking dumbfounded. After a long while, Lu Feng reacted, then hurriedly opened the gate and pulled the two up. The moment their bodies came into contact, Lu Feng felt the softness of their bodies. What was I thinking before? How could I think of King Kong Barbie? Lu Feng mentally spat. This is clearly the delicate little lady. Why are you kneeling down? Get up, Lu Feng said and pulled the two up. We are greeting you, said the girl who looked gentle and sweet. Then there's no need to kneel down. What era is this? Lu Feng spat. But we also kneel when we face the chief. You are our master now. Surely we must kneel when we see you, said the girl. The cold woman on the side hadn't said anything the whole time. On the other hand, Feng raised his very spirit to stare at the two girls, fearing that they would attack Lu Feng. So do you guys just kneel down when you see people? Lu Feng asked. Of course not. We only kneel to the chief before. As for the other assassins except for the shadow assassins of our level, they all kneel when they see us. It turns out that Scarlet Rose is a killer trained according to the ancient method. The same level of killers do not need to kneel when they meet, but low-level killers need to kneel to report things when they meet the senior leader. Then in the future in my place, you are not allowed to kneel. What era is this? Let people see it and think we are some special SMit. Lu Feng said. Yes. The two girls opened their mouths and returned. Introduce yourselves then. I don't know your names yet. Back to master. My name is Long Yu. My name is Long Shui. The two men opened their mouths. Long Shui is a sister, right? Lu Feng said as he looked at Long Shui. Back to master. Yes. Long Shui continued to shy away from words. Master, sister's character is just with. You must not blame her. Long Yu hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Lu Feng would get angry. It's okay. I know. But you guys need to change that title as well. Don't call me master. So what do we call you? Said Cold Rain. Then it's up to you guys. But master can't be called anymore. Lu Feng said. When Long Yu heard Lu Feng's words, she thought for a moment and then spoke. Then we'll call you young master, he said. pulling his sister and opening his mouth to call out again. Greetings, young master. Lu Feng was rendered speechless by the two of them and had to agree to this name. Young master is good. I like it. Lu Feng was speechless on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. He had long wanted to try the scene on TV where a group of maids bowed and called the young master after the domineering president came home. What is the box in your hands? Lu Feng curiously surveyed the black box in front of him. This is filled with weapons. Cold Rain said and opened the case. As soon as the box was opened, Lu Feng saw that all the weapons were loaded inside. What with pistols, semi-automatic rifles, daggers, Tang Yokai knives, and even grenades inside, as well as a high-precision sniper. This made Lu Feng and Infeng look dumbfounded. Quickly, cover it up. You guys hurry up and come in with me? Lu Feng urged. When Long Yu heard this, she obediently covered the box, and then the two sisters walked into the manor under Lu Feng's leadership. Where did you guys get these weapons? Lu Feng asked with a palpitated heart. It's our own exclusive weapon, Of course it's used to protect you, young master, Long Yu said. But this is China. It's useless for you to get so many weapons. Lu Feng said breathlessly. How can we protect you then? Put all these weapons inside the underground secret room of my villa later. You guys usually just carry a dagger. Lu Feng said. Yes, the two nodded in unison. Lu Feng was terrified by the two men. If these weapons were seen by the law enforcement officers of China, they would be enough to be shot 10 times. Haven't you guys been in China before? Lu Feng asked curiously. No, although we are considered Chinese, we have never been to China, not even on a mission. The chief never takes assassination business from China, nor does she allow us to set foot in China privately. She said that China is a forbidden place for the entire assassins. Mercenaries. Lung Yu opened his mouth to explain. Can it not be a forbidden place? In China bigger knives are not allowed to be owned, let alone guns. Lu Feng said. It is because China is very strict in checking this aspect. So basically no foreign killers mercenaries to take the assassination business in China. This led to the fact that if you wanted to kill someone in China, you could only find some local second-rate assassins. Didn't you see that when Infeng wanted to kill Lu Feng before, he could only take a dagger? Soon, Lu Feng led the two and Infeng to the third basement level. On the third basement level, Lu Feng opened the secret door leading to the secret room, then led a few people inside. This is an independent secret room, including the power system and other things are independent. Outsiders will never know about this secret room unless they blow up the whole villa. Your weapons will be placed here. Lu Feng turned on the light of the secret room. Lun Yu and Ling Shui looked at each other before honestly placing the weapon case inside the cabinet. Young master, can we take some other weapons? Lun Yu opened his mouth to inquire. As long as it's not a gun or anything like that, it's okay for you guys to carry it. When the two sisters heard Lu Feng's words, they hurriedly opened the box again and picked it out. Soon, they delivered the selected weapons to Lu Feng. Please take a look. Young master. Lu Feng sniffed and looked at the weapons they picked out, then casually picked up a few rings and said, Is this the weapon you have prepared? A couple rings? This is not an ordinary ring. Lun Yu said and explained to Lu Feng. This ring contains a poison needle. Blood on the throat. Inside this ring is a special substance that works with this necklace. Lun Yu said and picked up another necklace. As long as the ring and the substance inside the necklace merge into one, the necklace can be turned into a bomb. No less powerful than a grenade. I'll go. These gadgets are so bullish. Lu Feng was surprised. How could he not imagine that all these trinkets were actually murderous weapons? And Feng was also secretly surprised in his heart and couldn't figure out where on earth Lu Feng had found such a powerful killer. Lang Yu then introduced some other weapons, such as a soft sword that could be bound above the waist, and gloves woven with gold silk. These strange weapons were an eye-opener for Lu Feng and Infeng. Although Infeng had been a soldier, his opponents were also soldiers, so Infeng hadn't come into contact with these killers. This guy, if you guys come to assassinate me, I won't even know how I'll die, Lu Feng said with emotion. I wouldn't dare. Chapter 78, The Origin of the Scarlet Rose. Lang Yu and Lang Shui hurriedly knelt down at his words. Why are you guys kneeling down again? Get up quickly. I'm just kidding. Lu Feng helped the two up again. Let's go eat first. Then I'll take you guys to buy some clothes. You can't wear combat uniforms every day, Lu Feng said while leading a few people out. Then he came straight inside the villa where Infeng lived. Mr. Lu, are you alright? And Wan asked softly. It turned out that when Infeng got up early in the morning to patrol the manor, he found the two sisters and suspected that the two of them were here to assassinate Lu Feng, so he hurriedly ran back to tell his wife to hide, and then he himself ran over to protect Lu Feng. I'm fine. A misunderstanding, Lu Feng explained. It's good that it's alright. Breakfast was delayed a little bit because of the delay. Please wait for a while. and Wan looked curiously at the two girls behind Lu Feng before going to prepare breakfast. Lu Feng took the two sisters to sit down. "Let me introduce you guys. This is In Feng, my bodyguard and driver." Lu Feng pointed at In Feng and introduced him. "The beautiful woman who cooks for us is In Feng's wife, our chef." After hearing the introduction, the two sisters, Cold Rain and Cold Snow, also got up and introduced themselves. That's how they got to know each other. "The addition of the two of you today has increased my bodyguard team to 3, so I'm going to adjust your working hours," Lu Feng said as he sat on the sofa. "I'm going to arrange it this way, 2 of you 3 will follow me every day, and the other one will guard the manor. After all, there's no one guarding the manor right now either, and I'm a little worried about that." "Yes," the two sisters immediately agreed. "Everything as you commanded," An Feng Yi said. "Just rest at home today In Feng. I happen to be taking the two sisters out to buy some daily necessities and clothes. In Feng, you just stay inside the manor honestly and stay with your wife." "Yes sir." "Oh yeah, there might be a few more people who will come to the manor today. You confirm their identity, you can let them in." Lu Feng suddenly thought of the 3 researchers who were also drawn yesterday. "Yes, don't worry about it," In Feng said back. The things that Lu Feng had to arrange were all arranged, and the breakfast that In Wan had prepared was also ready. Lang Yu and Lang Shui walked over to help In Wan bring up the breakfast. "Let's eat." With Lu Feng's words, several people began to enjoy their breakfast. After having breakfast, Lu Feng took Cold Rain and Cold Snow out. Lang Shui drove the car, while Lang Yu sat with Lu Feng, so that if there was any unexpected situation, Lang Yu could protect Lu Feng in the first place. "Can you tell me about your assassin organization?" Lu Feng asked Lang Yu curiously. "Of course you can, but it involves some confidential matters, so please forgive me for not being able to tell you," Lang Yu said. Then they began to tell Lu Feng some things about their organization. The Scarlet Rose is the second largest international assassination organization in the world, with over 300 years of history. The members inside, including the most mysterious chief, are all women. They are all orphans. After being adopted by the Scarlet Rose, they began to train them from a young age. 10 years for a cycle. After the completion of the training, it is the results of the examination. Each person needs to complete an independent A-ranked mission to be considered qualified. And if you don't, sorry, only death awaits you. Once you have completed the assessment mission, you become a yellow-level assassin, and you need to advance to the next level by completing missions without stopping. Scarlet Rose's assassins were divided into 4 grades of heaven, earth, basil, and yellow, and the heaven-level assassins were the grade that Cold Rain and Cold Snow were in, which were the top 10 shadow assassins declared to the public. Earth level and below can only be called assassins, not assassins, and is also used to distinguish shadow assassins from other assassins. After becoming a yellow-ranked assassin, a 3-year promotion period began, where they needed to complete missions and then promote until they were finally promoted to a heaven-ranked assassin. However, there were limited spots for heaven-class assassins, only 10 in each phase, and when the 10 shadow assassins of the new era had completed their promotions, the older generation of shadow assassins would retire, and the organization would give the older generation of shadow assassins a very generous pension for their retirement. Actually, when it comes to retirement, each shadow assassin is only about 30 years old when they retire, but they still get forced to retire. After abdicating the throne, the shadow assassin can no longer take any more assassination orders and can only retire in peace. If someone retires and still takes assassination orders, then she will be hunted down by the Scarlet Rose until she dies, and the new top 10 shadow assassins on the throne will have a new round of jousting, which won't stop until after a new leader emerges. Of the 10 shadow assassins, one of them could become the leader, and the shadow assassin slot vacated by the leader would be given to the assassin who was previously ranked 11th, making her the new shadow assassin. Lu Feng was so shocked that he couldn't even speak after hearing Lang Yu's words. "Is it really that if you don't finish the graduation test, you will die?" Lu Feng asked. "Yes, the organization won't take in trash," Lang Yu said with a calm face. "So your chief is a woman too?" "Yes." "Is she the strongest of you?" "Yes." "Then can you beat In Feng?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "If we fight head-on, 50-50, if I were to assassinate him, I'm 90% sure, but kill him," Lang Yu returned. "My goodness. You guys are too perverted, aren't you?" Lu Feng said. It was important to know that In Feng had at one point beaten Lu Feng, a man with master-level fighting skills and special forces physical fitness, into a state of disbelief. Now Cold Rain was actually fighting head-on and could go 50-50ths. Can Lu Feng not be surprised? What is a killer? A killer is an assassination by any means necessary, so killers don't need to fight head-on at all. They can let you die without knowing. Assassination was what they were good at, and as far as skill was concerned, it wasn't that important. We're not perverts. The chief is the real pervert. Lang Yu looked like he had thought of something, and a hint of fear actually appeared on his face. Oh, can you tell me the story of your chief? Lu Feng was curious about the chief in Lang Yu's mouth. This was a big man who could defeat the shadow assassin and succeed in reaching the top. Anyone would be curious. Young master, this won't work. We can't divulge any information about the chief, Lang Yu said with an apologetic face. Don't think much of it, we are completely loyal to you. And after we were ordered to leave the organization, you are the one we both want to be absolutely loyal to. As for why I can't tell you any information about the Alpha, it's because the Scarlet Rose has rules that no one is allowed to divulge the slightest bit of information about the Alpha. Otherwise you'll face the hunt of the entire organization. And no matter what you are, you'll have to die, explained Long Shui, who was driving the car. Alright, I won't ask then. Lu Feng could only say, so you're completely out of the organization now, are you? Yes. You are completely loyal to me? Yes. Your orders, we will carry them out with determination. Will you carry out even if you are told to die? Yes. Lang Yu said and twisted the ring in his hand before a poison needle emerged. Then it placed the ring on the top of her snow-white neck. As long as you want me to die, I can die immediately, Lang Yu said firmly. Chapter 79, Taking the Sisters' Clothes Shopping. This sudden scene frightened Lu Feng. You hurriedly put it down. I'm just asking, Lu Feng said hurriedly. When Lang Yu heard Lu Feng's words, she immediately put away the poison needle. Don't be like this in the future. Give me a good life. Do you hear me? Said Lu Feng seriously. Yes, yes, both sisters said at the same time. Flower like age. Don't keep dying like this. You should live well so that you can protect me properly, Lu Feng said with a smile. When Lang Yu and Lang Shui heard Lu Feng's words, for some reason their hearts, which had long been cooled, suddenly flashed with a trace of abnormality. The cars soon arrived at the mall, and this time, Lu Feng brought them to none other than Lu Feng's own property, Times Square. After directing Lang Shui to park the car, Lu Feng led the two into the square. Lu Feng did not inform Lang Shui of the property that he was only bringing the two sisters to buy some clothes and daily necessities this time. Lu Feng walked in front of him, followed by two uncharacteristically beautiful twin beauties. This was the envy of the men who were shopping at the mall. Many of the young couples who had brought their girlfriends to go shopping had their eyes glazed over when they saw the beautiful woman following behind Lu Feng. Didn't even feel his girlfriend pinching the flesh around his waist, waiting for Lu Feng to walk away. This only reacted and wanted to explain. But the result was that his girlfriend did not listen at all, and directly walked away, and the man could only have the cheek to catch up when he saw this. Lu Feng took Lang Yu Lang Shui straight to a women's clothing store and said to the guide as soon as he entered, match these two beauties behind me with a couple of their usual outfits and then a couple more for work. The guide felt that Lu Feng was a rich man at the first sight of him and rushed over. Okay, please two beauties follow me. The guide bowed and said. The two sisters glanced at each other, then at Lu Feng, and followed. The other guides in the store had a hard time seeing that they had been preempted to receive Lu Feng, a big customer. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Feng wasn't poor at all, and it was still buying clothes for these two beauties, so it had to be even more generous. Whoever can snatch Lu Feng as a customer will be able to board up a large commission. Tea for you, sir. Just as Lu Feng was sitting boredly in the rest area waiting for the two of them, another guide brought a glass of water and gave it to Lu Feng. Thank you, Lu Feng said as he took the glass of water. At that moment, another man dressed as a male came inside the store. He was also alone with two girls dressed in revealing outfits, and when he entered the store, he opened his mouth arrogantly. Feel free to buy the clothes you see. We're not poor. There are a dozen stores of my dad inside this square. Lu Feng looked up and ignored them. After all, the entire square was his, and technically speaking, Lu Feng was still their landlord. Thank you, brother. The two girls sniffed and happily gave the male a kiss each before they began to pick out their clothes. The male also obediently sat next to Lu Feng, waiting for his two little girlfriends. At this time, Lang Yu, who had changed her clothes, took the lead and walked out in front of Lu Feng. In a flash, the eyes of the entire store were drawn to the beautiful Lang Yu, only to see Lang Yu dressed in a standard secretary outfit, a pair of long slender legs with black silk, looking particularly attractive. Her already better figure looked even more seductive in her secretary outfit. Does it look good, young master? Lang Yu asked softly with a hint of shyness. This was, after all, the first time she had ever worn such a dress, and it was normal for her to be a little shy. Good looking, better than a supermodel, Lu Feng complimented. Lang Yu's mouth flashed with a smile when she heard Lu Feng's compliment. You can't keep buying work clothes. Have you bought your usual clothes? Lu Feng didn't care about the envious gazes of the people around him and opened his mouth to inquire again. I'm ready, but today is the first day of accompanying you to work, so I definitely need to dress more formally, Lang Yu replied. Right after Lang Yu had just finished speaking, Lang Shui walked out wearing a slim suit. Under the suit, Lu Feng felt that Lang Shui was more like the president than himself. The other customers in the store saw that another beautiful woman had come out and looked exactly like the one they had just seen. Looking at Lu Feng again, his heart was so hard that he wanted to cry. Young master, what do you think? Lang Shui spoke. Good. Ha 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 ha. You're more like a president than even I am. Lu Feng opened his mouth and laughed. I'll go change it down then. Lang Shui said when she heard that. There's no need to change. Just this one will do. Lu Feng but waved his hand and said. Then he pulled out his bank card from inside his pocket and handed it to both of them to check out. Lang Shui took the bank card and took her sister to the cashier to check out. Seeing that the two beauties had left, the gentleman on the side couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to ask Lu Feng what his relationship with them was. In fact, when Lang Yu came out just now, the rich second generation wanted to ask, but before he could open his mouth, Lang Shui came out. Seeing that the two were still twins, the rich young man was instantly horny. This was compared to Lang Shui and Lang Yu, and the two that he had led were simply out of reach. When Lu Feng heard the rich second generation's inquiry, his heart directly understood what he meant. Didn't you hear them call me young master? Lu Feng spoke. Bosh. Still two maids. This dude eats really well. Richie thought to himself. Dude, I won't beat around the bush. How about you make a price and let these two twins follow me for a month? The rich kid said directly. What did you say? Even though Lu Feng had already known in advance that the second generation of rich people did not have good intentions, he did not expect the second generation of rich people to be so direct. I say, how about letting these two little maids of yours follow me for a month, and I'll give you $500,000. The rich second generation said arrogantly. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying, Lu Feng said as he forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart. Do you have a bad ear? Then I'll add another 100. 000. 600. 000. You take the money and go to the hospital to look at your ear. I want these two twins to stay with me for a month. The rich kid continued. How about that? It's okay, this price is already very suitable. You are just lucky to let you come across such a superb twin. Lu Feng didn't talk nonsense to him after hearing this and directly slapped the rich second generation's face. What kind of a thing are you to talk to me like that and dare to hit me? Lu Feng said coldly. Richie wasn't able to react to the slap, and it took a while before he had to fight back. But before he could raise his arm, he was kicked out. It turns out that Lang Shui has been paying attention to the situation on Lu Feng's side yet, and when Lu Feng fans the second generation of rich people, Lang Shui has already made preparations. Richie was kicked 4 or 5 meters away by Lang Shui and lay on the ground gasping for air. The other customers in the store, including the shopper, were taken aback by the sudden scene. Young master, are you alright? Lang Shui asked with concern. It's fine. Have you bought the clothes yet? Lu Feng said calmly. It's already been bought. Are you alright, young master? Lang Yu walked over as well with his bank card. Well, let's go then, Lu Feng said directly. Then he greeted the guide who hadn't responded yet and helped carry the clothes. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to leave, the rich second generation struggled to get up from the ground. None of you are going anywhere, and you want to leave even after beating me? No way, he said and pulled out his phone. Hey, Zhang, I was beaten up in your plaza. Hurry up and bring a few security guards over here. I'm going to teach this guy who doesn't know what he's doing a good lesson, the rich second generation said, and hung up the phone. Then he looked at Lu Feng with an arrogant face and opened his mouth. Kneel down in front of me now, kowtow to me 100 times, and let me have these two chicks, and I can let you go, or else you'll suffer later. Lu Feng just looked at the arrogant rich second generation with a faint face and said something. I'm curious as to who you're calling on this call. Someone inside your plaza. Oh, to tell you the truth, the call I just made was to the manager of the plaza security department, and he'll be here soon with his men, the rich kid said. Do you know who I am? Inside this Times Square, there are more than a dozen stores of my dad. My relationship with Zhang is that good. It's the person in charge of the Times Square property, Mr. Wang, who has to give my dad some face. Lu Feng smiled helplessly when he heard the man's words. What's with all these people all the time? Then do you know who I am? Lu Feng said lightly. Chapter 80, Scared Stupid Security Manager. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and beg for forgiveness. Give me these two chicks and I'll spare you this time. The rich second generation screamed. Young master, let us make our move and finish off this trash who insulted you, Lang Shui said in an icy tone. Yes, young master, or let's beat him up first, and then after he leaves, I'll kill him unknowingly. Lang Yu also spoke up. Ha ha, you guys don't keep thinking about fighting and killing. I naturally have a way to make him kneel in front of us and apologize later, Lu Feng said with a mysterious face. How about it? Think about it. If you agree, hurry up and let those two chicks come over. Or else you'll have a good time when you get into the little black room later, the rich kid urged. Lu Feng ignored him and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Lang Yu on the side hurriedly helped him light it. Lu Feng resumed his seat. Squeeze my shoulders, Lu Feng said as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Lang Shui and Lang Yu sniffed and squeezed one shoulder each. Young master, is this strength okay? Lang Yu asked softly. Well, just right. Comfortable. Lu Feng replied cozily. This can make the opposite side of the rich second generation angry. Come up to hit Lu Feng. But it was stopped abruptly. Stop. With a yell, the security manager walked over with a few guards. As soon as Richie saw the man he had called coming, he hurried over. Brother Zhang. That's him. He beat up people in the square and now he's violating the ban on smoking, said the rich kid. The security manager did not get a good look at Lu Feng as he had just exhaled a cloud of smoke. Don't worry. Your brother Zhang will help you out. Thank you in advance. Then, and I'll invite you to wash your feet tonight. The security manager sniffed and smiled a little before opening his mouth to Lu Feng. This gentleman, you hurt someone with your hands and openly smoked inside the square. Please come with us. When Lu Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc. Then he deliberately lowered his head so that the security manager wouldn't be able to see him. You guys don't seem to have the power to enforce the law, do you? Lu Feng said with his head bowed. We don't have the power to enforce the law, but you have now disturbed the public order. So please follow us back to the security room and we will call the police to deal with it. The security manager spoke. Lu Feng sneered when he heard the security manager's words. Why don't you guys ask why I hit him? This has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for taking away people who disturb the order. The security manager said impatiently. I'm afraid you won't say that once you enter the security room. Lu Feng continued to ask. Sir, my patience is limited. If you still don't go back with me, then I have no choice but to take you away by force. The security manager waved his hand, and several security guards were about to rush up and take Lu Feng away by force. Lang Yu and Lang Shui instantly walked to Lu Feng and protected him. Seeing that things had reached this point, Lu Feng stood up from the sofa, then pulled the two sisters behind him and said indifferently, Then look who I am. The security manager fixed his eyes and sat straight up. Lu, the security manager said several Lus in a row without uttering a complete sentence. Lu Feng walked straight to the security manager, and when the other security guards saw this scene, none of them chose to block it. Now anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Feng was extremely powerful, or else his own manager wouldn't have been so scared that he sat directly on the ground. What? Why don't you dare to arrest me now? Lu Feng said as he lowered his head and looked at the security manager sitting on the ground. Lu, Mr. Lu, I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to be like this even if I had 10 more guts. The security manager said tremblingly. So what you're saying is that if this person wasn't me today, but a regular customer, you could do whatever you wanted. No, that's not what I meant. But that's what you meant by what you said. Don't think I don't know how you handle things. Isn't it just taking people inside the security room and you guys working together to terrorize people into submission? Mr. Lu, I really didn't mean that. The security manager was still defending. However, Lu Feng didn't give him a chance and directly dialed Wang Shui's phone. I am now in the plaza on the second floor of the women's clothing store inside. You seized the time to come over a trip. Give you 5 minutes of time. The time is over. If you have not yet come, then roll up and leave. Lu Feng, tone of voice icy cold, said, and then did not give the opportunity to Wang Shui to speak, then hung up the phone. The women's clothing store at this time was already surrounded by people shopping in the mall. Wang Shui hadn't reacted for a while after hearing Lu Feng's words, just heard a knock on his office door. Something big is wrong. Sister Wang. A little girl rushed in. Mr. Lu came to the square. I don't know what the reason is, and hit other people with his hands. You should go and take a look. As soon as Wang Shui heard this, she hurriedly ran out. The little girl followed when she saw it. How did you know? Wang Shui asked as she ran. I just passed by over there and saw a few people surrounding the entrance of the women's clothing store. So I took a curious look. Then I saw Mr. Lu hit someone, and then that person seemed to know Manager Zhang of the security department and called him back. I rushed over to give you a report as soon as I saw that something was wrong. The young girl panted. Bad. Wang Shui exclaimed. From the little girl's description, and the phone call that Lu Feng had just made to her, Wang Shui instantly felt that something bad had happened. Then she made the greatest speed of her life to get to the second floor of the plaza. As soon as he reached the second floor, Wang Shui saw the women's clothing store surrounded by people who were looking at it. Excuse me, please, let me through. After a lot of effort, Wang Shui finally broke through the blockade of the crowd and arrived at the scene. Just squeezing in, Wang Shui saw the security manager who was sitting paralyzed on the floor, and Lu Feng who was sitting on top of the sofa with an expressionless face. Mr. Lu, Wang Shui ignored the security manager on the ground and walked directly to Lu Feng. Is this the square you manage? Lu Feng said indifferently as he looked at Wang Shui. Wang Shui shivered in fear when she heard Lu Feng's words, hurriedly explaining. What happened? Don't worry. I will give you a proper explanation. Go ask the two people across the street. Lu Feng pointed to the security manager who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and the rich young man who was standing at a loss for words. Wang Shui hurried over. What exactly happened? And how did you provoke Mr. Lu? When the security manager saw Wang Shui so angry, he didn't dare to hide it. Then he told it all. But the security manager didn't know exactly what had caused it. Wang Shui turned her gaze to the rich second generation on the side again after hearing this. Yu Qian, give me an honest explanation. Wang Shui directly spoke. She did recognize the rich second generation in front of her, because his father was also a big player in Times Square, and Wang Shui had eaten with his father a few times, so she naturally knew this rich second generation. Sister Wang, I know I'm wrong. The rich second generation now knew that Lu Feng was not someone he could mess with at all, so he opened his mouth and admitted his mistake. It's useless for you to apologize to me. Tell me, how exactly did you mess with Mr. Lu? Wang Shui directly spoke. Seeing that it was useless to apologize, the rich second generation could only tell the whole story one by one. What? You actually dare to say this? Wang Shui directly exclaimed in shock after hearing this. I have to call your dad and ask him to come over to teach you a lesson. Wang Shui said and pulled out her cell phone ready to call. Sister Wang, don't call my dad. I beg you. He'll kill me if he finds out. Chapter 81, The Shrewd Man. The rich kid begged bitterly. But Wang Shui didn't care so much. After such a big thing happened, do you think your dad won't know about it? Wang Shui said and dialed the phone number of the rich father. Then after giving all the causes and consequences, the man on the other end of the phone was very angry when he heard that his son had caused such a big trouble. He directly said that he would be there in 15 minutes, and asked Wang Shui to make sure to stabilize Lu Feng, and he personally came over to apologize. After Wang Shui hung up the phone, she only said to the rich second generation, you wait for your father to come over to teach you a lesson. He then pulled the security manager, who was already scared to death, to Lu Feng. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu? Wang Shui droned. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, I know I'm wrong, I ask you to forgive me, the security manager said with a trembling voice, but Lu Feng didn't look at the security manager. Instead he pointed the finger at Wang Shui. Manager Wang, because of this incident, I have developed a great distrust of your management. You'll have to give me a perfect explanation or I'll have no choice but to terminate the cooperation between us, Lu Feng said coldly. As soon as Wang Shui heard Lu Feng's words, she rushed to explain in fear. Mr. Lu, this time it's my negligence. I'm not running away from this responsibility, but I'm also really bowing down for them all. Please trust me one more time. I will give you a perfect answer, but not everyone gets a chance after making a mistake. Lu Feng continued. All that's why I'm asking you to give me a chance. I'll make you happy, Wang Shui said seriously. Good, then I'll give you this chance to show off your tricks, Lu Feng said. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Wang Shui spoke. Then he turned to the security manager on the side and said coldly, you're fired. Go through the process of leaving immediately, and then give an account of how many favors you've received for using your position. If you don't give a clear explanation, then we'll have to take it to court. The security manager wanted to say something else when he saw this, but he was interrupted by Wang Shui. I don't want to see you again, and I don't think Mr. Lu will want to see you again either. You leave your job now on your own. I can give you the decency. If you don't want to be decent yourself, I'll just have to be decent for you. The security manager sniffed and directly bowed to Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. Mr. Wang, I've let you down. I'm sorry, the security manager said, and turned to leave. After dealing with the security manager, Wang Shui looked at the several security guards who had come to arrest Lu Feng earlier. Even though you came with your manager, you didn't know right from wrong, but you helped to make it worse. Like your manager, all left on their own. When the security guards heard Wang Shui's words, they could only leave in disgrace. Just as Wang Shui dealt with their property's own insiders, the father of the rich second generation also hurriedly arrived. Mr. Wang, phew, I'm here. Where is my unproductive rebellious son? See if I don't beat him to death. A blond middle-aged man ran over panting. Dad, Richie whimpered once he saw his father coming. Bang. The fat man slapped his own son directly in the face. You've got the nerve to call me dad. I don't have a son like you. Not relieved to say it. He kicked again. Mr. Wang, just tell me what to do. I agree with everything, the man said to Wang Shui. My opinion is useless. He messed with the owner of the square. Mr. Lu, You have to say this to Mr. Lu. Wang Shui stood aside and said coldly, "Are you Mr. Lu? Nice to meet you," the man said as he looked at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa. "This gentleman, our meeting this time can't be considered a pleasure." Lu Feng's tone was icy cold. Yes, you are right. It's me who didn't discipline my own son well, letting him impinge on you," the man said as he grabbed the rich second generation in front of Lu Feng again. The snap hit his son hard on the head again. "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu?" Hearing his father's words, the rich second generation hurriedly bowed to Lu Feng. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it's because I'm blind. Please forgive me this time." The rich second generation had just finished speaking when the man kicked up again, directly kicking the rich second generation to his knees in front of Lu Feng. The fat man was aware that the young man sitting on top of the sofa in front of him could decide his life and death with a single word. Knowing that a man's entire fortune is in Times Square, all it takes is one word and the man immediately has to go bankrupt. As for moving the store to another location, how can it be so good? Not to mention that you can't even find a place as good as Times Square for a while, or if you do find another place, then all the old customers of those stores that the man had struggled to run before would have to be lost as well. That's why when the man heard that his son had messed with the owner of Times Square, he directly left all the things he was doing and rushed over. Richie was kicked to his knees by his father and gave him a puzzled look. Who expected the man to slap the rich kid in the face again? "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu. You'd better beg Mr. Lu to be able to forgive you or I'll have to peel your skin off," the man said viciously. The rich second generation was scared by his father and hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, I really know I'm wrong. If you're still not relieved, just beat me up." Lu Feng just calmly looked at the rich kid apologizing without opening his mouth. When the man saw this, he simply kicked his son aside again. "Get the hell out of my way. Don't dirty Mr. Lu's eyes." Then he compensated with a smile and said to Lu Feng, "Mr. Lu, I'm willing to take out $2 million to compensate the two ladies behind you." The man was smart enough to say that he knew that Lu Feng had a big family and couldn't look at the 2 million. So he just opened his mouth and said that he was compensating Leng Yu and Ling Shui. After saying that, he also sneaked a glance at Wang Shui, hoping that Wang Shui would say something good on the side. Wang Shui saw the man's movement and directly pretended not to see it. After all, she was a clay bodhisattva now, so how could she plead for a man's favor again? "Ha!" Lu Feng laughed out at the man's words. "I have to say, the way you handle things is indeed perfect," Lu Feng said as he applauded. The man smiled awkwardly when he heard this and didn't dare say anything more. "Alright, you've beaten your son like this. If I don't forgive, it would seem like I'm being unreasonable," Lu Feng said and stood up. "Let's leave this matter at that." When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he was excited and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Thank you," he said while kicking the rich kid a few more times. "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu?" The rich second generation was kicked a few times by his father, but he could only endure the severe pain in his body and apologize to Lu Feng. "Thank you, I will change it in the future. Remember, in the future, do not think that the family has a little money, just drift. To remember that there are people, outside the sky," Lu Feng said faintly. Yes, you're right. I'll go back and discipline him." The man took over. "Then you see this 2 million, how to give you, or I leave you a phone number, then send you over." The man played a small smart. He wanted to use this opportunity to get Lu Feng's phone number and address, so that it would be convenient to hug his thigh in the future. As soon as Lu Feng heard the man's words, he understood the meaning and smiled. "General Manager Wang, how much does the plaza's yearly sanitation and cleaning cost?" Lu Feng looked at Wang Shui. "Almost $500,000 a year," Wang Shui hurriedly returned. "Then you'll pay for the hygiene and cleaning for the next 4 years. No problem, right?" Lu Feng looked at the man again. No problem. I'm out for 5 years." The man added another $500,000. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just smiled, and then took the sisters and flowers and was about to leave. Chapter 82, In Feng vs. Long Shui. Wang Shui hurriedly took the clothes Lu Feng bought for the two sisters from the guide and followed behind. Lu Feng just took 2 steps and then turned his head to open his mouth to the fat man's. "This is my business card. I appreciate you," Lu Feng said and took out a business card from inside his wallet, allowing Ling Yu to hand it to the fat man. The fat man excitedly caught Lu Feng's business card. "Yu Lung is at your service." Lu Feng sniffed and didn't say anything as he turned around and left. The two sisters and Wang Shui, who was carrying a large bag, followed Lu Feng closely. "Come home with me and let's see what I'll do to you," the man said as he held back his excitement and looked at his son. "Why still want to teach me? Mr. Lu did not forgive us," Yu Qian said with a crying face. "That's Mr. Lu being generous. He forgave you. I didn't, Yu Long said, but if it wasn't for me, Dad, you wouldn't have been able to meet Mr. Lu, Yu Qian retorted. Yu Long was all amused by his son's brain circuits. If I hadn't handled it so well, and if Mr. Lu hadn't been willing to bother with us little people, all it took was one word from Mr. Lu and we'd be bankrupt. And now you dare to claim credit. Hurry up and go back with me to get beaten. Yu Long said and twisted his son's ear and walked away. On this side, Lu Feng and the others also came to the car without any problems, and Wang Shui actively put all the clothes and other things into the trunk of the car. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I'll go back to investigate this kind of employees who use their authority to make trouble, and I won't let you down. And I find myself 3 months' salary to give the gardens on the outskirts of the square a facelift, said Wang Shui. She was also smart enough to know that Lu Feng couldn't see her for the tens of thousands of dollars, so she directly offered to use her salary to give the garden a facelift. Alright, I'll give you this chance. I hope that when I come back next time, I'll be able to see the changes you've made, Lu Feng said and got into the car. Lang Shui drove straight away. Young master, I'm sorry, we've caused you trouble. Lang Yu spoke in a small voice. Lu Feng laughed wholeheartedly at Lang Yu's cute appearance. Apologize properly. If it wasn't for me and my sister, this wouldn't have happened today. So it's better for us to go out in the future and bring our masks with us. Cold Rain continued. Ha ha ha, this brain circuit of yours is amazing. If you look so good, why do you need to wear a mask? Lu Feng laughed. Because then you won't get in trouble for your looks. Ha 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 ha, no need. That's all you guys? If I, Lu Feng, can't even protect my own people? What am I going to talk about when I'm going to face those capital predators and ancient families? Lu Feng directly said in a domineering manner. When the two sisters heard Lu Feng's words, their hearts were greatly moved. Young master, you are so kind. Ha ha ha, of course you should be nice to your own people. Soon the car returned to the manor, and after parking the car, Lu Feng couldn't wait to find In Feng. How's it going? Did anyone show up this morning? Lu Feng asked. No, I've been waiting at the door today, but I haven't seen the person you're talking about, sir, until now. In Feng returned truthfully. Okay, Lu Feng looked disappointed. Why don't I go out and look for it? In Feng looked at Lu Feng's disappointed face and opened his mouth. No need. I don't know when they will come over. Go back to eat first. I'm still a bit hungry after strolling around all morning. Lu Feng said. Well, it just so happens that Wan Er's cooking is almost done. Then let's go. At the dinner table, several people sat down. The two sisters looked so good in these clothes, and Wan kept praising. He. Thanks for the compliment. Sister is pretty too. Long Yu complimented as well. Ha ha ha, you guys just stop praising each other. Hurry up and eat, or else the food will get cold. Lu Feng spoke. Under Lu Feng's urging, several people quickly ate their meals. Since Lu Feng had already greeted Chun Qian in advance this morning, he didn't go to work at Ferrari in the afternoon. Instead, he brought Cold Snow and Cold Rain and In Feng to a lawn in the manor, preparing for them to spar with each other. And Wan also followed with excitement once she heard that she could watch the fights. In the open space, Lang Shui and In Feng set up their stances, ready to fire. And Wan, on the other hand, stood with Lang Yu and chattered about who would win. Can your sister really beat In Feng? And Wan asked skeptically as she looked at Ling Shui. I don't know. Brother N is putting a lot of pressure on me, and we aren't good at fighting head-on, so I don't know who's actually better. Lang Yu explained. Let's take a look then. It's my first time seeing In Feng fight too. And Wan said excitedly. Just as the two exchanged words, Lang Shui was the first to attack, only to see Lang Shui attack in a very bizarre way, directly attacking In Feng. Seeing this, In Feng can only passively block. Seeing that her attack was blocked by In Feng, Lang Shui shifted her attack routine again and attacked towards In Feng's lower disc. The two had already exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye, and both Lu Feng and Lang Yu were staring closely at the two's offensive and defensive moves, simulating them inside their minds. Only In Wan, who couldn't do any kung fu at all, stood aside and watched with great interest. In Feng, you're a big man. Give way to Lang Shui's sister. And Wan said loudly. In Feng cried and laughed when he heard his daughter-in-law's words. Can't you see he's being pressed by Ling Shui? In Feng came from the military and did not come into contact with killers, nor had he seen this bizarre and vicious move of Ling Shui, so he could only passively block. But soon, In Feng figured out Ling Shui's offensive moves and began to counterattack, only to see that In Feng was intentionally struck in the chest by Ling Shui's punch, and with his strong physical fitness, he resisted Lang Shui's punch, and then quickly threw out a whip kick. Lang Shui, due to the attack she had just made, could only come to defend with one hand in a hurry, and was directly knocked back by this powerful whip kick from In Feng. But the moment Lang Shui was sent flying, she also returned a kick to In Feng. the two just smoothly separated. Slapping, slapping, slapping. Lu Feng applauded as he watched the wonderful duel between the two. It's really wonderful. Better than any martial arts movie, Lu Feng said while applauding. When the two heard Lu Feng's words, they also stopped their competition and walked over. How does it feel? Lu Feng said as he looked at the two. Lung's attacks are quick and harsh. I can only parry them. And Feng said modestly. Which is not true. Big brother and strong physical qualities, as well as his potent attacks, are also too much for people to handle. Lang Shui also spoke up. Ha ha ha, you two are still praising each other, Lu Feng said after hearing this. And Feng, you are really too. Sister Lang Shui is a girl, how can you really kick her? And Wan came over and said. And Feng scratched his head awkwardly when he heard his wife's words. It's fine, sister. You don't know if you don't practice martial arts. Even if it's a competition, it will be like this. It's all an instinctive reaction. Lang Yu opened her mouth and said. When Wan heard Lang Yu's explanation, she realized that she had wrongly blamed Feng and hurriedly apologized to him. Shall we try? Lu Feng said as he looked at Lang Yu. Ha? Us? Cold Rain pointed to her nose in disbelief. What? Look down on me. Ask Feng if I'm very capable of being able to fight. Lu Feng eyed Lang Yu's disbelief and directly opened his mouth. Everyone present, except Feng, was surprised. And Feng, do you still fight with Mr. Lu? And Wan spoke directly. Seeing to reveal, Lu Feng hurriedly said just cut through. He would not dare to say that your old man Feng was here to kill me before. And Feng also reacted and hurriedly said that it was just a previous cut. Mr. Lu, you really still know martial arts? And Wan still didn't believe it. The two sisters on the sidelines were also in disbelief. Try it and you won't know. Lu Feng grinned. Fine, let's try it then. When the time comes, young master, you don't want to cry when I beat you up. Lang Yu said excitedly. It's not certain who's going to fight and cry. Chapter 83, Lu Feng vs. Lang Yu. The two said and walked out onto the lawn as well. Lu Feng obediently assumed an ancient martial arts stance. And Lang Yu instantly became serious when she saw Lu Feng's stance. This was because she had already seen from the stance Lu Feng had put up that he really knew martial arts. Mr. Lu put up a pretty decent front, and Wan said from the sidelines. No, young master is really going to. Lang Shui also saw it. I can tell from his stance and aura that the young master must have very good hands. Not bad. Before I fought with Sir, if it wasn't for the fact that I have rich fighting experience, I guess I wouldn't have been a match for Sir. And Feng also talked about how he fought with Lu Feng. Mr. Lu is so powerful. He can also do martial arts. He is also handsome. And he has money. Lang Shui sister, aren't you moved? And Wan looked at Lang Shui and teased. When Lang Shui heard this, her pretty face flashed with a hint of embarrassment and did not answer. Just then, the two men on the lawn began to exchange blows as well. Lu Feng quickly approached Lang Yu and went up for a black tiger, but it was dodged by Lang Yu with a very weird stance. Seeing that he was dodged by Lang Yu, Lu Feng hurriedly changed his fist into a claw and grabbed at Lang Yu again. Lang Yu similarly turned his hand into a palm and struck, and the two quickly exchanged a few moves with each other, and separate at the same time. Young master, you're really good, Lang Yu said as she looked at Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, my greatness is still behind me, said Lu Feng and attacked again. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity to hone his martial arts. Both sides passed another dozen moves. Lu Feng knew too many martial arts, gradually slowly blending in the fight with Lang Yu. A moment of Bagua Palm, a moment of Hung Fist, a moment and then military-style fighting, beating Lang Yu only to fight. I admit defeat. Young master, Lang Yu hurriedly shouted after forcing Lu Feng back. Why did you admit defeat? I haven't had my fun yet, Lu Feng said. No, you know too much. I can't figure out your offense at all, Lang Yu said helplessly. Lu Feng's attacks were too fast, and there were so many changing moves that Lang Yu could not find the rhythm. Alright, let's fight again later when we have the chance. Lu Feng could only agree. After saying that, he led Lang Yu to the three people who were watching the show from the side. Mr. Lu, you are really amazing. You don't even need to hire a bodyguard with this bodyguard. And Wan looked at Lu Feng as if she was looking at a monster. Ha ha ha, I'm embarrassed by your compliments. Lu Feng laughed out loud. I'm just being honest. Ha ha ha, well, after playing for so long, let's go back and rest and relax too. Lang Yu and Lang Shui don't have a place to stay yet. I still have to arrange a place for them to stay, Lu Feng said and walked towards the villa. Lang Yu and Lang Shui also hurriedly followed, while Feng took his wife, Wan, back as well. As for why Restless Front didn't follow Lu Feng, it was because Lu Feng had previously told him that as long as he was at the manor, he didn't need to follow him, so that Feng could properly all stay with his wife. You guys just stay on the second floor. Pick 2 rooms on the second floor. Lu Feng said to the two sisters. As for why he didn't let the two sisters live in the other empty villas, Lu Feng said that he had other arrangements for the other villas, but he wasn't salivating over the beauty of the two sisters. Young master, we only need one room. Long Yu spoke up. Alright then, you guys pick 1 inch, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two. Lang Yu then picked a room on the second floor and put all the clothes that Lu Feng had bought for them in it. Young master, where do you live? Long Shui, who was on the side, opened her mouth and asked. I live on the 3rd floor. Here's this alarm for you. Keep it by your bed. Press it if anything happens and we'll be there. Lang Shui said as she pulled out a remote control similar to a car key. Lu Feng took the alarm, surveyed it for a moment, and then pressed the button on it. At once, an alarm sounded in Colt Snow's pocket, but it was very small. Lang Shui took out the alarm that was ticking and explained. As soon as you press the alarm in your hand, the one on our side will go off and we'll be in your room in no time. This gadget is so convenient. Okay, I'll take it, Lu Feng said and put the thing into his pocket. Lu Feng gave Lang Shui another car key and then went straight upstairs. Lang Shui and Lang Yu, on the other hand, started to pack up their rooms. After returning to his bedroom, Lu Feng asked the system why the researchers hadn't arrived yet. The explanation given by the system is that it will definitely arrive within 3 days. Lu Feng sniffed and could only wait patiently. Just as Lu Feng was lying on his bed playing with his cell phone, he didn't know that he had already been targeted. It turned out to be an assassin hired by Wei Changqing's grandfather, who had arrived in Magic City and was investigating Lu Feng. Through the information from within their assassin group, the group of assassins quickly found the place where Lu Feng was staying. Although the place where Lu Feng Manor is located is inhabited by some of the top dignitaries, even the last hand of Magic City lived here. But since the defense force was just some retired soldiers forming a security team, they didn't find anything unusual in the face of professional killers lurking around. And all those bigwigs in the other estates had their own professional security staff, so there wasn't much need for these ordinary security personnel. The 4 assassins quickly felt their way to the side of Lu Feng's manor, and since it was still light, they lurked. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dark. Lu Feng had already eaten dinner at this time and was brushing his cell phone, not realizing that the danger had already crept up on him. Several assassins had also touched the corners of the manor fence by now. Based on the information coming in from above, and what we observed during the day, the target is very good with his hands, and has a bodyguard who's a veteran. So just in case, number 2 go keep an eye on the bodyguard and number 3 and 4 follow me to take out the target. If the assassination fails, withdraw immediately, said the leader of the assassins. Boss, what about the veteran's wife, and the target's 2 mistresses? One of the assassins asked. We'll only kill one of our targets, and if the others don't move, don't make any trouble. The leader of the assassins continued. Is it all clear? Understood. Let's do it. As the last words fell, the masked, spandex-clad assassin moved in. Since guns were heavily banned in China, what the assassin brought this time were also cold weapons, but there were 2 crossbows. One assassin quickly leaned against the wall, while the other stepped on his shoulder and prepared to roll over. The slayer was seen stepping on someone's shoulder, leaping in the air and landing handsomely again. Chief, there's a 2-meter-high electric fence on top of the fence, so it's impossible to get past it, said the black-clothed assassin. Can we destroy the power grid? The chief asked. I've looked at it. I don't think it will work. There are sensors on it. Not to mention vandalism, even a small bird touching the grid will trigger an alarm. The dark killer said back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are all these rich people so life-thirsty? The chief cursed in a small voice. So what now? Another slayer spoke up. We can only retreat first, since there's no way to sneak into the manor. We'll find a way to finish him off after he goes out. The chief spoke. So the 4 assassins took advantage of the cover of night and hid again. Chapter 84, The Maid to Work. This night, Lu Feng slept soundly, not realizing that he had almost been assassinated. When the first rays of the morning sun shone above Lu Feng's handsome face, he woke up. After sitting on the bed and fuming for a while, he got up and washed up. Just after opening the door to his room and walking to the first-floor living room, he saw that the 2 of them, Cold Rain and Cold Snow, were already waiting for him in the living room. Good morning, young master, the 2 of them said as soon as they saw Lu Feng. Good morning, you guys. Lu Feng looked at the 2 of them. Although his face was bland, his heart was already happy. Capitalism and feudalism. After greeting them, Lu Feng took the 2 of them out to go to Enfeng's place for breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Feng took Lang Yu and Enfeng out. As for Lang Shui, she stayed behind to watch over the manor according to the rules set before. Enfeng continued to act as the driver while Lang Yu sat in the back with Lu Feng. The car quickly drove to the Ferrari Du branch. After the car was parked, Lu Feng directly took Lang Yu away, leaving only Enfeng to park the car. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Along the way, Ferrari's employees were greeting Lu Feng, and Lu Feng responded one by one. Whenever Lu Feng walked by, the employees behind him would talk curiously. Wow, the beauty behind Mr. Lu is so pretty. Yeah, it feels prettier than Sister Chen. You guys say this pretty young lady isn't Mr. Lu's girlfriend, right? Ah, no way. Isn't Mr. Lu single? I don't look like Mr. Lu's girlfriend. Haven't you guys noticed that this pretty girl has always been following Mr. Lu? Said an experienced veteran employee. The other employees were surprised by what he said and realized that it was true. Could it be the secretary? Can't be. Isn't Sister Chen Mr. Lu's secretary? Has Sister Chen fallen out of favor? Why do you care so much? Hurry up and work. With the fall of this sentence, the crowd instantly shut up. Lu Feng quickly arrived at his office. Inside the office, Chen Xian had already sat on top of her workstation early. When she saw Lu Feng come in, Chen Xian hurriedly got up to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Chen Xian said curiously, casting her eyes on Lang Yu, who was behind Lu Feng. What a pretty girl. Is it Mr. Lu's girlfriend? Chen Xian's first reaction was this. But for some reason, after seeing Lu Feng with a very pretty girl today, Chen Xian's heart inexplicably flashed with a trace of loss. Good morning, Secretary Chen. Lu Feng greeted. You can sit here. Lu Feng pointed to the workstation next to Chen Xian. Yes, young master, Lang Yu agreed. Saying that, he sat down at the workstation next to Chen Xian. Young master? Is he calling Mr. Lu? Chen Xian thought in her heart. Without waiting for Chen Xian to think more, Lu Feng waved his hand and asked Chen Xian to follow him into the office. Lu Feng sat on his seat while Chen Xian helped Lu Feng make a cup of tea. How is the information collection of Mercedes-Benz? Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian and asked. Collected a lot of negative information about them. I'm sure it's enough for them to be in a mess. Chen Xian said back. Well, that's good then. When the time comes, you find someone to hold a press conference as an individual to break out all this information. Lu Feng said as he took a sip of tea. At the same time, I would have attacked them from other angles. Yes. And when does it start? There's no rush. When Ferrari starts to power up, we're starting to power up. By the way, the girl I brought over today is my, little nanny. From now on she'll sit next to you. Same as in Feng. Lu Feng continued. Yes. Chen Xian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard that the pretty girl was just Lu Feng's nanny. But when she thought that such a beautiful girl was just a small nanny by Lu Feng's side, Chen Xian's heart produced a deep sense of powerlessness. That girl is not pregnant, especially met Lu Feng, such a handsome, rich, come to a big male, who cannot be touched. That's right. Right now in Chen Xian's heart, Lu Feng was one of those mysterious big families who came out to practice as a son. Especially Lang Yu's phrase young master. It further confirmed Chen Xian's thoughts. Then there's nothing. I'll go out first. If there's something you call out to me, Chen Xian said and walked out. At this time in the secretarial area, Lang Yu was chatting with Feng, who saw Chen Xian walk out of Lu Feng's office and said hello to Ms. Chen, then stopped talking. Hello, Mr. Chen Xian said back similarly. What is the name of this beautiful young lady? When Lang Yu saw that Chen Xian took the initiative to give her a greeting, she said back, hello Ms. Chen, my name is Lang Yu. I am the young master's servant. As for why Lang Yu didn't say she was Lu Feng's bodyguard, but rather a nanny, this was because Lu Feng had told her to say that in order to hide the fact that Lang Yu knew martial arts, so that when the time came, if someone really wanted to deal with Lu Feng, it would also only think that Lang Yu was just a young lover that Lu Feng kept by his side, not a shadow assassin with explosive combat power. Hello, Miss Lung, please take care of me in the future. Chen Xian did not belittle Lang Yu because she said she was a nanny. On the contrary, in Chen Xian's heart, she rather valued Lang Yu, because this was what she had analyzed from the way Lang Yu and Feng had addressed Lu Feng. Feng was calling Mr. Lu Feng, while Lang Yu was addressing young master Lu Feng. It was obvious that Lang Yu and Lu Feng had a much closer relationship. It had to be said that Chen Xian's analysis was indeed correct, because Feng was taken in by Lu Feng, but Lang Yu and Lang Shui were made by the system. Although they did exist in this world before, they were directly dead loyal to Lu Feng due to the system. Therefore, in terms of relationship, Lang Yu was indeed closer to Lu Feng than Feng. Chen Xian organized the papers in her hands and headed out the door with them. Although she was a secretary in her position, she did all the work of the president. So those employees of the company also called Sister Chen when they met her. Even those Italians had to respectfully call out Miss Chen when they met. Chen Xian took the documents and came to the place where the employees were working, ready to give them the documents and let them deal with it. Who knows that once the employees saw Chen Xian coming, All of them came over with a holler. What are you guys doing? Chen Xian asked in disbelief. Sister Chen, who is the girl that Mr. Lu brought here today? Sister Chen, isn't she Mr. Lu's girlfriend? Sister Chen, say something. The employees looked at Chen Xian and said curiously. Quiet, all get back to work. What are you guys doing now? Chen Xian said helplessly. When the employees heard this, they had to go back to their workstations. We're just curious. That girl is really too pretty, a female employee whispered. Seeing that they were so curious, Chen Xian could only reveal Long Yu's identity. Don't guess. That girl is Mr. Lu's maid. Chen Xian's words had just fallen, and the large office area was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. I'll go. What's the deal with Mr. Lu? The maids are all so pretty. Another day of envy for Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu eats too well. Employees have exclaimed. Quiet. Now that you know, you can work in peace. Don't be so curious day after day, Chen Xian said. Also, don't talk about Mr. Lu behind his back in the future. If I find out about it, you'll have a good time. When the employees heard Chen Xian's words, they said that they were just too curious this time and didn't mean anything else. Chen Xian also understood, and looking at Lu Feng's appearance, he should bring Leng Yu to the company often in the future, so she simply told it. Otherwise there was no telling how many versions of this story would have been passed around. In case it reached Lu Feng's ears by then, it would be a big deal. Chapter 85, Killing at the Door. Soon, the boring day passed go and Lu Feng was ready to go home with his 2 bodyguards. Just when the car had almost reached the Idle Cloud Manor, the car suddenly lurched violently. Ouch! Lu Feng said, covering his head. Long Yu, on the other hand, was immediately alert, and Feng also looked around. Because they were on a remote path to the manor, surrounded only by woods and no other buildings, it was a good opportunity for an assassination. But the car just lurched and nothing happened. Just as they let their guard down, 2 crossbow bolts were suddenly shot from a distance. Snap! They all hit the window next to Lu Feng's. But since the car was built out of bulletproof glass, it didn't do much damage. Leng Yu pinned Lu Feng down at the first opportunity, and Feng, on the other hand, slammed on the gas, and the car directly rushed out like an arrow off the string. Damn! What kind of glass has such a good defense? 2 black-robed men with crossbows in their hands came out from inside the woods. Chieftain, what to do? Asked a man in black. As things stand, we can only attack forcefully. I don't believe they can deal with the 4 of us, the leading chieftain said directly. That's right, we just need to be able to settle the fight in 20 minutes. The police won't even get here in time. Another assassin chimed in. Then go after them and attack them directly and forcefully. The chief gave an order and led the chase. And Feng Sai drove his car quickly to the entrance of the manor and smoothly passed through the security check system at the entrance to the interior of the manor. Sir, are you alright? And Feng asked hurriedly as he stopped the car. I am fine. Long Yu, can you let go of me first? I can't breathe, Lu Feng said with difficulty. It turned out that just now in the heat of the moment, Leng Yu directly pounced on Lu Feng, who was now being deadlocked by Leng Yu's upper body. His face was exactly pressed down by the waves of that cold rain, causing Lu Feng to be unable to catch his breath at all right now. Although this is very comfortable and smells good, Lu Feng said that I'm already suffocated and can't breathe. Leng Yu sniffed, and only then did she release Lu Feng from her arms. The pretty little face was also instantly red. Young master, are you alright? I didn't do it on purpose, Leng Yu said with a red face. It's fine. Lu Feng spoke. How could he be okay? If he wasn't out of breath, he would have wanted Leng Yu to just keep holding him like this. Sir, let's call the police. This looks like a professional killer. And Feng said hurriedly. No, you first tell your wife to hide inside the villa and not come out. I guess they have already chased them by now. Lu Feng analyzed. I don't think so. Killers are concerned about killing in one hit. If they don't get it, they should be lurking again. Leng Yu spoke up. On the side. And Feng heard and agreed with Leng Yu. After all, who made her a professional? No, they're bound to catch up. Because they know they can't break into our car with the weapons they have in their hands. So they must have chosen to attack strongly. And I'm sure there's more than one of them. Maybe they already tried to assassinate me yesterday, but didn't break through the manor's defenses. So they ambushed us halfway through. Turns out they didn't realize that my glass was bulletproof. And judging by the 2 crossbow bolts they shot, they must have been very professional. It was because of the professionalism that they knew they had spooked me at this point. So they had to catch up and finish me off before I could strengthen the defenses around me. And because the manor is built halfway up the mountain, the police can't even get there for a while. So during this time they are completely sure to finish me off, Lu Feng said as he lit a cigarette. Leng Yuan and Feng were both convinced by Lu Feng's analysis. Young master, what should we do? Leng Yu said as he looked at Lu Feng with an adoring face. She had turned into Lu Feng's little fangirl at this point. You know, the average person would be scared silly the first time they experienced an assassination. How could one still remain calm like Lu Feng and even analyze the killer's next move? You inform your sister to come over with cold weapons. Inform you tell your wife to hide inside the basement. Don't come out. I'm afraid the assassin will target your wife. Since they were able to ambush us on our way home, it means that they already have our details. We must be cautious. Lu Feng continued to arrange. When Lang Yu heard Lu Feng's words, she hurriedly took out her cell phone to notify her sister inside the villa. And Feng also notified his wife and told her to hurry and hide. Feng, make sure to protect Mr. Lu And Wan said hurriedly inside the phone. Got it. You hurry up and hide. I will. And Feng said. On Long Shue's side, after being notified by her sister, she brought her weapon and quickly rushed to Lu Feng's side. Young master, go back to the villa first and let brother and protect you. Leave these killers to me and Lang Yu. Long Shui came to Lu Feng and spoke. Yes, young master, you go back first. It's enough to have me and my sister here. Lang Yu also said at the side. No need. Don't you guys know about my stance? Lu Feng, however, said in an unusually calm manner. But young master, Long Shui wanted to say something else, but Lu Feng directly took the Tang horizontal sword in her hand. There's no need to say anymore. Lu Feng walked directly to the manor's front door. Seeing this, and Feng and the two sisters hurriedly stood in front of Lu Feng. By now, the assassin had also arrived at the entrance to the manor. At a glance they saw the four men standing on the path of the estate. Something's not right. Why are those two women still there? Aren't they adopted lovers? Said one of the assassins as he looked at the two girls in surprise. What the hell? It's done. Gentlemen, let's just force it, the chief said as he threw out a hook and hung it on top of the manor's fence. The sensors on top of the fence instantly emitted a piercing alarm sound, while at the same time, an alarm sound was also emitted inside Lu Feng's villa. But the leader of the killers did not care so much, directly using the grappling hook to come to the fence, and then used the Harrier flip to jump over the fence above the high-voltage power grid up to 2 meters. As soon as he landed, the leader of the killers came straight at Lu Feng. The other 3 killers followed suit and climbed over the fence. The 2 killers landed was holding crossbows and arrows and shot towards Lu Feng. Rustle of skirts. Seeing that the crossbow arrows were already approaching Lu Feng's face, Lang Yu and Lang Shui directly drew the soft swords hidden in their waists. Ding dong. The crossbow fell in response. The 2 assassins were outright confused. Didn't we say it was just 2 dainty lovers? How come they suddenly blocked the crossbow arrows we shot so cleanly? Lang Shui and Lang Yu, on the other hand, didn't care about the 2 killers who froze in place, and directly rushed up to fight the leader of the killers and the other killer. For a time, the manor was filled with swords and killing machines. What are you waiting for? Take out the target, the leader of the assassins said as he saw the 2 still frozen in place. The 2 assassins then reacted, crossing over the 4 people who were fighting and jumping straight at Lu Feng. Lang Yu wanted to stop another assassin, but she was deadlocked by her opponent and couldn't get away for a while. Although the sisters had now suppressed the leader of the assassins and the other assassin, there was no way they could stop the other assassins again. And Feng looked at the 2 killers who were killing over and directly took the Tang horizontal sword in his hand to meet them. Call. Fail, a student. With the sound of weapons clashing, and Feng had already exchanged blows with the 2 killers. At once the scene was divided into 3 fighting groups, one being Cold Rain and another assassin. One is Cold Snow and the leader of the assassins. The last one was in Feng and 2 other assassins. Seeing this, Lu Feng unhurriedly took out his cell phone and called the police. Hey, hello, I'm being stabbed right now. Please hurry over, Lu Feng said flatly. Sir, it's against the law to report a false police report. The man inside the phone didn't believe it at all. Really? They're inside my estate right now. Stopped by my bodyguards. Chapter 86, The Killer Panics. Lu Feng continued, but the person inside the phone didn't believe it at all. Lu Feng had no choice but to hang up. In fact, Lu Feng hadn't wanted to call the police. He had many ways to make these 4 killers disappear without anyone realizing it. But after considering it, he was prepared to be a good law-abiding citizen. But who would have guessed that people wouldn't believe him at all? Lu Feng hung up the phone and walked towards Feng's battlefield. Stay alive, Lu Feng shouted, because he saw that the assassins fighting with Cold Rain were all about to be killed by Cold Rain. He needs to know who ordered these killers. After the operator on the other side hung up, he considered for a moment, but notified the police officers patrolling the neighborhood to check it out. If it's really a false police report, then educate yourself. The operator still couldn't believe that there were still killers in these days. Soon, police cars patrolling nearby were notified and rushed in the direction of Lu Feng. Brother Wang, what's this? Killer? Couldn't have read too many novels, said a young policeman driving along. Who knows? We must educate ourselves when we get to the place and find out what kind of person actually filed a false police report. Another police officer also spoke up. Just as the two were talking, the address of their trip was sent. The older cop immediately panicked when he saw the address. Quickly, call for reinforcements. The old policeman said hastily. What's the matter? Why the fuss? The young cop asked as he looked at the old cop in a state of panic. Look at this address. This is the manor area of Mordor. The people who live here. That's the big brother of the big brother. How can they be idle to report false police? So it must be true that someone is trying to kill him. So hurry up and drive faster. The old policeman urged. The young policeman saw the old policeman say so and hurriedly increased his speed to rush over. And the old cop started calling for reinforcements. Calling HQ. Calling HQ. This is number 4537. Experiencing a terrorist attack. Requesting reinforcements. Lu Feng didn't realize at this time that the police had already rushed over. He was just about to have his way with the killer. Just as Lu Feng was about to deal with those two killers within Feng, Lan Yu came over and stopped Lu Feng. Young master, it's better for me to do it. You can just watch from the sidelines. Lan Yu said and pounced on one of An Feng's opponents. It turned out that Lan Yu had already beaten her opponent half to death already. Lu Feng looked at the killer lying on the ground and smiled. Soon, Lang Shui also solved the killer leader, but she didn't knock out the killer leader. Instead, she escorted him to Lu Feng. Kneel. Lang Shui kicked the leader of the killers directly in the leg. The leader of the killers ate the pain and could only fall to his knees. Say, what kind of people are you instructed by? How dare you come to assassinate the young master? Lang Shui's small white and tender hands stuck the man's hands in a deadly grip. Humph, I really underestimated you. Actually hiding so deeply, the leader of the killers said viciously as he looked at Lu Feng. Ha! Lu Feng sneered, then reached out and took the mask off the man's face. Say it, what kind of person instructed you to assassinate me? Lu Feng said as he looked at the assassin in front of him. Humph, do you think I would tell you? We are professionally trained. The leader of the assassins snorted coldly. Oh, why don't you just bite your tongue and kill yourself? Or hide a poison capsule in your mouth and fail the mission? Isn't that how I see it played out in TV? Lu Feng mocked. The man sniffed and instantly stopped talking, because he didn't even think about that. And in the past, when assassinations were successful, law enforcement officers couldn't find any clues at all. So he's still a normal person on the surface. And even if he fails in his mission one day and gets caught, he has the confidence to face the law enforcement officers. So, he didn't even think about suicide. Young master, leave him to me for interrogation. Lang Shui saw how hard-mouthed he was and volunteered to help. Do you still know how to interrogate? Lu Feng asked curiously at his words. It's mandatory for us. Colds now responded. Ha ha ha, I knew you guys were killers. No wonder when I just fought you. You always predicted my attacks, said the leader of the killers. One more word and I'll cut out your tongue. Lang Shui threatened, drawing her dagger. Just as Lu Feng was interrogating the leader of the assassins, both Lang Yu and An Feng had also resolved the battle. Young master, the killers have all been taken care of, Lan Yu said as he came to Lu Feng. An Feng then pulled the three half-dead killers together. Your companions have all lost. Do you still want to resist? Lu Feng said. Che, just use whatever skills you have directly. The leader of the killers said disdainfully. He didn't believe Lu Feng could do anything to him at all. Take the four of them to the basement. Lang Shui, you interrogate them. Lu Feng said indifferently. Sir, the police side. An Feng had just seen Lu Feng call the police while he was fighting. It's fine. They won't come over. I just called the police and they didn't believe me. Lu Feng could see An Feng's worries. Then it's all right. An Feng sighed in relief. What are you going to do? Are you going to lynch? The leader of the assassins said uneasily. Shouldn't you turn us over to the police? Do you dare to lynch me? The leader of the killers exclaimed. Ha! Lu Feng sneered, then leaned over and whispered in the assassin leader's ear. Not only do I dare to lynch you, I can make you disappear from this world unnoticed. You guys dare? It's against the law for you to do so. The leader of the killers was directly frightened by Lu Feng's words. He had thought that Lu Feng would hand them over to the police so that they would still have hope of escaping. Who knew that Lu Feng didn't follow the rules and actually wanted to arrest them privately? Breaking the law? Isn't it against the law for you guys to break into my home and assassinate me? Lu Feng all but laughed out at his words. Then you could have turned us over to the police. You can't do that, the leader of the killers said uneasily. Seeing him being so nagging, Lang Shui directly pulled out a silver needle and inserted it inside the man's fingernail. Ah! The leader of the killers screamed in direct pain. This is a lynching. I'm calling the police, screamed the leader of the killers. Ha ha ha, what you said is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Lu Feng directly mocked. Continue with the torture. I'll see how long he can hold out. Lu Feng said coldly. When Lang Shui and Lang Yu heard their young master's order, They were directly about to continue torturing the assassin leader. I say, the leader of the assassins broke right down. He simply didn't expect the group in front of him to follow the rules at all. It was someone who paid $70 million for your life. Who is it? Lu Feng asked. It's someone from Fat City. His name is Zhang Tianxia, said the leader of the assassins. Zhang Tianxia? Why is he trying to kill me? I don't know. We're only in charge of assassinations. As to why we're assassinating you, we don't know. $70 million. That's really generous. But since it's someone from Fat City, I think I know who it is, Lu Feng said after thinking for a while. Take them to the basement and deal with them, Lu Feng said with a wave of his hand, and Feng heard that he was about to pull the two killers towards the basement. At this time, suddenly there were sirens from a short distance away. Mr. Chapter 87, The Arrival of the Police. And Feng heard the sirens and looked uneasily at Lu Feng. Don't worry. Stay calm. Lu Feng was not the least bit flustered, but instead pulled out a cigarette from inside his pocket and lit it. Lang Shui and Lang Yu, on the other hand, quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The police car soon pulled up to the front gate of the estate. Two cops quickly washed the car, then walked out with their guns drawn. Don't move. Hands up. A police officer looked at the four people collapsed on the ground, and then looked at Lu Feng and the four of them, thinking that they were the killers. Aha! Lu Feng was speechless when he saw this scene, had to cooperate and put his hands up. He didn't want to be shot into a hornet's nest. And Feng and the two sisters then stood in front of Lu Feng, ready to help him block the gun. Uncle Policeman, we are good law-abiding citizens. They are the killers, Lu Feng said loudly. You can come in and take a look. I'll open the door for you, Lu Feng said while walking towards the main entrance. The two policemen looked at the killer lying on the ground and then at Lu Feng's men. Still not letting their guard down, Lu Feng could only raise his hands and slowly walk towards the gate, then opened it under the watchful eyes of the police. Uncle Policeman, didn't you guys say you weren't coming? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, it could be inferred from the police call just now that people didn't believe Lu Feng's words at all. If he didn't believe in it, why did he still come over? Lu Feng couldn't figure it out. Hello sir, when we get a 911 call, we come over to check it out. Whatever reason the caller used, we have to make sure, said the older policeman. The young policeman, on the other hand, looked curiously at the three men lying inside the manor, and the one kneeling. The older policeman apparently noticed the scene as well. This gentleman, can you tell what's going on here? Oh, you said the four of them, obviously it's the assassins who assassinated me only they didn't beat my bodyguards. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said. The two policemen, on hearing this, rushed over. Then it was stunned. Having just been some distance away, they didn't see the killer. Now that they were up close, the killer's miserable appearance secretly surprised them as well. Call an ambulance, we need to make sure they survive, the older policeman said in a hurry to the other policeman. When the young policeman heard this, he rushed off to the side to call the emergency services. Sir, is your bodyguard hitting a little too hard? The older policeman knew that anyone who could live inside the manor was a big shot on one side or the other. It was simply not for him, a small policeman, to offend, so his attitude was also very good. Police uncle, they are here to kill me they are trained killers if not for my bodyguards to give strength. Today lying on the ground may be me. If I was the one lying on the ground today, do you think they would have let me go? Lu Feng spoke. When the police heard Lu Feng's words, they also felt very right. Sir, I'm sorry, occupational hazard. It's okay, I understand. Just as the policeman was about to continue asking something else, there was a sudden roar of a helicopter. Lu Feng looked up, and it turned out to be the SWAT helicopter gunships rushing over. Meanwhile, the CID car arrived at the scene. The CID saw that there were already police inside the manor and rushed over. As for the SWAT team, they were airborne outside the manor. As for why so many police officers had come, it all depended on the policeman in front of Lu Feng. It turns out that after he knew Lu Feng's address, he told headquarters directly that it was a terrorist attack. That's why so many police and even SWAT came at once. Of course, what Lu Feng experienced could well be described as a terrorist attack. Captain Yang, you guys came very quickly, the older police officer greeted when he saw the criminal police captain leading the team. Hello, what's going on here? Timothy Young asked as he came up. I just arrived too. I didn't get it. Ask this gentleman. The older policeman pointed at Lu Feng. This sir, can you tell me what's going on here? Yang Ting said as he looked at Lu Feng. Mr. Policeman, you have to do something for me. They are abusing lynching and they are going to kill me. The leader of the assassins said loudly and hurriedly. Oh, there's such a thing. This gentleman, please give me an explanation, said Yang Ting once again. Obviously, the four of them came over to kill me. but didn't beat my bodyguards, so they got caught. And what did he just mean by abusive lynching? Please explain. I didn't abuse the lynch mob either. I just want to know who they got to assassinate me. This kind of thing naturally has our police to do. Aren't you crossing the line a little bit? Said Yang Ting coldly. Oh, I crossed the line? Then may I ask, where were you when I was assassinated? Where were you when my life hung in the balance? We came as soon as we got your 911 call and there was no delay. But if I am killed before you get here, am I dying in vain? Lu Feng is very angry at this time. He is angry with the police as soon as he came up with the questioning of the prisoner. Obviously he is the victim, okay, but we've done our best to get here. And we've even deployed the SWAT team. Timothy Young continued. Mr. Policeman, I report that his 2 female bodyguards must be killers as well. So hurry up and arrest both of them as well. The leader of the killers continued. Yang Ting sniffed and turned his head to look at Lu Feng. The other members of the criminal police team immediately raised their guns and aimed them at Leng Shui and Leng Yu. Sir, please give me an explanation, said Yang Ting seriously. Lu Feng was dying of laughter when he saw this scene. No, Mr. Policeman, you don't believe me, the victim, but instead you believe a murderer. You're hilarious. I'm sorry, sir. Where the accusation lies, could you please show us the identification of the 2 ladies? We need to check it. And what if I don't take it? Then we will take the necessary measures. Oh, it's funny. Instead of interrogating the prisoners first, you interrogated the victims first. Do you think it's too bad that they were beaten up like this? Sir, we can't just listen to your side of the story. Please cooperate with our investigation. Timothy Young continued. Okay, I'll work with you. Leng Shui, Leng Yu, go back and get your ID cards and show them to our Mr. Police, Lu Feng said in an icy tone. The 2 men sniffed and handed the assassin leader over to Lu Feng and went back to get their IDs. Soon, the 2 men came to Lu Feng's side with their ID cards. Young master, check for Mr. Policeman, Lu Feng said with an expressionless face. Yang Ting took the ID card and told his men to check it. Instead, he came to the leader of the killers and began a cross-examination. But the leader of the killers just didn't pay any attention to what he said. Mr. Captain, these inquiries of yours can only be asked of people like me. It's useless against killers like them, Lu Feng said. Yang Ting ignored Lu Feng's mockery and continued his inquiry. Lu Feng then pulled Leng Yu to the side. This is a special potion. You apply it on top of your ring poison needle and kill these assassins. Lu Feng secretly put a potion into Leng Yu's hand. But young master, the police are here after all. It's not too good for us to deliver if they suddenly die. Leng Yu carefully replied back. Don't worry. This medicine, it will only take a person's life after 3 days, and by then it has nothing to do with us at all, Lu Feng said. When Leng Yu heard Lu Feng's words, she ran to the side to quench the poison for the ring. That's when the man who had just taken the sisters' IDs to be checked came over. Reporting to Team Yang, the checks are correct. The subjects are all ordinary people. Chapter 88, Preparing for Revenge. Alright, I know. Return the ID cards to the 2 ladies. Yang Ting spoke faintly. Now you have one more charge of falsely accusing others, said Yang Ting as he looked at the assassin leader. How can that be? How can that be? Police? They really are killers. How can they be ordinary people? The leader of the killers continued loudly. But the result is like this. You'd better honestly explain who instructed you to come over for the assassination, said Yang Ting. But the leader of the killers still refused to give an account. He didn't believe that these policemen could do anything to him. Yang Ting had no choice but to have him escorted away. As for the 3 killers lying on the ground, they were likewise being carried to be put on top of the police car. At this time, Leng Yu suddenly ran to the leader of the killers, holding a cell phone to the leader of the killers to take a picture. While people do not pay attention to gently tap the leader of the killers, successfully complete the poisoning. The other 3 killers, Cold Rain, finished poisoning them in the same way. Humph, these bad guys, they actually came to bully the young master. I'm going to take it out on their pictures. Leng Yu saw that Yang Ting had been looking at him and opened his mouth. Seeing this, Yang Ting didn't say anything more. Sir, I haven't asked for your name yet, Yang Ting said to Lu Feng. My name is Lu Feng. You'll have to come back with us for a statement. Mr. Lu. No, if you guys want to know anything, just ask here. And I have surveillance on my side, so I can send you all the assassinations. According to the rules, you have to come back with us. I've just come back from the edge of life and death now, and I'm under a lot of pressure. If you take me back again, I'm afraid I'll break down. When Yang Ting saw Lu Feng say this, and then thought that Lu Feng must also be a big shot on one side, so he didn't dare to push him too much. Okay, I'll ask here then, Yang Ting said and had someone turn on the law enforcement recorder. Mr. Lu, can you tell me if you know who assassinated you? Sorry, I don't know. And is it convenient for me to ask what you do for a living? We suspect it could be done by a competitor in your business world. I have too many industries and too many competitors. I hope you can tell us about it so we can have an idea of where the investigation is going. I'm the shareholder of Ferrari and president of the China branch. I'm also a shareholder of the Tianyu Group, shareholder and chairman of the Fanli Group, and owner of the Tinglong Hotel. As Lu Feng spoke of his industry, Yang Ting and the crowd were shocked by Lu Feng. These titles are all so big and intimidating one after the other. This is the real deal. Yang Ting also shivered in his heart at this time, secretly sighing that Lu Feng actually came from such a big place. These titles are scary enough to take out any one of them, and now they actually appeared on a person at the same time. How can you tell Yang Ting not to be afraid of this? Okay, Mr. Lu, we understand. Lastly, I'll ask you again. Have you normally offended anyone else? Yang Ting asked, suppressing the apprehension in his heart. No, I usually obey the law and have not offended any other people. Lu Feng returned. Lu Feng didn't tell Yang Ting that he already knew who was behind it, and he was ready to launch his own retaliation. Okay, then I'm bothering you. We'll take these people back for interrogation so that we can give you a result as early as possible, Yang Ting said and commanded the others to retreat. A group of police officers quickly cleaned up the scene and left. Is it done? Lu Feng said as he looked at the disappearing police. It's done, young master, Long Yu said. Alright, then let's go back and rest as well, Lu Feng said as he twisted his head and walked towards the villa. And Feng also rushed back and went to comfort his wife. Unlike the calmness on Lu Feng's side, Yang Ting's side was in chaos. It turned out that Yang Ting got on the bus and reported to his superiors about the incident and Lu Feng's identity. What, Captain Yang, are you telling the truth about all this? It's true, Chief. Bad thing. Such a big figure. Such a horrific assassination in my precinct. If this comes to light, God knows what kind of upheaval it will cause. Chief, it seems to me that Mr. Lu isn't acting like he's going to tell anyone else. Who knows what such big shots think? Captain Yang, interrogate these killers as soon as possible, so as to give an explanation to this Mr. Lu, or else you and I may not have a good time in the future. Yes, Chief, I'll start the interrogation right away. Yang Ting agreed in one breath. But what Yang Ting didn't know was that after 3 days, these 4 killers would be dead and he would be implicated. Lu Feng had already held a meeting inside the villa at this time. I already know who the person who assassinated me is. I plan to launch a revenge against them. You guys tell me how to get back at them, Lu Feng said as he sat on the chair. Young master, tell me who it is and I'll go over and finish them all off. Long Shui spoke. Yes, young master, we'll help you take revenge. Long Yu also spoke up, and Feng, on the other hand, said that he would do whatever Lu Feng told him to do. Lu Feng looked at the performance of the 3 and was very satisfied. There's no rush. Let's give it 2 days first. Otherwise, if people come over to assassinate us today and we go to return the favor today, others will easily suspect us. But we can take revenge on this assassin organization that assassinated us. Here's what I found out. Check it out, Lu Feng said and placed the information in his hand on top of the table. One of the 3 picked up a copy and read it. It turned out that the 4 assassins belonged to an assassin organization called Shadow. The Shadow was a small assassin organization in China itself, with less than 30 people in the entire organization. The organization's headquarters is on the borderline of China, in the Black Province. Young master, let me go. I'm confident that I can finish them all off. Lang Shui immediately asked for an order after reading it. No need. None of you should take any action in retaliation this time. I have my own way to take care of them. Lu Feng spoke. Just now, I've already sent this information to the Public Security Bureau of the Black Province. I believe they'll quickly launch an operation after getting this information. In China, don't move to take someone's life. This is ultimately risky, Lu Feng said indifferently. Young master, it was me who was reckless. Lang Shui hurriedly apologized. Ha ha ha, don't be so serious. After the sailor group moves to Magic City in a couple of days, I'll let you guys take care of the real person behind the scenes, Lu Feng said. When can we go? I can't wait. Cold Rain spoke up. Tomorrow I will go to an auction. As long as I take the site that Sail Power needs, Sail Power can immediately relocate to Mordor. So we can do it then, Lu Feng said as he got up. Alright, all of you go back and rest. You've all been tired all day as well, Lu Feng said and left the conference room. Long Shui and Lang Yu also followed Lu Feng. Seeing this, and Feng also got up and went back. With the sound of the door closing, Lu Feng lay down on his bed. Wei Chongqing, just wait, my revenge will come soon. Chapter 89, The Arrival of the Researchers. Lu Feng lay in bed thinking about how to get back at Wei Chongqing. In fact, when he learned the name of the hired assassin, he already knew who it was. Lu Feng had checked Wei Chongqing's information before, including his family and whatnot, Lu Feng knew everything. Jiang Tianxia, this domineering name happened to be the name of Wei Changqing's grandfather. Oh, the handwriting is really not small. Actually spent 70 million to assassinate me. Looks like my life is still worth a few dollars. But it's imperative that we change some money from the system first. Otherwise this auction venue is all out of money. Lu Feng thought as he was about to enter the system and change some money with his reputation value. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lu Feng picked up the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be Zhao Yun calling. Hey, old Zhao, what's the matter with the call? Lu Feng opened his mouth and asked. Lu Dong, Sale Power's properties, including the headquarters building, have all been sold out. A total of $5 billion, and now it's above the company's account. The moment Zhao Yun opened his mouth, it was good news, and Lu Feng was worried about having no money. Old Zhao, come just in time. I happen to be ready to go to an auction banquet tomorrow, ready to shoot a place to Sale Power it. Lu Feng said with a smile, then I'll credit the $5 billion to your account later. There's no rush on this. What I want to know is who you sold all these properties of the group to. It's all packaged and sold to Tianyu Group. Now they're the only ones who have the strength to spend $5 billion on our group's properties. Well, it's not what I expected. By the way, old Zhao, I'm attending the auction tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Yes, but Lu Dong, I've made a deal with the people from Tianyu. We'll be moving out within a month. Is that time enough? It's not too late. You can just take the earliest flight over tomorrow. Okay, then Lu Dong, I'll go make the preparations and then credit the money to your account above. Okay, got it. Lu Feng hung up the phone, but a moment later, the cell phone text message came. Lu Feng glanced at it. It was the $5 billion that Zhao Yun had called over. Plus he still had about $2 billion left in the first place. Over $7 billion at once. Enough to auction off that bankrupt conglomerate's estate tomorrow. Soon the day passed. Early the next morning, Zhao Yun rushed to Lu Feng's manor. In fact, Zhao Yun hadn't slept last night because today's auction was just too important for Sale Power, and he was too excited to sleep at all. Zhao Yun looked at the elegantly decorated, yet luxurious manor in front of him and was secretly surprised. Lu Dong, when are we going to leave? Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng. There's no rush. The auction doesn't start until the evening. Lu Feng said. Have you eaten? Zhao. No, Mr. Lu, I can't eat at all now. Ha ha ha, calm down. Lao Zhao, go, just in time to go to breakfast with me. Lu Feng said and walked away. Zhao Yun had to follow. On top of the dining table, Lu Feng introduced Zhao Yun to the crowd. The others also introduced themselves to Zhao Yun. Soon after the meal was over, Lu Feng was about to take Zhao Yun to visit the Ferrari branch, but he ended up seeing a group of 3 backpacks, both male and female. Just as he reached the entrance, Lu Feng looked at the 3 people blocking the doorway and didn't react for a moment, freezing for several seconds before remembering that these 3 people were probably researchers drawn by the system. Hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door, which could make the driving Ling Shui and Zhao Yun confused. Hello, Mr. Lu. When the 3 people saw Lu Feng, they hurriedly greeted him. Hello, you are the researchers I need, right? Lu Feng said as he looked at the 3. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Feng sized up the 3 people in front of him. 2 men, 1 woman, all probably in their 30s. It's the kind of person who looks very knowledgeable and educated. Introduce yourself, Lu Feng said. My name is Wu Yi, and I specialize in energy. The only female of the 3 spoke up. My name is Tianyu. I'm majoring in biology. My name is Silly. I specialize in genetics. The 2 remaining men also opened their mouths to introduce themselves. Lu Feng was directly delighted after hearing that Wu Yi was specializing in energy. That way he could give her the super battery technology he had in his possession, have her castrate it, and just wait for Ferrari to come over and buy it when the time came. Welcome to the 3 of you. It is now that I am short of researchers, and your arrival has made us flourish. Lu Feng quipped. The 3 were directly embarrassed by Lu Feng's compliments. You guys don't have a place to stay yet, do you? No. Then stay inside this manor of mine first. Come in and take a look, Lu Feng said and led them into the manor. Zhao Yun curiously looked at the 3 people following Lu Feng, not understanding what was going on. Dong Lu, these 3 are? Zhao Yun asked to Lu Feng in a low voice. These 3 are the researchers I've hired over, and when the time comes, I'll set up an institute to help the companies under me with their scientific research. Lu Feng explained. Then can Sailor Power ask them to conduct some research as well? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. Of course you can. This Ms. Wu Yi Wu is an expert in energy. When the time comes, she will be responsible for researching new energy sources for Fanli, Lu Feng said as he pointed at Wu Yi. Hello Ms. Wu, I will need your help in the future. Zhao Yun hurriedly greeted Wu Yi. This is a big leg to hold. If not now, when? Hello, sir, you're welcome, Wu Yi said back similarly. Soon, the group returned to the villa area, and Lu Feng led the three of them to villa number 3. You guys will live here for the time being, and after I'm done with the research institute, you can move over there, Lu Feng said. Thank you, Mr. Lu, the three bowed. Right, Professor Wu, I have a copy of the super battery technology in my hand. I want you to help me castrate it into several versions. Are you sure about it? Lu Feng couldn't wait to ask up Wu Yi after settling the three people. Zhao Yun was also listening with his ears perked up. After all, this was a matter of life and death for Sailor Power. Can I see the information on this technology first? Wu Yi did not boast a promise, but instead asked to see the information. Lu Feng hurriedly arranged for Leng Shui to go to his room to get it. He, on the other hand, secretly put that super battery technology information in the system space inside the bedroom cabinet. When Leng Shui heard Lu Feng's words, she directly went to get the information. Soon, Leng Shui walked over with a thick file bag and handed it to Lu Feng. Young master, here's the information you asked for. Lu Feng took the information and was about to hand it to Wu Yi, but Zhao Yun suddenly pulled Lu Feng aside. Lu Dong, is this Wu Yi reliable? This is enough to lead the world in technology. The heart of defense cannot be avoided. Zhao Yun whispered. Lu Feng laughed at Zhao Yun's careful look. Ha ha ha, don't worry, old Zhao. Professor Wu can be trusted. Lu Feng patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. Then he walked over to Wu Yi and handed her this bag of valuable documents. Wu Yi opened the file bag and took out the documents inside and read them. He had been watching for half an hour, during which time no one dared to breathe a single breath, until Wu Yi held up her glasses and put the paper down. Only then did Lu Feng and Zhao Yun dare to go up and ask, Prof. Wu, how's it going? Is castration possible? Chapter 90, Zhao Yun to visit Ferrari. The two big men stared at Wu Yi dead in the face. It made Wu Yi's heart flutter as she looked at him. It's possible, Mr. Lu, this information is really detailed, and with a few minor changes it's possible to complete multiple versions of castration, Wu Yi said. Exhale. Both of them breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing Wu Yi's words. That's good. That's good. Lu Feng said. How many versions is Mr. Lu going to castrate? Wu Yi asked again. I'm going to neuter 2 versions out. One with 1,200 kilometers and one with 1,500 kilometers. Is that okay? Lu Feng asked. Yes, I only need 2 days to give you the castrated version, Wu Yi said confidently. Lu Feng couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. Really? In 2 days? Really, sir? It's not R&D. It's just a change on top of what's already there. It's quick. Well, you guys have done me a big favor this time. I was worried about how I was going to stall for time when Enzo arrived. Lu Feng said. Enzo? The president of Ferrari? Zhao Yun asked when he heard the name. Well, yeah, I sold the 1200-kilometer technology to Ferrari, and Enzo said he's coming over to get the technology himself. What? Mr. Lu, you're selling out the technology. Why don't you prioritize the domestic automakers? Zhao Yun was anxious when he heard. Lao Zhao, you are reacting like my little secretary now. Ha 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 ha. Lu Dong, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. It's when I heard that I sold the technology to Ferrari and asked why I didn't prioritize selling it to domestic automakers. Did your secretary say the same thing? Yeah, and she's a Ferrari. Lu Dong, then this secretary of yours is really a patriot. Actually give up his own job, also want to fight for the domestic automobile manufacturers. Ha ha ha, that's what I said. And how did you handle this? I promoted her to vice president and put her in charge of the attack on Mercedes. You launched an attack on Mercedes? Zhao Yun immediately stood up upon hearing this. Yeah, it's ready now. Just waiting for me to take the technology to Ferrari. Are you really going to use Ferrari against Mercedes? Yeah, why else would I sell this 1200-kilometer battery technology to Ferrari? You're not trading this technology for Ferrari's attack on Mercedes. That's a big loss. How come? Do you think I look like such a stupid person? I even asked for an extra 20% of Ferrari's shares, Lu Feng said lightly. What? Zhao Yun was shocked once again by Lu Feng's large sum of money. The man in charge of the sale group in front of him had actually taken another 20% of Ferrari's shares without saying a word. That's a 20% stake in Ferrari. That's worth billions of dollars. It seemed like an insignificant little thing in Lu Feng's mouth. Lu Dong, please accept my knee. You are my god, Zhao Yun said jokingly. Ha ha ha, old Zhao. You've also learned this from the young people. Lu Feng laughed out loud at Zhao Yun's 2 sentences. So you traded this 200-kilometer technology for Ferrari's attack on Mercedes, and a 20% stake? Zhao Yun confirmed again. That's right. And how much range of technology are you going to give domestic manufacturers to use? 1500. But I'm not giving them the technology. I'm going to produce the batteries and sell them the finished product, Lu Feng explained. Are you planning to set up your own new energy battery company to produce batteries? Yes. I still prefer a steady stream of business to a one-time business. Lu Dong is wise. Zhao Yun hurriedly sent his horse's ass. After arranging everything, Lu Feng took Lang Shui and Zhao Yun to the Ferrari branch. Wu Yi has also begun the neutering of the super battery, trying to get it done before Enzo arrives. Secretary Chen, let me introduce to you. This is the president of the Fanli Group, Zhao Yun. Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun to the office. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Once Chen Xian heard that the man in front of her was the president of the Fanli Group, she hastily extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Yun also extended his hand and shook Chen Xian's. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for presiding over the attack on Mercedes and helping us take revenge. Zhao Yun added. Where is the words? We are all working under Lu Dong. Help each other or should be. Besides, this is also Lu Dong mentioned. I am also just an executive. Chen Xian said modestly. Not in the slightest did Zhao Yun look down on him because he had been defeated by Mercedes-Benz. On the contrary, Chen Xian rather looked up to Zhao Yun. After all, his opponent was Mercedes-Benz, and being able to hold out for such a long period of time was already a good indication of Zhao Yun's power. By the way, Lu Dong, Mr. Enzo sent a notice that he will come to China in 3 days. Chen Yi suddenly said. After Lu Feng heard this, he thought about it and agreed that 3 days should be enough to castrate the technology. Okay. You tell Enzo I'll pick him up myself at the time. Okay, Lu Dong, I will convey this to Mr. Enzo, Chen Yi answered. You take Mr. Zhao for a stroll around Ferrari. He is still very curious about Ferrari. Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Yes, Mr. Zhao, come with me. Good, then I'll go first. Lu Dong, I've been longing for Ferrari's management style and factory for a long time, Zhao Yun said and followed Chen Xian. Chen Xian led Zhao Yun around for a long time, and Zhao Yun looked at every department. It was also fortunate that Zhao Yun was one of his own, otherwise Chen Xian wouldn't have taken him to visit so many confidential departments. How was the harvest? Lu Feng said as he looked at Zhao Yun who had finished his visit. It's very rewarding. Ferrari's many places are worth learning from us. Worthy of being a veteran car manufacturer? Zhao Yun replied with a serious face. Well, you're right. The most feared thing in this industry of building cars is to be closed-minded and not think ahead. It's good that you have this realization. It just so happens that this time the group is relocating. I hope you can bring me a different sailor group, Lu Feng said as he looked at Zhao Yun. Lu Dong, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Zhao Yun said with a firm face. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to eat some of Magic City's local dishes, just as a pick-me-up for you, Lu Feng said and sat up from his chair. Lu Feng took the lead and pushed the door out, then called Chen Xian, who was in the office, up as well. Lu Dong, do you want me to make arrangements first? We'll go over later, Chen Xian asked. No, to our own hotel. No need, Lu Feng said as he sat in the car and squinted his eyes. Chen Xian didn't say anything else after hearing this. Soon, under Lang Shui's leadership, Lu Feng and his group arrived at the Tinglong Hotel. Chen Xian looked at the hotel and then at Lu Feng. Then with an incredulous look on his face he asked, Lu Dong, don't tell me that Tinglong Hotel is also your property. Why can't it be mine? Lu Feng smiled then walked straight over. Chen Xian looked at Lu Feng's back and didn't react for a moment. Why, Mr. Chen, is this hotel great? Why are you like this after hearing that this hotel is Lu Dong's? Zhao Yun said as he looked at Chen Xian. More than awesome. When Chen Emotion heard Zhao Yun's words, he introduced the glorious history of the hotel to Zhao Yun. Chapter 91, Attending the Auction. Zhao Yun was also taken aback when he heard that this Tinglong Hotel in front of him could actually rank in the top 10 or even the top 5 in the entire Magic City. Lu Dong is still powerful. Such an awesome hotel is his. The key people do not know it is his. Zhao Yun exclaimed. Yes, Lu Dong does not say. Who knows exactly how many industries he has. Is one day he said Tingfei Group is his. I believe. Chen Xian also said. Zhao Yun smiled when he heard Chen Xian's words. Tingfei Group? That was a business empire with a market value of several trillions. It covers communication, games, transportation, navigation, and various fields, especially communication. 2 of the biggest communication software in China are owned by Tingfei, and most of the hottest games in China are also under Tingfei. It's even created the feat of a game with $10 billion in revenue from a single skin. It can be said that everyone in China can't live without Tingfei. Lu Feng is just too big to buy Tingfei. Because what Tingfei represented was not just a group, it was more like a huge business empire. The 2 of them said and hurriedly caught up with Lu Feng who was in front of them. As soon as they reached the lobby, the manager came over. Boss, What do I need to prepare? When Lu Feng heard the lobby manager's question, he put down a sentence about watching the arrangements and took Chen Qian and Zhao Yun and Leng Shui on the elevator. The lobby manager rushed to inform the hotel's general manager that the boss was here. The elevator quickly took the four to the top floor. Lu Dong. This is the legendary private room that is not open to the public, isn't it? Chen Yi curiously surveyed the private room in front of him. Ha ha ha, what a legend. Exaggerated ah. Lu Feng laughed and opened the door of the private room. Chen Qian and Zhao Yun were attracted by the luxurious decoration of the private room as soon as they entered. This private room is really luxurious. Zhao Yun lamented as he looked at the decoration of the private room. The yellow pear wood, which is rare to find outside, is actually a base finish here. Don't look at it you two. Hurry up and sit down. Lu Feng greeted the two. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two of them then sat down. Leng Shui, on the other hand, stood behind Lu Feng and did not sit down. Leng Shui, you sit down too. Why are you standing? Lu Feng said as he looked at Leng Shui. Young master, I'll be fine standing. Leng Shui replied. Sit down. Why are you still treating yourself as an outsider? Lu Feng said with a strong attitude. Young master. Leng Shui wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Feng. I'm looking at you as a sister, so hurry up and sit down. Leng Shui's heart warmed and she obediently sat next to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's words could make Qin Chen envious. When will Lu Dong be good if he can treat me like this? Chen Qian thought in her heart. Thud. With a knock on the door, the hotel's general manager rushed over with a menu. Dong Lu, take a look at what to eat. The general manager of the hotel respectfully handed the menu to Lu Feng. After Lu Feng received the menu, he ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to Leng Shui for her to order a few as well. Lu Fengdu's move moved Leng Shui to tears. Young master is so good to us. Leng Shui thought in her mind, then quickly ordered a dish and handed Zhao Yun the menu again. With that, the menu went around in the hands of the four men before the GM walked away with it. Soon, a dish was served and several people moved their chopsticks under Lu Feng's greeting. After dinner, Lu Feng asked Leng Shui to send Chen Qian back to the company alone, while he was going to take Zhao Yun to prepare for the auction banquet in the evening. Thank you Ms. Long Yu, Chen Qian said as she sat on the co-pilot facing Leng Shui. You're welcome. My name is Leng Shui. Long Yu is my sister. Leng Shui said lightly. Chen Emotion's face instantly turned red when she heard this. I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys were so alike. Chen Emotion hurriedly apologized, but she had sensed Lu Feng's importance to them from the way he treated Leng Shui. It's fine. We are twins. Misrecognition is normal. Leng Shui said coldly. She has a cold demeanor when dealing with anyone. Just the opposite of her sister. Hello Miss Leng Shui. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Qian said with a smile. You're welcome. Leng Shui simply replied with 3 words. The car chilled instantly. Seeing that Leng Shui was of this character, Chen Xiang didn't know what to say. Lu Feng sighed. Since the car was driven away by Leng Shui, could only ask In Feng to rush over from the manor to send them over again. Sitting in the car, Zhao Yun asked about where Lu Feng was going to participate in the auction. Lu Dong, where are we going for the auction? To a winery where this auction will be held. Lu Feng said as he lay on top of the backrest. About how much money do we have in our hands? Can we auction off the factories and office buildings we need? Zhao Yun said worriedly. Keep in mind that sale is now arguably broke, having sold out of the family business. Just count on this auction to pick up ready-made factories and office buildings. If it wasn't rebuilt, it would take too long and wouldn't fit into the plan that was set in place. Don't worry, there's definitely enough money, Lu Feng said as he gave Zhao Yun a reassuring look. Zhao Yun sniffed and stopped worrying, but he had a lot of confidence in Lu Feng. Soon the car arrived at the destination of the trip, and Feng parked his car under the arrangement of the parking staff. Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun down. Sir, please show your invitation, said a valet. Lu Feng took out the invitation that Li Zhanghua had given him earlier and handed it over. The valet checked it and let it go. After In Feng parked his car, he was also ready to follow him, but he was stopped by the valet. Sir, you can't go in there. Lu Feng sniffed and looked at the squire. Feeling the pressure from Lu Feng, the attendant hurriedly explained. That's right sir. That's why none of the bodyguards are allowed to enter the main venue. We'll provide your bodyguards with a place to rest. The valet pointed to the side. Lu Feng looked over and sure enough, a group of people dressed as bodyguards were there chatting and resting. En Feng, you can go over there, Lu Feng said to En Feng. Yes sir, if there's anything you want to do you just let me know, En Feng said. After taking care of this, Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun into the main venue. By now the main venue was starting to get crowded, though not by much. Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun to a clean place and sat down. Just as he sat down a valet brought champagne and refreshments. Enjoy your meal, sir, the valet said as he set his things down and left. Lu Dong, It looks like the initiator of this auction is not a simple person, Zhao Yun said as he looked at the champagne in front of him. Ha ha ha, can it not be big? The main initiator of this auction can be said to be the Magic City government, except that what we are seeing now is the scene organized by the agent, Lu Feng said with a smile. Lu Feng's words could have startled Zhao Yun. It is important to realize that whenever the government is involved, it is not for the general public to participate, not to mention that this was still the government of Mordor. How could this not surprise Zhao Yun? We're bidding on a factory and office building left behind by a bankrupt conglomerate. Because of bankruptcy, there was no way to pay off the bank loans. So this company's properties were auctioned off to cover the debts. There's more than one bankrupt company in this auction, but our target is this group called Skywalker. I've examined it, and his industry best meets our requirements, Lu Feng explained to Zhao Yun as he sipped his champagne. Chapter 92, Chun Tian, President of Yunfei Group. What did this Tian Xing do before? Zhao Yun asked curiously. Previously, I was in the electronic components business, and due to being done in by foreigners, it led to a huge backlog of goods, and the capital chain was not working. The founder jumped to his death, and the partners quit, so the industry had to be auctioned off, Lu Feng explained lightly. AI, the business world is a battlefield. If you don't pay attention, you will lose your family and your family will be destroyed. Zhao Yun also sighed. As the president at the helm of Fanli, a group with a market capitalization of $20 billion, Zhao Yun understands this feeling best. After all, it could also be said that Sailor Power almost died at his hands, and although the failure of Sailor Power didn't have much to do with him, who made him the president? The two just sat and chatted until it got dark, which is when the party started. Not many people actually attended the banquet. After all, not everyone could receive an invitation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to have you all here at this banquet today. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament stood on top of the podium and began his opening remarks. The crowd on the stage was surprised to see the man on the stage and whispered. This confused Lu Feng and Zhao Yun, as the two of them didn't recognize who the person on the stage was. Lu Feng turned his ear sideways and began to eavesdrop on the man speaking from the sidelines. After listening for a long time, it was only then that I realized that the person who stood out on the stage was the president of Yunfei Group. If Lu Feng is not familiar with Yunfei Group, then Lu Feng, the head office of Yunfei Group, must be very familiar. That's the Tengfei Group. That's that real business empire Tengfei. Yunfei, on the other hand, is one of the 5 branches under Tengfei. Not that there are only 5 branches under Tengfei. Of course. In fact, there were so many branches under Tengfei that it was probably even Ma Fei of Tengfei Group who didn't know how many branches Tengfei Group had now. The so-called top 5 branches refer to the top 5 branches under Tengfei. These 5 branches are located in 5 of the most developed cities in China. Yunfei Group was the branch that sat in Mordor, and as one of the 5 major branches, Yunfei Group's market capitalization had also reached a staggering $150 billion. From this aspect, one could see how terrifying Tengfei's huge empire, which was headquartered in the Deep City, was. No wonder the crowd on stage was so surprised after seeing that the agent of this meeting was the president of Yunfei Group. My goodness, it's really a big man. Zhao Yun also heard the other people on the side of the words, was very surprised to say. Yes, Tengfei is really a big mountain. Even a branch is more than my entire fortune. Lu Feng similarly lamented. Chen Tian, the president of Yunfei Group on the stage, didn't pay attention to the comments of the people on the stage and started the first auction. Everyone be quiet. Here is our auctioneer for the first auction, Chen Tian said and gave the microphone to the auctioneer at the side. He sat himself down. It's an honor to preside over this auction, and I'll cut to the chase. The following began the first auction. Located in the Pubei district, Xingli Road, stores 12. Upstairs and downstairs, a total of 720 square feet. The starting price of 70 million inch. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the crowd on the stage started bidding. Although the people present didn't care about the stores, but who would feel that they have more properties? After all, the Chinese people like to buy houses, but the whole Blue Star knows. 72 million. A man with a Rolex in his hand spoke up. 75 million. Another man chimed in with his price. 80 million. 85 million. 100 million. Someone on the field suddenly raised the price by 15 million, bringing it up to 100 million. The crowd looked at the person who had bid $100 million, which turned out to be the owner of a media company. Lu Feng also looked at the man and didn't pay much attention. Only what he didn't know was that the owner of this media company was, to put it mildly, someone he knew. It's the partner of his college class president, Chu Fan's father. Only Chu Fan's father only had 10% of the shares, while the man in front of him had 90% of the shares. $111 million. There were still people on the field raising the price. $120 million. The media company owner continued to shout. The others also saw that he was determined to win these stores, and simply stopped raising the price, as this was only the first auction anyway. With that, the owner of the media company smoothly took the first auction for $120 million. Congratulations to this gentleman for taking the 12 stores. Here is the second auction. The auctioneer continued. The next to be auctioned is a set of large flat floors in Townsend, with a total area of 420 square feet and a starting price of $150 million. I'll give you $170 million, $180 million, $190 million, $200 million. In the end, this luxury large flat in Townsend was auctioned for a staggering $300 million. How about it? Isn't it shocking? Lu Feng said as he looked at Zhao Yun. Yeah, it's worthy of being the magic city. It's all about shouting hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. It's as if it's the same as money isn't money. Zhao Yun lamented. That's the way it is in Mordor. A place that eats people and doesn't spit out their bones. You've got the power. There's gold all over the place. You can sing night after night. Without strength, they can only be swallowed up by other large companies and turned into nutrients that nourish the large companies. Lu Feng said as he exhaled a breath. Lu Dong, I believe in sale power. I also believe in you. I believe we can make a big piece of river in Magic City. Zhao Yun was aroused by the ambition. Ha ha ha, I really didn't misjudge you, Lao Zhao. But what I want is the whole of Mordor. Just like the soaring deep city, I want Mordor to become my home base. Lu Feng spoke out of turn. It directly startled Zhao Yun, who was on the side. He didn't expect Lu Feng's ambition to be so big. Good. Lu Dong, let me contribute to your ambitions, Zhao Yun said fervently, just as the two were thinking freely on the stage. The third auction began. The following to be auctioned is the Pubei district, an 18-story office building, with a starting price of 1 billion inch, said the auctioneer, casting the information of the office building on top of the big screen behind him. The bigwigs on the stage looked up at the information on the office building. After about 5 minutes, the first offer was called out. 2 billion. I hope everyone will give me face. Our group needs this office building more. A short man stood out. This is an auction. Naturally the highest bidder wins. Your face is worth a few dollars. A person next to him immediately retorted. I'll give you $1. 3 billion. 4 billion. Was all the shorter man could manage to say again. 5 billion. Another bid was made. 6 billion. The short man had no choice but to grit his teeth. 7 billion. I offer 8 billion inch. The short man continued to speak. In fact, this office building is also worth about 6 billion. But there is no way. Who let him now in a hurry to use it? This gentleman is bidding 8 billion. Is there any higher price? The auctioneer said excitedly on the stage. 8 billion at a time. 8 billion twice. 8 billion 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for taking the Puxi district office building, the auctioneer said loudly from the stage. When the short man heard the auctioneer's words, he finally let out a sigh of relief and sat back on top of his chair. The following auction is for the plant area left behind by the Skywalker Group. Everyone knows the Skywalker Group. That's a big old group. The scale of the plant area it left behind is huge. Without further ado, the starting bid is $5 billion. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun, who were chatting, immediately shot up. Finally, Chapter 93, the unlucky man who was angry and spit out blood. Lu Feng whispered. As the auctioneer's words fell, the crowd under the stage had bid, so to speak. Most of the people under the stage were running for the Tianyu Group's properties, and the other one left behind by the Red Maple Group. 6 billion. 8 billion. $1,850 million. 9 billion. As one by one the price was shouted, it soon came to the 2 billion mark. Zhao Yun instantly became anxious when he saw that Lu Feng had yet to participate in the bidding. Lu Dong, you can join the bidding now, Zhao Yun reminded in a low voice. There is no hurry. Let them shout first. We will make our move at the end. The earlier we shout now, the more we will suffer, Lu Feng said as he picked up the champagne and took a sip. Zhao Yun sniffed and thought about it for a moment, and it was really true, so he didn't say anything more. 2.5 billion. In just a moment's time, the price had come to 2.5 billion. The bidding on the field also slowly went down, leaving only a few people still bidding, but it's also all 50 million upwards. After another moment, the price came to 2.8 billion. There were only 2 people still bidding on the field at this point. 2.9 billion. One of them shouted, I'll give you 2.950 million. Another shouted, I give up. The man who called for $2.9 billion gave up. He, compared to me, are you qualified? The other posed as a victor. $2.95 billion for the first time. 2,950,000,000 for the second time. Any more bids? The auctioneer shouted from the stage, selling. $2.9 billion. I'll give you $3 billion. The auctioneer was interrupted before he could finish his words. The crowd looked at the bidder, only to find that it was a bid from someone too young to be young. Young man, the bidding is to buy it. A middle-aged man spoke up. Don't worry, since I dare to bid, I have the capital. Lu Feng said indifferently. The crowd on the field looked at Lu Feng and speculated about what kind of person he was, actually daring to throw away $3 billion to buy this plant. But even if they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what Lu Feng's origin was. The man who was already bound and determined to win was staring viciously at Lu Feng. I'll bid $3.1 billion inch. There was no other way. The man could only continue to call the price. I'll offer $3.2 billion. Lu Feng continued to speak as if he didn't see the man's gaze that was about to kill. $3 billion. The man shouted out another figure with his teeth gritted. $4 billion. Lu Feng continued to call the price, as if these billions were not money at all. Lu Feng's bland attitude made the man unable to figure out Lu Feng's bottom line. On second thought, I gave up bidding. He didn't dare to gamble, in case he got into a fight with Lu Feng when the time came, and as a result, Lu Feng suddenly stopped raising the price. He didn't have more than $3 billion to buy this plant. Offer not to sell, when the time comes to offend not only Yunfei Group, and will even offend the Magic City government. Never mind, there's still the Red Maple Group's plant, which isn't as good as this one, but it's barely usable, was all the man could comfort himself with. At the same time the heart remembered Lu Feng. Congratulations to this gentleman, for successfully bidding for the Tianyu Group plant, the auctioneer shouted excitedly. That's arguably the highest price he's ever auctioned for in his career. Lu Dong, my heart is trembling now, Zhao Yun said excitedly. Calm down, old Zhao, this is just where it's at. Lu Feng patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and said, how can I calm down now? I don't have your mindset, Zhao Yun said. Now that the plant has been auctioned off, it's just a matter of the office building. The Red Maple Group's office building and the Tianyu Group's office building are about the same. Whichever one will do. Lu Feng ignored the excited Zhao Yun and said to himself. After about 5 minutes, the auction started again. This time it was the Red Maple Group's factory. Red Maple Group factory starting price of $1.3 billion. With the fall of the auctioneer's hammer, the crowd started another round of bidding. And it could be said that this time the bidding was even more intense than the one that Lu Feng had just done. Because we all know this is the last factory. If we don't shoot it, we won't get it. So the price quickly came to just under the $3 billion mark. $3.11 billion, $3.2 billion, $3.5 billion. Prices are still going up, but not as fast as they were before. This is because the Red Maple Group's factory is not as good as the Tianyu Group's factory in terms of both location and size and facilities. If we talk about normal prices, the market price of the Red Maple Group's factory is worth about $2.7 billion, and the current price has far exceeded the market price. As for why the price is so high, it's because all these bigwigs want it ready-made, rather than going through the trouble of building a new plant again. So they'd rather be expensive and save money. $3.1 billion. The man who had just competed with Lu Feng spoke again. At this time, he had already hated Lu Feng, knowing that just now Tianqing's factory was only $3.4 billion. As a result, now this Red Maple factory, which is not as good as the Tianqing factory, has actually reached $3.1 billion. How could this make the short man not hate Lu Feng? $3.110 billion, $313 million. There were still people on the field who kept raising the price. This infuriated the short man, and he directly shouted out a staggering $3.2 billion. The field was momentarily silent, and in the end, the short man took the plant for $3.2 billion. The man panted and sat on top of the chair. Then his eyes kept staring at Lu Feng as if he wanted to eat him up. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Lu Feng would have been cut by 1,000 cuts by the man long ago. You know that the normal difference in price between these two plants has to be almost 800 million or so, but now it's good. It's only 200 million. This is equivalent to a direct blood loss of $600 million for the man. Even if he has a big family, he is still heartbroken. Soon, the field began to bid on the office buildings of the two bankrupt groups. The first one to be auctioned was the office building of the Skywalker Group, with a starting price of $1.5 billion. Because of the good location of the office building of the Skywalker Group, there are many people who take pictures. The price quickly came to $2 billion, at which point Lu Feng also started bidding. $2.1 billion. Lu Feng came up and added $1 billion. This allowed the man who had been waiting for Lu Feng to seize the opportunity and directly bid 2 billion. Actually, the man didn't need this office building, but he just wanted to raise the price to disgust Lu Feng. 3 billion. Lu Feng continued to bid. 4 billion. Ancient men are not far behind. 2.5 billion. 6 billion. $2.65 billion. Lu Feng suddenly raised the price by only $50 million. This could make the man think that he had guessed Lu Feng's bottom line and then bid 7 billion without even thinking about it. Humph. When you bid again, I won't follow you, so you can be the wrongdoer too. The man thought happily in his heart. I give up. Who would have thought that Lu Feng would not follow the rules at all and directly abstained? This maneuver could have confused the man who was in the midst of his smugness. You, why don't you follow? The man shouted outright. I don't have that much money left, Lu Feng said with a swing of both hands. Put. The short man directly spat out blood at the words. He only wanted to disgust Lu Feng, and after auctioning off the Red Maple Group's factory, he simply didn't have any extra money to buy this office building, and it was no use at all for him to want this office building. Even for the Red Maple Group's factory that he had auctioned off, he had to borrow a few $100 million to get enough to buy it. Now that he was being messed with by Lu Feng like this, the man directly spewed out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Chapter 94. Call an ambulance. The crowd on the field was in disarray. Someone soon notified the man's bodyguards and he was then carried away. Chen Tian, who had been old and relaxed, also noticed Lu Feng. Find out what this young man's origin is, Chen Tian instructed the secretary at the side. At this moment, Lu Feng didn't know that he had already caught Chen Tian's attention. Lu Dong we are not so good now I guess I'll have to offend someone. Zhao Yun whispered. It's fine. He was pissed off at his own small-mindedness. It's none of our business, Lu Feng said without a care in the world. Alright then, Zhao Yun saw that Lu Feng didn't care at all, so he didn't say anything more. Although some people were carried off in a fit of pique during the auction, the scene soon returned to normal. The last auction has also officially begun. After a round of competition, Lu Feng smoothly succeeded in taking the Red Maple Group's building at a high price of $3 billion. Lu Feng had spent a total of $4 billion on this auction, which had caused many of the bigwigs present to take notice of Lu Feng. Hello sir, I'm from the Tianyu Group. Here's my business card. Hi, I'm from the Bondtech Group. Here's my card. Sir, I'm from Liu Beauty Group. Please take my card. As soon as the auction ended, a large group of people quickly surrounded Lu Feng. These existences, which were unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, all took out their personal business cards with smiles on their faces at this time. Hello. Lu Feng came and shook hands with all of them, and while accepting their business cards, he also took out his own business card and handed it to the others. At this point, Lu Feng's name officially hit the Magic City. After talking to the others, Lu Feng came to the backstage of the auction. With the help of staff, he completed the signing of the 2 properties he had photographed. Backstage, Lu Feng also met someone he was not expecting. Secretary Li, why are you here? Lu Feng saw the person who gave him the bronze mirror last time after signing. That is, the secretary of Li Zhenghua, the Hand of Mordor. Ha. Hello Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is really making a big splash today. Throwing billions of dollars around can be a shock to the entire room, Secretary Li said and extended his right hand. Just such a small action could make the eyes of Chen Tian, who was on the sidelines, shrink. You know this is the secretary of that person. Even he has to be respectful when he meets him. What was the origin of this Lu Feng that he could actually make that person's secretary take the initiative to shake his hand? Ha. What out of the limelight? I don't want that. I just want to do business honestly, Lu Feng said as he similarly stretched out his right hand. By the way, Mr. Lu, this is the president of Yunfei Group, Mr. Chen Tian Chen. You're both leaders in the industry. Why don't you get to know each other? Secretary Li suddenly introduced Chen Tian, who was on the side, to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu is truly young and promising. Chen Tian reacted quickly and immediately shook hands with Lu Feng. Where? Mr. Chen is the real industry master. We juniors are the ones who really need guidance from seniors like you. Lu Feng quickly shook his hand as well, then said modestly, Ha. Chen Tian smiled broadly at his words. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support. And thank you, Mr. Chen, for hosting. Without your support, this auction would not have gone so smoothly. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank you, Secretary Li snapped. No. Lu Feng and the 2 of them hurriedly took a stand. Since the auction was successfully completed, I won't linger. Farewell, Secretary Li said and prepared to leave. Lu Feng and Shen Tian also understood what he meant and hurriedly got up and sent them to the front door before stopping. Watching the car walk away, Lu Feng also told Shen Tian to say goodbye and leave. Shen Tian watched Lu Feng leave, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. He kept standing in place for a long time without moving. With the emergence of such a mysterious figure, it seems that the sky is about to change in Magic City. After Lu Feng's side got in the car, he first sent Zhao Yun back to the hotel before going home. After returning home, Lu Feng went to bed and went to sleep because he had agreed with Zhao Yun that he would go to see the new factory and office building tomorrow. Just as Lu Feng was asleep, above the hospital bed of the First People's Hospital of Magic City, the short man who'd been knocked out by the gas had woken up. Piss me off, kid. I don't care what you are. I don't care what you have. Messing with me Gui Tianshun. I'm going to make you eat your words. The short man growled as he sat on top of the hospital bed. He could not wait to eat Lu Feng at this moment. If it wasn't for Lu Feng, how could he have spent so much money to auction off an office building that was useless to him? It also made him lose so much face at such a top-notch venue. You guys get your asses out there and find out for me. Find out what this kid's origin is, Guo Tianshun said to the bodyguard at the side. When the bodyguard heard his boss's words, he hurriedly went to check Lu Feng's information. Brat, just wait for me. I'm going to make you look good and let you know what happens when you offend me. Gui Tianshun. There was no talk all night. After Lu Feng woke up in the morning, he ate breakfast and then took Ling Shuai Ling Yu out. After arriving at the hotel where Zhao Yun was and picking him up, the few people ran straight to where the factory was located. Soon, they arrived at the Tianyu Group's factory. Looking at the seal affixed to the factory gate, Lu Feng lamented. He instructed Cold Rain to come up and tear the seal off. And after Cold Rain tore the seal off, they realized that they didn't have the key. Lu Feng smiled awkwardly, then dialed the number of the person in charge yesterday. After explaining the reason for his visit, the person in charge on the other side of the phone said he would send the keys in 15 minutes. Lu Feng several people just stood at the factory gate and waited. After a while, a black sedan was seen speeding by. The car had just stopped, and the person in charge inside immediately got out. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, this is my mistake. Please forgive me for causing you trouble. The person in charge kept apologizing when he came in front of Lu Feng. It's fine. It's not your fault. According to the rules, we can't officially take over this place until 7 days later. It's just that I was in too much of a hurry, Lu Feng said with a smile. The rules can be changed sometimes. Letting you wait for so long is also a mistake in our work, the person in charge said and handed over the key to Lu Feng. This is the key to the factory area and this is the key to the office building. Lu Feng also cried and laughed as he looked at the two large strings of keys that the person in charge handed over. I guess the formalities will have to wait for a few more days. So I'll send it to you then, the person in charge added. Okay, I'll trouble you to run. No trouble. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Okay, take care. After sending off the person in charge, Lu Feng and the others finally entered the factory's gate. Look at the huge factory system. Zhao Yun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This is going to be Sailor's new home. I can't imagine. Sailor will one day have such a huge factory in Mordor. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, don't be sentimental. Hurry up and take a tour. Lu Feng said and took the lead to walk into one of the factory's large silos. Chapter 95, Seeing Lily Su Again. Lu Feng pushed open the door. A cloud of dust is coming your way. Looking at the empty factory building, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun exchanged glances. Don't even know what to say. This is a really clean move. Not a single hair left behind. Zhao Yun spat. The two then disbelieved and looked at all the plants. And the result was that there really wasn't a single hair left. In addition to the plant supporting an office building inside, there are some basic office facilities. The other is really nothing. Lu Dong, it looks like we still have to work harder, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. Asterisk. I knew the plant wouldn't leave us anything good inside, but this is too clean. Lu Feng spat out in the same manner. But it's fine. The production line, equipment and all. I'll take care of it, Lu Feng said. He had actually thought long ago to directly use the system mall to buy ready-made equipment. Mr. Lu, when are we moving in? Wait for me to find someone to clean up the factory first. I guess it will take a few days. I still need to get the equipment over first. I'll notify you then. Lu Feng thought about it and said, alright, you can just inform me directly when the time comes. Zhao Yun nodded and said, come on, let's go check out our office building, Lu Feng said. Then a few more people hoofed it to the office building. Looking at the building, which was more than 30 stories high, Zhao Yun had to feel emotional again. However, he was directly interrupted by Lu Feng. Let's go. Don't get emotional. You'll get emotional here later. Several people entered the interior of the building without any problems with the keys in their hands. The building is in much stronger condition than the factory. At the very least the basic office equipment was there, including computers, and the desk and chairs in the office area. We need to get someone to clean this place as well, Lu Feng said while visiting. Lu Dong, no need. We can clean it ourselves when our employees come, Zhao Yun said. Lu Feng sniffed and stopped to look at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Feng and quickly asked Lu Feng what he was looking at him for. Old Zhao, how come I didn't realize that you have such a black heart before? Lu Feng said with a smile on his face. Lu Dong, what do you mean by this? Where did I have a black heart? Zhao Yun said doubtfully. You've got employees coming over to clean. That's not a black heart. That's what it is. People don't come to work to clean up after you. You're treating people like janitorial hygiene matters. I will naturally solve. Do not need you to worry about it. Yes, you're right. Lu Dong, I'll listen to everything you say. Zhao Yun responded awkwardly. Alright, you'll go back to the staff meeting this afternoon and just get them ready. Yes, I'll be back this afternoon. After visiting all the places, Lu Feng sent Zhao Yun directly to the airport. He himself took cold rain and cold snow to the largest home management company in Magic City. Welcome. As soon as Lu Feng entered, he was warmly received. Is Mr. Want to do housekeeping service? We are the biggest housekeeping company in Magic City. With more than 300 housekeepers, we can give you the most professional service, the staff introduced enthusiastically. Go and call your boss over. I have a big business deal to talk to him. Lu Feng said indifferently. Sir, our boss is not here. You can talk to me directly if you need anything, the staff said. I have a building here that needs to be cleaned. Can you do the same? Lu Feng said as he looked at the staff. The staff was startled by Lu Feng's words. Sir, you're not kidding, said the staff member, still a bit unconvinced. How can anyone possibly want to come over and clean a building? Isn't that the joke of the century? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Lu Feng spoke. Looking at Lu Feng's serious face, the staff couldn't make up their minds, so they called the company manager. Hello sir, you mean you have a building that needs to be cleaned, right? The manager said politely. Yes, not just a building, but a factory as well, Lu Feng said. Sir, it's not that I want to take your word for it. It's just that this is too shocking, the manager said with a smile. What's so shocking about this? It's just a building. Can you guys go next? Lu Feng looked at the manager who still didn't believe what he said and got a little impatient. Yes, if we can't take it, then I guess the whole of Magic can't take it, the manager said with a smile. One floor of my building is about 1,000 square feet, and there are 30 floors in total, so look at how much it costs, Lu Feng said directly. Sir, our housekeeping is a square is $10, the manager said respectfully. That's $300,000. Yes, bring the collection code. I'll transfer $1 million to you, and clean up the factory along with it for me, Lu Feng said indifferently. Are you serious? The manager still didn't believe it. Nonsense. Of course it's serious. Do you do it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Do. I'll get the swipe machine. The manager rushed over to get the machine, drop by drop. As the sound of the swipe sounded, the manager still couldn't believe he had taken such a big order. Someone will come by this afternoon to show you the grounds. Just be ready. I require 3 days to do a good job. After doing so, the remaining 500,000 yuan of the final payment immediately call you. Lu Feng said he was about to leave. Yes. Don't worry. I promise to complete the task, said the manager respectfully. Then he kept escorting Lu Feng to the car and thoughtfully opened the door. Take care. The manager was still half bent over as he watched the car already move away. Only after the car was out of sight did the manager go back. Assemble. Emergency assembly. Quick. Gather all the housekeeping staff for me and get ready for the big order, said the manager excitedly. Those other staff members who had just witnessed what happened also acted immediately. The manager rushed to call his boss after arranging everything. Boss, there's a big order coming in. After Lu Feng took care of the cleaning on his side, he took the sisters out for dinner. After the three of them came to a small restaurant to finish their meal, they had just gone out when they encountered a person that Lu Feng didn't want to see the most. Feng, is that you? Lu Feng was just about to get into the car when he heard someone behind him calling him. Looking back, it's actually the gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend, Lily Su. Ah Feng, it's really you. Su Lily saw that it was really Lu Feng and hurriedly ran over. I saw the back and thought it looked like you, so I called out tentatively. I didn't expect it was really you, Su Lily said with a smile as she came in front of Lu. Something's wrong, Lu Feng said with an impatient face. Feng, don't be like this. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Su Lily immediately pretended to be pitiful. Ha, what else do I do if I don't? Lu Feng mocked. Feng, I really know I'm wrong. Let's go back to the old days, okay? Su Lily begged. Ha ha ha, you're really killing me with laughter. Su Lily, why didn't I realize you were so thick-skinned before? What? Your dirtbag boyfriend doesn't want you, and then want to come back to me now? Lu Feng said indifferently. Feng, I really know I'm wrong. That Xiao Bo, he's not human. He beats me every day. Feng, we used to be so good. Just let me come back to you. Su Lily said and cried out. At this time, Long Shui Long Yu, who had already gotten into the car, saw that Lu Feng had not been getting into the car. So she walked down from the car. Young master, why don't you get on the car yet? Lang Yu said as she curiously surveyed Su Lily. Su Lily was crying with her head down when she suddenly heard a girl talking and looked up to see Lang Yu and Lang Shui. Then straight away he was surprised by the looks of the two men. Feng, who are they and why are they calling you young master? Su Lily said as she trembled and pointed at the sisters. Of course we are the young master's maids. What else could we be? Chapter 96, Seconds again. Lang Yu immediately responded. Feng, you lied to me, right? You're not like that. Su Lily said as she broke down. Young master, who is she? Lang Yu asked curiously. It's fine. A disjointed one. Lu Feng said indifferently. Feng, I know I'm wrong. Just forgive me. I beg you. Su Lily was still begging bitterly. She was now regretting more and more. If she hadn't dumped Lu Feng in the first place, then she would be the one sitting on top of the limousine and being respected right now. But the world doesn't sell pills of regret, so her regret was useless. Oh, Su Lily, you said you know you regret it. You know it's wrong. Then I would like to ask you this. If I am still the same poor man I was before and didn't become rich, would you still choose me? Lu Feng coldly grunted. I will. Feng, I will. I will always be with you. Will you give me another chance? Su Lily said hurriedly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Who knew that when Lu Feng heard this, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Lu Feng couldn't stop smiling, Su Lily thought that Lu Feng had forgiven her and hurriedly ran over to hug Lu Feng. But before she could open her arms, she was directly stopped by the cold rain and cold snow. I'm sorry, you can't go near the young master. Lang Shui said in an icy tone. You guys hurry up and get up. Your young master has already forgiven me. Beware, I'll let him fire you. Su Lily instantly became arrogant. Su Lily, who told you that I forgive you? Feng, don't call me Feng. You don't deserve it. I'll tell you this, it's never going to work out between us. Just die. Try to appear in front of me as little as possible in the future, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Lu Feng said and twisted his head and left. Su Lily still wanted to follow her, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by Lang Shui. Get out of my way. Su Lily said and was about to hit Lang Shui. Bang. As a result, he missed Lang Shui and got himself slapped. I'm going to kill you. Su Lily was slapped and felt humiliated. Coming up to fight with Lang Shui, Lang Shui's aura instantly shifted, and that grim aura directly scared Su Lily so much that she didn't dare to move. If you dare to pester the young master again, I guarantee that you will die a painful death. Lang Shui said and brought her sister to the car as well. Shoo away. With the roar of the engine, the car rushed out as if it were an arrow off the string. Only Su Lily was left alone still in the same place. It took a long time before Su Lily reacted. Then he took his cell phone out of his bag and dialed. Hey, I agree with the plan you said. Now I'll go find you. Su Lily said and hung up the phone. Lu Feng, since you're so desperate, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Su Lily finished calling a cab and left. Lu Feng's side doesn't yet know that Su Lily has grown to hate him out of love and may turn against him. Returning home and lying on his bed, Lu Feng entered the system again. System, how many draws do I have now? The host has currently stored 3 draws, so has today's second chance not been converted into a draw yet? Yes, so no need to convert today's chance into a draw for me. Give me a refresh. I haven't done one in so long. I'm sure we'll get a good one today. Lu Feng said confidently. Okay, today's spike items have been refreshed, and the results are as follows. Pagani Pocahontas, worth $120 million. 100% of Windtalk Entertainment, worth $10 billion. Gulfstream G550 private jet, valued at $420 million. I'll go. I told you. I haven't refreshed my items for so long. I'm sure I'll be able to refresh something good. Lu Feng said excitedly. Another $10 billion in my fortune all of a sudden. So I'm worth many billions now, right? Lu Feng thought. System, how much am I worth now? Ding. The query results are as follows. Host property 21% of Ferrari shares worth $6.3 billion, equivalent to 44.1 billion renminbi. A large flat in Mission Hills International worth 75 million renminbi. 10% of Tianyu Group shares worth 2 billion renminbi. A Times Square worth 1.5 billion renminbi. Tenglong Hotel worth 1 9 billion renminbi. A copy of the super battery technology drawings worth 5 billion renminbi. 100% of the shares of the Fonley Group worth 6 billion renminbi. The idle cloud villa is worth. To summarize, the host's current fortune has exceeded $60 billion, less than $40 billion short of the system's second upgrade. The system's indifferent voice came, but Lu Feng didn't care. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, ugh, after working so hard for so long, I still haven't reached 100 billion. It's really hard, said Lu Feng Versailles. Ding. Please ask the host to make a choice on today's spike item. The system ignored Lu Feng's Versailles and directly urged. I'll choose the second one. Lu Feng said hurriedly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Please go to Winsong Entertainment to sign the contract. The system prompted. But then again, why does the name of this company sound so familiar? Lu Feng realized that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere. I remember. Isn't this a local entertainment company in Mordor? And it seems like Chu Fan's father is a shareholder of this company, Lu Feng said with a pat on the head. Thinking of this, he hurriedly exited the system and then came to the computer to check the information. Then he realized that he had thought right. This Winsong Entertainment was Chu Fan's father's company. This is fun. Directly buy all of them at once. What should this Chu Fan do in the future? Lu Feng gloated. Who cares? It's still more important to sleep. After all, we still have to take over his dad's group tomorrow. Lu Feng said and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. While Lu Feng was dreaming beautifully, Chu Fan's father was still on the phone. How's it going, Lao Yang? Have the shares been sold? It's already sold. So don't worry about it. It's good that it's sold. We can't afford to offend the one. Yes, after all, they're from the imperial capital. We can't argue with them with our small arms and legs. But this is too much. Actually wanting to buy our group for only $5 billion. Chu Fan's father said angrily. Hey, who told people to come from the 4 great families of the imperial capital? It's not like we can afford to mess with them, said the voice inside the phone. Humph. We can't afford to mess with him. We can't afford to hide from him. Even if we sell our shares to someone else, we won't be able to cheapen him. Chu Fan continued. By the way, old Yang, who did you sell your shares to? I don't know. The buyer's identity is very mysterious, said Lao Yang on the other end of the phone. Forget it, no matter who buys it. Anyway, as long as this hot potato is not in our hands, I'm ready to retire in peace in the future. Chu Fan's father continued. Yes, I even bought a few stores yesterday, so I'll be living the life of a chartered house from now on. The caller on the other end of the phone called Old Yang seemed to have looked away. Ha ha ha, Lao Yang, if only I had your mentality. Old Chu, look on the bright side. This world is going to be chaotic now. I attended the auction yesterday, but the same young man threw more than $6 billion and bought the plant left behind by the previous Tianyu Group. There's also the Red Maple Group's mansion. Maybe it's another one of the family's great young men who came out to practice. Lao Yang lamented. Yes, don't look at us all claiming to be worth billions or even tens of billions, but compared to such a large family, is not. People can press us to death with the move of a finger. Chu Fan's father also resigned himself to his fate. Alright, Lao Chu, take an early rest. That mysterious buyer is coming over to sign the contract tomorrow. Got it. I'll be on time. Chapter 97, Windspeak Entertainment. Early the next morning, Lu Feng was woken up by a phone call. Lu Feng picked up the phone sleepily and answered it. Hello, there. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Yang Chi from Windtalk Entertainment. I'm calling to ask when you're coming over to the company. I'll be about half an hour or so. Lu Feng just remembered that he had to go sign a contract today. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you at the group. Yang Chi said and hung up the phone. Get up. Lu Feng said and immediately went out after a quick wash. Just after arriving at the first floor hall, he saw that cold snow and cold rain were already waiting for him. Good morning, young master. The two bowed when they saw Lu Feng. Good morning to you all, Lu Feng said as he walked. Is there something urgent about young master? Lun Yu could see Lu Feng's urgency. Well, Lun Yu, you go out with me. Lang Shui, you go tell En Feng and En Wan that they won't be home for breakfast today. Lu Feng said. Yes, Lang Shui went straight to inform Mr. and Mrs. En Feng after hearing that. Lang Yu, on the other hand, directly followed Lu Feng to the side of his Ferrari. Get in, Lu Feng said and got into the driver's seat. Seeing this, Lang Yu could only obediently sit in the passenger side. Lu Feng kicked the gas and the engine instantly let out a loud roar. The car rushed out of the gates of the estate in an instant. Along the way, Lu Feng kept overtaking cars, and other cars on the road saw Lu Feng's Ferrari and avoided it. It also saved Lu Feng so much time. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Feng arrived downstairs at Winsong Entertainment. Just as he got out of the car, he saw that a large group of people were already standing downstairs. Lu Feng walked straight over with Lang Yu. "Hello, I'm Lu Feng," until Lu Feng stood in front of Yang Qi and introduced himself. Yang Qi then reacted. "Hello, Mr. Lu," Yang Qi said and stretched out her right hand to shake Lu Feng. "Welcome, Mr. Lu's arrival. Let me introduce you. This is the company's second shareholder, Chu. There's no need for introductions. Mr. Chu and I are old acquaintances." Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan's father with a smile on his face. Chu Fan's father could only smile awkwardly. How could he not expect that this mysterious big shot who threw tens of billions of dollars to buy their group was actually his son's classmate? There's even a beef with their father and son. "Mr. Lu knows old Chu?" Yang Qi asked curiously as she looked at the two. "More than knowing each other. I'm also a classmate of Mr. Chu's son," Lu Feng said. Yang Qi was directly stunned by Lu Feng's words. He knew that Lu Feng was young, but he didn't expect that he was actually so young, and was actually a classmate with the son of his company's shareholder. This also made Yang Qi even more certain that Lu Feng was also a great young man from that big family who had come out to practice. Only after Yang Qi thought for half a day. He didn't think that there was a big family with the surname Lu in that part of China. Ha ha ha. Since Mr. Lu and our group's shareholders are old acquaintances, let old Chu introduce our company to Mr. Lu, Yang Qi said smilingly. "Chairman, it's better for you to come. I had a little friction with Mr. Lu before," Chu Fan's father said awkwardly. As soon as the words fell, the company's executives instantly turned their gazes to Chu Fan's father, and even Yang Qi sized him up with a curious gaze. This could make Chu Fan's father, who had always been good at saving face, so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to burrow inside a crack in the ground. "Ha ha ha, it's me who didn't think it through. Mr. Lu came to the group for the first time. Of course I, the chairman of the board of directors, should personally accompany him, in order to show the importance we attach to Mr. Lu." Yang Qi hurriedly rounded off the scene. He, Lu Feng laughed without saying anything. "Mr. Lu, let me show you around," Yang Qi said hurriedly. "Alright, let's take a look then," Lu Feng said. Yang Qi hurriedly took Lu Feng to visit the interior of the company. Fearing that Lu Feng would cause any more unhappiness with Chu Fan's father here, the other executives of the group also hollered and followed all of them, leaving only Chu Fan's father standing awkwardly in place. It's not a good idea to leave or stay. Chu Fan's father looked at the executives surrounding Lu Feng, and his heart felt 100 different things. "What a tree toppling," murmured Chu Fan's father. Over here, Lu Feng finished visiting the entire company under Yang Qi's leadership. Since WinTalk is an entertainment company, there is no R&D department, no sales department. Instead, there are departments for videography, news, self-publishing, and the like. Of course, with the rise of short-form video, WinTalk Entertainment also has an anchor board. Even the anchor segment has even surpassed the celebrity segment in terms of revenue in the past 2 years. "Mr. Lu, we have more than 15 first-tier stars under the banner of WinTalk Entertainment, and 2 super first-tier stars, namely singer Lu Xing, and movie professional Zhang Bingbing. We also have our own guild in the short video industry, and the guild has signed many anchors with millions or even tens of millions of followers. And our company can rank in the top 10 in the entire Chinese entertainment industry," Yang Qi proudly introduced. "What exactly is this top 10? It won't be the 10th, right?" Lu Feng joked. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu was joking. Our group is ranked 8th. Yang Qi smiled awkwardly. After all, 8th is pretty much last, and not that far off from 10th. "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Director Yang, don't take it to heart." No, how could it be? "Come on then, let's go sign the contract," Lu Feng said. "Mr. Lu, please follow me." As soon as Yang Qi heard about signing the contract, he immediately brought Lu Feng to his office. Then he took out the already prepared contract and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the contract and looked at it carefully for a long time, making sure there were no problems before signing his name. "Congratulations to Mr. Lu for officially becoming the sole director of WinTalk Entertainment," Yang Qi said. It wasn't until after Lu Feng signed the top of the contract that Yang Qi's heart finally let go. "Mr. Yang, I need information on every star and anchor under the company, as well as detailed information on the company's personnel," Lu Feng said indifferently. "It's all ready, including the company's revenue for the first half of the year," said Yang Qi, pointing to the thick pile of documents on top of his desk. "Mind if I take a look now?" said Lu Feng. "Make yourself at home. Now the whole company is under your command," Yang Qi hurriedly stated. Lu Feng casually pulled out 2 documents and read them. A copy of a first-tier stars, called Wang Zi. Lu Feng had even seen her in a TV series before. TSK. It's true that things are unpredictable. These big stars on top of the TV in the past actually became my subordinates. It's really a different kind of feeling, Lu Feng thought in his heart. then looked at a second document. This one documenting an anchor with tens of millions of followers on top of Shake Shack. Yo, this anchor is under the banner of Wind Whisper. I'm still paying attention to him, but how do I remember which guild he belongs to? Lu Feng asked, pointing to the information in his hand. Yang Qi came up to look and explained. Mr. Lu, this guild is under our company, so this anchor is also considered under us. Oh, so that's how it is, Lu Feng said and picked up another document to read. This time, it was another first-tier star's profile, but Lu Feng had only looked at it for a couple of moments before he realized that something was wrong with it. Mr. Yang, why does this information show that this star cost our company tens of millions of dollars last year? Still because of the scandal incident, why does the company still keep her? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yang Qi heard Lu Feng's words and then looked at the information in Lu Feng's hands. The old face instantly reddened. Mr. Lu, let me explain. Chapter 98, The Young Master of the Yi Family. When Lu Feng saw Yang Qi's appearance, his curiosity instantly rose. Okay, so tell me about it. Then Yang Qi stumbled over what happened. It turns out that this first-tier star has an inappropriate relationship with Yang Qi. The two were photographed by paparazzi on their way to a hotel and then uploaded online. It instantly caused an uproar online. The Melaneaters of China will not give up an opportunity to eat so well. Seeing that things were getting worse, Yang Qi could only spend a lot of money to keep this thing down. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Mr. Yang to play with such flowers, Lu Feng said with a smile after hearing this. I'm really sorry, Yang Qi said awkwardly. Then are there any other executives in the company who are having affairs with these artists and anchors or something like that? Lu Feng asked again. Old Chu has two anchors. I'm not sure about the others, because this kind of thing is expressly forbidden in the company, so it's just that there is. They don't dare to say it. Yang Qi immediately sold Chu Fan's father. So do you have any more? Lu Feng just looked at Yang Qi playfully and said. Yang Qi was uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Feng and could only tell the whole story. There are still 3 anchors. But, Mr. Lu, don't worry. They're all small anchors that won't have much impact on the company. Mr. Yang, you're playing with real flowers, and you've even adopted 4 at once, Lu Feng said with a smile. It is not every day and these people deal with it. Long Time did not resist the temptation. Yang Qi at the moment also hate to find a crack in the ground. Ha ha ha, I understand. After all, it's impossible to keep a bee from collecting nectar in a bush. However, I need to clear out all these people who are related to you. This is fine with you, right? Lu Feng said and stood up. No problem, no problem. Give me 2 days. I'll take care of all of them. Feeling the pressure brought by Lu Feng's body, Yang Qi hurriedly said, That's good. Lu Feng sat back down again. Just as Yang Qi had just breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Fan's father ran in. Director Yang, that one is here again, Chu Fan's father said as he ran to the office out of breath. What? When Yang Qi heard this, he didn't care about the embarrassment and was about to go out directly. This scene could make Lu Feng stare blankly. What's so urgent? Who's here? Lu Feng called out to Yang Qi, who was just about to leave. When Yang Qi heard Lu Feng's words, she could only stop and just wanted to turn back to explain to Lu Feng. An arrogant voice was heard. How's it going? Mr. Yang, how's the consideration going? Are you selling or not? As the voice dropped, a young man walked in with a woman dressed as a secretary. Lu Feng didn't say anything and just playfully sized up the few people. Young Master Yi, why did you come over? Yang Qi asked in a hurry. I've come to see how well you've thought about it, said the man known as Yi Daoxiao. Young Yi, you are late. Now the company I have sold to this Mr. Lu. Yang Qi pointed to Lu Feng, who was sitting on top of the chair, and said, Lu Feng sat up at the words. How is there still something about himself? He, Boss Yang played this hand beautifully. Yi Yu directly sneered. You don't think what I, Yi Yu, have my eye on can run away. Even if I sell it to the King of Heaven, this company should be mine. It will still be mine. If you still want it, talk to Mr. Lu. I sold it all to him anyway. Yang Qi was not afraid at this time. Anyway, the money had been received. The company sold. And none of this had anything to do with him anymore. Only the matter at hand. Let's leave it to Lu Feng's headache. TSK, what is this? Mr. Yang, you actually played this hand for me, Lu Feng said as he stood up. In the face of Lu Feng's inquiry, Yang Qi directly broke. Mr. Lu, to tell you the truth, the reason why I'm selling this company is because this young Master Yi wants to buy my company. But his offer was too low. I didn't want to sell to him, but I couldn't afford to offend him. So I was going to sell the company to someone else. And you were unlucky enough to let you buy it. Yang Qi finished with a look of a dead pig. It's like saying, why don't you come over here and beat me up to take the heat out of me? Anyway, The contract has been signed and I've taken the money. So what can you do to me? Lu Feng directly laughed out loud at his words. Mr. Yang, you can't afford to offend this young Master Yi, so how can you be sure you can offend me? I know that Mr. Lu must have come from a different place, but there's nothing I can do about it. If you have a way, you can fight with Dazhou Yi. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Yang Qi continued. On the side, Chu Fan's father also smiled in his heart. You, Lu Feng, are even bigger than the four great families of the imperial capital? Now you've been defeated. Chu Fan's father thought in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. Ha 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 ha, Boss Yang is a good hand at attracting water from the east, Yi Yu said as he clapped his hands. But I don't care about your little tricks. Since you sold the company to this him, I'll ask him for it. Sir, are you selling this entertainment company? By the way, to introduce myself, I'm from the Yi family of the imperial capital. When Lu Feng heard Yi Yu's introduction, he laughed with full concern then said back, sell it, if the price is right. Why not? Lu Feng's words made the few people present think that Lu Feng had gone soft. Yi Yu sniffed and laughed out as well. Good job. You are more sensible than surnamed Yang. I've made you a friend. If there is anything in the future, report my name directly. Let's put aside friends or not. I want to know how much you are prepared to pay to buy my company. Lu Feng said calmly. I previously talked to Boss Yang about 5 billion, but since you're so sensible, I'll add another 500 million to you. How about a total of 5.5 billion inch? Yi Yu looked as if you've taken advantage of a great bargain. Isn't $5.5 billion a bit less? Or you can add more. Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Quite a lot my friend. You may think that you are losing out on $5.5 billion, but you are actually not losing out at all. Instead, you are making a lot of money. Yi Yu didn't hear the icy coldness in Lu Feng's tone in the slightest. Maybe he doesn't even care if he hears it. After all, who dares to mess with the Yi family behind him? Oh, where do I earn a lot? This company 10 billion good selling it. You out 5.5 billion. I'm losing 4.5 billion. Where do I earn a lot? Lu Feng looked at Yi Yu with a puzzled face and said, from the value above you do eat a little loss, but you also harvested my friendship with my friendship is not the friendship of the Yi family. This is not earn big Yi Yu said with a proud face. From what you've said, having the Yi family friendship will help me a lot. Yeah, I think you should understand the weight of the word Yi family. Can you be the master of the Yi family? Or what is your position in the Yi family? Lu Feng asked rhetorically. What is my status? Of course I'm the youngest master of the Yi family. Do you think my status is high? Yi Yu said. But how come I heard that the Yi family's first-line youngest is called Yi Tian? Lu Feng looked at Yi Yu with a teasing face. That's my cousin. In the future when he inherits the position of Yi family head, I'll be the eldest elder. Yi Yu instantly panicked as he saw that he was being dismantled. But that will have to wait until later for you to be the master of the Yi family. So what am I doing spending so much money on your friendship now? Lu Feng said directly. You can obtain my friendship in advance or else when I become the grand elder. Not to mention the $4 billion to buy my friendship. Is $40 billion by then I have to think about it. Yi Yu continued to say forcefully. Then I'll wait until you become the Yi family's grand elder before I buy your friendship. For now, well, please also go back from wherever you came from and don't delay my time. Lu Feng said in an icy tone. Chapter 99, Yang Qi's Secret. My friend, don't you know the gold content of the imperial capital Yi family? Yi Yu's tone also chilled when he heard Lu Feng's words. I know, said Lu Feng, full of concern. Then how dare you say something like that? But you are you. The Yi family is the Yi family, although your name is Yi, but you can't be the master of the Yi family. Why should I spend so much money to please you? Ha 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 ha. My friend, I have to admit that you have a lot of balls. Yi Yu laughed out. I'm flattered. I've always had the balls. Lu Feng said lightly. It looks like you're not going to make me a friend? Oh, it's not like making you a friend is going to do me any good. So let's not. Okay, you're better than him. Yi Yu pointed to Yang Qi who was on the side. Yang Qi could only smile awkwardly when he saw it and didn't dare to speak. If there's nothing else for young Master Yi, then please go back. Lu Feng directly gave an expulsion order. Ha ha ha, arrogant enough. I like it. I hope you won't come begging me when the time comes. Yi Yu said and left with his men. Mr. Lu, will you offend young Master Yi by doing this? Yang Qi asked cautiously. Let's put aside the matter between me and surname Yi for now. Let's talk about what's going on between us first. Mr. Yang, you sold your company to me because you couldn't afford to offend this Yi. And you still didn't tell me about this. Now that I'm going to directly confront the young master of the Yi family, who's going to pay for this loss? Lu Feng said flatly as he sat in his chair. Mr. Lu, I didn't have time to say it. Besides with your status, I guess you're not afraid of the Yi family. Yang Qi flattered. Ha ha ha, you mean you're letting me be the wrongdoer? Lu Feng directly laughed out at his words. Mr. Lu, words can't be said like that. Who made you not ask clearly before? Yang Qi saw Lu Feng saying this. He also stopped pretending. Mr. Yang is not going to pretend anymore. Aren't you afraid that I'm going to stir up the story about your adopted star? Mr. Lu, of course I'm afraid, but you should be more afraid than me. Such a scandal appearing in any entertainment company is a big enough thing to break bones. Yang Qi had an expression of having already eaten Lu Feng. You're right. I'm not going to spill the beans on this, but 6 years ago, on the night of April 17th, Mr. Yang still remembers, right? Lu Feng picked up the cigar on the table and lit it up and put it in his mouth. When Yang Qi heard this, her face instantly turned white, and then her entire body trembled uncontrollably. You are, how do you know that? Yang Qi couldn't even complete his words in fear. Oh, you don't care how I know. You just need to know that if you want people to know unless you do. People are doing. The sky is watching on the line. Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, No, it can't be. You're definitely swindling me. It can't be. Yang Qi said loudly. It startled Chu Fan's father who was on the side. TSK, looks like Mr. Yang won't stop until he reaches the Yellow River. Trisha Wong, 22, 6 months pregnant. Stop, don't say it again. Don't say it again. Yang Qi directly collapsed when he heard this. Mr. Lu, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I'll give you 1 billion. Don't tell this matter. Yang Qi said in a hurry. He was sure now that he wasn't swindling him, but really knew. But he couldn't figure out how in the world Lu Feng knew about that matter when he should be the only one who knew about it. But now is not the time to think about these useless. The priority is to block Lu Feng's mouth. That's why Yang Qi opened his mouth with $1 billion, hoping that he could use the money to block Lu Feng. Oh, $1 billion? Lu, am short of your $1 billion. You should know that I didn't just buy this group of yours in the past 2 days. I also spent more than $6 billion to buy the plant left behind by the Tianyu Group. Do you think I'm looking at your $1 billion? Lu Feng said with a cold face. People are like that. How arrogant they want to be before things happen, and how regretful they want to be after things happen. Seeing that Lu Feng did not agree, Yang Qi could only raise the price again. Mr. Lu, 2 billion? How about 2 billion? I just ask you to keep it a secret. No, it doesn't satisfy my appetite. 3 billion? No more. Any more and I'll turn myself in. Yang Qi said directly. Lu Feng saw that Yang Qi did not look like an actor and knew that 3 billion was his bottom line, so he agreed directly. $3 billion is fine, but I still have one more request. Lu Feng said faintly again. You name it, I'll agree to it all. Yang Qi said hurriedly. You come up with an extra 500 million to compensate the girl's family and I'll keep your secret. Yes, no problem. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and said, anyway, 3 billion have been spent. It's not bad for this 500 million. Okay, then you just hurry up and turn the money over. I'm a person with credibility. If I say I'll keep your secret, I'll keep your secret. Lu Feng said with a playful look at Yang Qi. Okay, Mr. Lu, wait, I will go to the bank now. Yang Qi pulled Chu Fan's father and hurriedly left. Young master, you are really powerful. We just assassinate a country's president but we don't have so much money. You earned so much just by moving your mouth. Lang Yu said adoringly. Oh, great, but some money can be hot to hold. Can money buy lives? Lu Feng muttered. Are you alright, young master? Lang Yu said and touched Lu Feng's forehead. There's no fever. Then why are you talking nonsense? Lu Feng was amused by Lang Yu's behavior. Why are you looking at me to see if I have a fever? Of course you just said something crazy. I thought you had a brain fart. When did I talk? Just what I just said. Do you think money can really buy a life? Of course you can. For only $1 million, our organization can help you complete an A-class mission. Sometimes more than one person dies in an A-class mission, said Lang Yu. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. Lu Feng had forgotten that this beautiful girl next to her was also a killer who killed without blinking an eye. And human life could certainly be measured in terms of money in her eyes. Lang Yu. Sometimes a person's life can't be measured by money. Take this for example. I received $3 billion in hush money from Yang Qi. $3 billion, which I think will gag 99% of the people in this world, including me. But this money is just like what I just said. I'm holding it hot. Lu Feng said with a heavy heart. But didn't you ask him to give the victim's family $500 million in compensation? Young master, I think $500 million is enough for the family to live carefree. And you just call the police and put him in jail. Maybe the victim's family won't get a dime. The way I see it is that the people are dead anyway. So why not let the people who are still alive live a good life with the $500 million? Lung Yu stated her insight. Lu Feng also understood that this was actually the best solution, because even if Yang Qi is sentenced to death, the dead will not be resurrected. Might as well just pay the family of the deceased the $500 million and let them live the rest of their lives with food and clothing. Even if the families of the deceased had deposited the money inside the bank, they would not be able to spend all the interest in a year. The $500 million could have set their family up for several lifetimes. But although the words were like this, Lu Feng still couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. Cold rain. You're right. This is indeed the best solution. But that's the best program for Yankee. For the victim's family. Yet not the best scenario for me. Once a person's moral compass goes down, it goes down forever. And then what will become of me? I'll become one of those people that Lee Jungkook talks about who would even sell out their country for profit. That's not what I want. And I won't allow me to become that kind of person. It was as if Lu Feng had suddenly figured something out, sweeping away the conviction that had been shaken a moment ago. Then wouldn't it be better if I just took care of him? Lang Yu directly spoke up when he saw his young master so torn. No, I have a better idea. Chapter 100. Lu Feng said with a confident expression. I'll put him in jail. I'll make him repent in jail. Young master, are you going to report him? Will this not be too good? The reputation of being untrustworthy is not a good thing to hear. Lang Yu said worriedly. Ha ha ha, what's going on in your head? Am I such a person? Young master, Lu Feng said with a smile. Then what are you going to do, young master? Lang Yu asked curiously. I have evidence in my hand of his tax evasion, which has exceeded $1 billion over the years. I'll pass this information to the tax bureau and let them investigate. By then he'll have to squat for 10 or 8 years at the very least. Lu Feng said. Good idea. Young master, you're so smart to keep your word and punish him at the same time. However, young master, this company is now yours. Isn't this the same as checking yourself? Lang Yu didn't know too much about these things and asked directly. Ha ha ha, but it's only today that this company belongs to me. What does the previous tax have to do with me? Lu Feng explained with a smile. Lang Yu thought for a long time before he realized it. Young master, you're amazing. Lang Yu complimented. Poor Yang Qi doesn't realize right now that he's about to go to jail. Spend $3.5 billion and still go to jail and have to make up the previous billion or so in taxes. I wondered if Yang Qi would regret selling the group to Lu Feng when she found out. These next few days will be busy again. The president is gone and I still have to run here every day. Lu Feng said with an unhappy face as he laid back on the chair. It wasn't at all like the rich man's life he'd imagined. Young master, don't feel bad. I'll accompany you. Lang Yu said gently from the side. Thank you, Stao Yu. You're still polite with me. Young master, Lang Yu said with a smile. Just like that, Lu Feng stayed at Winsong for the whole day. There was also a side meeting in the afternoon. It was not until the employees were off duty that Lu Feng went back. Just after arriving home, Lu Feng received a call from Yang Qi. Hey, Mr. Lu, have you received the money? I've already called you. And as you instructed, $500 million has also been paid into her family's account and her family has been informed that the money is a free gift from me. As soon as Lu Feng picked up the phone, Yang Qi couldn't wait to talk a lot. Okay, I know, Lu Feng said flatly. Mr. Lu, then this matter, Yang Qi hurriedly asked. Don't worry about this. Lu, am a man of my word. If I say it's confidential, it's confidential, but you have to be careful of the surname Chu. He also knows it by now. Lu Feng also thoughtfully reminded him. Mr. Lu, this you can rest assured. I have the same handle on him in my hands. Yang Qi said. Ha, Lu Feng sneered twice. Sure enough, they're all old foxes. Alright, I'll hang up first if there's nothing else, Lu Feng said and hung up the phone. At this time, An Wan had also made dinner, and the group of people gathered around the table and began to eat. And Feng, after dinner later, go to my living room to get a copy of the information and send it to the tax office's report box tomorrow, Lu Feng suddenly said. Yes, sir. By the way, don't let anyone see your face. Yes, I understand. Did the housekeeping people go and clean the building? Already gone to clean up, sir. Tell them to hurry up. I'm in a hurry, Lu Feng said. Yes. After dinner, Lu Feng returned to his room, took out the information of Yang Qi that he bought in the system, and took out the evidence of its tax evasion from it and gave it to An Feng. Early the next morning, Wu Yi, a researcher who lived in another villa, knocked on Lu Feng's door. It turned out that the super battery technology handed to her by Lu Feng had been neutered. Mr. Lu, the task you gave me has been completed. Please take a look at it, Wu Yi said before handing over the 3 document bags to Lu Feng. After Lu Feng heard this, he immediately opened the document bag and looked at it. As a result, there were a lot of professional data drawings and stuff on it, and he couldn't understand it at all. Aha! It's good that it's done. I happen to have good news for you as well. Lu Feng hurriedly changed the topic and said, there happens to be a separate building inside one of the factories I shot earlier. 4 floors in all. I think that should be enough for you to do your research. Mr. Lu, the site is enough. But some special research requires a special research room. This can't be casual. Involving Wu Yi's professional place. She immediately said seriously. Don't worry about this. This venue is only for your temporary use. I will build a graduate student specifically for you at that time to ensure your satisfaction. Lu Feng said. That would be fine. But some specialized research equipment is not that easy to get. Wu Yi added. It's fine. Leave this to me as well. Within a week, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Feng assured. Then thank you Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else I'll go back first. This super battery technology you gave me earlier has inspired me quite a bit. I need to record it and see if I can improve on top of the original when the time comes. Wu Yi said. Lu Feng did not expect Wu Yi to be so powerful. It looks like this super battery technology range can be increased again. Alright, then you go and get busy. Just tell me directly if you need anything. Lu Feng said. After dealing with Wu Yi's matter, Lu Feng took Long Shui out after dinner. And Feng went off to carry out the mission Lu Feng had sent him on. Lu Feng didn't go to Winsong Entertainment Company, but instead went to the place where the patent application was made. He needed to patent the technology at hand so it was foolproof. Soon, with Yifan's help, Lu Feng completed the application for 3 renewal batteries. As for why he called on Yifan, it had to start from this morning when he went out and ran into Yifan. It turned out that Lu Feng had just gone out today when he met Yifan, who had come out of his grandfather's house. Then Lu Feng was called inside Yi Weiman's manor by Yifan, saying that Yi Weiman wanted to meet Lu Feng. When Lu Feng heard that it was Yi Weiman who wanted to see him, he hurriedly followed him over. It turned out that since the last time he knew that Lu Feng was so powerful on top of the Ferrari ribbon-cutting ceremony, Yifan returned home and recounted to his grandfather the information he had learned at the dinner table. Yi Weiman was also surprised in his heart when he heard that Lu Feng actually knew the current Mordor hand, so he wanted to find an opportunity to have Lu Feng come over to talk to him and get in touch with him. But Lu Feng had been busy these days, and the old man was too embarrassed to ask someone to invite him. As a result, he met Yifan in the morning, and Yifan directly invited Lu Feng to his grandfather. A large and a small group of people chatted for a long time inside the room. It was Yifan who didn't know what exactly his grandfather and Lu Feng had talked about. He just knew that after Lu Feng came out from inside his grandfather's room, his grandfather asked him to accompany Lu Feng to handle the patent application. After the matter was done, Yifan was called away by a phone call from Yi Weiman. And Lu Feng also headed to sit in the wind language. Do you know why I asked you to accompany Lu Feng to apply for the patent? Even I personally called to arrange it down. Master Yi said as he looked at his grandson. I don't know. Yi Fan replied honestly. Then do you want to know what exactly Lu Feng and I talked about inside the room? Yi Lao asked again. If you tell me, I will listen. If you don't tell me, I won't listen. When Elder Yi heard his grandson say this, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Lu Feng and I just talked about small things inside the room, which included the things you told me before. Under my questioning, Lu Feng revealed his current industry. I really never thought that this young man with mysterious origins would actually have so many industries. All the shares of the Fonley Group are in his hands, as well as the Windspeak Entertainment Company in Mordor, which he also acquired. And the Times Square in Mordor is also his property, as well as 10% of the shares of the Tianyu Group, which we've known about before. What's even more shocking to me is that he actually took another 20% stake in Ferrari, Elder Yi said lightly. What? Chapter 101, The Collaboration and Conspiracy of Enzo. Yi Fan directly shouted this time. Asterisk. Grandpa, what exactly is this Lu Feng's origin? That's a Ferrari. I'd be satisfied with 1% of the shares. As for the 20% share, I can't even think about it. So this is the gap between you and Lu Feng. To put it mildly, people are still 2 years younger than you. Look at them. You're looking at you. Master Yi had a look of hatred. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compare to such a pervert? Yi Fan muttered in a small voice. That's why I asked you to strike a good relationship with him. Don't look at your current scenery, but as soon as my old man dies, you'll immediately be knocked back to your original form. The old man said sadly. Grandpa, why are you saying this demoralizing thing? You are in such good health. You will surely live a long life. Yi Fan said hurriedly. Bastard. All you do is sweet talk. I know my own body. All I want now is to pave the way for your dad and you while I'm alive. Now this landwind that has appeared is just right. Young and talented. He also has a good relationship with the Shin family's eldest miss, and is sitting on numerous industries himself, so I've negotiated a preliminary cooperation with him, the old man added. Cooperation? What cooperation? Yi Fan was puzzled after hearing this. To know that his grandfather was the last hand of Mordor. Such a heavenly figure would actually take the initiative to cooperate with Lu Feng, which made Yi Fan feel a little strange how he thought. Isn't your father now a hand in the newly developed district of Mordor? And it just so happens that Lu Feng's family group is located in the new district. So he and I have reached an initial consensus. Give him some help within our means. Of course, provided that it doesn't harm the interests of the people. The old man patiently explained to Yi Fan. Oh, I understand. Win-win cooperation. Yi Fan said. Right. And that super battery technology in Lu Feng's hands is something that can subvert the entire new energy field. I also told him to put the new energy company he's going to set up in your dad's new district as well. In exchange, he gets a free piece of land to start a company and build a factory. Grandpa, this exchange is too costly. Right. The value of these lands should already be in the billions. Yi Fan asked. Big? Not big at all. Based on my years of political experience, Lu Feng do this new energy company may even become a company with a market capitalization of at least $100 billion. Trading some land for such a promising company is not a loss at all. On the contrary, it's a big profit. At that time, your father can even leap to become the third in command of the entire Magic City with these political achievements. Do you think you're still losing money now? Worthy of being a big shot who was once one step away from reaching the top. The old man easily saw the prospects of the company under Lu Feng and then made an investment. Grandpa, I've thought about it for a while. What you said is really right. Yi Fan was also worthy of being the grandson that the old master had carefully cultivated. He figured it out in a flash. So, Grandpa, what should we do next? There's no need to rush. I've already told Lu Feng to meet your father when he's free. They'll discuss the specifics when the time comes, the old man said as he took a sip of tea. As for Lu Feng's side, he had just arrived at Wind Whisper when he received a message from Enzo. Said he'd be at the Magic City airport tomorrow night. Lu Feng, on the other hand, replied that he would go to pick up the car in person. Just after taking care of Enzo, Li Jungkook called. Lu kid, Ferrari's Enzo is coming to China. It's your handiwork, isn't it? Li Zhenghua went straight to the point as soon as he came up. You are really well informed. Yes, I asked him to come. Lu Feng said. Then how are you going to receive him? Li Zhenghua asked again. Reception? Just find a hotel and arrange it. Lu Feng said casually. When Li Zhenghua heard Lu Feng's words, his head was covered in black lines. Why didn't I realize this kid was so unreliable before? Li Zhenghua thought in his heart. Your top boss comes, and you're just this perfunctory. Li Zhenghua said as he forced himself to resist the urge to hit someone. Supervisor? You mean Enzo? Nonsense. If not him, he's not my boss anymore. What's the situation? You kid won't have a falling out with Ferrari. Is it hard to believe that they came to China this time to settle the score with you? Uncle Li, what are you thinking? I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? I mean, I'm basically on par with Enzo now, and I've taken a 20% stake in Ferrari. So technically, Enzo is not my boss, but a partner, Lu Feng said. You kid didn't lie to me, right? Rao Lijingwa's first reaction was skepticism when he heard Lu Feng's words. Why would I lie to you? What's in it for me to lie to you? Really, how did you kid do that? It's nothing, it's just an exchange of benefits, Lu Feng said in a cloudy voice. Ha ha ha, what an exchange of benefits. I'm curious what goodies you came up with in exchange for Ferrari. It couldn't be your super battery technology. In the end, he was a big shot among big shots, and Li Zhenghua guessed correctly in the first place. That's right. I neutered the super battery as you instructed and sold Ferrari a technology with a 1200 kilometer range. Patents sold too? That didn't happen. I kept the patent for myself. Well, that's good. So you were looking for me for something? Lu Feng asked. It's nothing much. Just want to use Enzo to come to Mordor to do something. Li Zhenghua said lightly. Do what article? Lu Feng was interested when he heard that. I'm going to utilize Enzo and have a charity auction to get some blood out of these entrepreneurs. Li Jungkook explained. Charity auction? Yes. Think about it. The boss of Ferrari himself came to Mordor. That in itself is a publicity for Mordor. Not to mention that Ferrari's Asian division is built in Mordor. At that time those companies who want to cooperate with Ferrari, knowing that Enzo is here, must not show their strong strength so that they can cooperate with Ferrari. Let's join forces and use the name of welcoming Enzo to hold a charity auction. And when the time comes, use the money to help the backward counties in the mountainous areas. How nice, said Li Zhenghua. Alright, Uncle Li, I'll do it. Enzo will be arriving in Mordor tomorrow night. You send out a direct notification. Just say that the day after tomorrow there will be a banquet to welcome Enzo. I'll convince Enzo to attend. Lu Feng directly agreed. Okay, kid, I haven't misjudged you. That's it, I still have things to do, so I won't chat with you. Li Zhenghua hung up the phone after saying that. AI. The world is changing, people's hearts are not ancient. After utilizing people, they directly abandon. How can this be like this? Lu Feng saw Li Zhenghua directly hung up the phone, aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha, young master, this expression of yours is so cute, even as icy as Leng Shui. She was amused by Lu Feng's appearance. Go go go, young master is in a bad mood. Just as Lu Feng and Leng Shui were chatting, Wei Chongqing, who was far away in the city of Fei and in province, couldn't sit still. Obviously Grandpa found the assassin to assassinate Lu Feng. How come after such a long time, there's still no movement? No, I have to go find Grandpa to ask, Wei Chongqing thought as he sat on the sofa. Then he got up and headed to the backyard to find Grandpa, who was listening to the opera. At this moment, Zhang Tianxia was listening to the play, while Wei Changqing's mother, who was also Zhang Tianxia's daughter, was squeezing his shoulders. Dad, are you comfortable? Comfortable. It's still my good daughter who loves me, Zhang Tianxia said as he squinted his eyes and lay back on the chair. Then I'll give you more presses. Well, that said, Feng Xiao Wei has also come to you a few times. I see that his attitude is also very sincere. You can't take Evergreen back in the next 2 days. It's not a good idea to be here all the time, Zhang Tianxia said. Dad, I understand what you're saying, but Evergreen has to wait until that result before he's willing to leave, Zhang Feng said. Right. It's been several days. Why is there still no news? Zhang Tianxia also said. I'll make a call. Just as Zhang Tianxia was about to pull out his cell phone to make a call, Wei Chongqing also came to the backyard. Grandpa, Mom,